One day, suddenly, a dimensional gate appeared in the sky of the world, and shortly thereafter, similar gates began to be discovered from all over the earth. These gates gradually became common. However, they seemed to cause no harm to the living creatures on Earth, and the reason why they appeared has not yet been clarified by the government and scientists. People around the world are becoming increasingly anxious about this phenomenon. News reports continue to cover this phenomenon, while experts are urgently researching. They believe that there may be dangerous alien creatures that could pass through the gates and harm the Earth. Despite the gates being there and nothing dangerous happening yet, people are still anxious but have to continue living their daily lives, working to make ends meet. Han Yuan is our main character at present. He is currently working as a mover for a middle-aged couple. Being young and energetic, he always works with enthusiasm and diligence. He is highly regarded by the couple. However, the real motivation for his work is to earn money to support his younger brother through college. Their parents passed away early, and the two siblings rely on each other to live. Besides his work, Han Yuan also bears the responsibility of a parent. He has sacrificed himself so that his younger brother can have the best life possible. Han Yuan shows pictures of his younger brother to the couple. He is truly handsome, very much resembling Han Yuan himself. Han Yuan always speaks proudly of his younger brother, unable to stop praising him whenever he talks about the person he's proud of. Today, his brother will finish school early, so they plan to pick him up, and the three of them will go out to eat something delicious, maybe barbecue or something. Talking about his brother, Han Yuan always has a smile full of happiness. At the same time, Han Yuan's younger brother is also on the bus heading home after school. Han Yuan sits on the seat, gazing into the distance toward the gate hovering in the sky. Returning to Han Yuan, he and the couple have boarded the car, preparing to go to the moving destination. Suddenly, the boss points to the gate and says something vague about it. Many people have left because of worries. It suddenly appeared. Nobody knows if it's a good omen or a bad one. Han Yuan mentions there seems to be another one in the area where his brother usually goes to school. Observing the gate, he feels something strange. He asks vaguely, "Does that thing always have this color, sir?" The boss replies, "It seems greener than usual." Suddenly, a strong impact from behind their car causes all three to panic, thinking there has been an accident. Han Yuan rushes out to check, but as soon as he steps out, before him is a horrifying sight. Atop the car is a giant creature with a strange shape, and more importantly, its drool is dripping down ominously. Looking into its eyes, he can see it's a flesh-eating creature, very dangerous. It immediately lets out a roar and rushes to attack Han Yuan. He hastily dodges, luckily avoiding the deadly jaws. However, the car isn't as fortunate. Its jaws penetrate through, causing the car to collapse under the force of the attack. Yuan screamed in horror, the boss and the lady boss simultaneously as well. Around them were the desperate screams of others. Yuan's eyes grew fearful as he looked up at the sky from within that gate. Hundreds of monsters resembling birds rushed out, their hunger evident as they appeared exceedingly aggressive. They attacked every living creature they saw, and within moments, the city fell into chaos. Those gates were linked to another world known as the Abyss. From that dimensional gate, monsters from the Abyss pulled each other out, forming packs of bloodthirsty creatures. As they flew out, they mercilessly slaughtered any creature in their sight. The Abyss erupted due to its excessive tension, lacking space, forcing the monsters to find their way out. From there, the catastrophe unfolded uncontrollably. Millions were injured, though some luckily survived. However, tens of thousands were not so fortunate. Nationwide statistics revealed that over 10,000 lives were lost. Returning to Yuan, although fearful, you couldn't just stand by and watch as the monster intended harm to your employers. Gathering up all your courage, you grabbed a nearby stick with the intention of rushing forward to rescue them. Just as you were about to act, strong hands emerged from within, tightly gripping the monster's mouth and pushing it back. It was your employer, managing to control the large creature effortlessly. She shouted loudly, warning her husband, "Quickly, run!" The master, bewildered, still showed concern, asking what had happened. She didn't know either, explaining that her body suddenly acted on instinct. This was the awakening of her power, coinciding with the appearance of the monsters. These awakened individuals possessed enough strength to fight against them. Those who awakened their abilities would become hunters, seeking out and destroying the creatures emerging from the dungeons. This would soon become one of the top priorities. Yuhan's younger brother, Yuan, whom Yu deeply cherished, awakened with the power of Black Flame Seal, becoming one of the world's first Grade S hunters 8 years after the unexpected incident at the dungeon gate. It seemed everything was under control. On the television, an awakened person was demonstrating their abilities. However, the reporter in front of her couldn't see anything. She explained that it was a status window only visible to awakened individuals, displaying a list of skills they possessed. This girl, named Yumi, had the ability to rapidly grow plants in a specific area. Following this, she showcased a skill that made everyone except for those awakened gasp in amazement. 8 years ago, she awakened, perhaps due to the untidiness of her living environment, which led to the growth of green and red mold. Consequently, she gained the ability to create vines, which proved to be very useful in rescuing people. She also joined the guild and became a hunter, seeking to eliminate the monsters and attack the dungeons. Attacking the dungeons could yield rare materials, although it was difficult and dangerous. However, the profits were substantial. There were high-level dungeons containing treasure troves, with the most valuable item being mana crystals, each worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hence, they attracted many professional hunters, especially the famous Hanan from Korea. Even as a high school student, he awakened the powerful Flame Seal. This made him strong enough to establish his own guild named Abyss, becoming the youngest guild leader. Returning to Yumi, although she was only an E-rank hunter, she was very diligent in her hunting endeavors. With the sole desire of earning enough money to pay for her siblings' tuition fees, she hunted tirelessly. However, shortly after, the news reported her lively figure, informing that she had perished in a dungeon raid. Despite being rushed to the hospital, her injuries were too severe, and she couldn't survive. While it brought in high income, it was also cruel. They could lose their lives at any moment. In a dimly lit room, a young man sat alone in front of the TV, contemplative, surrounded by empty bottles from another day. Outside the gates, a gathering of people seemed to be preparing for a dungeon raid. Someone in the group spoke up irritably. "Boss, what's the deal bringing someone like him along?" He pointed towards the distance with a very uncomfortable demeanor. It wasn't Han Yu, the S-rank hunter, but rather Han Yu-jin, who awakened after the dungeon explosion that day. However, unlike his sibling who achieved the S rank, he only awakened to the E rank with the derogatory title of caregiver. It seemed life in Yuan had been quite tough for him. He had to beg to join hunting groups to enter dungeons and make a living, constantly enduring derogatory remarks from selfish individuals. Indeed, living in a world where V-rank hunters were revered, those with low abilities were always looked down upon as society's refuse. Yu only managed to join a group because his higher price was very low. He accompanied the team, enduring relentless verbal abuse pouring from their mouths like trash, parasites sucking his blood. For Yuan, this was his flaw because he didn't know how he could still survive after all the groups he joined were slaughtered by monsters. Insults then turned towards his younger brother. Ever since Yu-jin lost his leg, his brother hadn't returned to this group, with people speculating it was because he considered Yu as trash, hence abandoning him. Yuan could endure insults and humiliation, no matter how harsh they were. But mentioning his younger brother made him extremely angry. Yuan stood up abruptly, grabbing the arrogant guy by the collar. He stared directly into his eyes, his voice full of anger. "Shut your filthy mouth before I shut it for you." Yuan's gaze was filled with the desire to punch him and throw him into the trash. But the truth remained, he was just a weak pawn. The arrogant guy just chuckled lightly and easily lifted Yuan by the collar as if handling a child. Yuan could only submit without resistance. After a few hits, the guy tossed him aside and left, not forgetting to utter a few scornful words. Though enraged, Yuan reluctantly wiped away the blood from his mouth. The boss seemed somewhat friendly, advising Yuan that he was just a supported pawn, so he should try to restrain himself. Yuan brushed off his grievances and tried to return to a cheerful demeanor. Yet the boss's friendliness made him feel uneasy, prompting Yuan to apologize. "I'm sorry for any trouble, sir. I know it must be difficult for you to mediate for us." The boss graciously accepted his apology, acknowledging Yuan as the only one who recognized his efforts. Turning back to the arrogant guy, the boss warned him not to bully Yuan further, emphasizing his lack of knowledge about the dungeon and monsters. Yuan, standing behind, demonstrated his skills to intimidate the guy, targeting the boss. His insults faded into insignificance, futile against Yuan's prowess. With that settled, they ventured into the dungeon, facing dangers but easily overcoming them. These low-level monsters posed no threat to them in this dungeon, yet defeating them yielded valuable mana crystals. Even small ones fetched thousands of dollars for the hunters. Yuan's task was to excavate for these crystals diligently. Despite the overseer's continuous mockery, Yuan persisted, singing to alleviate his misery, but his songs echoed the harshness of his life, an orphan since childhood, abandoned even by his once proud younger brother. Yuan yearned to awaken like his brother did, seeking intermediaries promising such awakening. He quit his job, trusting them with all his savings, only to be deceived. They flattered and promised protection, citing his brother's status as a renowned hunter. Yuan endured degrading tasks, only to become a low-level awakened pawn. Despite his awakened abilities, Yuan remained the lowest rank, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Those he trusted turned their backs due to his low status, treating him as a stepping stone. They initially clung to him because of his brother's fame. Yuan faced media scrutiny and criticism for supposedly exploiting his brother's reputation, drowning in debt and receiving coldness even from his once proud brother. The fame you gained after awakening. It's because I nurtured you, right? Yuan bitterly recalled the words. Because you raised a lowly pawn like me. Isn't that something to be proud of? He couldn't bear the humiliation, cascading from one misery to another. After Yuan lost both of his legs in one of his ventures into the dungeon, his younger brother refused to treat him, plunging Yuan's life deeper into despair. The cold gaze and words from his brother remained etched in Yuan's mind. This brother of yours, please just live quietly, don't obstruct me any further. Yuan lived in silent suffering, enduring humiliation just to get through each day, his eyes devoid of life, lacking vitality, while he worked and muttered to himself, "Yes, I deserve to be abandoned, a brother incapable of even the lowest-ranked hunter skills. Just a parasite trying to glean some benefit from his younger brother. Yes, that's right, not a single word was wrong when it described me as a lowly hunter, surviving until now in these dungeons where people die every day solely due to the skill of leeching off others." Talking about the title of nurturer, though just a low-ranked hunter and seemingly useless skill, it still had an impact on Yuan's surroundings. Just by caring about others, opening up and being friendly with them, just by uttering the keyword "hey" in there, those who received it would become influenced, receiving a bit of strength to develop. That was the basic skill of a nurturer. With that ability, Yuan couldn't survive on his own in the dungeon. That title only made him a tiny support needing to cling on to others. He was merely a person standing in the background, so even if his teammates fell, a parasite like him would still live, thanks to the nurturing person possessing another passive skill, which was the key for Yuan to survive. The real reason he was still alive while everyone else had perished was the supplementary skill of the nurturer called the final reward. When the skills and stats of the target's influence are transferred to you, not only that, but the ability after transfer also doubles. However, there is a harsh reality, that is, when the skills of the influenced person are transferred to you, that is also the final moment of the influenced person. Indeed, the condition to activate this damn skill is that the target user must die in front of Yuan, who is the boss lying in a pool of blood, and no longer breathing. An arrogant bully is also in critical condition, about to be torn apart by a three-headed dragon monster, a top-class creature that appeared in a dungeon level D. The desperate cries of the arrogant bully before dying had caused Yuan to panic truly. Before him is the poisonous curse dragon Cain Lachitas. It is a top-ranked dragon. Even hunters of Class S find it difficult to confront. Until now, those who encountered it were considered dead, but no one knew why a top-ranked creature appeared in a D-level dungeon. Yuan immediately recognized that there are still living creatures and instantly stretched its long neck and sharp teeth toward Yuan, who is also not standing still waiting to die. Thanks to the power transmitted by the boss, which has been doubled in strength, Yuan quickly dodged its attack and fled with all the power he could muster, aiming straight for the dungeon door at the fastest speed possible. But this time the creature's rank is too high, its speed is too fast. Yuan almost has no chance at all. Just one swing of its tail has blocked the retreat route as well as thrown Yuan tens of meters away, fear creeping up his limbs. This is the feeling of facing imminent death. Standing in front of it, Yuan had no chance of escape. Not only that, The passive skill also causes Yu-jin to receive memories of the boss. Those are memories of desperation before death. Yu-jin's legs were no longer under control, and the Grim Reaper was getting closer day by day. Yes, this is the feeling of death beyond. Closing his eyes and waiting for the worst. There was no way to resist it. Then a loud explosion. The sky and the earth resounded with the painful cry of Lachitas. Yu-jin's younger brother, La Yu, appeared and snatched Yu-jin from the jaws of death, taking him to safety. His younger brother turned to confront Lachitas. Yu-jin trembled, his voice full of concern. Wait, even if it's you, you can't duel with it hand to hand. Ignoring Yu-jin's warnings, Yuan boldly activated the skill series, Lamb Leaf Dance. A series of green lights appeared flying around Yuan at lightning speed. He leaped up and immediately launched 3 sword strikes towards Lachitas. Truly a skilled hunter, he had already caused quite a bit of trouble for Lachitas as soon as he faced off, not losing the advantage. Hun continued to display his skills. Fire Seal. A purple flame emitted from his sword. Then he straightened up and delivered a powerful blow to one of Late's heads. Too powerful. That's what Yu-jin saw in his younger brother. But this dragon has up to 3 heads. In a moment, Hun almost hit the deadly poison from one remaining head. But luckily, he managed to avoid it. But the direction of that toxic stream was flying straight towards Yu-jin, who was sitting helpless, unable to move. Hun, as fast as lightning, managed to stand in front and activate the giant shield skill to block that deadly poison stream. However, he couldn't block it all, and still got hit by the small poisonous rays shooting out. Using all his strength, Hun used the black flame seal to brush away that deadly poison, but his sword had also been corroded. Losing a part, Hun continued to rush into the fierce battle with Litas. Yu-jin stood outside, realizing uncomfortably he's not fighting comfortably because he has to protect himself. All because of him. All because of him. He just obstructs and causes trouble. Yu-jin kept blaming himself. Then his body, full of despair, moved closer to Lachitas. Yu-jin took out his sword and rushed to stab Lachitas in front of Hun's bewildered and amazed eyes, then tossed the sword aside after catching Lachitas' attention. Yuan also wants to discard his own life. You laugh in agony, haha. Even if you save me, I will only be a hindrance to you. Just let me die here. If I die here, you won't have to do all the annoying things like organizing funerals, right? I'm so tired. Since when have we been so distant like this? But it's okay. Even those living in hell will feel happy, so don't worry about me anymore. Yuan stood in front facing the scorching death. Only death can free you from this hellish life, and also to prevent you from becoming a parasite, a hindrance. But Hun doesn't want that. With all his might, he rushes to where his brother is about to be attacked by late BN's claws. Isn't it your brother, not me, who's the hindrance? Why do you always appear whenever Yin faces difficulties? Why do you have to say such cold, cruel words? Why do you have to sacrifice yourself like that? Surely there must be a reason for you to behave like this toward your older brother, your father, and even your mother. A big explosion followed the collision, and drops of blood stained the ground. Surprised eyes, fearful eyes. Yuan is still alive, but his younger brother is no longer. That single blow from Lachitas left Hun severely injured and collapsed on his older brother. Hun, we were wrong, weren't we? Since when was it like this? Since the day our parents passed away, no one can replace our bond. We're just 2 brothers in this world. On Hun's back are the claws of the poisonous dragon, deeply embedded in his flesh. Yet for the sake of his older brother, he still tries to find a way for him to live. Listen carefully to what I say. Lachita will sleep for 10 hours each year. So hide well for a few more hours. When it sleeps, seize the opportunity to escape. Hun, exhausted, whispers these words, continuously spitting blood, showing that he's at his limit. Yuan remembers the cold actions his younger brother has shown him before. He used to feel that something wasn't right. Why was his younger brother so cruel back then? Why did he always consider Yuan a nuisance, a hindrance? Why did his younger brother risk his life to protect him? It's all lies, isn't it? Hun takes out a piece of Mon stone from his pocket and hands it to Yuan, hoping he can escape from this place. Yuan looks fearful at his younger brother. It's the fear of losing his loved one. With his last words of concern, Hun collapses onto Yuan's shoulder, his last breath escaping him. Yuan sits there motionless, his whole body stiffening like stone after realizing his younger brother's life has ebbed away. He weakly calls out his brother's name, filled with despair. "Hun, Yuan," but there's no response. The activation of the titled Nurturing Skills Enhancement for the last time is the final message informing Yuan that his beloved younger brother is no longer alive. The transferred strength has doubled, allowing Yuan to stand up, evade, and carry his brother's body. He holds Hun's body tightly, now growing cold, and Yuan cries silently. As time passes, he feels the surge of his younger brother's fierce energy flowing through his body, gently laying his younger brother down. Yuan summons a dark, deathly colored dagger aimed at the vicious dragon's head, charging towards him. The dragon's head disappears with just one strike. Lachitas roars in pain. Yuan stands there, contemplative, not just because of the strength, but also because Hun's memories are flooding into his mind. Indeed, all the indifference, the bitterness that Hun had shown him, were just a facade. Yuan was always the one his younger brother cared for the most. Because Hun was a level-headed hunter, he had to grit his teeth and distance himself from his older brother because he didn't want their enemies to know that was his Achilles heel. Hun always kept an eye on and protected Yuan. He didn't want his older brother to become a hunter, because then he wouldn't be protected by the law anymore. The incident where Yuan lost both his legs had truly saddened and enraged Hun towards those who caused it. Hun didn't want to heal those legs because he didn't want Yuan to continue plunging into the abyss, a place full of dangers with no cure for his legs, for his older brother. It was an incredibly difficult decision that seemed to have exhausted Hun. But to ensure his older brother's safety, he had to endure the pain of tearing himself away and returning to the abyss with the terrifying abilities of an S-class hunter, doubled in strength, not to mention the extreme hatred that fueled that strength even more. Lachitas had become the place for Yuan to cast away all his resentment, humiliation, suffering, and, most importantly, the one who took away his beloved brother's life. Yujin, like a madman losing his mind, fell to his knees, facing the lonely dragon, enduring its fiercest attacks without flinching. Why bother with defense when in Yujin's mind all he wanted was to tear apart the monster that had taken away the most important person, his fallen comrade, defeated by the lone dragon? Along with it came a heavy downpour, as if wanting to merge with Yujin's loss. He stood there alone once more, the last survivor, but accompanied by the bitter raindrops, as if to wash away the tears flowing down his anguished face. Yujin chuckled, a laughter filled with pain and suffering. "Who do you think you are?" he said. "You won't even tell me half of it. Why? Why do this? I know nothing and am only good at hindering you, but don't worry, I'll come for you soon. As soon as the skill's effect ends, I'll die from the poison of Lachitas. I think I no longer have a reason to continue living. This way, I'll get to meet my little brother, the pride of my life." The notification system sounded, declaring it a miracle. Yujin had single-handedly slain a dragon. "Congratulations, you have achieved the title of Dragon Slayer. Your reward is 10 thatch and 5 essence of grade 1. You receive the Dragon's Fang Sword. You receive a wish stone, capable of granting any wish you desire." Yujin stared in astonishment at the stone, wondering if it could truly fulfill any wish. "Bring back my little brother," he thought suddenly. But reality is always cruel. The system responded, lacking the ability to resurrect someone who had died. Once hope arose, it sank Yujin into despair once again. He screamed into the void, "So what can you do after all? What wish can you grant?" A sudden idea sparked in Yujin's mind. It could help him become stronger than his counterpart, perhaps becoming a mighty hunter, achieving a prideful position. "But that's not what I want," he thought. "I only want my little brother. That's a greater honor than anything else. I just want to turn back time. Please, turn back time. Let me return to before my little brother's death. I'll live a peaceful life, just as my little brother wished, without getting involved in any damn dungeon. Please, turn back time, back to when I wasn't a fake awakened. Even if I regret my decision, I want this to never happen again." All the wishes were granted. "Do you want to turn back time?" Yujin was asked. "Yes," he replied. Immediately, the shining stone emitted a burst of energy. Yujin closed his eyes, sinking deep into slumber. He woke up on the sofa in the Abyss Guild's office. This was the day he had come to the broker, the day that had completely changed his life. Suddenly, Yujin remembered the need to check. He hurriedly went to the door, which slowly opened, revealing the familiar face of his older brother. "I've told you so many times not to do anything that could bring you here," he said. Indeed, standing in front of Yujin was his little brother, alive and well. Yujin was stunned. He couldn't control his body and rushed to embrace his brother, filled with happiness. "He's alive. Yuan is alive," he cried. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I apologize for everything." His little brother, confused, asked loudly what was going on. Yujin, his voice gentle, replied, "No, it's not you. I just suddenly thought on my way here, you're 25 now, aren't you?" "No, I'm almost 20, his brother replied. "But I've been through a lot on my own. As your older brother, you should know what I've been through. I'm sorry. I won't bring any trouble to you anymore. You don't have to worry about me so much." Han also held onto his respected elder brother tightly. "Thank you. Thank you for telling me," Yujin said gratefully, relieved that everything had been salvaged. The brothers would once again be inseparable. Yujin wanted to devote his entire life to his younger brother. He wanted to forget everything about being an awakened. He didn't want to be a fake awakened anymore. He just wanted to quietly live his simple life beside his brother. However, life doesn't always go as desired. The status window suddenly popped up, startling Yujin. Han Yujin had been listed as an awakened, granted the title of legend, receiving the Dragon Slayer and Perfect Fosterer titles. The passive skill of my little guy depended on Han Yuan's maturity, increasing by 100 points. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he couldn't. Life after turning back time was vastly different from the grim atmosphere before. Now, life was calm, surprisingly harmonious between the two brothers. This atmosphere was strange and unfamiliar to Yujin. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. He instantly recalled the time before turning back time when the two brothers had a big fight, and he had stormed off. But now, things were different. Yujin was delighted that they had reconciled. Not only that, but now he was preparing dinner with his younger brother, with dishes he himself had cooked. But there was still a slight unease that Yuan felt, and he also couldn't believe that he had become awakened once again. But this time it was different. He was no longer a mere pawn, regarded as a guinea pig. His title achieved was Dragon Slayer. It was evidence that he had single-handedly defeated a high-level dragon. Up to this point, Yuan still couldn't believe this truth. He checked the status window and found out that he was no longer in the F rank, but in the L rank. This was the first time he had seen this level. It was the legendary rank, even higher than the S rank. Clicking on his title, Yuan discovered he had 4 additional skills. Accompanying this title, all were level 1 resistance skills, including poison resistance, curse resistance, fear resistance, and a powerful passive skill, Letus's Nemesis, meaning he could resist all skills lower than his rank level. With this skill, if encountering a dragon like Letus, he could deal double damage when attacking them. Yuan excitedly thought, perhaps after reversing time, I have become the strongest hunter. Yuan began to have fantasies in his head, imagining a scene where his younger brother faced off against the dragon Lao cheetahs, and Yuan would appear heroically, saving him from all dangers and saying something cool like, "Don't worry, little brother, I'm here, as a true hunter." It was just like facing a 3-headed dragon, nothing serious. Oh, hi. At that moment, the cool image of Yuan would be deeply engraved in his brother's mind with admiration for his elder brother. He would save the legendary world of Dragon Slayer. Yuan would officially come into existence from this moment on. Yes, that's right. That's how I would become the most famous hunter, yes indeed. Checking which index, it's for sure that I've also been elevated to the S rank, not just the L rank. But when opening the status board, reality slapped Yuan in the face. A stat that couldn't be lower: 6 physical strength, 4 power, 5 agility, 4 mental strength, 2 magic. It means that besides the title and those 4 additional skills which are of level LL, his status is still at the F rank. What could turn one into the greatest hunter is just a wild dream. General disappointment filled Yuan's head. He pulled his hair in frustration, feeling like a hopeless fool in the final stage. He sighed deeply. If his physical condition remained the same, how could he make use of those high-level skills now? Ultimately, nothing could be changed. However, the tricky stats had increased to the E rank, and his nurturing title had also changed to Perfect Nurturer, upgrading to the L rank. Upon checking, it also had 4 skills of the same level. Yuan temporarily turned off the debt repayment skill for the last time and began to study the remaining skills. They had ridiculous names. The other skill was My Little Brat. It allows the subject's growth ability to be doubled with related keywords. Those who receive it will have their ability doubled for 3 days. Yuan exclaimed excitedly, making his brother startle. What? Doubled muscles? You mean if it's combined with another skill? The next skill was also remarkable. It's called My Little Brat. Really good. It activates when you praise or cheer for the opponent with related keywords in front of at least 5 people. At that time, the stats and the effects of the encouraged person's skills will increase by the percentage of the number of people present. It's a ridiculously powerful skill. If you praise Hun in front of 100 people, the effect will be 100%, which means it will double. Yuan began to fantasize again with these amazing skills. Not only could he turn his brother into the strongest person, but he could also turn members of ABS into strong individuals. At that time, the ABS gang would be the undefeated champions, and the one standing behind that success would be him. Haha, he would become a Vietnamese music king. Haha, if everything goes well, he could live a life full of authority, standing above everyone, being cheered by thousands. Just thinking about it made him laugh uncontrollably. While reveling in the clouds with dreams, Yuan once again fell flat on the ground. Yuan clutched his head in despair as the system gave him an extremely awkward keyword. The keyword he received was I love you. Just imagining himself wandering around and telling everyone I love you made Yuan cry. Maybe people would think he's a pervert and call the cops to arrest him. What a futile attempt. Yuan felt like he was falling into an endless abyss once again. The essence of the skills is excellent, but the way they are used is too embarrassing. Yuan looked at the last skill. It was called Promising Seedling. Thanks to it, Yuan could identify potential individuals who would awaken soon. Through this, he could nurture and foster those people. They would be influenced by the keywords and awaken with the best potential. While immersed in research, I had to pause as Hun finished cooking rice, and we began our meal with joyous hearts. It had been so long since I had a proper family meal, and I was pleasantly surprised by how delicious Hun's cooking was. He mentioned that his culinary skills had improved while I had been focusing on other things. He emphasized the importance of cooking safely at home, as eating out could pose risks such as food poisoning, especially without access to antidotes. Hun revealed how I used to face difficulties with various factions and renowned organizations, always scheming and causing trouble because I refused to align with them. Instead, I aimed to establish my own faction, a challenging period where I struggled with life's hardships. Hun's recount stirred emotions, and I embraced my younger brother, expressing my concern and care. However, he admitted to avoiding me, fearing that those who sought to harm me might target him as well. He didn't want me to be hurt but understood it was a mistake to distance himself. He apologized, expressing his love and gratitude for my unwavering concern. His words touched me deeply, overwhelming my emotions. I quickly hid my embarrassment by busying myself with serving Hun, showering him with affectionate teasing. But he protested, wondering why I apologized and thanked him. He had gone through hardships himself and was now happy for making the right decision. He received a message and had to leave before finishing the meal. As he left, I reminded him to erase the contact details of a broker, suspecting they might be compromised. Hun assured him that everything had been taken care of. However, when I mentioned him leaving, he firmly stated that he couldn't leave anymore. He explained the danger outside and insisted on staying with me for safety. I was bewildered by his decision, but didn't argue. He mentioned how he couldn't leave due to the risk to both of us now that our enemies knew of his presence. As he decided to stay, I grew agitated, wanting him to leave the confined space. But he had already made up his mind. Before leaving, he packed his essentials, intending to depart before I returned. However, my older brother, attentive as always, had arranged for someone to guard the door. It was Sung Han, a trustworthy member of Hun's organization, tasked with ensuring my safety. Despite my pleas, he adamantly refused to let me leave, showing no response to my attempts to persuade him. As Sung Han firmly placed his hand on my shoulder, he coldly warned me not to try escaping again. Reluctantly, I acquiesced, realizing my efforts were futile. I had had no choice but to comply and step back inside, resigning myself to the circumstances dictated by my older brother's protective measures. Sung Han's serious demeanor created an invisible pressure, making Yu-jin feel like a rabbit facing a bear. This pressure was something only experienced hunters could impose. Yu-jin reassured himself not to be afraid, but his fear-resistant skills were automatically activated, instantly nullifying in Han's eyes. The A-level hunter was no longer fearsome, but rather like a cute puppy to Yu-jin's timid rabbit. Yu-jin raised his face, his tone defiant, demanding Han to let go. He questioned the legality and his personal freedom rights, labeling Han's actions as tyranny and threatening to call the police. However, Han remained unmoved by his loud threats. With a firm grip on Yu-jin's collar, Han questioned if Yu-jin enjoyed being disciplined, comparing him to a well-behaved puppy. Yu-jin sighed, realizing the futility of his resistance. As Han guided him inside, Yu-jin struggled, but suddenly his latent skills activated. He grabbed Han's face, twisted his ear, and observed him seriously. Using his skill to raid Han's state, he noticed the possibility of awakening Han's S-level abilities, but Han seemed unaffected. He stated that Han would obey him if he influenced him, implying that discovering an S-level hunter and regaining freedom would be simple tasks. However, to achieve this, Yu-jin had to utter a specific keyword which proved challenging. Han, now visibly angry after the ear twist, was contemplating restricting his older brother, the troublesome advisor of the gang leader. Looking at Han, Yu-jin felt a sense of desperation. Later, when Han returned and found his older brother lying on the floor amid scattered belongings, he asked if Yu-jin was comfortable. Yu-jin's desperate plea for a change in his situation didn't move Han. He acknowledged his older brother's discomfort, but emphasized the need to wait until they became the strongest faction in the country. It was a comforting proposition, but Yu-jin couldn't help but cry, feeling as though his life force was draining away. Unable to wait any longer, Yu-jin was racking his brain to figure out how to change with his skill set. Upon reconsideration, he thought he should quickly search for potential hunters and carefully nurture them, then persuade them to commit to becoming bodyguards to repay the kindness of his parents. Starting with this illusion, he would create his own League of Justice, his own mighty army, so Han wouldn't be able to complain anymore. Yu-jin enthusiastically told Han that he would search for great hunters and train them. Eventually, he found his own direction. He would search for and awaken potential individuals into great hunters. The initial steps would be quite challenging, having to locate and convince them, but it was better than finding children to nurture. Yu-jin would nurture them well and turn them into his exclusive hunters. Confidently, Yu-jin suggested to Han, "If you can find me a great bodyguard, then let me roam freely." Han, not reassured, asked how Yu-jin planned to find one, but Yu-jin evaded a direct answer, vaguely stating he had his ways. Han raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "You've awakened, haven't you?" Immediately, he grasped Yu-jin's shoulder and pressed, "Do you have the ability to find super great individuals or awaken them?" Yu-jin hesitated, fearful of revealing his true ability, lest Han lock him away again. He had to lie, claiming his ability was mediocre, only discerning between weak and strong, awakening only one person per month. Only then did Han return to normalcy. Yet Yu-jin smirked, thinking, if only that were all. He laughed. It won't be long before a Center for Awakenings is established, reducing the focus on you. Arik nodded. Indeed, that center's establishment is timely. He nonchalantly remarked that it was just a useless skill, nothing to worry about. Yu-jin vowed to find a great hunter, pleading for a chance. After some coaxing, Han reluctantly agreed to Yu-jin's proposal. Yu-jin silently chuckled, pleased that Han allowed him freedom, thinking he'd bring back hunters from grade A to grade S to dazzle Han. Continuing in his fantasy, he would establish a guild, even more powerful than Abyss. The next day, at the Korean Hunter Association's registration office, Yu-jin was escorted by Han. Han, a renowned grade A hunter, was easily recognized. Despite the anticipation for a fearsome grade A protector, everyone was surprised to find Yu-jin, a mere grade E hunter. Yu-jin felt bitter hearing the gossip about his level. Nonetheless, accustomed to criticism, he brushed it off and accepted the money his brother gave him for shopping. Surprised by the substantial amount, he was warmly welcomed by shop staff. They presented him with various high-level gear, attracting attention. After much deliberation, Yu-jin selected suitable equipment, significantly boosting his power to grade C with just one deposit. Additionally, Yujin desired to purchase more items. After shopping, he met Han outside, expressing his intention to visit a barbecue shop in Juaidu, where a girl named Parkin, an A-grade ice mage after awakening, could be found. Yujin wanted to quickly locate her and nurture her to regain his freedom. At a market in Juaidu, they searched but found no one familiar with the name Parkin. They wandered around until a commotion ahead caught their attention. The girl from inside a barbecue shop was loudly arguing, sounding very much like the person you were looking for. When she ran past you, you confirmed she was the one you were looking for. However, she ran very fast, quickly out of your reach, throwing the half-eaten hot dog to Song Han. You hastily chased after her. However, her speed was truly extraordinary, even before awakening. She was as fast as lightning. Yet, by now, Yujin had expensive equipment to support him, activating the special ability of the belt he was wearing. Immediately, Yujin's movement speed increased significantly. He rushed like the wind, truly the power of money. Even though she was fast, it took him a while to catch up to her. Yujin hurriedly called out, "Are you Parkin? Are you PK Yin?" After a moment, she stopped. However, she mistook Yujin for someone sent by her uncle to take her back. The girl spoke up defiantly. "Old man, I won't be coming back." With that, she turned to run across the street, oblivious to the danger. A car was speeding towards her, causing her to freeze in fear, unable to move. Yujin dashed forward, embracing her tightly, taking the full force of the oncoming car. The impact was intense, sending them both flying several meters. The driver, now with a pale face from causing the accident, and pedestrians were shocked. Fortunately, Yujin, being a fake awakened, had higher endurance than usual. Despite the pain, he was more concerned about the girl's well-being. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" he asked as the girl sat bewildered on him. With a hint of surprise, she asked, You're a hunter." The first encounter with PK Yim had left quite an impression, with his heroic act of saving her. Though meeting him wasn't as beautiful as she had imagined, it was still a success. After the somewhat secure meeting, Yujin invited her to eat to get acquainted. This girl not only ran fast but also ate heartily. Yujin wondered why she didn't eat at her uncle's meat shop. "Why eat here?" he asked curiously. The girl bluntly replied, "It's boring there, just a waste of money." Yujin expressed his curiosity. "You're the little brother of the Abyss Gang's boss, right? Why would someone like you look for me?" Yim replied half-jokingly, "Maybe because I sense your good energy." However, the girl didn't joke. Yujin stood up, thanked for the meal, and was about to leave when he hurriedly stopped and explained. "Your uncle told me. I'm an orphan, so he made up a story. I knew your parents in the past, and he helped me a lot after they passed away. Even though it's a bit late, I still want to repay his kindness. I'm sorry, I feel really embarrassed, but for a very noble reason." Impressed by Yujin's acting skills, Yin felt excited. Yujin sensed her potential and wanted to help her awaken her abilities. He explained that he could awaken others and help them unlock their potential. Yujin assured Yin that he could help her become a hunter if she wanted. After gradually gaining Yin's trust, Yujin asked once again, "Do you want to make a contract with me and become a hunter?" Seeing her hesitation, Yujin displayed a bit more to reassure her. He opened the window and took out a pen and a contract. Seeing this for the first time left Yin excited. Yujin added humorously, "This is normal. If you awaken, you'll have one too. All you need to do is sign it." Yin received the contract and began to read it. There were two clauses that caught her attention: to keep Yujin's abilities a secret and to become his bodyguard for a year. Yin couldn't hide her surprise. "I need protection. Even though I can awaken others, I'm just a weak target. There are people who want to harm me," Yujin explained. Yin replied with a statement that made Yujin feel a bit embarrassed. "Don't you feel ashamed to be protected by a middle school kid like me?" Yujin chuckled, feeling slightly embarrassed. "What's there to be ashamed of? If you awaken, you're stronger than me." Yin's eyes showed a hint of sadness. Then she asked, "If I awaken, can I be independent?" Though unsure of her intentions, Yujin affirmed that it was possible. Whether awakened or not, everyone is equal. "Listen to me, awakening doesn't make a difference. Anyway, are you willing to sign?" Yujin asked again, sensing her uncertainty. Yin, feeling a bit rushed, urged Yujin to slow down. At least I need to read through the terms carefully. What if I'm being tricked? Even though you're persuasive, your heart is not like those people, Yin said, emphasizing her need for a guardian. Despite Eugène's multi-level marketing like smooth talk, his heart wasn't like those people. He added, "Look, you must ensure that all terms are fair for you. Given your age, you may not be accustomed to these matters. So, you still need a guardian." Mentioning the guardian, Yin's mood immediately changed. She didn't look directly at Eugène but asked with a voice full of frustration, "What if the guardian exploits me?" Eugène, not fully understanding Yin's intention, asked, "What do you mean by that?" She replied with a hint of confusion, "Why have a guardian? It's useless if they exploit me. Whether it's the contract or anything else, I'm just being used." The story hadn't fully unfolded yet when outside the door there was already a loud argument with extremely harsh words. "Back Yim, you dog! Where are you?" That was the uncle of the girl Yim was searching for, but his aggressive attitude indicated that this encounter wouldn't end well for Yim. He didn't even bother to notice Eugène, charging straight towards Yim. As he approached, he intimidated the girl with terrible words. Yim, terrified, could only shrink back, ignoring whatever he intended to do. The uncle, with a violent grip, tried to drag Yim away, intending to give her a severe beating. But Eugène intervened just in time. Despite only being at an intermediate level, Eugène was still alert. Plus, with a new set of skills acquired through his recent training, he easily subdued Yim's uncle. Now, he had a chance to observe the girl again. She was thin, her clothes worn out, and her shoes barely holding up. Eugène finally understood what she meant by mentioning her guardian. "Ah, so this is why you said it would be better if there wasn't a guardian," Eugène remarked, breaking the silence. Yim, distressed, revealed her suffering. "He's a demon. He took all my parents' inheritance, doesn't care about me at all. He just exploits my labor, beats me whenever he's displeased. I only have one old mattress to sleep on. Sometimes I have to wander the streets with a plastic bag over my head." Yim's candid words stirred up those around them. They condemned her uncle as a terrible person who abused children. Enraged at being criticized by a child, he erupted, cursing at Yim. "How dare you humiliate me?" While Eugène stepped aside, the uncle aggressively approached Yim. "Come here, I'll teach you a lesson." But with just a slight movement, Eugène made the uncle stumble forward, crashing his face onto the table. Afterward, he pretended to care about the old man, warning him to be careful because there was spilled soda on the floor. The old man, feeling humiliated, was about to explode in rage, but seeing Eugène's calm demeanor made him hesitate. Eugène remained silent, then suddenly yelled and pretended to fall, causing the uncle to fall forward and hit his face on the table once again. This time, Eugène pretended to show concern. "Oh no, aren't you okay, sir? I'm sorry I slipped." Outside, the ground shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Han, rushing in, warned everyone of the danger. There was a monster rampaging outside. Indeed, a monstrous creature with a grotesque appearance, completely black, tentacles like an octopus, and numerous eyes filled with malice, was wreaking havoc. Han instructed everyone to flee while he stayed to confront the creature. Despite Han's efforts, the creature was relentless in its attack, forcing Han to struggle to escape its grasp. Meanwhile, Yim and the others ran for their lives. Yim stumbled and fell due to her own clumsiness, but her uncle, indifferent, abandoned her to her fate. Yim lay there, in pain, realizing her uncle's callousness. With no shred of compassion, she awaited her impending death. However, Eugène arrived just in time, using a nearby table to block the creature's deadly tentacles. Eugène helped the girl up, holding her hand tightly as he led her away. The caring and concerned attitude of Eugène warmed the girl's once cold heart, which had been orphaned for so long without feeling such care. She knew that finally, there was someone worth trusting. Yin was led towards the exit by Eugène, who reassured her to go down there while he would return to assist. Drawing from his past experiences, Eugène recognized the creature. Though not powerful, it was troublesome. Sung Han, being primarily a defensive hunter, lacked the appropriate offensive skills to confront such a creature. Eugène utilized his knowledge to devise a plan to deal with it. However, Yim, determined, held onto Eugène's hand, insisting, "Uncle, let me go with you. Please awaken me. I just need to be able to participate in this battle." Eugène held her shoulders, advising her, "It's not as simple as that, you know. Do you think being awake means you can fight proficiently? Do you want to wake up in a safe environment? I can't let you take such a risk. I can't let a child like you fight alone. So now, please evacuate to safety. Do you understand?" After finishing speaking, Yuan hurriedly turned back to where Sung Han was fighting, while thinking of ways to defeat the monster. Upon meeting Sung Han, Yuan immediately suggested, "Let's use your tactics. I have a plan." Following Yin's plan, Sung Han erected a wall of earth around the creature, isolating it, and then from above, he created a dome, forming a sturdy shield made of earth, trapping the creature inside like a giant cage. Yuan began to execute his plan, taking out a black circular object, a level A-grade poisonous item he had bought for emergencies. His plan was to isolate the creature within the shield and then use the poisonous item to eliminate it without harming anyone else. However, when Yuan was about to act, the shield turned out to be empty, and they were worried as they didn't know where the creature had gone. Suddenly, the creature emerged from the underground sewer tunnels, swiftly grabbing Yuan and lifting him high, demonstrating their miscalculation. Realizing they had only encountered the creature in the dungeon where there were no sewer tunnels, Yuan feared for their lives. However, unexpectedly, Yuan appeared with an umbrella in hand, repeatedly striking the distracted creature, allowing Yuan to break free. The siblings then ran for their lives together, but the danger was not over yet, as the creature was still chasing them closely, reminiscent of a scene from a horror movie. However, they still had time to talk. Yuan revealed that when they saved her, she felt reassured knowing there was someone genuinely protecting her. She desired strength not just for self-defense, but also to make her own decisions and not rely on others for protection. Encouraged by Yin's words about having the strength to do so, Yuan asked for guidance, wanting to see how strong she could become. As the conversation concluded, danger loomed once more, and Yuan quickly grabbed Yin's hand before the tentacles struck down. A beam of green light flashed, followed by the condensation of water in the air into an ice shield, blocking the creature's attack. Yin had officially awakened as an ice witch, much to Yuan's joy, exclaiming, "I've been promoted to S-Class." With Yuan's support, Yin's awakening bypassed the A-Class straight to S-Class. Meanwhile, Sung Han, observing the events, was astonished. He shouted a warning about another creature still lurking behind. However, it was too late as the creature's tentacles tightly wrapped around Yuan's hand. Nevertheless, Yuan was not startled, but rather focused, swiftly activating her skill, hugging the ice, turning her body into a lightning bolt. Her spear transformed into a colossal ice spear, smashing towards the creature, annihilating it. Sung Han shielded himself, but Yuan, still inexperienced with her newfound power, went a bit overboard. Despite this, Yuan's satisfied smile showed her contentment. Indeed, she was a snow witch, but also just a girl with a radiant smile, the happiness she had long sought. However, the creature was not completely destroyed. It could regenerate into a more formidable form from its body parts. A widespread Uriger skill was needed, and Hun, along with his dark fire seal, appeared. With just one move, they incinerated the creature into dust. Yuan felt impressed by Hun's overwhelming power, realizing there was still much to learn. Thus, another S-Class hunter had joined the team, and Yuan had found her first bodyguard. It seemed like the younger brother would be pleased when the older brother found a bodyguard as promised, but that cold, sharp gaze didn't show it. Han rushed over and grabbed his older brother's shoulder, his voice full of concern. "Do you know how worried I was on the way here? That's why I kept telling you to stay at home. Do you even understand?" He truly wanted to lock his brother up to prevent him from joining the fight. Yuan quickly introduced Yim to Hun, puffing his chest out proudly. "She's S-Class, you know. Now you don't have to worry because my brother has an S-Class bodyguard." Han replied, seeming unimpressed. "She doesn't seem mature enough. Where's her guardian?" Yuan scratched his head in response. "Well, her guardian is a terrible person, so I'm thinking of becoming her sponsor." Han immediately objected to Yuan becoming Yim's sponsor because he felt Yuan was just a minor figure. Sung Han explained to Yim the significant responsibility of being a sponsor, akin to being a parent. Therefore, Han didn't want his older brother to have to look after someone else. However, Yuan still worried about Yim, knowing her uncle was a terrible person. Nonetheless, this decision was entirely Yim's, not forced upon her. Despite the explanations, the younger brothers still vehemently opposed, dragging their older brother away. He was concerned because there had been many incidents where sponsors were abused by the awakened, so he believed that an S-class like Yim wouldn't listen to an F-class like Yuan. I saw my older brother adamantly speaking up, demanding the right to be Yim's guardian, but she disagreed. Then it turned into a heated argument with neither willing to yield. Yim was caught in the middle as two young men, both S-level, fought over her due to their uncontrolled powers. In the struggle, Yim accidentally dislocated Yujin's shoulder. Despite the pain, he spoke sternly. Yujin, I taught you better than this. Matters concerning guardianship are Yim's right. You have no say in it. Moreover, as a gang leader, you should rejoice that I brought you an S-level member. After some lecturing, my brother backed off without further involvement, leaving Yim and Yujin to settle their dispute. Later, Yim dared to speak ill of the gang leader, Abbas, which was far from her previous public image. It seemed I used to like him for his handsome appearance. Yet after accidentally dislocating Yujin's shoulder, he was horrified and advised her to stay away. Yim apologized for her lack of control over her power. Yujin then gently put her shoe back on, apologizing for the damage. Yim was astonished by how heartless her uncle treated her. The next day, Yujin took Yim shopping for a new pair of shoes, displaying genuine care. Yim teased him, saying his caring gestures made her heart flutter. She reminisced about romantic scenes from movies until a fly interrupted. In her attempt to shoo it away, they accidentally hit each other. Yim realized Yujin's concern may not match her parents', but his declaration of love caught her off guard, bringing her happiness. After enduring tough times, she found a new family and possibly a happier life. Meanwhile, Yim's uncle, driven by greed, returned, pretending to care but solely seeking profit. Yim revealed her S-level status, causing his joy. However, she declared she would move out as she had signed a contract with Yujin. Despite his reluctance, her uncle had no choice. Later, Yujin invoked a special law allowing hunters to become independent at 14, asserting his independence. He recorded evidence of his uncle's abuse and threatened to expose it if he ever approached Yim again. Yujin accused his uncle of lacking the qualifications to be a guardian, abandoning Yim in danger, and exploiting her labor. He warned him against further interference, or he'd face the consequences. The old man intended to use force, but Yim had no choice but to use a bit of strength to defend herself. It seemed retaliation was imminent, but Yim presented an innocent face, speaking softly. "Oh my, why do you always resort to violence, uncle?" Despite her innocent appearance, Yim's hands had a different, gentle movement. With just a few gestures, her umbrella shattered into several pieces, emitting strands of aura. This made the uncle start to feel fear. He realized he wasn't facing a middle school kid he bullied daily. Instead, he stood before a formidable beast now, draining him of all strength. He was speechless as Yim slowly approached, the umbrella now a spherical object in her hand. "Uncle, you're not worthy of my gratitude. How can you call yourself a guardian when you can't even buy a decent umbrella? Honestly, I want nothing from you. I only did this to make you pay for what you've done. Do you know why I let you off? It's because to me, you're just a petty matter. Someone like you isn't worth my concern. I'd advise you to settle down and be an ordinary person. If you still want to interfere with me and cause trouble with this uncle here, be careful, because I won't stay silent." With those words spoken, both turned coldly and walked away, leaving the uncle still stunned. Yim chuckled. "How did I do, uncle? Was my performance impressive?" Yujin was speechless. "I guess I really need to become a shining example in front of these kids," he muttered to himself. Finally, Yim's situation was resolved smoothly. Each went their own way, and everyone returned home. The next morning, as everyone was peacefully sleeping, Mr. M barged into the Thon household, his face grave with seriousness. His aggressive approach startled Yujin, who wondered what was going on. "Give me what you bought yesterday," Mr. M demanded, his tone stern. Thinking he had overspent, Yujin reluctantly handed over the items. Mr. M hastily snatched them back. In reality, Hun only wanted to retrieve the vials of poison he had quickly taken from Yujin's possession. Mr. M seemed on the verge of tears. "You really can't be trusted," he muttered. Then he hurriedly hugged his younger brother. It turned out that Mr. M had thought his older brother had bought the poison as a means of suicide if captured by enemies, to avoid becoming a burden. These two brothers were so delusional. One dreamed of being a leader while the other fretted over his older brother's foolish actions. The truth was, Yuan had purchased the poison with a plan in mind. Planning to take a solo stroll through the dungeon tunnel, Yuan watched his beloved younger brother affectionately, reminding him not to worry too much about her and never to use these things again. Whatever happens, she will come to his rescue in the elevator. Yuan inquired about Yin's affairs, asking if everything had been arranged satisfactorily. Yin informed him that she had arranged for someone to work with him and requested him to sign the contract, ensuring he wouldn't bother her anymore. Yin didn't want to sue him for appropriating the girl's property since she no longer wanted any association with him. Yin then took Yuan to the special training room of the guild where she was practicing to familiarize herself with her abilities. Upon entering, they discovered a desolate mess, which surprised Yin. She mentioned that the room was designed to accommodate the power of an S rank but seemed inadequate. Yin's inherent S rank power was terrifyingly immense, and her training resembled wreaking havoc. Each of her strikes carried the power of ice, freezing everything she touched, easily shattering them. She stumped her foot, creating spreading shadows around, alarming two youths entering the training area, worrying as they couldn't find Yin. Yuan suddenly found himself unable to move, realizing it was due to the shadows Yin had created. After Yin commanded, those shadows wrapped around objects within its range. Absorbed in her training, Yin didn't notice the youths were petrified due to her carelessness. She continued relentlessly, each step carrying a terrifying force, even causing the floor to crack. Yin leaped and punched downward, shattering the floor into pieces. The force continued spreading, causing even the sturdy walls to crack. It was only then Yin realized Yuan was present. However, by that time, her elder brother was already trembling in fear, leaving his body and wandering the world. Yin worried she had been too rough and hurriedly ran to check on him. After receiving care and undergoing a change from her appearance to a more youthful and dynamic one, Yin looked significantly more beautiful and vibrant than before, to the extent that even Yuan initially didn't recognize her. He had exclaimed how stunning her new style was, resembling a commercial model. Yin informed Yuan that she had just tested her skills to fill out the hunter registration form. She listed her skills: Frost Breath, previously used to defeat a monster in the neighborhood; Glide and short-range teleportation called New Stick Souls; Phantom Veil, a skill with a wide influence area and special effects; and an ultimate skill named White Emperor, capable of extracting information from corpses. Yin concealed her final skill as a secret weapon. She briefly described the other skills to prevent revealing their full power and avoid exploitation by enemies. Yuan then hugged Yin, praising her for her accomplishments, while Yin reminded him to keep his distance, leading to a playful scuffle. Observing the interaction, Han commented on their sibling rivalry, which amused Yuan. The next day at the Hunters Association, the appearance of a new S-rank hunter attracted many journalists. As Yin stepped out of the AB Guild's car, she exuded an air of confidence, resembling a tiny goddess. She was now the 8th-ranked S-rank combat hunter in South Korea. Her cool demeanor even left Yuan, who watched from a distance, fascinated. Han suggested why he didn't go with her. The girl was sad because he didn't accompany her. Yuan laughed it off, saying he had some unpleasant memories with crowds, especially with those fake reporters, but Yin wouldn't be sad for long. Once she became famous and started a glamorous new life, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. However, that was just Yim's life before Yuan reversed the past. The cold and arrogant Yim that he knew from the future was no more. Instead, there was a confident high school hunter, North Yim, always with a radiant smile on her lips. Yim's task seemed to be done, so Yuan took advantage of the crowd in front of him, using his observation skills to see if he could spot any hidden talents around. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and Yuan hurriedly ran towards the crowd where there was a young man looking a bit disheveled amidst the excitement over the newly emerged S-rate girl. Yuan quickly grabbed his hand, startling the young man. "Who are you?" he asked. This young man's name was Yu, currently only at the awakened rank of mosquito hunters like Yuan, but if successfully nurtured, he could awaken SS rank abilities, even surpassing Han and Yin. However, this rough gem still needed time to polish and refine, much like Yim did. Yuan then used his divine acting skills to engage Yu in conversation, didn't he? You're Meon Yu. Long time no see. You didn't recognize me, did you? I'm Eugene Han. Eugene, he said. The young man hesitantly apologized. I really don't remember much. I'm sorry, but I do recall meeting you probably because you're the actor who almost won the Oscar. You always had a bright smile, like now. He continued, trying to engage in conversation. It's been a while since we last met, so it's understandable if you don't remember. Eugene continued to use his observation skills, masterfully assessing Meon Yu's abilities. With a name like Eugene, it was evident he possessed the skill of crafting equipment of S grade, capable of producing top-tier gear worth millions that were hard to come by. However, despite his skills, he seemed to be leading a difficult life at the moment. Eugene expressed concern. Are you doing okay? You seem to be in a tough spot. Meon Yu replied despondently. I'm just pressured. They say if I register as a hunter, I'll get paid 1 million world, so I came to register for the subsidized supplies. But now, here I am. Eugene, with genuine sincerity in his eyes, offered, why don't you come with me to my guild? I assure you it's free, and if you want to learn some basic skills, I can teach you. Meon Yu laughed bitterly. Education comes at a cost. Even basic knowledge costs money, but with someone like me, it's useless. Besides, I'm really short on cash right now. Eugene grabbed his hand earnestly. Then come with me. I'll inform the guild. Don't worry, I'll lend you the equipment. You deserve to be treated kindly. Moved by Eugene's words and genuine concern, Meon Yu couldn't help but cry. After calming down, he began to share his story, detailing how he was once skilled but now considered worthless. Eugene understood, having experienced similar disregard in the past. He resolved to help Meon Yu, believing in his potential. Eugene encouraged him, don't let others define your worth. Stay positive, and you'll see life isn't as bad as you think. With renewed determination, Meon Yu agreed to join Eugene's guild, feeling grateful for the first genuine care he had received in a long time. As they left, Meon Yu realized Eugene wasn't just a skilled craftsman, but also someone who cared deeply for others. Eugene had found another recruit for his Justice League, but little did he know, challenges lay ahead. Despite the setback from the Abyss organization's rejection, Eugene remained resolute in his mission to establish the Justice League. And so their journey continued, filled with hope and determination. Eugene didn't give up and persisted, but Sim Young's decision was final. He even pushed his glasses up with his middle finger, then proceeded to scold Eugene. I really don't understand what you're trying to do. Just a few days ago, you were fooled by a swindler, and now you're sacrificing the guild leader for personal gain. And you expect us to trust you so suddenly. Sim Young's harsh words left Meon Yu trembling with fear. Oh my, he's humiliating himself because of me, Meon Yu thought, before bursting into tears and running away. Please, stop, Eugene pleaded, feeling helpless. He wanted to call his younger brother for help, but Meon Yu stopped him, not wanting Eugene to be in a difficult situation. Grateful for Eugene making him feel valued, Meon Yu promised not to lose his determination again. He acknowledged there was a suitable place for him to work with his peers, and they would come to pick him up. As they were talking, a 7-seater car pulled up and several tough-looking individuals approached. Eugene sensed trouble immediately upon encountering them, realizing they were demanding money from Meon Yu. Before Eugene could intervene, they forcibly took money from Meon Yu and then dragged him onto the car, seemingly intending to take him somewhere. Concerned for Meon Yu's safety, Eugene managed to join them by convincing one of the men, who asked about his identity. If Eugene hadn't intervened, Meon Yu might have revealed Eugene's true identity. Using his superb acting skills, Eugene quickly responded, We were childhood friends and coincidentally met again at the Hunter Association. I overheard them mentioning a job for Grade F, and I got curious. The gangsters smirked sinisterly, revealing that the Grade F job involved mining in the dungeon for precious minerals. Since Eugene was Meon Yu's friend, they decided to take him along too. In reality, Eugene knew well that the mining contract they mentioned was a blood-sucking scheme, where they would exploit workers for 70 to 80% of their earnings with high risks of injuries or even death in the dungeon. Eugene, with his skills, might survive, but Meon Yu's life would undoubtedly be in danger. After a while, they arrived at their dimly lit, run-down office building. setting the stage for further challenges ahead. Yujin still acted very naturally, showing great joy and excitement as he brought the two individuals into the scene. He maintained a courteous demeanor, but as soon as they reached the room's entrance, they turned immediately. Yujin received an unexpected blow from behind, causing him to stumble into the room where nearly a dozen people were already seated. Their expressions were grim, likely due to the debt Yujin owed them, and he was ruthlessly beaten without mercy by these heartless individuals. They threatened menacingly, asserting that once someone enters, there's no turning back, only servitude. They produced a contract exactly as Yujin had anticipated and forced both to sign it. This contract was no ordinary one. It was for awakened beings, and violation would incur a curse of level D. Yujin opposed, believing it to be unjust as he owed nothing, thus shouldn't be bound by such a contract. Yujin tore up their contract using his anti-curse level 1 skills, nullifying the cheap level D curse. He then swiftly delivered a kick to the leader's mouth, not giving him a chance to comprehend the situation. Yujin continued, seizing and slamming the leader to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Standing there confidently, he asserted his dominance, demanding the rest to step forward. Provoked, the underworld thugs drew their weapons and charged, but Yujin remained calm, pulling out his phone to summon Song Han, a skilled hunter. As Song Han appeared, the iron door bent from his formidable presence, terrifying the thugs. This swift plan had been set in motion by Yujin earlier. He had discreetly made the call while in the car. Yujin let these underworld thugs reveal their positions unwittingly, allowing Song Han to anticipate and wait outside. The thugs, still oblivious, attacked Song Han, who effortlessly subdued them. Among them, Yujin recognized some faces as Class A hunter targets from Abyss. With a mere glance, Song Han instilled fear, forcing the thugs to kneel before his overwhelming power. He delegated the task of dealing with them to Yujin, who proceeded to beat and draft a contract. This time, a level S contract. Regardless of their desires, they couldn't handle it. This contract demanded that they surrender 90% of their profits for 50 years. Knowing the absurdity of the contract, they hesitated to sign. So Yujin threw a stack of contracts in the leader's face, contracts that had exploited around 30 individuals. When questioned, the leader claimed they volunteered, but Yujin, furious, kicked him in the mouth, asserting that their fate was dictated by coercion. He scorned them, stating they treated people as mere commodities, promising to take them to the dungeon, but delivering hell instead. Despite societal hierarchy, they were still human. Yujin vowed to make them understand the suffering they inflicted. Unable to resist, they begged for forgiveness, but Yujin remained unmoved. Realizing these scum would continue to deceive and sell others, Yujin knew he had to act decisively. Eventually, the matter was resolved smoothly. These despicable hunters were handed over to the Revenue Hunter Association, and the proceeds from their operations would compensate their victims. Thanks to meeting Yujin, Meon Yu's agonizing life was rescued, ushering in a new chapter. After returning, Yujin immediately sought out the human resources team leader, Simeon, using flattery and leveraging the influence of Yim, the guardian of his younger brother and the head of the association. Yujin succeeded in securing a luxurious dormitory unit for Meon Yu which resembled a high-end apartment. Meon Yu was allowed to stay there and train because Yujin had registered him as a helper. It was truly touching to see a friend come to their aid so generously. Meon Yu hugged Yujin tightly, tears streaming down his face. Once they were back in their room, Meon Yu immediately fell asleep. No doubt, he had endured much hardship, and now the peace allowed him to rest peacefully. As for Yujin, he contemplated returning home to collect belongings and officially move here. As he pushed the door open, his heart skipped a beat when he saw Song Han standing there, thinking his younger brother had sent someone to take him back. Fortunately, it was Song Han who simply wanted Yujin to accompany him somewhere. Initially, Yujin thought he was being invited somewhere, but it turned out Song Han was taking him to a tavern. Song Han's imposing physique and serious demeanor instilled fear wherever he went. Even his gentle questions carried an air of authority that made the waiter pale. While the other patrons around perceived Song Han as a menacing underworld figure, in reality, he just wanted to invite Yujin for a drink. His seriousness made others feel intimidated and distant. Yu-jin was still pondering why he had been brought to a place typically reserved for young revelers when Sung-han explained that it was a recreational spot suggested by a gang member named Kim Min-nu. Seeing Yu-jin's puzzled expression, Sung-han spoke up. "This is an entertainment venue, so please feel free to relax." "With that serious face of yours, who would feel comfortable?" Still curious, Yu-jin asked, "Can you tell me why you brought me here?" Sung-han poured a glass of wine for Yu-jin before explaining, "I want to apologize to you as soon as possible. Truth be told, I haven't been very reliable lately. I've always been a hindrance to the association head. Whether it's asking for apologies or causing trouble, that's been my way. But I was wrong. I sincerely apologize. You're a good person, Han Yu-jin." Sung-han's demeanor no longer exuded seriousness, but instead a strange gentleness that left Yu-jin feeling perplexed and uncomfortable. Sung-han then recounted Yu-jin's actions, how he had risked his life to help Sung-han deal with monsters, gained Yim's trust, and even risked danger to help a newfound friend. Sung-han spoke sincerely, admitting, "I don't know what to say at this point, but you're truly someone I can trust." Surprised by Sung-han's unexpected sharing, Yu-jin realized this was a good opportunity to strengthen their relationship. He responded with a smile, "You're too kind with your praise, but I appreciate it." They continued to eat and converse, and as time passed, Sung-han shared more about himself. He revealed that he had lost his parents and was raised by a figure who had awakened his abilities in the dungeon. This person, whom Sung-han respected deeply, had protected him and helped him greatly until his passing. Sung-han spoke of Han as a good person who understood the importance of family, attributing all his actions to protecting Yu-jin. These heart-to-heart conversations brought Sung-han and Yu-jin closer, revealing that behind Sung-han's tough exterior was a person capable of deep emotions. Sung-han was surprised to find that despite Yu-jin's seemingly frail appearance, he had a strong tolerance for alcohol. Yu-jin joked that he couldn't hold his liquor well and was easily intoxicated. However, despite drinking numerous bottles, he remained remarkably composed. It turned out that his level D antitoxin skill had nullified the alcohol's effects. With this realization, Sung-han began to plan, intending to take advantage of Yu-jin's inebriation to express his feelings. He decided to test if he could deactivate Yu-jin's skill. Once Yu-jin deactivated his antitoxin ability, alcohol quickly overwhelmed him. His face flushed, his eyes unfocused, and he collapsed on the spot. The next morning, Yu-jin woke up with a pounding headache, still groggy from the effects of alcohol. To his surprise, he found Sung-han waiting with a basin of water to help him freshen up. More surprisingly, Sung-han's demeanor was unusually caring, causing Yu-jin to startle. He checked his skills and realized that Sung-han's name had been added to the list affected by his skill. Feeling that something was amiss, he wondered why they were together so early in the morning. Why was Sung-han here, and why did he look so gentle? Had someone changed his clothes? Perhaps something interesting had happened the night before. Sung-han's attentive gestures, such as massaging Yu-jin's legs, made Yu-jin increasingly suspicious and uneasy. As Sung-han gently spoke, "You don't remember what happened last night? It seems you were quite drunk." Yu-jin's mind raced with dark thoughts. His suspicions grew as Sung-han's care exceeded what was necessary. Could it be that his actions while intoxicated resembled someone Sung-han deeply cared for, perhaps his revered figure? Every time he gets drunk, he also speaks a lot of loving words to Sung-han, so Yu-jin's actions actually only remind him of his deceased grandfather. Hearing this, Yu-jin felt relieved, thinking that this time his life wasn't ruined. Sung-han said, "It's been a long time since I felt so lighthearted like this. Being with you feels like being with my own grandfather. That's why he took care of him so attentively. Can I come to take care of you from time to time? Don't worry, I won't say anything strange in front of others. I want to fulfill all my regrets with my respected grandfather." You realize that this nurturing, this effective expression of love, made them subconsciously remember the one who raised them. That's the explanation why Yim and Meon Yu are good to them. They see themselves as nurtured by them. The effect on Hun is stronger because he is their younger brother and has been raised and taught by them since childhood, so there's no reason to refuse him. After Sung-han left, Yu-jin bid him farewell, feeling relieved that he was gone. Then, Yim also arrived, unable to control her strength. She knocked down the door of the dormitory room with a bang. The bottle-flipping drama now has one more participant, making Yu-jin ponder her own skills with a hint of anxiety. While her skill isn't particularly strong, it serves as a mental cleanse, impressing even higher-ups unconditionally. However, it's not entirely beneficial. There's some inherent danger. A few days later, due to her uncle living with another youth, they visit for meals daily, prompting Yu-jin to inform them in advance. Once she does, the girl is eager to join the dungeon assault. Immediately, Yim boasts about her future achievements, dreaming of wealth and luxury, teasing her uncle about abandoning their poor life to live with her in opulence. It seems those influenced by drama always vie for Yu-jin's attention. She's unsure how to make them reconcile. Yu-jin reveals that they'll soon undergo hunter training together. Yim is displeased. She only wants Yu-jin and herself to practice together. Drama erupts again as Yu-jin hastily dodges an imminent danger but is intercepted by Supervisor Sin-young, who hands her a decision notice along with the training plan. There's a slight change. Due to a late arrival, they'll have practical training first, equipped with weapons and environmental sanitation worker uniforms. The exercises are said to be easy, yet they find themselves facing a horde of mutated rat-like monsters. Though small, they're numerous and aggressive. Yim, being of S rank, remains calm, while the others are petrified. Young is satisfied seeing their pale faces, sarcastically remarking on it being a practical lesson to familiarize them with monsters. While the others cower, Yim enthusiastically rushes in, effortlessly dispatching the creatures. Yim's casual demeanor earns praise from Young, who sees her as an experienced hunter. Though worried, Yu-jin's confidence reassures Yim, who acts like a seasoned hunter. This act bewilders Yu-jin. Yim casually tosses away her weapon and runs off, successfully fooling Young, concluding the training session. Despite Yim's vitality, the others are exhausted, earning a mocking comment from Young. As for Yim, she's speechless, while Yu-jin and the others seem hopeless. Young introduces the theoretical instructor, the responsible person for teaching them. She's called Meon Yu, renowned for her expertise in dungeon exploration since childhood, earning her the nickname Professor Gay. Yu-jin is surprised Yim knows her as her fame has dwindled. Yu-jin tries to cover, claiming her interest in the field prompted her knowledge. Yu notices the connection between her and the annoying team leader, suggesting a familial bond, and seems cheerful, introducing herself to Yu-jin, promising frequent encounters. Her handshake leaves Yu-jin impressed, feeling her power overshadowed. The scene shifts to the dungeon, where Han and Sam Han's team has just defeated a formidable monster resembling a lion, protecting something. They discover it's guarding its offspring. It seems AB will gain a new member. The dungeon's emergence parallels the discovery of fire, both evoking fear and curiosity, eventually fading into obscurity until sudden resurgences, bringing forth monsters and awakening fake humans. The ensuing battles, fraught with danger, have seen many innovations and techniques, incorporating magic stones gathered from the dungeon as a new energy source. Humanity quickly adapted to the changing world. Hunter organizations emerge as the controlling forces over the awakened fakes. Most hunters work in association with these organizations or other factions. S-rank hunters are linked with national corporations to form major factions, and continues her studies on the awakened fakes, explaining the levels of awakenings. These levels are determined by considering the individual's overall stats and skills. Skills are the unique abilities of an awakened, manifested through various states to protect others from danger. Skills can evolve based on aptitude and environmental factors. However, Yu-jin knows this is no longer accurate for someone from the future, as she is aware. Lost in thought, Yu-jin's divine gaze caught Ha's attention, prompting her to approach and ask, "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Startled, Yu-jin realized that the professor had been standing beside her for who knows how long. Those eyes resembled my own professor's gaze so much. Did you notice something wrong? Yu-jin chuckled nervously in response. It's not just my thoughts. You're starting to voice your own opinions. Isn't it somewhat unusual to say that it only manifests in dangerous situations to protect someone? Yet there are still many instances of awakened abilities being displayed even without engaging in combat. So I think self-protection isn't the sole reason. The dungeon can erupt any time, so they always seem to be in danger. Therefore, I'm wondering if there are other factors influencing the development of abilities. Yujin's arguments were compelling, leaving him deeply pensive. Perhaps after this class, she would have a different direction for her research. Yim had only one question. How much money does an awakened individual earn? Without hesitation, the professor illustrated the luxurious life of an S-class hunter. Even the starting salary was $10 million a year. S-class hunters not only protected people, but also brought back valuable items. Magic stones, rare plants, and sometimes even demonic beasts. Yujin noticed a particular demonic beast with horns, red fur, and a fox tail on its head. It ranked second in the fire unicorn species. This demonic beast had extremely high stats, super fast speed, and incredibly powerful fire skills. S-class hunters would find it incredibly challenging to confront such a creature alone. Even if they managed to defeat it, it would require a considerable amount of time and effort. And now, there was a young one inside Hun's house. Despite various attempts, including using its master's stone and other methods, they couldn't tame it. Hun had to confine it to the garden to avoid havoc. It was indeed not easy to tame such a high-level demonic beast. Although small, it possessed considerable power. If they couldn't tame it, they might have to kill it to prevent any disasters. Using his observational skills, Yujin recognized its enormous potential. If tamed, it would be a powerful ally. Seeing his brother dream of the enormous benefits of taming the demonic beast, Yujin knew it wouldn't be easy. Taming such a creature wasn't a simple task. Yujin began the taming process by feeding it, but the creature only ate meat. Unfortunately, the magical stones required for its diet were extremely expensive, causing Yujin to regret it. Even feeding it once a day would cost $300 a month, totaling $3.6 million a year. If it ate 3 times a day, it would cost $10 million a year. Luckily, his brother, the guild master, would cover the expenses. Watching the pet enjoy its meal, Yujin wondered if using keywords would help communicate with it. Maybe it would understand. Nevertheless, he decided to keep saying, "I love you," every time he fed it until it stuck. The next step was to make it like him. Treating it like a dog, Yujin attempted to play tug-of-war with it. Unfortunately, despite its size, it was incredibly strong. It grabbed the rope and wrestled Yujin to the ground. Seeing his brother's struggle, Hun worriedly asked if everything was okay, while Yujin tried to maintain his composure, saying he was fine. Yujin then took out the pet's collar from his pocket and put it around its neck, gradually making it accustomed to him. Initially aggressive, the creature soon became adorable, behaving like a cuddly kitten, thanks to the perfect nurturing title enhancing the effect of the collar. The pet rolled over, acting cute, like a pampered pet. That adorable appearance couldn't help but make others feel warm towards Yujin. However, when Hun reached out, it immediately bit him, affected by its skills, so it was only friendly to Yujin alone. Lost in fantasies once again, Yujin dreamed of owning a collection of creatures, envisioning a scenario where he would earn a fortune from them. Yuan assured him that she would come to pick him up as soon as possible. Han, slightly startled, asked if Yujin planned to live with them for real, though he smiled on the surface, saying that he needed to look after Meon Yu and Yim. Deep down, he thought that if Yujin stayed, his brother would be attached to him again. Seeing Hun's melancholy, Yujin approached, patting his head to comfort him, saying he never said he would stay outside. He meant he would be in both places. He would visit here often. After completing his training at the Hunter Guild, he would come to spend time with Yujin more frequently. How about tomorrow night? Are you free? Do you want to go for a drink after your internship at the dungeon? It's been a while since we had a drink together, he asked. Exactly. If it were in peaceful times, we would have already split a beer between us when living together. Han immediately agreed. Suddenly, Yujin remembered that they needed to give their pet a name, and the name you chose for it reflects your wish for a peaceful life from now on. This little fire spirit is named Peace, as you wish for this world to be filled with love and tranquility. The next day, in front of the portal of a dungeon, people were crowded with guns. The red guns seemed to indicate that something eventful was about to happen, as the battalion was preparing to attack the dungeon. What they didn't expect was that Hun was also joining them in this attack. It was unclear why he wanted to participate, but his presence made others feel uneasy, especially his older brother. The reason why so many people gathered here was because there was a famous hero appearing. Despite not liking Hun's presence as the captain, they reluctantly accepted it. However, Hun insisted on guiding a novice hunter through the dungeon. Yujin realized this was just one of the ways Hun advertised himself. Yujin dreamed of a perfect lineup for Hun and themselves. Though they had opposing attributes, if combined, it would be perfect. If awakened skills were properly trained, perfect equipment could be crafted. Meanwhile, Kim Seom-han's defensive skills could serve as a perfect shield. Perfect Union was a large corporation, so before entering the dungeon, there were many sponsors providing everything for free. Weapons of all kinds and various restorative drugs. Yujin chose a rather gruesome-looking knife. Yin began analyzing for Yujin which weapon would be suitable. Hun observed his older brother carefully. He also felt that Captain Seook's words were right. Yujin had knowledge and skills far beyond a new hunter. However, Hun believed it was just care for his brother. Yujin was diligently searching for information related to hunters for them. It was Yujin's first encounter with the dungeon, so the guild only chose a grade D dungeon, which was relatively safe. However, Hun still worried about his brother and intended to give him a gem for emergency escape. But at this moment, Yujin was lost in thought, remembering the times when they were looked down upon, feeling like rubbish. Now, here they were, entering the dungeon with their younger brother and those who cared for them. Hearing the team leader's call, Yujin smiled brightly. Things would change from now on. The future wouldn't be dark anymore. Those days were over. This was their first time inside a dungeon, and it excited Meon Yu and Yim greatly. The dungeon had a beautiful scenery, with a clear sky and gentle sunlight above a lush green meadow, stirred by the breeze, surrounded by towering mountains, appearing majestic. Contrary to Yim and Meon Yu's excitement, Hun was serious. He drew his sword and activated his dark fire skill without hesitation. He sent a stream of black-purple flames down onto the meadow below. In an instant, the lush green meadow turned into smoke and flames. Yim didn't like this action and rebuked him. Why do you have to burn everything like this? But the truth was not as Yim thought. Yujin quickly intervened, telling Yim to look closely. Beneath the vibrant green grass, there were hundreds of monsters lurking, showing off their coolness, and their first task when entering the dungeon should be to ensure safety. They couldn't know the current situation or if there were hidden monsters outside. That's why the strongest always went ahead and cleaned up everything. Yujin didn't learn these things at theoretical classes, so they felt embarrassed when scolded, but then they laughed it off. Of course, I should have known. If only I had the wide area skill, Yujin said. They mentioned that if they reached level 10, they would get a new skill, which was the main goal of this practice session. However, no one knew what skill they would receive. But Yin's skill had the ability to choose. Prior to the nurturing skill, Yujin selected a skill called Lam Vu. It's the wide area feature of Ice Mage's skills. He turned to Yim with a smile and said, "You have intuition. You'll receive a wide area skill." Yim was overjoyed, nodding eagerly, then explained the difference in experience points needed to level up between Class F and S. It's not just 5 times the F class. As you level up, the experience required also increases. So even if you monopolize dungeon level D like you won't reach level 10 like me. Hun straightened up, saying, "Then I'll be the one to help you. You focus on yourself." Yim, hot-blooded, retorted, "From early on, you've been challenging me. I'm close to Uncle," making him furious. Indeed, 2 opposing factions. The closer they are, the more like cats and dogs, neither yielding. Yim couldn't stand it anymore, having to intervene in this mess. "Are you both going to the dungeon to argue? If you like arguing, then both of you go and argue elsewhere." Hun and Yim were embarrassed, not knowing why they were here. "What are we doing here? And you, Yim, why are you here?" Both hesitantly responded under Yujin's serious gaze. "Yes, we know the purpose. Let's go hunt down those damn monsters," Yim said. Watching them cooperate smoothly made even onlookers shudder. Elsewhere, some mysterious figures discuss someone who seemed to have entered the dungeon. "He seems to have entered the dungeon. Do you know him? You've returned from the past." Perhaps they're talking about Yujin and searching for him. How do they know he's returned to the past? They hastily identified the dungeon where the one who returned to the past entered. A girl spoke up. "The only time we can intervene is when he's in the dungeon." Indeed, the person they aimed at was Yujin. The girl laughed with delight. I'm waiting for you to return to the dungeon. The gentle monsters are suddenly being attacked by Yim. These monsters are just trivial matters. Uncle, stay there, I'll bring them to our competitors directly. Hun responded angrily. You think he can pierce through those ice blocks with a stick? You have to lure them out first, then he can use the spear to kill them. Thanks to the competition between the two, the monsters were quickly eliminated. Yujin and Meon Yu's main task was to finish off the struggling monsters and gain experience points. Yujin felt something was off though. He couldn't explain it, and even in the future, researchers couldn't decipher anything about the system. Many saw it as a magical change in the world, but even gods could make mistakes. Suddenly, a status window appeared with the words, I'm sorry, Yujin. Yujin was bewildered, not understanding what was happening to his status window. Suddenly, Hun and Yim shouted, rushing toward Yujin and Meon Yu with worried faces. Then an incredibly powerful flame struck Hun. He shielded himself while Yim used her ice skill to block the attack. It seemed to come from the boss monster. However, such an attack couldn't come from a mere sub-boss. The original boss of the dungeon was a mountain goat, but suddenly a giant bird appeared and killed it. Now this monster had become the new boss of the dungeon, needing to be defeated before the dungeon could reopen. Hun quickly gave Yujin a teleport stone. However, Yujin remembered the horrific memory of the future, where a dragon also appeared in dungeon level D and took his brother's life. Fortunately, defeating the cheetahs brought Yujin a chance and a new life. Yuan grabbed her brother's hand, speaking in English, we don't need this. That monster is weaker than you by far. It's a sub-boss. The gold beak. It's fire-based, and this bird is the dungeon's boss. Its main weapon being its beak, with its skull being its weak point. It has 2 pairs of wings, so attack its head instead of its wings. Hun was surprised at how much Yujin knew in such a dangerous moment, but it wasn't the time to explain. Yuan had to be relieved when he saw that things were different than he had expected. This time, they would win. He wouldn't let that happen again. From a distance, the menacing bird swooped down like an arrow towards the 4 of them. Yujin quickly devised a plan to counter Yim. Use your frost breath to create an immediate barrier, he commanded. Yim immediately conjured up an icy shield to protect everyone. The task of defeating the bird was assigned to Hun, the fire mage, whose fire resistance was high. It seemed like the creature's flames couldn't harm him. However, attacking the high-flying bird's head remained a challenging puzzle. Sensing the enemy's aura, the bird turned to use its sturdy beak to peck downwards, causing the ground to shatter. Hun took advantage of its initial low position, swiftly closing in for an attack. But the creature managed to dodge his blow, only getting its wing grazed, causing minimal damage. Yuan stood by it worried. Why did it attack the wing? Shouldn't it stay on the ground? On the battlefield, the bird retaliated angrily, flapping its wings and spewing a stream of fiery breath towards Hun, who struggled to get close enough to deliver a decisive blow. Yujin, concerned, wondered why his younger brother hadn't used the lamb willow technique yet. At this moment, Hun hadn't mastered that skill. After a brief exchange, they realized that attacking the enemy directly was difficult due to its agility, so they redirected their attacks towards the other 3. The relentless advance of the bird made all 3 of them, including Yim, turn pale. Yim attempted to bolster his defense before its impending attack, and fortunately, Hun managed to use the lamb willow technique, creating a protective canopy that temporarily halted the assault. However, Yuan couldn't understand what his younger brother was up to. Everything should have been handled by him. Yuan signaled to Hun to step on those leaves. Hun, surprised that he could step on them, began to move faster, gradually mastering the technique. From being at a disadvantage on the ground, he balanced the distance once more. With a few leaps, Hun could now close in on the boss's weak point. Sensing the imminent danger, the creature hastily turned to attack. But for someone with strong fire resistance like Hun, its flames were mere mosquito bites. Ignoring the heat, Hun delivered a powerful blow to the creature's back, causing it to stagger in pain, preventing the boss from recovering. Quick as lightning, Hun appeared above its head, delivering a powerful downward thrust with his sword, striking directly at its skull, dealing a fatal blow that caused the boss to explode like a burst balloon, scattering debris everywhere. The heat from the explosion radiated out fiercely, terrifyingly hot. Except for Hun, who had fire resistance, the others would have been reduced to ashes without Yim's protection. Finally, the colossal figure of the boss fell, bringing an end to the dungeon battle. Hun victorious. With graceful steps, he descended on the lamb willow leaves, looking extremely cool. Yuan rushed over joyfully, eagerly asking his younger brother. Hun also embraced his older brother, laughing and saying that it was all thanks to him. Amazing. How did you come up with such a brilliant idea to use the lamb willow technique instead of flying? Yim seemed somewhat displeased, as the guild leader had defeated the boss, while he only focused on defense. Nevertheless, Hun was happy that he had overcome his weakness of not being able to fly. Though there were some difficulties, the team safely passed through the dungeon. Not only that, they also learned many new things. Everyone was a bit surprised that a dungeon classified as D had caused so much trouble, making two S-ranked players struggle. Hun explained that the sudden appearance of an A-ranked boss had caused everything to become chaotic. Seeing too many onlookers, trying to avoid attracting attention, Yuan intended to slip away quietly. However, whether it was fate or not, suddenly, a muscular young man named Han appeared out of nowhere, looking extremely concerned. "Yu-jin, are you okay? You should have taken me with you." Han insisted, requesting Yuan to hop on his back so he could carry him home to rest. Son Han's enthusiasm made Yuan feel a bit uncomfortable. Poor Meon stood by, lonely and neglected, with no one caring about him. After returning, Yu-jin went to Hun's house to meet the pet again. "Ha ha, come here, little one, I'll play with you," he said. Upon seeing Yu-jin again, the pet joyfully leaped into his arms with a typical jump of a high-level creature, making Yu-jin chuckle. Then ensued their playful antics. Well, not torture sessions per se, but rather gradually influencing it. Yu-jin had mentioned multiple times that keywords were uttered every time they played or fed it. With each play session like this, Yu-jin couldn't help but think about the strange occurrences in the dungeon today. It seemed like Meon's skill display error, the status windows seemingly someone conversing with him, then the appearance of an A-level monster. Thinking about this, he quickly got up with a worried expression. Could it be that they all possessed something that could reverse time? Yu-jin felt like something had gone astray when time reversed. Events that were supposed to take years to unfold happened prematurely. Perhaps something had gone wrong with this system. Yu-jin immediately checked his skills, and the status window had indeed changed. Skills were now displayed as a photo album, showing images of those affected by the keywords. There were up to 50 slots, maybe implying that he had to nurture these 50 S-rank individuals at the mysterious organization's base. They were still discussing the recent operation. The intervention time was too short for them to do much. They could only send a few messages and use force to open a female tunnel. They tried to make it as intuitive as possible for him to recognize. Who were these enigmatic organizers? What were they trying to contact Yu-jin for? Yu-jin continued his daily routine, training PCE by having it fight low-level monsters. Its growth rate was remarkable. In just 2 days, it had doubled in size. Yu-jin was satisfied with this progress. After each training session, Yu-jin spent time bonding with PCE to improve their rapport. Whenever playing with a creature like this, Yu-jin had to borrow a bunch of power-enhancing equipment a few days prior to explain how he could tame a fire mage. Yu-jin came up with a convincing reason. He received the Monster Tamer skill after reaching level 10, and that skill was an S-rank skill. Upon hearing this, Hun worriedly exclaimed, "This little troublemaker again." His body was at an E level but possessed an S-rank skill. Moreover, in such a dangerous world, Hun couldn't help but worry about his younger brother. What if he wanders outside and gets caught, then gets thrown into jail again? Jin quickly interjected, "Wait, we should use it instead of hiding it. You can nurture and tame PCE, then ride it in the dungeon. Furthermore, you can tame other monsters as well. How many S-rank individuals are there now? We need high-level mounts. If all ABIS members had high-level mounts, we would be much stronger. We wouldn't have to walk around in the vast dungeon world. Moreover, with this skill to own mounts, clearing the dungeon would be much easier. The frequency of dungeon explosions would decrease, and the world would surely become more peaceful." Despite Han's attempts to manipulate him psychologically, Jin remained firm in his decision. He didn't want to be involved with the guild partly due to his extreme dislike for the arrogant one, who constantly flaunted his superiority. Nonetheless, Han persisted, presenting benefits to Yu-jin. He promised to take care of everything for Yu-jin, from transporting newly hatched creatures to providing food and taming. Overall, everything Yujin needed seemed to be at his disposal. Yujin seemed convinced by the benefits, but he knew he had the upper hand. He flatly responded, no. However, Han had mentioned reimbursing all expenses. Yujin only wanted to sign a contract as a permanent employee of the guild, not as a hunter. He wanted to be a freelance hunter so that he could nurture mounts for other guilds to earn money. Yujin knew how important this taming ability was, so he was determined to leverage it. Currently, ABS wasn't the strongest guild, so they couldn't sign an exclusive contract. If others knew that AB owned such a powerful skill, there would surely be trouble. People from the outside would go to great lengths to assassinate or harm, so Yujin thought it best for you to become a freelance hunter. Yujin would negotiate with the guilds. If they ensured your safety, you'd provide each guild with a high-end mount, with costs varying depending on difficulty. In essence, Yujin didn't want to join and be bound by Abyss. You only wanted to join as a collaborator. Abyss just needed to stand behind as a supporter. What Yujin said was all correct, leaving Simzum unable to refute. He chuckled in response, seeming to admit defeat, saying, I can't win against you. I'll help you negotiate with the other guilds. Let me borrow this video for negotiation purposes. Though he agreed temporarily to Yujin's terms, he hadn't given up on the guild yet. Speaking up to Yujin, he stated that if Abyss became the strongest guild, then you'd sign the contract as a hunter. But Yujin still hesitated, saying, Let me see. You want me, but what's in it for you? Even though Simzung had almost seen through him, he couldn't understand Yujin completely. Surely he wouldn't give up until Yujin officially became Abyss Hunter Manager, drawing on his years of experience. Simzung knew many individuals possessed unique skills, often unaware of their surroundings, blinded by their own power. However, Han noticed differently. He behaved arrogantly externally, yet internally he was calm, predicting situations and successfully manipulating conversations to his advantage. He hid his talents too well, perhaps due to his nonchalant demeanor, making Simzum overlook him. If he became our exclusive hunter, other guilds would surely intervene. Inevitable conflict. Yet Abyss was ready to face that threat. However, if Hanjin remained a freelance hunter, everything would be different. All eyes would focus on him rather than Abyss. Both had their benefits and drawbacks. Yujin hadn't fully grasped the weight of the situation, unaware of the high-level hunter world. Maybe he was trying to protect his younger brother, but regardless, all three major guilds and the world would pay attention to him. His skill was desirable, offering immense benefits. Possessing more high-level monsters meant more power for the guild. Han Yujin, you'll soon realize the value of the cards you hold. The next day, Yujin didn't stay at Piss House anymore, but moved to his dormitory. Now, he would live there, greeted by three others. Meanwhile, Han received a notification. After watching the training video sent by Simzung, the heads of the guilds organized a meeting with Yujin. However, Han was quite worried. If his older brother met these high-level hunters with the intent to refuse, Yujin saw it as an opportunity to make Abyss more famous, stopping his brother. Yujin wanted to use this negotiation to personally assess the clients. If successful, both Abyss and Yujin would gain a significant advantage. As they entered the meeting room, Yujin couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the pressure from the top-tier hunters. If not for his fear-resistant skill, he might have been crushed by the invisible pressure. A man approached, asking if he could shake hands with Yujin, wanting to assess his skills before negotiating. Initially startled, Yujin was about to extend his hand, but then he thought of something and withdrew it, saying, How could you hold a man's hand like that? Thankfully, he quickly corrected himself. Otherwise, his superficial skills might have been exposed. Then he'd be vulnerable to being hunted by other guilds. Still, the man insisted on shaking hands. Luckily, Peace sensed the owner's reluctance and spoke up, pleasing the guild leaders. I don't think we need to prove anything anymore. The way it fiercely protects its master is enough. It was a beautiful woman with a tall, robust figure who spoke up. Her name was Mo Hun, the leader of the Breaker Guild. Despite her tough appearance, she was friendly towards Yujin. She was also impressed by the pet Yujin owned. She turned to Hun and said, How about it, young man? If it's still young like this, why don't you give it to us? We don't intend to do it for free. We plan to exchange it for the highest level elemental mount we own. The girl realized that Hun wanted to exchange amount that Yim could use for what Hun wanted. It seemed to make the other guild leaders somewhat displeased. 7 high-level elemental mounts and 1 highest-level elemental mount. Isn't Abbas being too greedy? Why are you shamelessly demanding another exchange? What you want is for us to follow your demands, isn't it? Think about it, big brother. You should be more modest. The argument was quite fierce, so Duin had to speak up. All I did with Abbas was give and take. Since I can't handle it alone, I asked for their help, and thanks to them, we had this meeting today. If from the beginning, I wanted to shake hands with my younger brother, I only take care of this pet for Abbas. Why do we need to have this meeting? What Jujin said is indeed correct, making the club president unable to refute. Duin continued, look at the reality. If everything goes smoothly, then you guys from the S Club will have the earliest exotic pets of any club in the world, just like Abbas. Isn't this something worth considering? I'm very pleased to welcome you all here, with Jujin's confident and eloquent demeanor making everyone in the room impressed and supportive. Hanley praised him, saying that he is not only strong but also very skilled in negotiation. Furthermore, Duin's sweet words about his little brother being the club president and having a cute pet made me admire him more and more. If I had such a brother, I would have all these things too, wouldn't I? Do you want to join Breaker? Han's persuasive words made someone who was not very happy standing behind immediately silent, waiting for the opportunity to leave this office. Duin quickly refused, saying, "Haha, I already said I won't join any side. Wait until my little brother becomes the strongest in the country, then we'll talk." As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the strongest in the country spoke up. Can Jupiter Club buy him? This guy is the president of the Jupiter Club, the strongest club in the country right now. This president is also very strong. If he supports Jujin, then Nguyen will surely be guaranteed. His words immediately made the atmosphere in the meeting room tense. Duin hurriedly found an excuse to ease the tension. He awkwardly smiled and replied, only my little brother can be like that. The rest have to be world champions. Thanks to Duin's words, the tense atmosphere immediately disappeared, and everyone felt happy before Jujin's words. Indeed, if it weren't for the skill of resisting fear, you would probably have been crushed by the invisible pressure of these S-rank hunters. Duin secretly thought, S-rank hunters are always close to death, so they are not very normal. They smile on the surface, but the pressure they create for each other is terrible. Hane, how can you stand these monsters? A club president prays. It's great to have a brother like that. With just a piece of cloth, he could establish a club by himself. But you seem to be more manageable than your brother. Duin smiled back, but his words defending his little brother were heavy as 1,000 pounds. Do you have any opinion about my little brother? My little brother understands more than me. He even understands more than everyone here. Duin's words made the atmosphere somewhat tense again. Many club presidents looked surprised and doubtful, making Duin also surprised. Why? Did I say something wrong? Or something? He praised his little brother extravagantly, and everyone in the Hunter Association bowed their heads silently. Then they burst into laughter, very interested. Ha ha, he said, Hun is easy to handle. I'm laughing to death. Someone save me. Even a dignified person like the Jupiter Club president couldn't help but try to hold back his laughter. Why am I laughing? It turns out that because there is a brother here who is as generous as without any intention, he laughed like a child. I'm in pain. That crazy dog is acting charming in front of his big brother. Look at the attitudes of all the club presidents, except Duin. This god is very stubborn. TH saw his little brother being teased and immediately protected him. How dare you call Han a crazy dog? Aren't you insulting him just because he's still young? Thanks to the grand introduction of his little brother, everyone in the Hunter Association here laughed heartily. Duin, on the other hand, still didn't like the way they talked about his little brother. The contract agreement has been handed over, with many favorable terms for Jujin. Firstly, the 5 major clubs will ensure Jujin's safety. Not only that, but Jujin will also receive a new building named after him. The building will be located where the 5 major clubs can best protect. Han Doom will prioritize the missions of the 5 major clubs. The construction of the domestication facility will be funded by the 4 clubs, except for Abbas. Duin was truly happy that he had to hold back from laughing loudly because of this success. Can't laugh too loudly. Soon to be the owner of a building. a huge building located in the center of Soon, a building named after me and protected by the 5 major clubs. Yuan will prioritize the missions of the 5 major clubs. The construction of the domestication facility will be funded by the 4 clubs except for Abyss. Yuan was truly happy that he had to hold back from laughing loudly because of this success. Can't laugh too loudly. Soon to be the owner of a huge building located in the center of Soon. The building will bear its name and be protected by the 5 great guilds to safeguard the illusion of Jin. Starting from now on, I will lead you there, Meon, and establish my equipment workshop. I should also convince Han to study there instead of going to the United States. And I will become famous, Jin, transitioning from a construction worker to a millionaire. At the age of 25, I will become a boss, just needing to collect rent without doing anything, still able to retire early. The final negotiations went smoothly. Both parties got their rights, and the contracts were signed. Both brothers were happy because the negotiation was successful under the protection of the 5 great guilds. Yuan will no longer worry about Nguyen and can focus on what needs to be done. Back at the dorm after a tense meeting, a table of delicious food was prepared, waiting for Jin. Jin told Meon Yu that we need to prepare early to leave the dorm. Before finishing, the knave Meon Yu misunderstood and thought he was being kicked out. Meon Yu cried and blamed himself, not giving Yuan a chance to explain, even though Yuan tried to stop him. Meon Yu insisted on leaving to avoid causing trouble, not wanting to lose someone skilled at making money for him. Yuan, using his martial arts and acting skills, manipulated Jin's emotions. I don't think I can keep you by my side, Yuan said. I feel guilty for making you suffer so much in life. After finding some valuable information, Yuan became handsome and trustworthy in Meon Yu's eyes again. Meon Yu pretended to regret, but no matter how valuable the information was, Yuan couldn't force him to stay. An inexplicable statement left Meon Yu curious. Rin then mentioned a training exercise that could help awaken someone with special skills. Borrowing a renowned character to manipulate psychological tactics to the extreme, the scene shifted to where Rin was alone in the research room, absorbed in her work. She didn't notice a shadow outside the window as she returned to the dorm. After manipulating Meon Yu's psychology, Jin started training him. Yuan told Meon Yu that he could assist with weapons, so he should sharpen these knives first. Sure enough, as soon as Meon Yu sharpened them, his skills were activated. The counter began jumping to increase credibility. Jin informed Meon Yu that by maintaining this sharpening, he would gain skills related to weapons. These are legendary skills that could support him for life. Meon Yu found it unbelievable, but he only needed to sharpen them to 10,000 points, which seemed achievable. He could finish it in just 100 days. Persistence was something he didn't lack. Yuan was stunned by Meon Yu's determination. Are you planning not to eat or sleep while sharpening those knives? Yuan asked. Seeing Meon Yu's determined expression made Yuan very pleased. His retirement fund number 1 seemed to be settling, so he moved on to his second fund, which was none other than the beautiful Anne. With small shares of knowledge about his dungeon, Jin made Anne very interested in these extremely new and useful pieces of information. Anne's research was at a standstill because South Korea, being a small country, didn't have many dungeons to study. Also, larger countries didn't allow outsiders to study their dungeons. That was why Anne decided to join a research organization in the United States in the future. 3 years later, her research concluded on the rules of dungeon initiation, and the United States was granted a huge copyright fee for that research, ensuring Jin's retirement fund. Suddenly, Anne brought out a dish called muk, the favorite food of a creature named Dukabi, the name given to demon hunters who were not dependent or bound by anyone or any guild. It is rumored that the Dukabi are extremely peculiar creatures whose names and genders remain unknown to this day. The only thing known about them is their ability for instant teleportation. This ability allows them to move anywhere they desire. The Dukabi are renowned for saving many lives during dungeon explosions and natural disasters, thanks to this teleportation ability. Underground organizations fear the Dukabi because once their illegal activities are exposed, they have the power to hold them accountable. The Dukabi always appear unexpectedly, and even if the authorities try to apprehend them, they cannot be caught before they vanish. They always leave behind a message. We know all the secrets, but as long as we are safe, they will never be revealed. Therefore, the Dukabi are always free to move without any constraints, and suspects that they know many secrets about the dungeon, so they likely go online to learn how to cook to lure others. Both of them were talking when suddenly the power went out. As you might know, when there's a power outage, ghosts tend to appear. Yuan turned on his phone's flashlight and saw Heian standing frozen with a terrified expression behind Jin. There was indeed a terrifying ghost appearing, and Heian was so frightened that she screamed and fell unconscious. Initially startled, Yuan quickly regained composure thanks to his resistance to fear and immediately thought of the legendary entity. He loudly exclaimed, "Enough of this nonsense! Come out, Gabi, and drop that scary act." The terrifying figure vanished, replaced by a peculiarly dressed ancient-looking person who removed his ghostly mask. Underneath was another mask, colored red, covering half of his face. "I'm here because she wanted to see me," Yuan said, using his observational skills to discern that this person could also be influenced. Standing before Yuan was a freelance hunter who didn't belong in any organization, someone who enjoyed doing whatever pleased them, even embodying mythical characters. Yuan calculated that if he could enlist this person's help, Heian wouldn't need to go to America. Looking straight into Director Cai's eyes, Yuan confidently stated, "I'm not afraid of your tricks, you know. Why don't you just knock me out?" Director Cai chuckled arrogantly, thinking Yuan was scared, but Yuan countered, making him angrily retort. Jin seized this opportunity to assert his dominance over Director Cai, who was rumored to enjoy pranks and threats. Jin challenged him to a bet. If Director Cai scared Yuan, he would win, and vice versa. The loser would serve the winner for a specified time. Director Cai found the rules simple but suspicious. He signed the contract despite knowing he would lose, sensing something sinister about Yuan. He thought Yuan was just a weak bully or perhaps had some items, unaware of Yuan's special skill in resisting fear, which he had activated the moment Director Cai accepted the challenge. To enhance his credibility and reduce suspicion, Yuan pretended to reluctantly admit, "Well, I do have a motive, to be honest." Flattering him, he continued, "You're so cool, holding so many secrets and saving hundreds of people. Super cool indeed. So what's there for me to lose? I only have a chance to win. Who knows, luck might be on my side. And even if I lose, becoming your subordinate for a while is still cool, just a part of the effort." With his persuasive words, Yuan successfully manipulated Director Cai, who was now completely under his influence, jubilantly accepting the agreement. Director Cai agreed to 3 bets per week, feeling pleased with himself. "From now on, if you're threatened but not scared, I'll become your subordinate again." Back in Heian's room, Yuan stated that he would assist her in gathering information, but couldn't reveal how he would obtain that information. However, Yuan affirmed that he would provide enough resources for her to carry out her research. When Heian succeeded, she just needed to share the profits with him. Seeing Yuan's enthusiasm, Heian hesitated, fearing that her research might not succeed. Yuan immediately cheered her up. "Don't think like that. I'm sure you'll succeed. You're amazing, Heian." He then playfully touched his head as if performing a martial arts move, reminiscing about the past. Then he revealed some shocking information that he recently discovered. There's been a newly discovered class of prison recently found in Incheon province, under the jurisdiction of the Environmental Protection Bureau. That prison could be located in a damp area or near the coast. Heian widened her eyes in astonishment and hurriedly asked, "How did you find out? How could you know?" "Well, because I'm from the future," Yuan replied nonchalantly, not answering Heian's question, but instead standing up and reiterating his proposal. "I'm confident you'll do it. So don't worry too much about the research outcome. Just think it over. And remember to convey the message to your uncle. Take back the power about managing that prison and start planning for the second stage of the retirement fund. Consider it as already done." The task Jin needs to do now is to play with the Director Cai for a week that night in the hostel room where the first bullying threat began. Cai, disguised himself as an elderly human ghost, suddenly appeared by the window, but now, Jin remained calm and played with piss as if nothing had happened. The first effort of Director Cai failed miserably. The next day, Jin returned home with a box of alcohol knives to continue sharpening. As he entered the house, demonic hands reached out from nowhere, grabbing his legs, causing Jin to fall flat on his face. This time, Not only did it not scare Jujin, but he also scolded and slapped because of the offense of touching the weak body of the oppressed. The second effort also failed. That night, it was raining heavily outside, signaling something terrible was about to happen. Jujin woke up thirsty in the middle of the night, yawning, opening the refrigerator, and a straw figure covered in fresh blood fell from the ceiling. Of course, Jujin was not afraid at all. This straw figure. Ha ha, you really used up your 3 times, but there was no response. Suddenly, Jujin heard a noise behind him, which attracted him to turn back, and there was a terrifying demon with red eyes like blood on the ceiling, reaching out with sharp claws to grab Jujin. This threat was truly terrifying, but if Jujin didn't have the ability to resist fear, he would probably have to change a few diapers. This didn't end. Another threat came from behind Jujin, a figure with long hair walking towards him with a sharp knife behind his back. Slowly turning back, it was Meon Yu in a terrifying state. Looking at him now, he was no different from a serial killer, but Jujin remained calm as if the person threatening others was not scared to death. Suddenly shouting, "Oh, there's a ghost!" It turned out to be Meon Yu couldn't sleep, so he went to sharpen a few more knives and unexpectedly threatened the one who specialized in threatening others to death. Meon Yu, seeing the terrifying figure in the corner, also fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Director Cai's third attempt failed, and he officially surrendered, crying like a child without milk, whimpering, "Oh, I lost. Why did I rush into signing the contract? However, I will be roasted alive if I return to them. I can't go back. I won't go back. I want to stay here forever." Jujin, tired of this, said, "Okay, stop crying. Don't cry anymore. How old are you?" Director Cai, crying and answering, "I'm just over 100 years old." Jujin still didn't believe it and replied, "Don't joke with me. You must be just acting. How can a Director Cai exist?" But after a few minutes of hesitation, Jujin also felt that Director Cai's existence was more believable than the dungeon. With his fake awakening, he used his observation ability to realize that this mysterious figure in front of him was indeed not a fake Director Cai. At this moment, he recounted his background and appearance to Jujin, who was over 100 years old and still acted like a child. 5 years later, Jujin suddenly realized that this person appeared at the same time as the original system of Director Cai, initially entities born from the souls residing in old objects when the dungeon was born. The power of the dungeon gradually seeped into and awakened him, a person who had been asleep for over 100 years. Jujin secretly thought that it made sense. If so, his ability to shift would be more plausible because the power of the system was something that could connect this space with another space. But really, I didn't expect Director Cai's existence to be real. In general, the bet has won. Now Jujin has a person with extraordinary abilities in his hands, which helps him gather information easier than ever. Jujin picked up his tablet and said, "I have a job for you, Director Cai." But looking at this resentful expression, it seems that he doesn't want to do it anymore. Director Cai, again, feigned reluctance, showing no desire to do it anymore. Jujin displayed his acting skills again. "Oh, if you do it, you will become a great hero." Jujin poured out a bunch of winged words like the investigation would be to save the world, and then the information collector would become famous and the hero of the world. "Oh, just thinking about it makes me happy. Have you heard the cheers of the people every time you appear? No, then you will be the symbol of millions of famous brands." His words touched Director Cai's heart, making him so happy that he didn't whine anymore, but laughed happily, accepting the mission to save the world. But carefully observing, it became clear that he couldn't travel too far into other countries like that. Yuan had no other choice but to use his influencing skills to help enhance his abilities. Looking at Cai with a face like he had lost his mind, Yuan blurted out, "Cai, I love you," in a voice that surprised Cai. It made Cai startle a bit, then collapse in horror. "What on earth?" Yuan hurriedly explained, embarrassed. "You didn't know. Cai is known to have a lot of emotions. Some even say he is turned into a beautiful woman to deceive people. A true Cai must be familiar with love and affection." Yuan's tongue-in-cheek ability and charming skills had indeed persuaded Cai gradually. Yuan continued in a soft voice, "From now on, let's greet each other like this, okay? I love you, Yun Yun." Now it was Cai's turn. Doc Cai was still overwhelmed with the sudden display of affection, but my voice was so twisted that it made him feel awkward, and he slipped away with just his talent for blabbering and acting top-notch. Yuan had turned someone with special abilities into an indispensable subordinate. The next day, the two grandsons of the Seal family didn't know what had happened but excitedly pushed open the door. They entered the room happily, dancing in front of Yuan. "This is right, Yuan," one of them said. "Absolutely correct." "Oh, so they are celebrating because they discovered the dungeon that Yuan revealed, and thought, due to being the first to capture it, the Abyss Guild had harvested a considerable amount of wealth in the eyes of Sim Zong. Yuan was becoming a treasure rather than a troublesome guild leader, and also accepted the proposal to support Sim Dung's research. He suggested attaching a tracking device to Yuan so that he could be protected at all times. Of course, doing so was no different from confinement, so Yuan didn't agree. He only requested that he help Anne as much as possible to complete the research he and Sim Dung were collaborating on. That said, Yuan quickly ran away with Piss, avoiding Yuan's ridiculous actions that impressed the two grandsons even more. Oh, he is indeed a true researcher, someone who only cares about helping with the upcoming research rather than contributing to himself, Anne thought. Although Yuan didn't show it, it was evident that he cared more about the guild than anyone else. Misunderstandings seemed to be growing day by day. Yuan kept refusing, but it seemed that the effect was working the other way around. The next day, they encountered a pet maze. Even intelligent animals like dogs and cats took a few minutes to get out. "Let's wait and see how long it will take for the fire mage." It was too fast, too dangerous, and there was no time to explain. P had already left the maze. Indeed, advanced demon beasts were extremely intelligent. P returned to Y's embrace, receiving warm praises and applause. It turned out that the owner was participating in a TV game show. Speaking of which, going on TV required going back in time a bit. Sim Dung went to see Yuan with a radiant face. Then he handed him an invitation to participate in the game show. He wanted Yuan to go on TV to promote himself so that everyone would know a monster trainer like him. Even if everything was hidden, it would eventually spread. So why not let people know sooner rather than later? The more people know, the safer it is, and maybe more people will aim for it. Being on TV made Yuan feel uncomfortable because in his past life, he had unpleasant memories with crowds. If Yuan failed or didn't meet the expectations of some people, he might have to endure those horrible curses again. But anyway, Yuan's TV appearance was very successful. His adorable and cheesy style captured the hearts of even the most demanding audience. Acting was his profession, and from today onwards, Yuan's fame would surely soar. Yuan reclined on a comfortable chair with a satisfied face, happy that he had perfected his pet perfectly. And of course, every time this happened, the daydreams of this general would come to mind again, becoming famous, surrounded by many beautiful girls. Should he create a social media account and then sell albums and various merchandise? Then Peace would become a global star when he grew up, and he would be the owner. He would be so rich that thousands of people would line up for autographs. Lost in his thoughts, he heard a sweet voice saying, "I'll be the first one to ask for your autograph." Both owners were startled. When they opened their eyes, they saw a beautiful girl, but as big as a guild leader. It turned out she wanted to record high-level demon beasts, so she needed at least 3 great hunters. That's why she was here today, and partly because she also wanted to meet Yuan. The appearance of this talented, beautiful, and tall girl immediately attracted many admiring glances. Mun, wanting to help Yujin up, reached out her hand. However, her demeanor made Yujin hesitate to accept the gesture. Despite Hana's friendly gestures, Yujin was afraid of being misunderstood by others. Nonetheless, Hana seemed oblivious to Yujin's discomfort and continued to insist. Suddenly, she dropped a shocking statement that startled everyone around. "Why bother caring?" she said. "After all, you'll be the one raising my child." Yujin was taken aback by her audacity. Hana persisted in her advances, expressing her genuine liking towards Yujin. "Would you like to come to my party?" she asked. Yujin responded bluntly, "Why should I comply with your request?" Her fearless tone didn't seem to faze Hana, which only intrigued Mun further. Hana grabbed Yujin's shoulder and made a move that startled Piss, indicating her intent. Meanwhile, Harem returned with drinks, looking concerned as she observed the situation. Mana seemed to be creating a barrier, isolating themselves from outsiders, but their demeanor didn't appear threatening. However, Yujin didn't appreciate this behavior. She explained that the barrier was primarily for soundproofing, suggesting that there might be something she wanted to discuss privately with Yujin. Although they were both part of Class S, Yujin perceived Manhwa as inferior. Nevertheless, she resigned herself to the situation, opting to go along with it. With a forced smile, she asked Manhwa what secret she intended to reveal. Han's revelation was about Yuan, Yujin's younger brother. Manhwa's sudden seriousness caught Yujin off guard. She urged Yujin to learn more about her brother, hinting at something significant. Yujin was astonished but agreed to delve deeper into the matter. During negotiations, I laughed incredulously, but Manhwa emphasized the importance of trust in their relationship. She hinted that Yujin's seemingly innocent brother had a darker side. Yujin was about to defend her brother when Manhwa interrupted, asserting that he might seem like an angel, but even angels have their motives. Manhwa questioned whether it was wise to divulge the truth about Yujin's brother, who, as a hunter, had experienced more than Yujin realized. Despite Yujin's initial skepticism, she listened intently as Manhwa recounted the day they first encountered Yuan. It was at a lavish party hosted by wealthy conglomerates. Yujin, a representative of SeaWorld, was there to secure sponsorships. The altercation began when Yuan confronted a wealthy individual who belittled him, claiming he should be grateful for their sponsorship offer. Yuan, then just a high school student trying to build his own guild, brushed off their condescension. To everyone's surprise, rumors surfaced that someone had plotted to kill him, yet he remained unfazed. Manhwa decided to intervene, but what they discovered was beyond their imagination. Inside, they found a scene reminiscent of hell, with charred corpses strewn about. Han Yuan stood, sword in hand, facing the man who had provoked him at the party. Despite the man's pleas, Yuan remained cold and merciless, revealing that a massacre had occurred earlier that day. The perpetrator, a teenager without even proper identification. Yuan didn't hesitate to attack Manhwa as well, revealing a dark, bloodthirsty side hidden beneath his scholarly facade. The incident was subsequently covered up, citing a gas explosion as the final blow to the Abyss Guild's power. Abyss gradually asserted dominance, forcing opposition to kneel before them. Yujin found this hard to believe, but Manhwa asserted that a Class S pretender would resort to such measures. She had no reason to fabricate the story. Placing her hand on Yujin's shoulder, Manhwa continued, "At least the face I see from him is different from the brother you once knew. He's a monster pretending to be a kind brother. You'll never know when he'll show his true face to you. Don't get too close." While talking ill of him, someone is calling from a number saved as Wretched Lunatic in her contacts. This is the name she specifically reserved for Yuan. Holding the phone, Manhwa hesitated before turning to Yujin, asking, "What's up with your brother? If you want to maintain distance from him, let me handle it." After a moment of contemplation, Yujin spoke up. "I understand. So, she's been through this mess too." Without saying another word, Yujin snatched the phone from Manhwa's hand and answered the call. Immediately, furious curses erupted from the other end. "Damn that woman," muttered Yujin's brother in English, hastily asking if everything was okay and if the woman had said anything strange to him. Yujin understands her younger brother. He also understands how cruel this awakened world can be no matter how Yuan may become. In Yujin's eyes, he remains the beloved younger brother whom he cherishes the most. When Yujin's younger brother asks a question, Yujin doesn't hesitate to respond. "Yes, she's talking trash about you," Yuan says bluntly. Han can only sigh with frustration and annoyance. He has been in the future, he has lived through difficult days, and he has survived by stepping on others' livelihoods. He has also witnessed how his younger brother sacrificed his life to save him. To outsiders, it may not mean much, but to Yujin is always the person whom Yuan can sacrifice anything to protect. Seemingly belittled by others, Yuan says bad things about her behind her back, so he will do the same behind hers. Isn't it better to speak behind the back? About a year ago, specifically in April of last year, Yuan recalls the moment he was jerked into the future, 4 years ahead. His dark past will be exposed before the whole country. Han knows it, so he intends to speak ill. But before he could, she quickly snatched the iPhone 14 Pro Max from him and then crushed it, both angrily and shamefully. Han turns to Yujin and interrogates. How did you know? Where did you hear that? Yujin retorts. Speak quickly, damn it. I wish I could kill you to shut your mouth. In reality, Yuan only wants to use this secret of hers as an insurance policy, ensuring she won't expose her younger brother's secrets. Reluctantly, Han has no choice but to accept the compromise. Both of them will keep each other's secrets. Despite not wanting to, Han has achieved his purpose of probing her. He's not worried about other leaders threatening Yujin to join their faction anymore. He casually brushes it off. Externally calm, Yuan sighs internally. The world of these Class S individuals is truly complicated and troublesome. As the tension dissipates, Eren rushes in to protect. Outwardly, they seem at odds, but Yujin is surprised by how close they become, perhaps because they are the only two S-class hunters. The sad truth is that the Breakers Guild will soon disband due to Mun's boredom. In this small country, everything is like that. So in the future, both the MKC and Breaker Guilds will disband. Yuan ponders whether she should recruit her and her team. The system wants him to influence more S-class individuals. If Han and his team are suitable for Eren because she has formidable attack skills. Returning home, Yujin sits, feeling weary of the television program he participated in. Instead of being called the pure monster hunter, Yujin now has a very endearing title imprinted on the minds of the people, the father of the monster hand. Yuan continues to nurture Meon Yu. She can't let him just sit in the kitchen. Thanks to her influence, Meon Yu has been granted a position in the equipment maintenance department of the guild. He truly wants to do what he loves. He doesn't want to fight or venture into dangerous dungeons with an unimpressive physique. Yuan understands this well. Later, Meon Yu will become a top-tier blacksmith, not just a hunter. As they approach the maintenance equipment room, the heat and smoke hit them. Inside is a giant weapons production workshop, also responsible for producing weapons and tools for the guild. Its grandeur surprises both of them. They eagerly explore, and Meon Yu is drawn to a magic stone. As Din reaches out to touch it, a middle-aged, burly man appears out of nowhere, booming, "Don't touch it. This is the manager of this place." Yuan explains that he brought them here to work, as per the prior arrangement. He takes them inside a room full of discarded items, resembling a junkyard. He points to a conventional grinding machine in front of Meon Yu and says it's his usual tool. With that, he turns and leaves. Yuan feels a bit uncomfortable and calls him back. "Wait, that was a bit rude of you to leave two people in this narrow, dark room like this. Aren't you afraid they'll cause trouble?" Meon quickly intervenes as Yujin finally notices the unfriendly looks from outsiders. Along with that are derogatory remarks and unpleasant hearing about that guy, who is your brother's friend, head of the association. Heard he's the type to pressure others while not even being able to handle pressure himself. It's true, he relies on his authority. Damn it, we're already busy, and he's still demanding. You don't want Yujin to be in a difficult situation. You're aware that your level always has to endure those cold glars. So leaving and using the equipment is already good for me. I'll work diligently. Meon Yu chuckled inwardly. He must be feeling really sad. Seeing Meon Yu's natural demeanor made Yuan feel guilty for bringing him here. Ignoring the banter, Meon Yu began his favorite work. Although it's an old grinder, fortunately, it still works. Meon Yu started testing the first knife. The clashing sounds between metal and grinding stone showed it worked really well. In just a moment, the rusty knife became shiny and sharp. The current speed is 72/100ths. Still a long way to go to reach this milestone. The machine is fine. Meon Yu tied back his long hair, preparing to focus on work. Seeing Meon Yu diligently working made Yuan slightly worried and reminded. But it seems Meon Yu didn't hear anything. Yuan was truly surprised to see Meon Yu focused on work. This serious and handsome expression, the calmness and confidence emitted when he worked, it's really different from his usual weak self. In Meon Yu's eyes at this moment, besides the knives and the grinder, there seems to be nothing else. The timer rang. Goodbye, Meon Yu, I'll go back to training PCEE now. This time, Yuan truly saw a different side of Meon Yu. It made Yuan want to observe him more. If he didn't have work, Yuan left with mixed feelings. Awakening, he wondered if a cramped fish struggling to survive in muddy water would have such an arrogant appearance when returning to the vast ocean. Just by looking at his demeanor now, even someone as insensitive as him could recognize his innate talent. Watching Meon Yu earnestly focused on work, Yuan left feeling relieved, but the next day Meon Yu couldn't get out of bed. His whole body was damp, and he had muscle injuries. Not knowing how much he had done to be so seriously injured, at the production workshop, people had the opportunity to gossip about Meon Yu, who had only worked for a day and had to rest due to unbearable suffering. But things seemed not as they thought. Uncle pushed open the warehouse door and called them to see with a serious tone. "Come over here for a moment. Do you think a lazy person can do this?" 1,000. That's 1,000 sharp knives perfectly sharpened by Meon Yu just in one day, a tremendous amount. A person with a rudimentary grinder can sharpen 1,000 sharp knives just in one first day of work. It's unbelievable. About a week later, the number of knives sharpened by Meon Yu had reached a staggering number. Everyone here no longer looked down on him. Instead, they were surprised and admired Meon Yu still focused on his favorite work without caring about the world around him. Every knife he sharpened perfectly. The quantity of knives Meon Yu made reached 5,600. Not only talented in forging, Meon Yu also cooked very deliciously. The dishes under his hands shone, making Yuan and Iram unable to take their eyes off. Iram changed her attitude towards Meon Yu completely. She no longer acted aloof, but became gentle. "Hey, Meon Yu, let's live together forever," she said. "The most boring way to intimacy is only through the mouth and stomach. Let's just eat and enjoy it," Iram said during the meal, saying she felt bored because she was still small and only allowed to eat a few dungeon rations. Iram planned to raid more dungeons to quickly level up, but Yuan said no, it's very dangerous. Physical strength may be realized when weakened, but mana is very difficult. It will be very dangerous if lacking mana while raiding dungeons. Yuan asked about Iram's current mana amount. She said it's 102, which made Yuan fall into depression. Yuan's mana is only 2 points, plus 29 points from equipment. She is 51 times higher than Yuan. Now, Yuan noticed Meon Yu's hands, which were covered in scratches and calluses after just 1 week of sharpening 5,600 knives. Yujin expressed concern, advising Mayam not to overwork himself, but Mayam just smiled back, saying there was no issue. He worked hard because it was a job he loved. To protect Mayam's hands, Yujin gave him a pair of gloves, an A-grade item, which received genuine appreciation from Mayam. In the following days, Mayam continued to work passionately and diligently. His efforts changed the perception of those around him. They no longer looked down on Mayam but showed him respect and care. Besides Yujin, Mayam began to receive attention from others, which surprised and touched him, making his work smoother day by day. Mayam became so engrossed in his work that he lost track of time. When he finally checked the time, it was late, and everyone else had already left the workshop, leaving him alone. It was then that Mayam remembered the magic stone displayed on the pedestal. Approaching it, he heard a booming voice cautioning him not to touch it. It was the workshop supervisor who had not yet left. He explained to Mayam that it was a grade S magic stone, extremely rare and difficult to refine. This was something beyond Mayam's current qualifications to even dream of. The supervisor was straightforward, acknowledging Mayam's struggles due to his employment through connections, but emphasized the importance of skills. He assured Mayam that occasional opportunities were granted to those deserving, and Mayam had proven himself through hard work and perseverance. Despite the supervisor's straightforwardness, Mayam was overjoyed. Finally, besides Yujin, others no longer looked down on him. However, an unexpected event occurred the next day while Mayam was at work. 2 individuals, a man and a woman, arrived with solemn expressions, requesting Mayam's cooperation in investigating a shocking matter. Han Yujin had disappeared. This news deeply worried Mayam, who continuously inquired, affirming that Yujin was always in the training facility, with Peace. Just then, Yim, also known as Peace, emerged, asking what was happening. He had abandoned the raid dungeon mission upon hearing about Yujin's predicament. However, there was no news yet on what had happened or why Yujin disappeared. Several hours before Yujin went missing, inside the Abyss building, Yujin was lounging on a sofa while his pet, Piss, wreaked havoc around the house. Without Abyss support, Yujin's career and home would be in shambles. Feeling bored, Yujin decided to go to the training room, ensuring his safety was paramount. Thus, members of the 5 great guilds took turns guarding him. Today, it was MKC's turn. While observing, Yujin noticed that MKC seemed like a fake awakening, although his behavior was slightly odd. Guards usually enjoyed Piss's antics, but MKC paid them no mind. When the elevator stopped on a floor, 3 individuals entered, pushing 2 large suitcases. Upon inquiry, they revealed they were from the Brit Guild, below Abyss, and the suitcases contained items collected from the dungeon. They politely asked to use the training room for inspection. Despite their friendly demeanor, Yujin sensed something amiss, especially since they didn't praise the piece's abilities. As Yujin released Piss, 2 of the 3 individuals who had been behind suddenly approached with ropes and a bottle of liquid. Yujin realized it too late. They had splashed the liquid towards him. Due to his poison-resistant skill, he was unaffected, but Piss was not as lucky. It must have been a sedative. Piss collapsed immediately upon contact with the red liquid, completely unconscious. Before Yujin could react, the blonde-haired individual approached, swiftly covering his mouth with a cloth soaked in a mid-grade sedative. However, it had little effect on Yujin. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Yujin countered, aiming to escape. He swiftly kicked the person standing in front of him straight in the chest, then forcefully pulled away from the blonde-haired person's grip behind him. Yujin dashed outside, intending to seek help from the guards. However, to his surprise, the guard turned out to be one of the attackers who had given him a punch in the stomach that sent him crumbling to the ground. It turned out this guard was also part of the kidnapping gang. Well informed about Yujin's stat-enhancing items, he instructed his accomplices to remove those items from Yujin, leaving him defenseless. As his equipment was gradually stripped away, Yujin lost the ability to resist. Even the plus 29 mana earring he had used extensively was taken, reducing his mana from 29 to just 10 points, far from enough to maintain his energy. Yujin immediately fell into a state of unconsciousness. When Yujin regained consciousness after being splashed with water, he found himself in a strange place. Sitting in front of him was a scar-faced man who looked very fierce. This man was also a fake awakening expert, B-class. He didn't beat around the bush and grabbed Yujin's hair straight to the point. "Are you holding the master's code?" he asked, sternly. "No," Yujin replied. "Give it to me then," the man demanded. "I think you should give up hope slowly. This place is a secret. No one can find you," he continued, his words indicating that peace was still intact. "It seems like they also brought peace here." Yujin spoke up with a hint of authority. "Judging by your relaxed demeanor, you must have planned your escape beforehand." In his hand, the man held Yujin's phone, showing him that no one had noticed Yujin's abduction. If anyone did, it would be difficult to find where he was being held captive because this was a port with thousands of containers. Even if they managed to find him, it would take a long time. They were planning to take Yujin and Pak onto a ship bound for Japan. He planned to take Yujin's master over there to auction him off, which made Yujin somewhat anxious. If they didn't find him in time before the ship reached international waters, things would become much more complicated. What C needed to do now was to figure out how to prolong the time. Yujin smirked at him. "You think I'm stupid? What makes you think I'd hand over the master's code? After hearing those words, you just admitted I'm valuable. So now I know you can't touch me. Why should I be afraid?" Then, he proceeded to taunt and insult the man, making him furious. And of course, Yujin had to endure a few blows from him, mercilessly. However, he didn't show an ounce of fear, which only made the man more irritated. Though he couldn't kill Yujin, torturing him was definitely within his options. Yujin intentionally provoked him to the point where he had to be hospitalized. Yet instead of that, the man grabbed Yujin by the neck and dragged him to another container. With a forceful throw, Yujin's body slammed against the iron bars behind. It seemed like this place was holding some kind of dangerous monster. Behind the bars, there was a shovel poking out, indicating its presence. It was a grade C monster named Cai, capable of inflicting excruciating pain with its venomous shovel. Seeing Yujin's fearful expression, the man was satisfied. He closed the door slowly, leaving him inside. However, he didn't know that this would be the biggest mistake of his life. The scene shifted back to ABS headquarters, where Yim was genuinely worried. She and 2 investigators were meeting Hun, who, upon encountering Yim, didn't say a word. He approached her slowly, grabbing her collar firmly and apologizing. citing the strict security within ABS. However, he mentioned that Mr. N. Gai's authority was absolute. Looking at what had happened, Hun calmly explained the situation, which seemed somewhat unreasonable. There was very little possibility that a direct subordinate of the level S hunter had betrayed them. It seemed that the bodyguard wasn't originally assigned to protect someone within MKC. Someone within MKC had interfered with ABS's operations. MKC said a society sponsored by unconscious power wielders was different from ABS, which centered its power around hunters. Hun speculated that someone among the sponsors of MKC had investigated and acted against Yuan. However, they never expected that they would collude with a subsidiary organization of ABS to carry out this action. These subsidiaries were merely low-level hunters, so they went unnoticed. At present, they couldn't determine Yin's whereabouts. That's why they called Yim. They wanted her to use her clairvoyance skill to examine Yim's memories. Yim also noticed the smell of blood in the room. After opening the door next to her, she found the dead body of an MKC bodyguard. Hun hoped that Yim's skill could find out from this bodyguard's memories where Yujin was being held captive. Meanwhile, the kidnapper holding Yujin's phone wondered why there were no messages reporting back. Unbeknownst to him, the bodyguard he was in cahoots with had already sold him out. Their holding location was about to be discovered. Nonetheless, all he needed was to obtain the master's code, and he didn't care about anything else. Returning to the container where Yujin was being kept, he was intrigued by the sight of Yujin lying motionless. As he approached, he kicked Yujin with great satisfaction, thinking that his torture had worked. Yet, to his surprise, the grade C monster, Kree, had broken free from its confinement. Hearing Yujin's call, it lunged forward with its shovel, catching the kidnapper off guard. Despite being a B-class fake awakening expert, he couldn't react in time and was taken aback when the monster's shovel caught him. He couldn't believe his eyes anymore. He didn't know how Yujin could have subdued a fully grown level C monster. Now the situation had turned against him. His decision to confine Yujin here was his mistake, and he would pay for underestimating an awakened level C pseudo-beast controlled by Branky. Losing a hand to the kidnapper had proved extremely uncomfortable. It was quite different from what he had heard about Yujin. He never expected Yujin could do something like this. Yujin looked at him with determination. You don't believe a level C pseudo-beast could do this, right? Actually, I can do more than you think. He recalled the moment when he stood before a blinded level C monster. He had almost no resistance left and thought he would die for sure this time. Even with his resistance to poison and curses due to his skills, a direct bite would have meant certain death. Of course, he couldn't just sit and wait to die. Though blinded, he could still use his tools. Yujin took out a small knife and cut the blindfold for himself. However, facing a level C monster was overwhelming for a weak pseudo-beast hunter like him. But something unexpected happened. For some reason, the monster didn't attack but instead retreated, showing signs of fear. It was because La Cheetah's enemy detection skill had activated, doubling all skills when facing CJY-type monsters. Since it affected dragon species using curses and toxins, and CZ was also a dragon species, it was genuinely threatened by the high-level dragon. It looked at Yujin with horror, trembling all over. Yujin thought that the doubling effect also applied to skills affecting him. He discarded the knife to show goodwill, wanting to befriend it. He took out a level C magic stone from his pouch and fed it to the monster. That was how he managed to tame it within 3 minutes. This time, Yujin was truly fortunate. However, in front of him was still a level B hunter, and this dragon monster only belonged to levels C and F. There was still a considerable obstacle to overcome. As it lunged to bite him, Blackie, as Yujin named it, received a command. The dragon rushed forward, snapping its teeth, grabbing the kidnapper's arm. The level B hunter was not an easy target. He swung his arm forcefully, breaking the teeth into pieces. Though he'd escaped, his arm had been poisoned. Before he could regain his composure, Yujin approached from behind and stabbed deep into his arm with a dagger. Even with a disabled arm, Yujin would have the advantage. However, due to Yujin's weakened condition from the poison, he couldn't inflict significant injuries. The hunter swung his arm violently, pushing Yujin away. Yujin continued his assault. Even a small knife had an effect on a weakened level B hunter due to poisoning and injuries. Humiliating him, he clung to his injured arm, gnashing his teeth in pain. not giving him time to breathe. Continuing to command Blackie to attack the kidnapper, Yujin thought, even though he was a level B hunter, he wouldn't just stand still and wait to die. Summoning his remaining arm, he summoned his weapon with determination. He was indeed a level B hunter. Despite being weakened by poison and losing a hand, the level C monster was still too easy to be slain with one decisive blow. As he turned to look at Yujin with murderous eyes, he thought that only he could do anything, but he didn't know the nightmare was just beginning. Yujin remained silent, sitting down, placing his hand on Breaky's body. As the kidnapper sought revenge, he suddenly felt his body weaken, and the poison began to spread. He collapsed, almost devoid of strength. He cried out, "What's happening? I've killed it, and its curse was even lower than my level. Why?" He looked up, and Yujin had transformed. Yujin's eyes were now yellow, like Breaky's. Not only that, but there were also Breaky's fangs behind him. It was because the skill of La Cheetah's enemy detection had finally been activated. It had helped him survive until now. All of Breaky's skills and stats had been transferred to Yujin with twice the efficiency. Additionally, the activation of La Cheetah's enemy skill had increased the emotional impact effect twice, resulting in a fourfold increase in skill effects. Thus, it was understandable that a level B hunter couldn't withstand it. He writhed in agony, lying on the ground with his body poisoned to the extreme. At present, besides waiting for death, he could do nothing else. Yujin looked at him with icy eyes. Why did you want to disturb someone who just wanted to live peacefully? Yujin grabbed the kidnapper's head. Answer me now, where is P? But the kidnapper, being stubborn, not only remained silent but also uttered insults. The dog who gave birth to you. What kind of monster is he? You miserable creature. I will kill you, remember my words. His words only made Yujin feel even more icy. He looked at him, expressionless. It seemed like he wouldn't speak. So, I think there's no reason to spare you anymore, Yujin uttered, activating his deadly skill. From his hand, a stream of dark, sinister water slowly flowed, corroding his opponent's defensive aura. Yujin took the life of the hunter B rank without revealing any emotion. Sorry, but my skills are not allowed to be disclosed of others, he stated. Yujin didn't think he would ever take a life, but now regretted not leaving his opponent's body intact because they had a girl who could rid the thoughts of the dead through empathetic skills. Thanks to this last skill, Yujin was now truly powerful. He couldn't control the sudden surge in power. This skill used to last only an hour, but now it had extended to a week. Stopping briefly to check Breaky's skills, Yujin discovered a highly useful one, a D-rank skill. It allowed the user to blend with the surroundings to conceal their presence, essentially turning invisible. Another skill was the intuition of the weak, helping the user detect stronger foes. With these two skills, Yujin could confidently seek out Pit without fearing encountering someone stronger. Yujin activated his body's automatic transformation to blend with the colors and environment around him. In the rooms where the kidnappers were still chatting, they were unaware of the impending danger due to Yujin's invisibility. He easily subdued them with his skillful techniques until they were all unconscious, not understanding what had happened. Entering the last room, Yujin kicked the door open. Inside, there was a guy sitting casually, engrossed in playing a game on his phone. Seeing Yujin standing at the door, he startled, dropping his phone. He turned and asked how Yujin managed to escape. Yujin didn't bother with nonsense, asking straight, "Where's the fire mage? My horn?" But he didn't say anything. Holding a metal box nearby, he threw it past Yujin. With a sneer, Yujin said, "You're lucky to escape from me. You should have fled instead of coming to me." Drawing his weapon, the guy acted tough, saying he was holding the key to the mage's cell. "Why didn't you come here and take it from the B-rank hunter instead of me, a mere D-rank hunter?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden blow from an invisible stake twisted his mouth, leaving him puzzled as to why he was being punched. Yujin coldly handed over the key and revealed where Pit was. The guy hesitated but then agreed. "Fine, I'll take you to the cell in the first ship, but I have a condition. You have to sign a contract before I hand it over. I need to ensure my safety through the contract you sign here. Don't attack me afterwards." Yujin added the condition that he couldn't disclose anything about Yujin. Without hesitation, the guy signed, thinking everything was settled. But suddenly, his eyes gleamed with malice. He transformed his hand into a demon's hand and lunged at Yujin. Grabbing his neck, he chuckled. "You're easy to deceive, aren't you? You can't attack me anymore, thanks to that contract. If you attack me, you'll be blinded." In fact, the ridiculous contract couldn't stop Yuan. He intentionally signed it to spare the guy's life, but he ended up attacking anyway. Yuan didn't bother to respond to his arrogant words. He just tore up the contract, looking at the guy coldly. The contract was nullified, terrifying the Hunter C rank. The curse of silence was disabled by Yuan's skill, making the guy horrified. Yuan grabbed his hand coldly, apologizing for shattering his dreams. "This outcome is your choice." Then came the desperate screams of the Hunter C rank. He no longer had a form, turning into a puddle of toxic water. Yuan calmly left to find the place where Pit was being held captive. Passing through other rooms, the kidnappers were still unconscious. Yuan spared them and returned to Breaky's cell. After all, Breaky died protecting him. Yuan turned him into a magical stone as he searched for the cage holding Pit. Seeing Pit still sleeping, Yuan gently opened the door. If he took Pit away now, suspicions would arise about the deaths of Hunters B and C. Yuan sat down, embracing Peace in his arms. "Do you want to stay here with Daddy?" While waiting for everyone to arrive, he looked at Peace with tender eyes. Yuan said cheerfully, "You're fine. Don't worry. Don't die on me yet, okay?" Maybe in the time of training and nurturing affection, what Yuan has for Peace isn't just as simple as owner and pet anymore. He continued to hold Peace close, and they both fell asleep on the boat. A few hours later, amidst the bustling footsteps of many, all from Abyss, searching anxiously, Yuan was still peacefully asleep, unaware until Yuhan's proximity warning jolted him awake. Hastily receiving the news of Yuan's discovery, Yuan rushed to his side, helping his older brother up and inquiring about his condition. Yuan, trying to play it off, pretended to be tired, while Yim and Sunghan swiftly entered through a side door, bending the iron bars to reach Yuan. As Yuan stood up, his right leg still sore from the hunter's blow, he stumbled, and his younger siblings immediately rushed to support him. "Where does it hurt, you idiot?" Yim asked angrily. "I'll go find and punch whoever did this to you to ease the tension." Despite the pain, Yuan managed to smile and reassured them. It's okay, it's not that bad, I can still walk." However, they insisted on helping him, carrying their elder brother with utmost care, leaving bystanders astonished and admiring. Though grateful for the concern, Yuan couldn't shake off a sense of embarrassment as he was lifted into a car. He wanted to take his brother to the hospital for a checkup to be sure. The mention of the hospital made Yuan turn pale. He feared that all the secrets of Breaky's skills might be exposed there, which would remain active for another week. Despite his protests, his younger brother remained adamant. Resorting to his ultimate skill, Yuan put on a show of discomfort, expressing his reluctance to go to the hospital, fearing encountering strangers or undergoing sedation or tests. His supreme skill didn't disappoint. Yuan immediately took the hint, apologizing for being too cautious, and suggesting they head back. However, Yuan remained uneasy, scrutinizing every corner of his older brother's body. Suddenly, with a stern expression, Yuan said something that made Yuan slightly nervous. "I feel something odd about you. There's a reptilian scent on you." Yuan quickly activated his hidden skill to conceal Breaky's smell before casually responding. "Ah, it's probably the sea scent from crossing this embankment." Nonetheless, they continued home, relieved that they had passed this hurdle after a long, exhausting day. Temporarily stripped of their security clearance by the MKC, Yuan's abduction prompted tighter security measures, with new guards personally vetted by the chairman. However, the incident had a profound negative impact on Meon Yu, whose self-doubt and sense of worthlessness resurfaced. Feeling utterly useless and unable to help, Meon Yu found himself crying in frustration, pounding the table helplessly, berating himself for his incompetence and inability to be of any use. It seemed that Yuan's recent kidnapping had deeply affected Meon Yu, making him feel like a surplus, worthless individual who didn't deserve to be by Yuan's side or offer any help. Feeling overwhelmed, Meon Yu left abruptly, leaving Yuan worried sick. Despite Yuan's reassurances that Meon Yu might have just gone out for a while, Yuan was convinced that Meon Yu truly left home. Concerned about his younger sibling's delicate nature, Eugene was afraid that someone might exploit Meon Yu and sell his organs in China, the first victim of the corrupt fund. As for Meon Yu, he wandered aimlessly under the streetlights, consumed by feelings of weakness and helplessness, too ashamed to face Eugene for not daring to confront the situation and choosing to leave instead. However, even if Meon Yu wanted to return home, with his absent-minded nature, he would likely struggle to do so, becoming a wandering, inept, but well-intentioned mess of a person. As he bent down to tie his backpack, clumsily fumbling with the straps, his belongings spilled out, symbolizing the chaotic state of his mind and his inability to keep everything together. While lamenting their fate and feeling sorry for themselves, two sisters stared at him, not recognizing him. They looked at Meon Yu's card and cheered excitedly. "Ah, you were from the ABS Guild." Meon Yu, feeling embarrassed, confessed that he was just a dormitory caretaker for the guild, and even revealed that he was just a lackey for the boss. Instantly, Meon Yu got the attention of those around him, filled with curiosity. Unintentionally, he gained too much attention, leaving Meon Yu feeling confused. He mustered up the courage to admit, "I'm just a lackey, and even if I woke up without combat skills, I'd be useless." This statement was like a sharp knife stabbing into Meon Yu's weak heart. The children's mocking remarks deepened Meon Yu's despair, imagining a scenario where he'd acquire 10,000 knives and still receive worthless skills, leading to abandonment by everyone, including Eugene. Meon Yu broke down in tears, and the children, frightened, blamed the older sister, who had provoked him. They wondered what to do next, and one suggested helping him. Taking Meon Yu's hand, she promised to help him acquire a valuable skill. This led to Meon Yu's first trials, enduring suffocation underwater and being pushed from the second floor, barely surviving each time. Despite the ordeal, Meon Yu continued to follow the children's lead, even though they were bullies. The next challenge involved crossing an 8-lane road with speeding cars. Meon Yu hesitated, but the girl insisted, explaining that the skill would only manifest in life-threatening situations. Despite Meon Yu's shock, he realized the world had changed, favoring combat skills over education. As they contemplated advising the children, a loud explosion echoed, warning of a prison break in Gangnam, near where Meon Yu and the children stood. While others followed, the children eagerly ran towards the prison, hoping to awaken their latent abilities. Left with no choice, Meon Yu followed them into the danger of the prison, where giant spider-like creatures wreaked havoc, leaving destruction in their wake. The buildings were all covered by dense spider webs. According to the field reporter, this was due to a winged abyss gate formed within an abandoned shopping center due to not being detected in time, causing this prison explosion. The reporter on the helicopter was startled when he saw something. It was Meon Yu and two children rushing towards the explosion site. At this point, the three of them were surrounded by giant spiders. When the little boy started to panic, it was too late. They had ventured too far into danger. Those who couldn't evacuate in time were caught by the spiders as food reserves. Meon Yu and the two children only knew to run for their lives. Contrary to the scared teenagers, the older sister was very tough. "How could you freeze up here after coming all the way?" she scolded. At this moment, a spider from the side appeared and lunged at them. The two children hugged each other, trembling and crying. The brave little girl stood up in front, spreading her arms to protect the trembling pair behind her. She appeared awakened, swinging her fists confidently. With a determined attitude, she would end it with a secret technique she had practiced for many years. "Watch this, you ugly spider," she shouted confidently. But suddenly, without any surprise, the giant spider effortlessly threw her away with its leg, causing her pain as she struggled to get up, her face now filled with horror. She looked at her hands with desperate eyes. "No, not like this. Not like this." The giant spider didn't let its prey escape, slowly approaching the girl again. It used its sharp, steel-like leg to strike fiercely towards Meon Yu, who gathered all his courage, holding the two children tightly, trying his best to run. Meon Yu wanted to take all three towards the rooftop of a building. If they could get there, it would be easier to contact the rescue team. Meon Yu urged the boy to go by himself, while he carried the older sister, running as fast as he could. But with the overwhelming exhaustion, he could barely move a step. The girl still hasn't regained her spirits. She hugged her face, crying, "Uncle, why did you leave me behind? My life is over," she sobbed. She had just woken up. It was all just coercion. It turns out she woke up and only resorted to coercion, losing all confidence in herself with someone passionate about hunting. It was truly like a death sentence. Before she could climb any higher, the spider had already chased after them to the rooftop. They rushed up the stairs, but fear weighed on their legs like lead. No matter how hard they tried, the girl couldn't lift herself up again. I told you to leave me behind, but carrying me like this, you won't make it to the rooftop. I'm just a burden. My life is over. I don't have any fighting skills. I'm not worth risking your life for. Just leave me and run. The girl's bitter words made Meon Yu release her, but he didn't run. Instead, he took a knife from his backpack, holding it firmly. He stepped down the stairs. Meon Yu wanted to shed blood to protect the two children. Though terrified, Meon Yu's actions showed extreme fear, yet his hand still gripped the knife tightly, as he said to the two children, "I'll hold it back. You two run ahead. Don't say such things. Little ones, you shouldn't say such things as ending your lives or being abandoned. There are still many things you can do. Even if that's not the case, your lives still hold value. So don't sit there crying. Stand up and seek rescue. Then come back here, support each other well while running, okay?" Meon Yu's words were like reassurance. So, you don't want to be useless forever, do you? Protecting these two children is a courageous final act in your timid life. So, don't die. The two children are gone now. Please don't die. The shadow of Yuan suddenly appeared before Meon Yu's eyes. He was running on the wall upright. Meon Yu thought it was an illusion before his death. "Thank you. I'm glad I could see you before I die. Every moment, you are getting closer to me," Meon Yu said, reaching out his hand eagerly. Yuan ran to him, and Meon Yu woke up abruptly from his coma, finding himself lying on the sofa in the dormitory. At the same time, the TV reported that the two children he was with had been safely rescued. Meon Yu realized he wasn't fading away. He didn't remember how he returned to the dormitory. Yuan came in with a pot of chicken soup. Still, his demeanor showed he wasn't in a good mood. Meon Yu asked about his rescue. "Yesterday, just like those excavators," Yuan explained, "I met a nightmare. You are a hunter from AB, rescuing and bringing home." Suddenly, Yuan grabbed Meon Yu's collar, his voice full of anger. "Anyway, you're reckless. Do you know how dangerous it was? Luckily, the news team accidentally captured and discovered it. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? It's better not to think about leaving home anymore. Do you know how worried I was, thinking I wouldn't see you again?" Though loud, it was all concern for Meon Yu. Unable to hold back tears, Meon Yu cried tears of joy. Those tears washed away the burden in his heart, finally dissipating. Meon Yu finally spoke up. "Even if I sharpened 10,000 knives and gained a useless skill, you'd still be my friend," he said. Yuan's expression remained displeased. "I thought you were going to say something touching." "But no," Yuan frowned. "I thought we were having a serious conversation, but it turns out it's about you leaving home like this," he continued. "Right now, I just want to punch this idiot a few times to relieve my frustration. Even without skills, you're doing fine. I heard you were admired by the equipment maintenance department a few days ago," Meon Yu said, grabbing Yuan's shoulder. "I have a request. I don't think I can eat anyone else's food besides yours. So if you succeed, don't leave me, or at least visit often and cook for me," he added. These lines sound like they're from a BL novel. Meon Yu chuckled, surprised. Yuan continued the story. "I promise I won't be picky. I'll even pay you, but it's best if you keep living with me," he said, expressing his concern. Meon Yu smiled happily, agreeing. And just like that, Meon Yu regained his trust in life. Hearing Yuan's caring words, "You know, no matter how things turn out, there will always be someone by your side, right? No need to feel disappointed. No need to worry. Just do your best, even if you feel pressured. You still have your own worth because Yuan, he's always been there to support me. I have nothing to regret. I've experienced disappointment and lost my direction in life since the day I woke up. I woke up in a cramped and dirty apartment. That was the day I decided to end that stagnant life. I signed up to be a hunter to get allowance money, but they all said I wasn't cut out for the job. Life didn't change after waking up. It was still stagnant, still drowning in debt. The future remained bleak, while others had beautiful lives. I was never the protagonist, living a lonely life with no one by my side and nothing in hand. Besides breathing, I didn't know what else to do. My miserable life was only prolonged by waking up, but living on didn't seem to have any meaning. But just when I was on the brink of despair, you appeared in my life. That was my destiny day. At first, I doubted myself, feeling unworthy of those good things. I was both scared and grateful, even under pressure. But I'm not like you. I couldn't do anything. I could never become a leader or a hero. Even if I spent all day and night training, I couldn't imagine having a cool skill like you. But when I met that girl, heard her desperate words, I realized I was wrong. That's when I realized, Yuan, from the beginning, you never looked down on me. You never saw me as lesser. You never forced me into a fight I wasn't suited for. You just made me believe I could do what I liked. That's why I could wholeheartedly focus on my strengths. All this time, you've been cheering me on, believing in me even when I couldn't believe in myself. That's why I don't feel afraid anymore. I think I found my path forward. I want to become even stronger, Yuan. Not like you or Yim, but I'll try my best in my own way. 99.97, 99.98, 99.99, 10,000. Yuan, your faith in me. I want to show you it's worth it. Notification system. Congratulations, you've obtained the SS rank skill, Master of the Goldsmith's Forge, through your relentless effort and perseverance. Finally, success has been achieved. The next day, within Abyss production workshop, there was a commotion. A female worker pointed frantically to where the magic crystal had been placed, now missing. The mana crystal was here just now. Someone must have stolen it during midnight. A senior worker and a young colleague remained calm. Oh, you haven't heard yet. It will be in the news soon. It has found its owner elsewhere. Meanwhile, Yim was training with the girl, holding a weapon that looked extremely cool. It was the SS-ranked weapon, Family Ice Blade, made by Meon Yu himself. As soon as it came out of the forge, it was handed to Yim for testing. Her target was the pond in front of her. Yim eagerly anticipated its power. A burst of ice energy shot out, freezing the pond almost instantly. And even more surprising than the power of the blade was the enhancement it brought to Yim's skills, elevating her to a new level of strength. These scenes were captured by Abyss, documenting Yim's trial. Currently, they were introducing the weapon to the media as the 16th SS-grade weapon in Korea. It wasn't acquired from dungeons. It was crafted by human hands. The Hunters Association certified Meon Yu as the craftsman. A journalist asked if he could create the highest grade items. The media was directly answered by Meon Yu himself. At this point, Meon Yu no longer had the appearance of a miserable, lifeless person. He was handsome, confident, and charismatic. He had become the center of the world with his SS-ranked forging skill. Yu Jin was also present, looking at Meon Yu with great satisfaction and joy for his achievements. Meon Yu now exuded a confident and robust aura. Yu Jin informed Song Han that after creating the item, Meon Yu's stats had also increased. Meon Yu's awakening level had probably reached level C by now. Yu Jin was truly delighted that Meon Yu had undergone a complete transformation. Remembering the time when Meon Yu had just awakened, returned to the dorm with an SS-ranked weapon in hand, Yu Jin couldn't believe it. As soon as he woke up, Meon Yu created an SS-ranked weapon. Meon Yu also mentioned that he had received a huge bag of materials. Meon Yu reached out, revealing a bag of high-grade materials used to craft weapons, an item bag containing S and SS-grade materials. These appeared along with Meon Yu's skills, indicating he had used the ice branch in the materials bag and the magic crystal in the equipment room to create this blade. Not only that, Meon Yu also received a comprehensive encyclopedia on crafting. So the crafting work became even easier. Meon Yu also invited Yuan to visit his forge. It turns out that the name Golden Smithy is not just a name of a skill, but it is a real forge. Meon Yu reached out and opened a spatial gate, then turned back to Yuan and extended his hand invitingly, saying, "Take my hand, I can lead others there." Yuan continuously walked through from one surprise to another. He couldn't believe that he could contribute to someone achieving such great skills. Stepping into its inner space made Yuan amazed. It was even more vast and magnificent than he imagined. Yuan was curious about a furnace placed in the center. The forge didn't need raw materials, but it burned fiercely. Before Meon Yu could explain, the flames surged up. It manifested as a fire elemental creature, frightening Yuan. Yuan quickly retreated, unsure if it would turn into a human. Meon Yu informed him that it was the fire element. Not only that, it could also speak. Greetings, Master. I am the fire element. I was born from the final breath of the craftsman. Yuan was surprised. He could see the element existing outside of the world. Meon Yu said it had helped him craft weapons. Meon Yu also informed Yuan that its previous owner had prepared everything so that Yuan could learn the basics of crafting. Yuan was also surprised and asked if there were other hunters with crafting skills. He thought Meon Yu was the first. Meon Yu replied that he didn't know, and this was all they left behind, accompanied by a flower wreath and a card with somewhat unusual characters. But Meon Yu could understand them a little. Welcome, my successor. Perhaps the blessings of crimson and molten metal have come to you. Occasionally, traces of civilization are found in dungeons. Remnants are similar to our world, but houses and castles are completely different. Therefore, it is hypothesized that there exists another civilization in another world. Perhaps the owner of this forge also came from another world, and we think they left all this for the successor to learn crafting skills. While thinking about the awakening system, Meon Yu spoke up. Take it. It's yours. Thanks to you, I can do this too. I will make the equipment you want. If you want to go out alone, I will go with you. But if you want to stay in Abyss, I will stay too. Meon Yu sincerely expressed to Yuan that he would follow him wherever he wanted. The plan was successful. Both An and Meon Yu unconditionally followed Yuan. The main job now was to sit on the sofa and count money. However, contrary to the dark thoughts in Yuan's mind, Meon Yu solemnly said, "You don't have to do that, Yuan." Meon Yu was surprised, not understanding Yuan's intentions. He didn't know whether it was due to a guilty conscience or what made Yuan change his mind completely from his original intention. Yuan straightforwardly told Meon Yu, "I mean, you don't have to worry about me." Yuan scratched his head, showing a bit of embarrassment. "There's something I've always hidden from you. We really don't know anything about each other yet. Maybe you misunderstood me. In fact, we only met at the Hunters Guild not long ago." Yuan was indeed an underground thinker, but he was actually very good. Seeing Meon Yu develop like this made him happy. Yuan didn't want to confine Meon Yu but wanted him to develop freely. He continuously explained to Meon Yu that he didn't need to worry about him anymore. "Just do what you want. I seem to understand something," he said. "Yuan, did you say this skill is very powerful, even more influential than a guild? In that case, there's no need to think about it anymore. Let's not bother anymore. Just let me give it to you, because if it stays here, it will burn out and I will lose you. Don't worry, I'm just doing what I want to do, as you said. I won't worry about you anymore, and I'll just do what I intend to do." Returning to reality with a grandiose spectacle, Meon Yu presented a family S-grade weapon, the Frostblade, to Yuan, the Guildmaster of Abyss. Everyone was excited, but Yuan seemed a bit restless. At this point, Yuan was still regretful. He didn't know why he had to give up his retirement fund, but it was good. Thanks to Meon Yu's radiance, he would now attract less attention, and life would be much easier. Yuan said to Som Han with a hint of regret in his words, "Meon Yu has really done it. I don't need to worry about him anymore. Now, no matter where he goes, he'll be welcomed." Now, Meon Yu was the only craftsman with equipment in the world. All guilds and hunters would have to line up to find him soon. So there's no need for Meon Yu to stay by my side anymore. He should go somewhere better. Han, despite being a muscular guy, also noticed that Yuan seemed unnatural, looking a bit sad. Who wouldn't recognize such a face? Below the stage, Yuan, looking as bright as a flower, expressed his thought. "Thank you, Meon Yu, this is the perfect weapon for me. I sincerely appreciate it, and while I'm at it, I also want to thank the blacksmith Han Yu. Meon Yu, you're right to raise the microphone to continue speaking. Everything is indeed thanks to the Hunter Han Yu's guild. Han Yu has helped me a lot in acquiring this skill, but above all, the term gratitude is still not enough to describe what Han Yu has done for me." When Han Yu's name was mentioned, Yu was shocked, blushing, and quickly hiding their face when all eyes were on them. Yu's embarrassed look amused Han, as it turned out Yu didn't realize what they meant to them. Instead of abandoning Yui, they saw Yui as someone they must protect, a member of the family, someone important in their lives more than anyone else. If anyone intended to harm Yui, they'd express gratitude on television and declare not to touch their Yui. Since that debut event, The days afterward have been quite calm, with tighter security. While Meon Yu buried themselves in the forge alone, Yu felt a bit bored. Another issue was peace. It seemed drained of energy, not as lively as before, not interested in anything, not even going out to play. Yu was worried, not understanding why Peace behaved that way. Since the abduction, Peace seemed visibly shaken, perhaps still afraid. Yu comforted and held Peace close, then took them outside. Today, Yu was assigned a female bodyguard named Kang So-rang, an air hunter. She was invited by the leader of the Jupiter Guild from the United States, personally invited for her outstanding talents. Though only 19 years old, more importantly, she would become Yui's sister-in-law in the future. Yu was surprised and asked what Kang meant by her hope. Kang shared a secret with Yui. She had an SS-level skill named dragon riding. Yu was surprised by this information. Dragons were the hardest creatures to tame, so owning a high-level mount suitable for an rank hunter like a dragon was impossible. But if Kang could control such a mount, conquering the dungeon would be easier. However, Kang expressed frustration as she couldn't use her skill. That's why she relied on Yu's abilities. In the Jupiter dungeon managed by Jupiter, occasionally dragon caves would appear. If they could hatch an egg, Yu would finally have a dragon. This prospect excited Yu. Therefore, Yu would protect Kang as best as they could because she would be the one raising Yu's dragon. Fortunately, Yu was safe. Yu is the only hope for me, and Yu surprised. Yu asked what Kang meant by that. Kang explained that everyone said so, and after a few times of saying it, it became famous. It turned out that the guild leader, Breaker, spread rumors, making everyone see Yui as their foster parent. This was probably payback for the incident on television before. Arriving at the training room, even though Yin tried, Peace remained lying down, lacking enthusiasm, just yawning like a sleepy kitten. Peace preferred to cuddle with Yui and be carried. Perhaps the abduction had deeply affected its tiny soul, so it would take a while to recover. Yu still tried to play with Peace, but it only clung to Yu. Whatever Yu wanted to do, Peace followed. Yu wanted to take Peace outside for a walk to change the scenery, but Yu couldn't take the dungeon creature out randomly. Then So-rang suddenly suggested, "I know a great place. Let me take you there." Yu happily agreed, and So-rang called her guild leader, who promptly arrived. Hearing they had to go to the Jupiter Guild, Yu hesitated but eventually agreed. The setup was done. "Okay, I'll send a driver to pick you up anytime. We need to prepare carefully for this special guest." Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Yu wondered what he was planning when meeting her. Yu was taken to the rooftop garden of the Jupiter Guild, which indeed had a stunning view. It was unbelievable that a building's rooftop could be transformed into such an eco-friendly park. Yu couldn't help but continuously praise its beauty. The female bodyguard explained that today only Yuan was allowed to use this place, so feel free to let Peace play around. Naturally, being in such a serene atmosphere with beautiful scenery lifted Peace's mood a bit. Yujin's reassuring gestures and caring words made Peace feel safe and cared for. She assured him that it was safe here and that she was also a good person. So there was nothing to worry about, just show your friendliness. The female bodyguard leaned close to Yujin, speaking intimately. Yujin was startled and quickly pulled back, exclaiming, "Oh my, you can't do that, sister-in-law. Why would she do that?" Perhaps because she's a foreigner, she finds it normal to be cautious and maintain distance to avoid disrupting Abyss's future. Yujin's sincere concern, not only from Yujin but also from the spirited bodyguard, truly restored Peace's spirit. It no longer felt as restless as before. It began to wander and explore this elevated garden area, and the mischief began again, just like in the old days. Surely, this garden would also be destroyed soon. Its destructive nature pleased the bodyguard to see Peace full of energy, while Yun's father only thought about the financial burden. Luckily, the bodyguard informed them they could replant and restore anytime. Shigop, her pet dragon, could also play with Peace in the future. Intrigued, Yujin asked about the dragon she was about to own. The bodyguard enthusiastically described the dragon she would soon own. It's a third-tier flying dragon with sharp black wings, dark-colored skin, very tough on its wings and head, and it also has big sharp horns. Its whole body exudes a majestic aura. Oh, just hearing the description makes it adorable. It even has venom, making it more charming, said Yujin, noticing her sparkling eyes when she talked about her dragon. making Yuan sweat a little due to this somewhat peculiar taste in such a serene and romantic atmosphere. Yuan felt much more relaxed and comfortable now. It had been so long since he could walk like this. Before returning to the past, he never had the leisure time for this. Now, his outings were no longer as enjoyable. Perhaps retreating here would be a good thing. It seems Peace also liked this place a lot. She even plucked flowers to give to Yuan. Yuan thought their club president wouldn't show up anyway. Then, the danger detection warning activated, reminding him that Tao Zhao was here. Yuan grimaced, knowing the visitor was the president of Jupiter Club, handsome, tall, rich, and influential, even beyond national borders. His identity had always been a mystery. He always topped the global hunter rankings. He might be the strongest hunter in the world. And now, that person was sitting in front of him, enjoying tea in such a picturesque setting. Watching him brew tea with such grace, Yuan thought, he seems to be good at everything, calm and composed, coupled with his handsome appearance truly mesmerizes people. However, Sung Zhao seemed very relaxed, but Yuan still felt pressured and not quite at ease. He handed Yuan an object and told him to give it to Peace. It was a dragon wing bone. Seeing it, Peace reacted strongly, embracing it with satisfaction. Seeing Peace happy made Yuan look at the president differently. He seems better than I thought, Yuan thought. It makes me feel more comfortable. He started eating the pastries continuously to avoid being tempted. Reading his mind, Sung Zhao joked, "You're healthy, aren't you? That's good to hear. I heard you were kidnapped." Yuan replied hesitantly. Yeah. Why didn't you need to come see me?" Sung Zhao laughed amiably. "Of course, I had to come see you. You'll be raising my little beast, after all." Hearing this familiar phrase, Yuan gritted his teeth, silently vowing to make him pay for this. Sung Zhao, cutting straight to the point, said, "I'm not saying this for fun. You currently have the skills to tame beasts, and you're the protector of Grade S Hunter, and you're the only one in the world trained by the only hunter instructor in the world. Now it's hard for anyone to match you. Thanks to our club's stupidity, other clubs are going crazy not being able to talk to you. Now, whether you ask for it or not, they'll all comply, so you don't have to be humble anymore. Whatever you want, everyone will be ready to meet your demands. Do you want to try?" Hearing those words, Yuan could guess the deep intentions of this guy. It seemed like he wanted to play mind games to make Yuan stand up and establish another club for convenience. Touched by Yu Jin's forced reply, he said, "Well, this is a bit too much. I'm just a weak horse person, so I'm very worried about my sister-in-law when I do things I want." Sung Zhao calmly said, "That's easy. Just have a high-level beast by your side, and everything's settled. That's why we're discussing the use of a high-level beast second." Yuan's protective demeanor feigned surprise as he asked calm, "Is that so, huh?" Jet, equally surprised, questioned back, "Oh really? Your brother didn't say anything, so how am I supposed to compensate? Consider it payment to fulfill responsibility in the kidnapping case. Think of it as them facing consequences. Even if your brother didn't inform you, I know he'll fiercely defend you." Yuan seemed intrigued while Hong appeared uneasy. "Oh dear, I hope I'm not speaking Hun's language here," he said, outwardly calm but inwardly pondering the depth of Hun's words, which made Yuan pause. Hun didn't disclose anything to Yuan about the abduction, and even when Yuan asked about it, his brother only nodded. Yuan contemplated. "If time doesn't rewind, and I only have my taming skills, you'll probably be caught again. Living a dull life with no clue." Jay continues to mock. "I really can't understand it. Yu has recently been asserting his power, aiming to establish an organization on par with other top factions. Indeed, he seems intent on dividing them. He even mentioned constructing an organization with a pre-negotiated deal. If he keeps expanding, he might even possess a monstrous army. How would you respond to that? A team of monsters? I think having too many might not be legal," Jay added. The more he speaks, the more his ambition shines through. Yes, he's right now the issue, but laws only exist with a state and society. Currently, we can manage the dungeon and maintain social order, as you know. The quantity and difficulty of the dungeon keep increasing. It won't be long until... Pause. I think within 5 years, everything will change completely. By then, we'll crave additional forces, be it mounts or anything else. And in that scenario, you won't be like anyone else. Someone who can nurture S-rank monsters and a reliable assistant. Han knew this, yet he deliberately concealed it from him. I think you two should talk, Han suggested, his smiling face hiding his inscrutable depths, making Yuan struggle to confront him. What's his game? Yuan wondered. He acts like he's helping, but in reality, it's condescension, like he's testing me. At the Abyss faction, there's a meeting between Yuan and Yim. She seems to have an issue that's hard to articulate. Last time, when she used the white elephant in the faction member's image, I heard them discussing the ineffective sleeping pills they used. Could it be that her uncle has an antidote? It's strange. I'm sure her uncle doesn't have such an item. I feel like her uncle is hiding something, a secret of Han's. It seems like he's gradually being discovered. Back to Yuan, he was informed of a stronger A-class escort taking him back to Abyss. And of course, who else would be in A-class besides his father? He's excited while I just find it hard dealing with this guy. There's nothing for me to do, just an S-rank hunter. They only do what they want, even buying flowers and gifts for me. Yuan wanted to decline. I appreciate the gesture. But even if he does, he won't gain any more favorable terms. Suddenly, Jet pointed his hand towards Yuan with tremendous pressure, making Yuan feel rare intimidation. But in reality, he just wants to secure him, or maybe he's testing Yuan. His actions, though seemingly normal, seem to imply something that makes Yuan slightly apprehensive. On the way, the two continued discussing the decay within MKC's internal structure. Yujin's faction will collapse, but maybe it will collapse faster than expected. You know, Yujin glanced at Hong subtly. I really don't know much about this handsome, wealthy, and skilled guy. Even his past before he woke up, it's a mystery. Because he has blonde hair and fair skin, there have been rumors that he's foreign or mixed race. Besides that, there's no information about him. Yujin contemplated whether to use his skill to observe Hanj or not. He wanted to see the status window of the world's strongest, but just as he was preparing to activate his skill, unexpectedly, an immense pressure pressed down on his hand placed on his neck by Hanj, freezing Yujin in place, unable to move. Yujin muttered to himself, "What on earth is happening? If he exerted just a little more force, I'd be done for." But quickly, Yuan's fear dissipated as his resilience against fear kicked in. Damn, how did he find out? Yuan thought. I haven't even activated my skills yet. Calmly, Yuan spoke up, his voice slightly mocking. Oh, I thought you were my bodyguard, but it seems you're imitating MKC instead. Han Yujin's words left Yuan speechless, but internally he cursed the handsome man before him. What are you saying? We haven't done anything wrong. Han Yujin retorted, leaving Yuan dumbfounded. Yuan could only silently curse the handsome troublemaker. Outside the Abyss Assembly building, Simi and Sung Han were waiting to welcome Yujin back. Seeing their serious expressions, something seemed amiss. However, Han Je stepped out of the car with a cheerful greeting, offering to open the door for Yujin. As soon as the door was opened, Yujin darted out like a released bird, heading towards Sim Young and Sung Han. Their expressions clearly showed they weren't keen on welcoming this handsome fellow. Nonetheless, Han Je remained composed, presenting flowers and a gift to Yujin. Sim Dong intervened with a serious tone, asking why he had come without prior notice. Despite Sim Young's unwelcoming words, Han Je maintained his calm demeanor. Don't worry, I promise to ensure your safety, he said. I want to give you these flowers and this gift, a pair of earrings that will enhance your magical power and provide level B shielding equipment. It's a precious and valuable gift. Yujin was somewhat surprised by this gesture. As he tried on the earrings, they seemed perfect. Now it was time to test the shielding and teleportation skills. He called out to Piss, who rushed over, and there was a collision between Piss and the shield, demonstrating its effectiveness. Yujin chuckled at Piss's dismayed expression. You've been running around a lot today, he said, patting Piss's head. Now it's time to take a bath. I'm glad you're back to normal, and thanks for the great equipment. This trip has been quite fruitful, but I don't want to go back there again. After Han Je left, Sim Young mentioned the encounter between two level S hunters, hinting at some trouble. Yujin felt overwhelmed by the constant events unfolding. As he wiped Piss clean, Director Cai returned from exploring the dungeon with a cute piece-themed outfit. Despite his good performance, all the data from level B dungeons yielded no information. Director Cai explained that he couldn't enter the dungeons for unknown reasons. Yujin suspected it had something to do with Kai's ownership of dungeon powers. Perhaps those powers couldn't coexist within another dungeon. This sparked an idea in Yujin's mind. He hugged Kai, making him uncomfortable, and then instructed him to teleport. In an instant, they were outside the building. Kai continued teleporting, and Yujin realized they could potentially communicate with the system using Kai's powers. "Let's teleport a few more times," he suggested. Kai frowned, unable to tolerate being dragged along like this. "I feel like I'm in a wrestling match," he muttered. With that said, Kai forcefully threw Yuan to the ground as if they were indeed wrestling. "Luckily, I just put on those earrings with shielding skills. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble," Yuan thought. He figured it was time for the system to send a message, so he opened the status window. Indeed, there was a slight change in the status, but it still didn't allow direct communication like in the dungeon. Reflecting on the message from the dungeon, it seemed to imply that it couldn't find him until he entered. Thus, there was nothing more he could do in his outside world. Seeing Yuan frozen, Kai thought he might have overdone it and worriedly asked if he was okay. Rubbing his head, Kai didn't blame him and even thanked him. "It's okay. I had something to check, and with you here, it was smooth sailing. Now, besides going back to the dungeon, there's no other option," Yuan explained. He instructed Kai to return and rest, promising to call if there were any further tasks, but only if he stopped throwing temper tantrums. "You did very well today, my adorable Yuan," he teased. This time, Yuan's actions didn't faze him anymore, and Kai couldn't help but be reminded of his old landlord. Ultimately, the next day, Yuan received a notification on his phone at the dormitory. He had won the bid for the exclusive opportunity to advance into the pressure-induced dungeon. It turned out Yuan had secretly planned to venture into the dungeon alone this time, intending to reconnect with the previous conversation. To avoid being detected, you've equipped yourself with clothes and obscured your face. It's no different from a ninja infiltrating the Fuin dungeon, needing to navigate through Abyss's strict surveillance. You somersault, crawl, and hide, resembling a professional commando. With lizard-like skills, you effortlessly traverse walls, avoiding elevators using stealth techniques. You wait for someone to enter the elevator before following, to avoid suspicion. Exploiting Breaky's skills, you blend in effortlessly, benefiting from its quadrupled ability due to the last-minute emotional plea and Lachita's enemy detection skill, making you nearly undetectable, even at the SD level. Thanks to this, you reach entry points without hindrance. Next is the challenging checkpoint with another security scan. Seizing an opportunity when someone is waiting for a check, you swiftly pass through the scanner, triggering an alert. Pity for the unsuspecting youth who'll face a stricter check, while you, benefiting from Breaky's abilities, swiftly evade. Utilizing the last few days before Breaky's power fades, after 7 challenging days, you finally reach the exterior of a warehouse, within which lies the coerced dungeon. Being a low-level dungeon, it's less observed, allowing you to proceed unhindered. You need to enter and quickly establish contact with the system before disappearing again to ensure safety. Along with necessary items, you carry a teleportation stone. If danger arises, it can aid your escape, a precaution given by Yu Haiyan to counter unforeseen threats. All preparations completed, you enter the dungeon, promising yourself to only fulfill this task and then live discreetly. Inside, the coerced dungeon is not as desolate and perilous as higher-level ones. Instead, it's a vast, lush forest, albeit within the dungeon's confines. However, inherent dangers persist, so you cautiously maneuver through large branches, scanning for signs of the system. Unbeknownst to you, shadows lurk above. A pack of monkey-like creatures, numbering in the hundreds, slowly encircles you. Caught off guard, you remain vigilant, moving slowly. Before you realize, they've closed in, waiting for you to drop your guard. They commence a coordinated assault, but against low-level dungeon monsters, you, with quadrupled stats akin to a level C monster, swiftly incapacitate them with stealth and efficiency. Not bothering to look back, you continue forward. As you clear your path, the teleportation system constantly rings, seeking your attention. Annoyed by the interruption, you swiftly deal with the creatures, discarding them. Standing atop a small hill of defeated foes, you demand answers from the system, frustrated by its delayed response. Finally, a window appears with a cryptic message. "Not my fault. Perplexed, another window materializes, displaying the teleportation stone you previously used. Still puzzled, you await clarification. Finally, an explanation appears, stating that the wish-granting stone cannot revive the dead but can offer apologies in their place. Confused by this sudden apology, you feel a pang of despair. Upon realizing the deception, you confront the system, angry at being missiled. However, the system responds cryptically, refusing to offer a clear explanation. Frustrated, you brandish the teleportation stone, challenging it. Look closely, you wretched system. Even if there are high-level monsters like last time, I could handle them just fine. Speak whatever you want, but instead of a response, there's a silent and eerie atmosphere as if nothing is happening. But then, a series of message windows keep popping up. Don't be angry, we know you're frustrated. We want to tell you everything, but we need a proper medium for our next direct conversation. We need to prepare thoroughly, as too much interference could lead to quick detection. If too much information is revealed, it could be dangerous. Prepare well. See you in a week. Then the system doesn't provide any more information. Its implication is to meet again after thorough preparation, exactly 1 week later. This is what worries Yuan, as the last emotional plea will no longer be effective then. So Yuan must find another way. Yuan ponders over the system's messages, considering the potential dangers or being discovered. Maybe there's something dangerous beyond the system. Could it be that the appearance of monsters coinciding with the messages means that more intervention via messages leads to more danger? Lost in thought, Yuan suddenly notices cracks appearing in space, growing larger and spreading. Perhaps a powerful monster is about to emerge. The cracks burst open, accompanied by a blinding light. Yuan anxiously observes the gaping hole in space, torn wide open. It seems like this time an even scarier monster is appearing. A terrifying beam of light pierces through space in front of Yuan. Oh my goodness, could this creature be even stronger than Litas? Yuan stands frozen, with a stone in hand, ready to teleport away if danger approaches. But as the light gradually fades, something appears on the ground. It looks like a lump of cotton. Yuan, drenched in sweat, silently thinks, what in the world is this? A mochi ball. A few seconds later, that mochi ball starts to move. It has eyes, a beak, 2 wings, and tiny legs. It looks no different from a chicken. Just when it seemed like Yuan encountered some terrifying creature, luck strikes, and a cute round chicken appears, looking as innocent as a mochi cake. But still cautious, Yuan activates the seedling promise to observe. This chicken seems nothing special besides its adorable appearance. It's just a plain, ordinary chicken, wandering around as if hungry, searching for food. It stands before a mana stone with poison. It pecks at it, intending to eat it, but Yuan rushes out from hiding to save it from poisoning. The chicken, safe in Yuan's hands, snuggles and cries, oblivious to the danger it narrowly avoided. While Yuan is busy with the chicken, a monkey sneaks up behind. Since when did it attack? It strikes swiftly, but Yuan manages to dodge and dispatch it, looking up to see hundreds of fiery eyes. There seem to be even more monkeys this time. They must have multiplied generations. With care, Yuan comforts the chicken. Don't cry anymore, I'll quickly find food for you. And then, after the 18+ scene, only the boss monster's corpse lies piled up. Yuan cleans up the dungeon without breaking a sweat. As Yuan slays the monsters, the mana crystal shards fall, and the tiny chicken immediately devours them. Its voracious appetite is astonishing. It's hard to tell if it's a chicken or a pig. There's still a large mana crystal left. Yuan contemplates, perhaps intending to share, but then decides against it. Yuan starts to feel a bit wary of this tiny chicken. It's so bold despite its small size. Yuan questions, are you really planning to eat that? Then the system announces an achievement. By utilizing pressure stats, attack skills, and fewer than 3 items, you have successfully cleared the dungeon alone. You've been awarded the title of Rookie Extraordinaire. Yuan is quite surprised and wonders, so this is the reward for clearing the dungeon alone. Even more surprising is that Yuan achieved an S-rank title despite the dungeon being so low level. It's remarkable to receive such a high-ranking title with just ordinary skills. Doubling all dungeon rewards, Yuan is both excited and disappointed. Excited for the doubled rewards, but disappointed because the low-level dungeon means the rewards aren't that great. While Yuan is busy sorting through the loot, The chicken has already finished devouring the remaining mana crystal, showing its insatiable appetite. Yuan feels a bit overwhelmed by this greedy little chicken. Unsure if it's a chicken or a pig, Yuan finally decides to investigate further. Returning home safely, Yuan faces another issue. Patch and the chicken don't get along. Patch gets furious and starts wrecking things upon seeing another pet. Though it's not edible, Patch continuously attacks the poor chicken. Despite Yuan's attempts to explain that the chicken is its sibling, not food, Patch refuses to listen and continues causing chaos. In the midst of this, Yuan's younger brother suddenly appears and asks what's going on. Startled, Yuan drops the chicken. Even though it's just a chicken, it looks different from usual. Yuan explains that it's a monster, which startles his younger brother. Yuan quickly explains that he found it abandoned and took it home out of pity, which seems like a reasonable explanation. Yuan's brother doesn't press further. Today, he came to see his brother for something, but before he can speak, Yuan asks for help controlling Patch, who's causing chaos because of the presence of the chicken. Ignoring Yuan's plea, Patch flies over to the chicken while Yuan's brother, Han, is explaining his reason for being there. Despite Han's seriousness, Yuan and Patch continue to cause a commotion, paying no attention to him. Growing frustrated, Han grabs Patch by the neck and throws him aside, then calmly says, "Now, let's talk. I hope this helps. Let me know if you need further assistance." Yuan's face turned green with worry for P. "What's the matter after I said that?" she asked. "Who do you think you are to throw him away like that?" Actually, Eugene guessed Han's intention and wanted to ask him about something related to him during the time he was kidnapped. Eugene knew that Han had discovered something, so he pretended to be strict by borrowing the incident of peace being thrown away to preach. "My brother thought Eugene was really strict." Han tried to explain, but Eugene became even more adamant. "Don't say anything, just sit down," she said. It turns out that when Yuan gets angry, it's quite scary. Both Han and Piss sat down on the sofa obediently. Eugene began to preach about how owners should treat their mounts. Eugene wanted Han to treat Peace as a family member, not just as equipment. Every time Eugene asked, my brother innocently answered, which made Han even more obedient, like a dog. After a while looking at Han's clueless face, Eugene guessed that he probably didn't understand anything because Han's nature had been like that since he was a child. He hardly cares about others or the things around him. Yuan sighed after the preaching, feeling exhausted. "All right, let's hug each other," she said. Du Haiyan stood up, extending his arms, waiting for a hug from his older brother. Yuan felt annoyed because it wasn't him, but Piss, who was there. Nevertheless, the two masters embraced each other with affection. Just by looking, one could see the peace and happiness. After the preaching, Poch also changed. He was no longer aggressive towards the chicks, but became friendly. Perhaps he was afraid of being abandoned when there were other animals around. The two became closer to each other. Yuan then asked Han if he was free next week. "Let's go to the dungeon together. I'll see how your skills are," she said. "By the way, I'll bring Peace and the chicks along so that they can bond more," Han replied, but his answer was somewhat difficult. He wasn't as simple and naive as he seemed. He knew Eugene was trying to use a flimsy reason to preach so that he couldn't ask. Han wanted to know what his older brother was trying to hide. In the following days, he continued to sneak out into the dungeon twice alone. He cleaned the Class E cave, and now it's a Class D water environment cave. Every time, that dungeon system greeted Yuan. As for rewards, due to the doubled skill bonus, Yuan received many items. Not only that, she also received additional Class S titles like Veteran Hunter, which doubled her attack skill. Yuan cursed the system for giving her such useless titles. Why would she need any attack skills? Eventually, she received a title that allowed her to remain undetected after cleaning a Class D dungeon. She also acquired 2 new skills, an A-class skill for camouflage and another skill, with a silly name, that allowed sharing effects of S-class skills or titles with someone else you've made contact with. These new skills made Yuan puzzled about how to use them properly. She mentioned the chicks, which she gave the cute name People. It had many strange points. It wasn't affected by taming skills, and its development status couldn't be checked by her skills. Nevertheless, it seemed to be affected by keywords, and now it was more friendly with Peace and no longer acted disobediently. Yuan seized every moment for the two of them to play and take pictures together as memories. She also created a social media account, which quickly gained followers due to Piss's fame and the cuteness of the two. In no time, they became top idols. With that, she could freely sell goods or become a food critic. Speaking of tanning, it was exclusively for Yujin. It was being rushed to completion, with the estimated time shortened to 2 weeks. Yuan was also busy preparing to move to a new place where her close non-combat companions, Meon Yu and Han, would also join her to work. Afterwards, all the animals would be taken care of and trained by Yuan. Seeing her dream of just lying down and enjoying life getting further away made Yujin frustrated. But there was something even more important. That was meeting the system in the next few days. Yujin felt this was troublesome. It didn't harm him, but he also didn't know what had happened before the time reversal. Yujin had thought about it a lot, but ultimately found no clue. So meeting the system next time was crucial. Yujin didn't know that a huge trouble was looming over him in the upcoming dungeon exploration. His life would be threatened, and the one causing it would be none other than Yuan. This outcome was because he hadn't been honest with his younger brother. A few days later, before going to the dungeon together, Yujin's home had prepared a lavish meal. Of course, the skilled chef was Meon Yu. You certainly have the qualities of a homemaker, Yuan. You rolled up your sleeves and pitched in by making the most difficult dish, egg omelets, for a lavish dinner. The table was set, but there seemed to be something off in the atmosphere. Everyone was eating and chatting cheerfully, yet there was a sense of discomfort underlying the smiles. It seemed as if something was amiss, and the main reason was this guy here. While everyone else was cheerful, his face was as solemn as if he'd lost his rice bowl. The table was full of delicious dishes, yet he only chose the omelets. This choice cast a shadow over the feast, making the air heavy with tension, as if an apocalypse was looming. Eventually, Yuan couldn't bear it anymore and had to speak up. "Hey, don't do that. If the atmosphere is tense, don't be the odd one out," he said, naively revealing that they were about to leave. Yuan had to let him know that he agreed to go with him, despite being advised against it. So the three of them got into a heated discussion about the new center they were building, from research rooms to forges and even dungeons. The more Han tried to befriend Yuan, the more Yuan withdrew, worsening Han's mood. His dark aura seemed to emanate a desire to smash something immediately. Finally, the meal ended without any mishaps, though not as joyous as it could have been. Doing the dishes together, Jin and Jim were bored inside, not knowing what was going on with Han lately, as his mood resembled that of a sisterhood on this particular day. Both guessed it was because Jujin was moving out soon, leaving Han feeling bitter. While talking, Jim intended to ask what he was hiding, but couldn't bring himself to. So he shifted the conversation. Perhaps Han was upset because security at the entrance had been increased after his abduction, but it broke down for 4 days straight, which probably annoyed him. Hearing this, Yuan's blood boiled. He suspected that Han was responsible for the malfunction of those security devices. Taking advantage of someone passing by after today's meal, Jujin still felt guilty and texted to ask if he was free next week. If busy, he would go to the dungeon with Jim. Han simply replied, "No need. I have a few days." A few days later, the day to enter the dungeon arrived. Yuan appeared before Han with a radiant smile and a bouquet of roses. However, his younger brother's attitude remained unchanged, still cold and indifferent. Even when handed the flowers, he showed no expression and handed them straight to the guard at the entrance. The tension persisted, making Yuan very anxious. He still didn't understand why Han behaved like that. These days, he had been thinking that there should be a serious conversation between the two brothers. Eventually, they both entered the dungeon. It was a dungeon with picturesque scenery, with majestic mountains and a breathtaking ocean. Except for the danger, it was beautiful, like a resort. While Han was vigilant, Jujin was talking to Peace to get used to the atmosphere inside the dungeon. Not long after, the monsters attacked, and Peace was targeted for the first time. Although there was no sign of worry or fear, it charged straight into battle. The yellow-furred ape monsters were no match for it. Both Jujin and Han didn't intervene but let Peace act freely. Although still young, its strength was undeniable. With the blood of higher-level monsters flowing in its veins, it effortlessly tore through the lower-level monsters. Han told Yuan, "You also need to level up." Han coldly turned away, leaving Yuan puzzled. Jujin reluctantly followed behind, not knowing when this anger would end. On the way, as the monsters attacked Jujin, he was ready to fight. Doom wanted to take down the monsters himself, as he always did, but before he could act, Hun coldly dispatched those monsters. Leading the way with a bewildered look from Jujin, Hun didn't want Jujin to exert himself, using his wood willow leaf skill to restrain him. By now, Jujin couldn't bear it anymore and snapped. "Why do you keep interfering, Hun? You still maintain that cold attitude even when I respond. I'm just trying to help you. It's very dangerous, Hun. The demon spawn has no resistance towards Jujin. You need to end it before things get worse." Jujin asked directly, "Did you think I didn't know? Do you have a problem with me? Your expression says it all. If you're annoyed about something, just say it outright. You've been avoiding direct confrontation since the beginning, making it unclear what your intentions are. That's why we, as brothers, end up in heated arguments." Jujin pointed directly at Han and said loudly, "And what about you? You don't even bother to speak up. You've been causing trouble everywhere, never letting me know anything important. Instead, you just keep silent and take the blame." But Hun's demeanor remains cold and indifferent. Hun swung his spear at the demon spawn attacking Jujin from behind, then retorted, "That's to protect you, to enhance your influence. But now your foundation is too big. You know, interfering in your affairs like this is excessive. But I admit, it's beyond my capabilities. I do it because I feel uncomfortable." Jujin retorted, "Hun, you don't need to protect me so much. With your current influence, no leader can easily lay a hand on you. But you keep saying that you're concerned, making me truly puzzled. I don't know what our little brother intends or what he's hinting at." Before Jujin could respond, Hun asked him, "Can you be satisfied with what you have? Don't go anywhere, and don't do anything. I'll do everything you need. I won't ask anything from you. So you should do the same. At least, don't go to the dungeon anymore." Hun's tone was very serious as he spoke. Jujin sensed the seriousness of the conversation but still couldn't figure out why Hun was being like this. Before anything could be resolved, a message appeared in the system, ready to chat. As soon as the message appeared, Jujin's body began to dissolve, disappearing in front of Hun's eyes. Hun looked at his suddenly missing younger brother. His eyes were icy but filled with worry and anger. "Hey, this time, to find my younger brother, I might have to burn down this entire dungeon," he exclaimed. Meanwhile, after disappearing inside the dungeon, Jujin found himself in another space with nothing but greenish lights. After a while, strange windows appeared, shaped like faces, talking to him. "Hello, darling. There's more than just that face," said one, followed by more faces of various colors. They kept calling him darling, which annoyed Jujin. "Don't call me darling, my name is Han," he retorted, but before he could finish, a symbol covered his mouth, reminding him not to reveal his real name. It was important information that needed to be kept secret. If too much information leaked, the connection between the system and him would break. So he had to hide it to keep them from knowing who he was and what danger he might pose. Curiously, Jujin asked them who they were. All the faces responded in unison, the one who was not allowed to say their name. After some meaningless chatter, Jujin got serious. "Let's get to the point. My little brother is still waiting. How do you know about events that happened before the time reversal? And why is it a problem?" The system replied, "From now on, very important events will unfold. Let's start with a simple explanation. Time only reverses for you. Let's use a tree as an example. If the tree in front of you represents your world and every wish stone activated only affects your reality, then your world will go back 5 years. But for those outside, everything remains the same, including the number and difficulty of dungeons. So the dungeons now have increased difficulty and quantity only for you. We're trying to slow down that process, but they're also exerting their influence through the dungeons. So there's something you need to do. Use the keyword to awaken 50 emergency pseudo-S-class influencers and impact them only when you complete it. Can you protect your world?" About the status window with the book icon. Well, we tried to create something to fit your world. So the new system is similar to the status window in games. Even planned to create a place like a shrine in Heroes. But when people get used to these things, they all disappear, just like beginner guides, convenient at first but then restricting. It's like locking them in a tight box, as if no matter how hard one tries, it's difficult for a person to develop under coercion. However, there are those who truly break stereotypes and escape the box. Nothing is forever, including attributes or skills. Humans must always adapt. Listening to this, what comes to mind is to change keywords, but we've assigned you a task. So don't use that deadly keyword. What about influencing 50 people? You tell me to express love to 50 people. What kind of weird game is this? The system explains it's not about them. They're just checking skills and adding descriptions. Even if you're not satisfied with the descriptions, we didn't use keywords like that. It's too detailed, even about materials or elements. Then all instructions are too detailed. Another person in the system said those skills are stored from the previous world. You also know there are other worlds. The goldsmith's forge was created in another world and transferred to yours. There are very few cases where something is transferred to another world. And that's because the previous owner of the goldsmith's skills sacrificed themselves for the future of others. So we just recorded based on available information, like classifying new animals based on existing ones. It may not be accurate, but we have no right to change keywords. And this is the first time the perfect nanny skill has been created, so we don't have enough information. We can only predict more. The nanny title alone is already rare. You can only own it if you have the innate S-rank awakening. Talking about S-rank innate is extremely rare. Most pseudo-S-rank awakenings have awakening levels from A to S, depending on the environment they can awaken in, but very rarely someone is born with only S-rank. It's so rare that only those who are truly superior to their race can possess it. But no matter how outstanding they are, they always find it difficult to integrate with their race. So even ordinary people, even parents, feel uncomfortable around them. That's why the nanny title you own is very different from what the system said. It never felt difficult for its little brother. The system continues to explain the nanny's life is quite short. Sometimes they become targets in the natural habitat of the innate S-rank, or it could be because of the difference in power that the love of the innate S-rank can turn into hatred. Finally, the system says you have to complete the task of gathering 50 pseudo-S-rank awakenings within 5 years. After that, they will handle it. It seems like the time limit for contact has arrived. The system is slowly disappearing. I asked if it could let my little brother know everything, but the system replied that it's impossible. Only Hun can know that you're helping the system. Other things must absolutely be kept secret. Duchin still has many questions and doubts, but time does not permit. The system also informs you that whether you want it or not, gradually you will come to know everything. It's just not the right time yet. The space has become ethereal or vanished. Dujin has returned to the real world, chilly and safe. You hastily sit up, not seeing Yu Haiyan anywhere. The dungeon, forest, and sea are no longer around. All that surrounds you is a desolate scene with various sized fruits and violet flames indicating that Yu Haiyan is the one responsible. Suddenly, Dujin feels a chill. The once vibrant green dungeon has now turned into a dead land, caused by Yu Haiyan. Dujin thought he had been mistakenly taken to the wrong dungeon, still bewildered and unaware of what has happened. Then, from behind, there are the peculiar footsteps of a beast approaching rapidly. Dujin turns around to see a towering fire mage charging towards him. Despite being startled, Dujin manages to swiftly dodge its claws thanks to his fear-resistant skill. However, the danger is far from over. Dujin is now facing a formidable monster, seemingly with no chance of escape. What startles Dujin even more is that upon using his observational skill, he realizes that this fire mage is none other than Piss. But why is it so large and mature? Could it be that while Dujin conversed with the system in the space, many years had passed outside? Before I can understand anything, a hand from behind embraced Dujin's chest, then lifted him onto the shoulder and carried him away. That was Du Han's hug. But he remained silent, not saying anything, just acting sluggishly. This made Duan feel somewhat scared. He glanced back at the dungeon once again. This once lush green land now only remained as ruins. The ominous atmosphere filled with death made Du-Rin shiver as he advanced into the dungeon. This is all because of you, huh? Hun still didn't respond, just carrying Duan away. Is it because of what I burned down here? Hun still didn't reply, just carrying Duan away, feeling awkward. Duan quickly interrupted, trying to calm down. Let's talk peacefully. You can put me down now. Hun coldly responded. Do you think you can calm down at this hour? Dune promised to explain everything Hun requested. Just calm down, let me down, and I'll explain everything. But the more Dune spoke, the worse the situation became. Hun growled back, I don't need you to be silent. If you don't shut up, I'll shut you up myself. Do you really want to see me go crazy? Hun's eyes were full of anger, but they also contained a mix of worry and helplessness. No matter what Dune said, Hun didn't want to hear anything more. Hun snapped angrily, shut up and leave. I thought I just needed to wait a bit because you said you would take care of everything. I thought I could sit still and stop worrying about you. But now, Hun's voice choked, unable to continue. His hand tightened around Jujin's arm, then forcefully threw him to the ground. It seems like you have no other choice, Hun said coldly, drawing his sword near Jujin's neck. His cold gaze mixed with helplessness. Perhaps the disappearance of Jujin had broken his tolerance limit, just as the S-level system had warned. The good intentions of his protector could be seen as self-inflicted violence. It was just a fragile line. And now Dune was falling into that extreme state. Hun coldly pressed the sword against his brother's neck. I can't bear it anymore. I have to kill you here. If I let you live, who knows what other strange things will happen? I will tell everyone that you were killed by the dungeon boss. Some may not believe that you couldn't protect yourself in this dungeon level. But as long as I bring your hand or foot back as evidence, it'll be fine. It might hurt, but from now on, I'll be able to protect you. Dune felt a cold chill running down his spine. Even in his dreams, he never thought that such terrifying words would come from his beloved younger brother, driven to such extremes by excessive love. With his brother's safety at stake, Dune couldn't think clearly. The feeling of helplessness overwhelmed him as he couldn't protect his brother. Deep down, Dune loved his brother the most and didn't want him to face danger every day. There was only one way to stop his older brother from endangering himself further. Death. Only death could keep Jujin still without wandering into danger. Hun raised the sword, ready to strike, without hesitation this time. But fortunately, the protective boundary from the earrings he received saved Dune's life. The sword missed his neck by a hair's breadth. Jujin yelled, "You're insane." Then, terrified, he fought. Jujin realized that Hun didn't directly kill him. Otherwise, he would have become a fallen hero without his left hand. Dune didn't stand still, allowing his younger brother to do whatever he wanted. He released some attacks to buy time to talk. If you protect me so extremely, I won't even look at you anymore. Hun finally took his decision seriously, deflecting Dune's attack while expressing his frustration. I won't look at you anymore, huh? Anyway, I never intended to stay by your side. From the beginning, I hid everything from you. When Hun grabbed Jujin's collar, he had no choice but to use his master's stone to order pies to quickly stop him. The command was issued. Piss lunged at its jaws and bit hard into Hun's arm. He gritted his teeth against the pain, his English accent tinged with coldness. I thought you could stop me, but with the strength of a grade B monster, stopping Hun, one of the world's top hunters, is nearly impossible. Hun countered, striking Piss's head with the hilt of his sword, then spun around, swinging his arm to forcefully throw Piss to the ground. The impact, typical of a grade S hunter, coupled with Hun's extreme anger, immediately rendered Piss unconscious. Jujin, concerned, rushed over to intervene, but after Hun subdued Piss, he continued with his remaining task. Using one hand, he pressed Dune forcefully to the ground, restraining his movement, while his other hand wielded the sword, ready to strike without hesitation. But Hun remained hesitant. He couldn't bring himself to strike Dune. With his head bowed down, he confessed everything he had buried deep inside. I used to enjoy reconciling with you, feeling everything returned to normal. So even though you were strange, I deliberately ignored it. But what you said, is it true? Even that fire mage hesitated. Your monster taming skills are truly at level 10. If you knew how much effort it takes to tame a high-level monster, you wouldn't have chosen it. And the forge and even that bird. Let's forget about all of that. Why do you always come to the dungeon, even today? Do you know when you disappeared, I couldn't do anything. I didn't even know what was happening. I felt truly helpless. All these things you're saying, how can I endure them? Tears welled up in Hun's eyes. You truly love your little brother. You would do anything to give him a life free from danger. He wiped his tears, trembling. No matter what, I can't bring myself to harm you. So now, I just ask for one thing from you. You will permanently disappear from under the hunter's radar. Don't worry, it will be quick. I'll heal you with divine medicine. Hun gripped the sword handle tightly, preparing to take Duan's life, but hesitated when Duan's face turned pale. How much longer do we have to wait? He shouted. Suddenly, a stream of green light appeared, deflecting Hun's sword, and a communication window appeared in front of him. Hun stood bewildered, stunned by the strange phenomenon. Duan took advantage and quickly stepped back, keeping a safe distance. He realized that his older brother had regained some composure, and began to explain his taming skills in detail. He received grade S skills secretly by sneaking into the dungeon a few times. All of this was aided by the system. Currently, he was secretly assisting the person who created the system. He had intended to tell Duan about these things, but Duan's agitation prevented him from saying anything. He truly hid everything not because he didn't trust Duan. He always trusted him the most in the world. Surely, over the past few days, Duan had worried a lot for him. He also knew that Duan was very concerned about security, both in the guild and society, but not because there was a problem. He used his stealth skills. Not only that, but he also had skills to resist poison, curses, fear, and even shared skills. Hun listened for a while, speaking just enough to make Duan understand. He didn't let his younger brother know that these were level L skills, nor did he mention the influence keywords and the skill of emotional stimulation. Finally, he even recounted the time he had returned to the past 5 years ago and felt that everything was fine. Jujin turned to Hun and said that if he was curious about anything, he should just ask because what he said was truly unbelievable. A person only at grade L was being helped by the system, but Hun couldn't help but believe it after witnessing everything firsthand. Duan was quite comfortable, and if his little brother had any curiosity, he could ask about the psychological manipulation skills of Duan, which were truly top-notch. Just a few tricks with some important information had made his previously aggressive little brother obedient like a puppy. I'm sorry, I thought you didn't trust me, so I got a little agitated, Duan said, understanding that his younger brother was overly concerned about him. He gave Han a heartfelt hug. I'm sorry for disappearing. You must have been very scared, right? The two brothers took turns apologizing and expressing their love, pitying Piss caught in the middle, displaying the affection between the two generals, which was quite boring and disheartening for Piss. Unable to bear it anymore, Peace, who no longer had his large, mature figure, intervened. You only grow larger and develop when necessary. Otherwise, even if you give orders, it won't work. In the end, the troublesome matter was resolved smoothly. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the system, Duan would have become a legendary hero. At this moment, within the system space, they are still observing all the ongoing situations. Someone feels that Jujin's younger brother is quite dangerous after what happened recently, but others believe that if he is properly nurtured, he will become an excellent guardian. Because previously, Han used his life to save Jujin once, so another person mentioned Meon Yu, thinking that he might have more potential than Han. Yet another person said there's not enough time for Meon Yu to develop further. Someone else in the system, dressed like a primitive human with a full body of white wolf fur, spoke up, saying if this world fails, they should take it to the next world. It seems Meon Yu has great potential, so they want to ensure his potential doesn't end in this world. The girl with the rabbit-like appearance also spoke of Jujin, wanting to take him to another world when this one collapses. However, someone among them is sure that Jujin will refuse. Even if forced, he won't comply. They put a lot of hope in Jujin, believing he can fulfill their plans. People within the system often speak cryptically due to security concerns, but their goal remains to support Jujin to the fullest so that he can help another person in the system. Someone handed the rabbit girl a glass of wine, saying, "Isn't this good for you? You will be promoted from a rookie position." Meanwhile, they suggested decorating the room for the pet while waiting, suggesting to have some fun because the naughty child is confined back to Jujin's life since returning from the dungeon. Things have been smooth since then. Hun has returned to his cheerful self, no longer wearing a tired expression. Pak has also grown rapidly, and Jun has collected some valuable data for their research, extremely useful information that excites her greatly. She knows that having this in her hands will lead to a significant breakthrough in dungeon research, and said her uncle would build a research center. However, she worries that if any guild gets involved, her research might be exploited. That's why today she came with a proposal to build a research center next to the monster training center. Everyone could use the research results, attracting many hunters, making it easier to gather information about the dungeon. Ant was deeply moved by Jujin's practical proposals and immediately agreed, and admires how Jujin incorporates lofty ideals into his research. She should know that research for world peace deserves more respect in An's eyes. Jun has become handsome and magnificent. His noble spirit, not seeking personal gain, impresses An, and innocently doesn't know she's a trust fund for Hanjin to live comfortably for 2/3 of his remaining life, and made a proposal that she could bring her research team along with her to show Jujin a photo on her phone, which Jujin recognized as the team that discovered the laws of the dungeon. Having such a talented team, Jujin readily agreed. Both parties shook hands, and the agreement was reached. Now they just have to wait for the research center to be completed and start working. This initial investment is crucial. If the system is correct and the dungeon is growing faster, the plan to become a landlord and make money to return to Hill will soon collapse. What's needed now is to help and push forward her research and contribute financially instead of just waiting for profit from buildings. Knowing in advance which company's stock value will increase, Yuan invested all the money she had into stocks. Although these stocks may turn into smoke in the future, it's currently beneficial for speeding up the research progress. Besides, the most important thing is still to gather 50 rank Sir S class within 5 years, which will surely pass quickly. The next day at the port, Jujin and Hun were waiting to receive a container containing 3 new monsters when they heard Jim's call. He didn't know how Yujin could have subdued a fully grown level C monster. Now the situation had turned against him. His decision to confine Yujin here was his mistake, and he would pay for underestimating an awakened level C pseudo-beast controlled by Branky. Losing a hand to the kidnapper had proved extremely uncomfortable. It was quite different from what he had heard about Yujin. He never expected Yujin could do something like this. Yujin looked at him with determination. You don't believe a level C pseudo-beast could do this, right? Actually, I can do more than you think. He recalled the moment when he stood before a blinded level C monster. He had almost no resistance left and thought he would die for sure this time. Even with his resistance to poison and curses due to his skills, a direct bite would have meant certain death. Of course, he couldn't just sit and wait to die. Though blinded, he could still use his tools. Yujin took out a small knife and cut the blindfold for himself. However, facing a level C monster was overwhelming for a weak pseudo-beast hunter like him. But something unexpected happened. For some reason, the monster didn't attack but instead retreated, showing signs of fear. It was because La Cheetah's enemy detection skill had activated, doubling all skills when facing CJY-type monsters. Since it affected dragon species using curses and toxins, and CZ was also a dragon species, it was genuinely threatened by the high-level dragon. It looked at Yujin with horror, trembling all over. Yujin thought that the doubling effect also applied to skills affecting him. He discarded the knife to show goodwill, wanting to befriend it. He took out a level C magic stone from his pouch and fed it to the monster. That was how he managed to tame it within 3 minutes. This time, Yujin was truly fortunate. However, in front of him was still a level B hunter, and this dragon monster only belonged to levels C and F. There was still a considerable obstacle to overcome. As it lunged to bite him, Blackie, as Yujin named it, received a command. The dragon rushed forward, snapping its teeth, grabbing the kidnapper's arm. The level B hunter was not an easy target. He swung his arm forcefully, breaking the teeth into pieces. Though he'd escaped, his arm had been poisoned. Before he could regain his composure, Yujin approached from behind and stabbed deep into his arm with a dagger. Even with a disabled arm, Yujin would have the advantage. However, due to Yujin's weakened condition from the poison, he couldn't inflict significant injuries. The hunter swung his arm violently, pushing Yujin away. Yujin continued his assault. Even a small knife had an effect on a weakened level B hunter due to poisoning and injuries. Humiliating him, he clung to his injured arm, gnashing his teeth in pain, not giving him time to breathe. Continuing to command Blackie to attack the kidnapper, Yujin thought, even though he was a level B hunter, he wouldn't just stand still and wait to die. Summoning his remaining arm, he summoned his weapon with determination. He was indeed a level B hunter. Despite being weakened by poison and losing a hand, the level C monster was still too easy to be slain with one decisive blow. As he turned to look at Yujin with murderous eyes, he thought that only he could do anything, but he didn't know the nightmare was just beginning. Yujin remained silent, sitting down, placing his hand on Breaky's body. As the kidnapper sought revenge, he suddenly felt his body weaken, and the poison began to spread. He collapsed, almost devoid of strength. He cried out, "What's happening? I've killed it, and its curse was even lower than my level. Why?" He looked up, and Yujin had transformed. Yujin's eyes were now yellow, like Breaky's. Not only that, but there were also Breaky's fangs behind him. It was because the skill of La Cheetah's enemy detection had finally been activated. It had helped him survive until now. All of Breaky's skills and stats had been transferred to Yujin with twice the efficiency. Additionally, the activation of La Cheetah's enemy skill had increased the emotional impact effect twice, resulting in a fourfold increase in skill effects. Thus, it was understandable that a level B hunter couldn't withstand it. He writhed in agony, lying on the ground with his body poisoned to the extreme. At present, besides waiting for death, he could do nothing else. Yujin looked at him with icy eyes. Why did you want to disturb someone who just wanted to live peacefully? Yujin grabbed the kidnapper's head. Answer me now. Where is P? But the kidnapper, being stubborn, not only remained silent but also uttered insults. The dog who gave birth to you. What kind of monster is he? You miserable creature. I will kill you. Remember my words. His words only made Yujin feel even more icy. He looked at him, expressionless. It seemed like he wouldn't speak. So, I think there's no reason to spare you anymore, Yujin uttered, activating his deadly skill. From his hand, a stream of dark, sinister water slowly flowed, corroding his opponent's defensive aura. Yujin took the life of the hunter B rank without revealing any emotion. Sorry, but my skills are not allowed to be disclosed of others, he stated. Yujin didn't think he would ever take a life, but now regretted not leaving his opponent's body intact because they had a girl who could rid the thoughts of the dead through empathetic skills. Thanks to this last skill, Yujin was now truly powerful. He couldn't control the sudden surge in power. This skill used to last only an hour, but now it had extended to a week. Stopping briefly to check Breaky's skills, Yujin discovered a highly useful one, a D-rank skill. It allowed the user to blend with the surroundings to conceal their presence, essentially turning invisible. Another skill was the intuition of the weak, helping the user detect stronger foes. With these two skills, Yujin could confidently seek out Pit without fearing encountering someone stronger. Yujin activated his body's automatic transformation to blend with the colors and environment around him. In the rooms where the kidnappers were still chatting, they were unaware of the impending danger due to Yujin's invisibility. He easily subdued them with his skillful techniques until they were all unconscious, not understanding what had happened. Entering the last room, Yujin kicked the door open. Inside, there was a guy sitting casually, engrossed in playing a game on his phone. Seeing Yujin standing at the door, he startled, dropping his phone. He turned and asked how Yujin managed to escape. Yujin didn't bother with nonsense, asking straight, "Where's the fire mage? My horn?" But he didn't say anything. Holding a metal box nearby, he threw it past Yujin. With a sneer, Yujin said, "You're lucky to escape from me. You should have fled instead of coming to me." Drawing his weapon, the guy acted tough, saying he was holding the key to the mage's cell. "Why didn't you come here and take it from the B-rank hunter instead of me, a mere D-rank hunter?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden blow from an invisible stake twisted his mouth, leaving him puzzled as to why he was being punched. Yujin coldly handed over the key and revealed where Pit was. The guy hesitated but then agreed. "Fine, I'll take you to the cell in the first ship, but I have a condition. You have to sign a contract before I hand it over. I need to ensure my safety through the contract you sign here. Don't attack me afterwards." Yujin added the condition that he couldn't disclose anything about Yujin. Without hesitation, the guy signed, thinking everything was settled. But suddenly, his eyes gleamed with malice. He transformed his hand into a demon's hand and lunged at Yujin, grabbing his neck. He chuckled. "You're easy to deceive, aren't you? You can't attack me anymore, thanks to that contract. If you attack me, you'll be blinded." In fact, the ridiculous contract couldn't stop Yujin. He intentionally signed it to spare the guy's life, but he ended up attacking anyway. Yujin didn't bother to respond to his arrogant words. He just tore up the contract, looking at the guy coldly. The contract was nullified, terrifying the Hunter C rank. The curse of silence was disabled by Yujin's skill, making the guy horrified. Yujin grabbed his hand coldly, apologizing for shattering his dreams. This outcome is your choice. Then came the desperate screams of the Hunter C rank. He no longer had a form, turning into a puddle of toxic water. Yujin calmly left to find the place where Pit was being held captive. Passing through other rooms, the kidnappers were still unconscious. Yujin spared them and returned to Breaky's cell. After all, Breaky died protecting him. Yujin turned him into a magical stone as he searched for the cage holding Pit. Seeing Pit still sleeping, Yujin gently opened the door. If he took Pit away now, suspicions would arise about the deaths of Hunters B and C. Yujin sat down, embracing Peace in his arms. Do you want to stay here with Daddy? While waiting for everyone to arrive, he looked at Peace with tender eyes. Yujin said cheerfully, "You're fine. Don't worry. Don't die on me yet, okay?" Maybe in the time of training and nurturing affection, what Yujin has for Peace isn't just as simple as owner and pet anymore. He continued to hold Peace close, and they both fell asleep on the boat. A few hours later, amidst the bustling footsteps of many, all from Abyss, searching anxiously, Yujin was still peacefully asleep, unaware until Yuhan's proximity warning jolted him awake. Hastily receiving the news of Yujin's discovery, Yuan rushed to his side, helping his older brother up and inquiring about his condition. Yujin, trying to play it off, pretended to be tired, while Yim and Sunghan swiftly entered through a side door, bending the iron bars to reach Yujin. As Yujin stood up, his right leg still sore from the hunter's blow, he stumbled, and his younger siblings immediately rushed to support him. "Where does it hurt, you idiot?" Yim asked angrily. "I'll go find and punch whoever did this to you to ease the tension." Despite the pain, Yujin managed to smile and reassured them. It's okay, it's not that bad, I can still walk." However, they insisted on helping him, carrying their elder brother with utmost care, leaving bystanders astonished and admiring. Though grateful for the concern, Yujin couldn't shake off a sense of embarrassment as he was lifted into a car. He wanted to take his brother to the hospital for a checkup to be sure. The mention of the hospital made Yujin turn pale. He feared that all the secrets of Breaky's skills might be exposed there, which would remain active for another week. Despite his protests, his younger brother remained adamant. Resorting to his ultimate skill, Yujin put on a show of discomfort, expressing his reluctance to go to the hospital, fearing encountering strangers or undergoing sedation or tests. His supreme skill didn't disappoint. Yuan immediately took the hint, apologizing for being too cautious, and suggesting they head back. However, Yuan remained uneasy, scrutinizing every corner of his older brother's body. Suddenly, with a stern expression, Yuan said something that made Yujin slightly nervous. "I feel something odd about you. There's a reptilian scent on you." Yujin quickly activated his hidden skill to conceal Breaky's smell before casually responding. "Ah, it's probably the sea scent from crossing this embankment." Nonetheless, they continued home, relieved that they had passed this hurdle after a long, exhausting day. Temporarily stripped of their security clearance by the MKC, Yujin's abduction prompted tighter security measures, with new guards personally vetted by the chairman. However, the incident had a profound negative impact on Meon Yu, whose self-doubt and sense of worthlessness resurfaced. Feeling utterly useless and unable to help, Meon Yu found himself crying in frustration, pounding the table helplessly, berating himself for his incompetence and inability to be of any use. It seemed that Yujin's recent kidnapping had deeply affected Meon Yu, making him feel like a surplus, worthless individual who didn't deserve to be by Yujin's side or offer any help. Feeling overwhelmed, Meon Yu left abruptly, leaving Yujin worried sick. Despite Yuhan's reassurances that Meon Yu might have just gone out for a while, Yujin was convinced that Meon Yu had truly left home. Concerned about his younger sibling's delicate nature, Yujin was afraid that someone might exploit Meon Yu and sell his organs in China, the first victim of the corrupt fund. As for Meon Yu, he wandered aimlessly under the streetlights, consumed by feelings of weakness and helplessness, too ashamed to face Yujin for not daring to confront the situation and choosing to leave instead. However, even if Meon Yu wanted to return home, With his absent-minded nature, he would likely struggle to do so, becoming a wandering, inept, but well-intentioned mess of a person. As he bent down to tie his backpack, clumsily fumbling with the straps, his belongings spilled out, symbolizing the chaotic state of his mind and his inability to keep everything together. While lamenting their fate and feeling sorry for themselves, two sisters stared at him, not recognizing him. They looked at Meon Yu's card and cheered excitedly. "Ah, you were from the ABS Guild." Meon Yu, feeling embarrassed, confessed that he was just a dormitory caretaker for the guild, and even revealed that he was just a lackey for the boss. Instantly, Meon Yu got the attention of those around him, filled with curiosity. Unintentionally, he gained too much attention, leaving Meon Yu feeling confused. He mustered up the courage to admit, "I'm just a lackey, and even if I woke up without combat skills, I'd be useless." This statement was like a sharp knife stabbing into Meon Yu's weak heart. The children's mocking remarks deepened Meon Yu's despair, imagining a scenario where he'd acquire 10,000 knives and still receive worthless skills, leading to abandonment by everyone, including Eugene. Meon Yu broke down in tears, and the children, frightened, blamed the older sister, who had provoked him. They wondered what to do next, and one suggested helping him. Taking Meon Yu's hand, she promised to help him acquire a valuable skill. This led to Meon Yu's first trials, enduring suffocation underwater and being pushed from the second floor, barely surviving each time. Despite the ordeal, Meon Yu continued to follow the children's lead, even though they were bullies. The next challenge involved crossing an 8-lane road with speeding cars. Meon Yu hesitated, but the girl insisted, explaining that the skill would only manifest in life-threatening situations. Despite Meon Yu's shock, he realized the world had changed, favoring combat skills over education. As they contemplated advising the children, a loud explosion echoed, warning of a prison break in Gangnam, near where Meon Yu and the children stood. While others followed, the children eagerly ran towards the prison, hoping to awaken their latent abilities. Left with no choice, Meon Yu followed them into the danger of the prison, where giant spider-like creatures wreaked havoc, leaving destruction in their wake. The buildings were all covered by dense spider webs. According to the field reporter, this was due to a winged abyss gate formed within an abandoned shopping center due to not being detected in time, causing this prison explosion. The reporter on the helicopter was startled when he saw something. It was Meon Yu and two children rushing towards the explosion site. At this point, the three of them were surrounded by giant spiders. When the little boy started to panic, it was too late. They had ventured too far into danger. Those who couldn't evacuate in time were caught by the spiders as food reserves. Meon Yu and the two children only knew to run for their lives. Contrary to the scared teenagers, the older sister was very tough. "How could you freeze up here after coming all the way?" she scolded. At this moment, a spider from the side appeared and lunged at them. The two children hugged each other, trembling and crying. The brave little girl stood up in front, spreading her arms to protect the trembling pair behind her. She appeared awakened, swinging her fists confidently. With a determined attitude, she would end it with a secret technique she had practiced for many years. "Watch this, you ugly spider," she shouted confidently. But suddenly, without any surprise, the giant spider effortlessly threw her away with its leg, causing her pain as she struggled to get up, her face now filled with horror. She looked at her hands with desperate eyes. "No, not like this. Not like this." The giant spider didn't let its prey escape, slowly approaching the girl again. It used its sharp, steel-like leg to strike fiercely towards Meon Yu, who gathered all his courage, holding the two children tightly, trying his best to run. Meon Yu wanted to take all three towards the rooftop of a building. If they could get there, it would be easier to contact the rescue team. Meon Yu urged the boy to go by himself, while he carried the older sister, running as fast as he could. But with the overwhelming exhaustion, he could barely move a step. The girl still hasn't regained her spirits. She hugged her face, crying, "Uncle, why did you leave me behind? My life is over," she sobbed. She had just woken up. It was all just coercion. It turns out she woke up and only resorted to coercion, losing all confidence in herself with someone passionate about hunting. It was truly like a death sentence. Before she could climb any higher, the spider had already chased after them to the rooftop. They rushed up the stairs, but fear weighed on their legs like lead. No matter how hard they tried, The girl couldn't lift herself up again. I told you to leave me behind, but carrying me like this, you won't make it to the rooftop. I'm just a burden. My life is over. I don't have any fighting skills. I'm not worth risking your life for. Just leave me and run. The girl's bitter words made Meon Yu release her, but he didn't run. Instead, he took a knife from his backpack, holding it firmly. He stepped down the stairs. Meon Yu wanted to shed blood to protect the two children. Though terrified, Meon Yu's actions showed extreme fear, yet his hand still gripped the knife tightly as he said to the two children, "I'll hold it back. You two run ahead. Don't say such things. Little ones, you shouldn't say such things as ending your lives or being abandoned. There are still many things you can do. Even if that's not the case, your lives still hold value. So don't sit there crying. Stand up and seek rescue. Then come back here, support each other well while running, okay?" Meon Yu's words were like reassurance. So, you don't want to be useless forever, do you? Protecting these two children is a courageous final act in your timid life. So, don't die. The two children are gone now. Please don't die. The shadow of Yuan suddenly appeared before Meon Yu's eyes. He was running on the wall upright. Meon Yu thought it was an illusion before his death. "Thank you. I'm glad I could see you before I die. Every moment, you are getting closer to me," Meon Yu said, reaching out his hand eagerly. Yuan ran to him, and Meon Yu woke up abruptly from his coma, finding himself lying on the sofa in the dormitory. At the same time, the TV reported that the two children he was with had been safely rescued. Meon Yu realized he wasn't fading away. He didn't remember how he returned to the dormitory. Yuan came in with a pot of chicken soup. Still, his demeanor showed he wasn't in a good mood. Meon Yu asked about his rescue. "Yesterday, just like those excavators," Yuan explained, "I met a nightmare. You are a hunter from AB, rescuing and bringing home." Suddenly, Yuan grabbed Meon Yu's collar, his voice full of anger. "Anyway, you're reckless. Do you know how dangerous it was? Luckily, the news team accidentally captured and discovered it. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? It's better not to think about leaving home anymore. Do you know how worried I was, thinking I wouldn't see you again?" Though loud, it was all concern for Meon Yu. Unable to hold back tears, Meon Yu cried tears of joy. Those tears washed away the burden in his heart, finally dissipating. Meon Yu finally spoke up. "Even if I sharpened 10,000 knives and gained a useless skill, you'd still be my friend," he said. Yuan's expression remained displeased. "I thought you were going to say something touching." "But no," Yuan frowned. "I thought we were having a serious conversation, but it turns out it's about you leaving home like this," he continued. "Right now, I just want to punch this idiot a few times to relieve my frustration. Even without skills, you're doing fine. I heard you were admired by the equipment maintenance department a few days ago," Meon Yu said, grabbing Yuan's shoulder. "I have a request. I don't think I can eat anyone else's food besides yours. So if you succeed, don't leave me, or at least visit often and cook for me," he added. These lines sound like they're from a BL novel. Meon Yu chuckled, surprised. Yuan continued the story. "I promise I won't be picky. I'll even pay you, but it's best if you keep living with me," he said, expressing his concern. Meon Yu smiled happily, agreeing. And just like that, Meon Yu regained his trust in life. Hearing Yuan's caring words, of course, with Han's invitation, she was also very excited. It seemed like everyone had gathered, but someone unexpectedly appeared, and it was clear from their expression that they didn't want this person to be present here. The one who arrived and caused this discomfort was none other than the handsome, elegant, wealthy, and top guild leader, Song Hunjae. He also appeared in the A-level dungeon this time, called the City of H. Golem. Here, golems and undead armies were present everywhere. It was a strong and terrifying dungeon. Although slow, they were extremely brutal. The strategy was to separate and slowly eliminate them, but looking at Ji's expression, things didn't go according to plan. Inside the city of Golem, they were being overwhelmed by the powerful forces of ice, fire, and wind, as Ranhane and Duhan wreaked havoc below. The monsters, considered mere cattle under their power, were like tofu under a knife. A level dungeon with 4 S-level hunters. Even in the future, Yuan knew there had never been a team like this before. They were all fighting with all their might. Each used their skills without coordination, ignoring whether they were our allies or not. Their skills clashed, neutralizing each other, rendering them ineffective. Jazim unleashed a wide area skill, hitting the golems and making them stiff, while Du Hyan's flames were melting the ice blocks. Meanwhile, Hane was busy fighting, her wind also hitting Jazim accidentally. In short, although they were strong, they were trampling on each other without any teamwork spirit. They were still busy fighting when Jujin noticed someone standing calmly there. It was the guild leader of Jupiter, Sung Hun, considered the strongest in the world. He was just standing there calmly. Moreover, he was neatly dressed and handsome. Sung Hun's coat was an SS-grade flame-resistant equipment named Super Flame Dragon Wings. This was the equipment that made Du Hun suffer defeat in future ranked battles. Jay was burning with envy. He just wanted to rip that damned coat off Sung Hun. Jay also realized he was being looked at and said, "I can feel you're glaring at me." Duan quickly intervened, saying, "I'm just grateful that the Jupiter Guild leader personally came here. I'm just here to inspect, nothing else." Although smiling, Duan just wanted this guy to leave quickly. "We'll be fine without you. You can go now, Han." Ignoring Jay's subtle hints, Sung Hun still smiled and replied, making him chill. "It's sad, isn't it? It's time for you to be more open. Why don't you accept my offer?" "I haven't decided how to answer," when luckily, Hun loudly called Sung Hun, asking what he was doing here. "Are you here to play, or are you just too old to keep up?" This old lady indeed had a sharp tongue, always teasing others. Jie, without refusing, lightly flicked his finger, sending a huge golden lightning bolt straight down where Han was standing, a helpful move that made Jujin and Piss stare in shock, immediately reacting. "Jazz, what are you doing? Why would you attack your colleague?" To Jujin's questioning, the handsome guy just chuckled lightly. His response was like a question, making Jujin realize that there was something unusual among them. Underneath Han's help, his face was now full of green veins. "This damned Sung Hun Jia wants to fight, doesn't he thought. "Well, let's do it, Han." Like an angry tigress, a Hun grabbed her weapon and charged straight towards Jie, who didn't resist but instead stepped back behind Jujin, leaving all three of them shocked and astonished. Han was also startled, not expecting the handsome guy to play such a move. The strike he unleashed was difficult to stop. Han quickly used all her strength to create a shield to protect both of them, but their faces were still pale with fear. Han was trying hard to recover, but with the speed of the fall like that, it was uncertain. There was a loud collision between the weapon and the ground as Han landed with incredible force, shattering the rocks. Luckily, with some divine intervention, she managed to stop the attack just in time, only a step away from where Dune was standing. They both trembled, thanking their ancestors for the recent turn of events, as it had put Dune in danger. Of course, one person wasn't happy about it. Du Hyan immediately scolded, asking why she wasn't careful and why she couldn't see him standing there. How could she act so recklessly like that? Both sides immediately clashed, engaging in a verbal duel that escalated into physical confrontation. It was inevitable. Once the verbal sparring was over, they resorted to using their muscles. Neither of them backed down, both rushing in to exchange blows. Jujin, observing the chaos from the outside, anxiously called out for Kei's intervention, but the instigator of this brawl was none other than him. He simply replied lightly, "We can't do anything about it. Let us handle it alone instead of working as a team." The dungeon was not experiencing explosions as frequently as before, but the prohibition of us entering the dungeon together still stood. Now that they were all here, it was the perfect opportunity for them to fight it out. The unexpected appearance of Jupiter's leader disrupted Jujin's calculations, making everything increasingly chaotic. Only now did Jujin realize why S shouldn't enter the dungeon together, because while Jujin's side faced turmoil, Jim was still happily in another corner of the dungeon, actively fighting monsters and collecting items. It was only when a loud explosion caught her attention that she began to notice the intense solo battle between Hane and Jae-han, which was still ongoing. They fought as if they had never fought before, unleashing all their strongest skills without holding back. Watching from the outside, tense and worried, there seemed no way to separate them with their immense power, despite their apparent lack of animosity. They even seemed to enjoy it, as if life had become dull outside. They had been restrained for too long, rarely having the chance to indulge in such unrestrained play without worry. They had fought hundreds of rounds, yet neither could claim victory. Indeed, the strength of S-Class didn't seem to have much difference between them. Winds at Namasa sometimes occurred in the blink of an eye, with shockwaves from their weapon clashes constantly causing the surroundings to shatter. Thanks to Song Han's shield, safety was maintained temporarily, but the battle grew fiercer, making Jujin worry. If this continued, someone would surely be injured, and he might be the first affected. Despite Song Han's shield, the fragments of shattered stones, charged with the impact force of two S-Class fighters colliding, still pierced through the defensive layer, causing Jujin to endure repeated pain. Realizing that his older brother was suffering injuries from the battle, Du-hun quickly halted his hand, ignoring Hun's confusion. He rushed over, continuously asking, "Are you okay, Hyung? Did you get hit by a stone?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you okay?" Hun, who was in the middle of a fight, stopped as the opponent left, not pursuing further. Turning back with a serious expression, he said, "You should be more careful. I'm here, you should be more cautious." Jujin quickly devised a plan to stop this futile battle, albeit a bit cowardly, but pressure knew no bounds. Activating his supreme acting skills, he pretended to be soft and fell to the ground, pretending to be in pain, hoping to end this senseless fight. It was a pity that such a fragile S-Class hunter as himself might perish. Worried and afraid, he wished for both of them to stop fighting and live. "Oh my, I can't sleep at all. And there's no one here to treat me. It feels like I'm going to die." Certainly, Jujin's superb acting skills made his younger brother worried to the point of turning pale, and Hana felt guilty for this situation. How could S-Class, normally so powerful, become so weak like this? "I'm sorry, Hyun. Perhaps we shouldn't have made the atmosphere so tense." Hana's words served as a convenient stepping stone for Jujin to add fuel to the fire. Rolling his eyes, he snapped loudly, "Both of you should feel ashamed of yourselves. Look at Song Han and P. They know how to behave better than you. Let's get out of here. You guys aren't children. Why do you bicker like this all the time?" Despite being S-Class, his authority was like that of a team leader. Without knowing where, Jujin pulled out a cap with an impressive emblem of S-Class and put it on. With a whistle in hand, he began to direct like a true coach, swiftly handling the Gollum crowd at 3 o'clock. Song Hong-jae circled around, checking the perimeter behind the nearby building. Though it was just a minor pressure, with his martial arts skills, he managed to make the unruly crowd obedient. Only now did he breathe a sigh of relief after dealing with this troublesome bunch. They had to be separated to avoid further conflict. A status window popped up. "Congratulations, you have acquired an SS-level skill, Crowd Control. Dubbed the Terrifying Rooster. It's a skill that enables the controller to make awakened beings obedient. Don't like listening to orders, do you? Well, with this skill, worry no more. It's indeed a powerful skill suitable for someone with top-notch acting abilities and exceptional multi-level martial arts prowess." To him, dealing with them was just a minor issue. Not just Song Hong-jae, even the system felt something off about the skill's name. Finally, a tiresome day full of incidents came to an end inside the dungeon. Now peaceful and tranquil. Everyone rested and recharged. Sung Han brought a cup of hot coffee to Jin for relaxation. Looking at the serene dungeon, Jin couldn't help but appreciate their team's efficiency. With this speed, they would soon be out of here. Now, Jin had time to observe their surroundings. They seemed to be in what used to be a magnificent city, now a ruined dungeon. It was probably remnants of another world that had collapsed. They were trying to prevent these dungeons from increasing endlessly, but some still wanted to expand their influence. Could they stop it? Or would it end up as the system said, only S-level skills above 50 could stop it? Controlling this bunch was a difficult issue. Unlike a day of chaotic fighting, they now sat peacefully by the fire. Jim blamed the lack of fun fights on the absence of the girl. It seemed all the S-levels were battle-hungry. Ho mentioned Jim's skills and experience were still lacking. Get objected fiercely, claiming she only lacked equipment and she'd show them once she bought some magical gear. Hana enjoyed teasing each person differently. Some were lively, some contemplative, some profound, like Song Hong-jae. Jin always had to figure out how to prevent conflicts. Hana ran his hand through his hair, feeling burnt. It seemed difficult to think. Jim suggested just cutting it off, while Hana shared she didn't want long hair. It was merely for commercial purposes. kept at the request of the old sponsor. Hana joked about having to keep up appearances as an S-class hunter, which annoyed Jim. The two sisters then got into a playful scuffle. Sometimes, Hana found the dungeon more bearable than dealing with those old fogies, hoping for a day to punch those old men in the mouth, who should have broken away like the head of Jupiter Society. Song Hung-jae. With a dashing demeanor, Song Hung-jae raised his teacup to his lips, taking a sip, and responded that life couldn't be lived in chains forever. They only cared about money, causing the current situation. Moreover, those who didn't know about high-level dungeons would never understand them. Those inferior beings couldn't be considered the same species as them. With Song Hong-ji's cold, deep, and insinuating words, Du-jin realized those with superior strength were like predators, capable of controlling other creatures. They had to suppress their instincts in society. Only in the dungeon, free from constraints, could they fully reveal their nature. This made Du-jin realize that while her younger brother seemed perfectly normal on the outside, he was still trying to suppress himself. Not because he was her kind-hearted little brother, but because he was under pressure as an inferior being, preventing him from doing what he wanted. Just because of her, Du-jin's train of thought was interrupted. When Hana asked what was wrong, she replied that he didn't look well, but no matter how Du-H was, one thing wouldn't change. Du-jin was always the most important person to him. Du-H paid attention to every gesture, every small action or expression of Du-jin, to rest and recharge for a new day. Jay and Jim tossed a sleeping bag to Du-jin to ensure his health. "You go asleep, uncle. We're S-class, so we don't need to sleep. We'll take turns continuing the dungeon raid." Looking at the whole group, they seemed harmonious. Du-in also felt happy immediately after. Then he solemnly asked a question that made everyone pause. "No more fighting, right? Remember, our only task is to hunt monsters. Don't get into anything else. If there's any more fighting, I'll report this to Meon Yu." With that said, Du-in left the troublesome group and slipped straight into his sleeping bag. Du-in sighed deeply. There were only 4 of them, and he was already exhausted. How would it be with 50 people? But anyway, he had to trust his system. Slowly but surely, it would complete each task. Maybe he would be able to gather 50 Class S hunters to protect the world. Lost in thought, Du-in drifted into sleep, unaware of the major event of the Abyss Guild's promotion ceremony to Class S hunters. Du-in was jubilant, holding a bouquet of flowers to congratulate Sung Han. However, Sung Han's attitude was unexpectedly cold. He dismissed the flowers and bluntly declared, "Today I will leave Abyss. Being the Class S isn't everything." After his words, Du-han appeared out of nowhere, drawing his sword and challenging the other Class S hunters to a fight. A fierce battle between Class S hunters ensued, with Du-in shouting desperately to stop them. Just when it seemed they wouldn't listen, a thunderstorm suddenly broke out, grabbing their attention. Du-in opened his eyes wide, scanning for any danger. Seeing the tense expressions of Sung Han and Hum-jae, he realized another fight was breaking out. This time, Hum-jae was fighting Sung Hum-jae. Despite Hana's calm demeanor and scratches on Hum-jae's body, the battle seemed to be prolonged. Hana questioned why Hum-jae delayed so much, implying it was because of Hana's absence. Hum-jae simply chuckled, saying he was just a bully with rare skills, but he wasn't afraid of Hanan. As the battle raged on, Hana warned Du-in about the dangers of the fight. Despite Hana's attempts to intervene, the clash continued, each blow met with counterattacks. However, Hum-jae's defensive chain seemed impenetrable. As the battle intensified, Hana began losing his composure, and Du-in, while fighting, warned of the consequences if his spirit beast arrived. Suddenly, Du-in felt dizzy. A warning message appeared on his interface, advising him to leave the area immediately. Shouting to warn everyone, Du-in witnessed the ground shaking violently, rocks flying everywhere. Sung Han quickly erected a barrier to protect Rin, while Jim activated his powers, urging people to flee. Jim yelled that it wasn't an earthquake and urged everyone to run, warning that the ground beneath them was cracking. As the ground split open, a gigantic creature emerged, resembling a toad covered in rock and soil. The 4 of them hastily moved away, bewildered by the unfolding events. Although they had faced numerous types of monsters in the dungeon many times before, this was the first time they had seen such a creature. Du-in appeared extremely worried because he knew what it was. A giant toad named Bava, capable of swallowing mountains. Its current rank was SS, an SS-class monster appearing in an A-class dungeon. While everyone focused on the boss, Sung Hong-jae observed Ju-jin attentively. He muttered to himself, surely having noticed something before its appearance. If it wasn't a coincidence, he was hiding something. Sung Hong-jae carefully watched Ju-jin, suspecting the handsome guy had some ulterior motive with Ju-jin. Meanwhile, in Ju-jin's room at the Abyss Guild, Rin and Boss Piss were not present, as they were causing chaos at Griff's house. The chick seemed to be up to something, calling for the girl on duty to open Duan's room. Not finding Duan there, it started crying loudly, alarming the caretaker. Preoccupied with stopping Griff's mischief on the phone, she didn't notice the chick's distress. The chick, seemingly sensing something, cried even louder. Following its cries, a spatial gate began forming, revealing a skill called Space Dominator. Could this chick possess such formidable power? As the gate expanded, the chick, seeing Ju-jin and Piss, joyfully ran towards the gate. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Griff phone stumbled and fell onto it, crushing the chick unconscious. The chick lost consciousness, causing the spatial gate to vanish. Therefore, the gate also disappeared back into the dungeon. At this moment, the whole group was facing an extremely powerful SS-ranked monster. They were bewildered as to how it could appear in a completely sealed dungeon level A. They had no information about this monster. They didn't know how to defeat it. It appeared large and seemingly slow, but with each step it took, the ground shattered and trembled under its weight. Just the pressure from the wind it generated made the whole group feel a tremendous force. The frog creature began to move, chasing and attacking the group who were unsure how to deal with it. They had no choice but to flee. Ram yelled, urging them to use the dungeon stones to escape. However, Du-jin couldn't let that happen. They couldn't afford to let the dungeon explode and unleash the creature outside. It would be a human catastrophe. Indeed, this event would happen in a few years in a small town in China. This frog creature would emerge and cause terrible consequences for both humans and the current dungeon. It was located right in the center of the city. If the dungeon exploded, the city would surely be destroyed. So, they had to eliminate it by any means necessary, understanding the severity of the situation. Jae-hyun and Jim returned to confront the high-level monster. Jim immediately used her strongest skills, activating her SS-grade skill, Invisible Blade, to enhance Du-hyun's strength. Ju-hyun charged straight at the frog creature, releasing a fireball with double the strength to burn it. Indeed, the blazing fireball from Du-hyun was terrifyingly powerful, engulfing the creature in flames, seemingly able to consume everything. This made the creature pause momentarily. Jin shouted, reminding them of its weakness at the back of its neck, urging them to attack there. Listening to his older brother Du-hyun, Ju-hyun circled behind the frog creature and thrust her sword down, aiming at the scar on its neck. However, despite Du-hyun's powerful strike, the thick and tough skin of the creature remained impenetrable. A joining from above also contributed, thrusting his spear straight down to avoid Du-hyun's fatal attack, which was his specialty. A powerful thrust with extreme force from above managed to penetrate the thick skin, but only halfway. Hana's spear remained stuck as the creature retaliated, tearing a long gash across its neck, but still not enough. The creature's body regeneration ability was rapid. Within moments, the wound seemed to disappear without a trace. Jae also joined the attack, using her SS-grade chain to restrain the creature to limit its movement, then summoning a thunderbolt to strike at its neck. However, despite the immense power of the attack, it only made the frog creature slightly stagger. It seemed to be in pain. The pain made it furious. It leaped high into the air, then slammed down on the ground with such force that the entire dungeon shook like an earthquake, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding rocks at bullet-like speeds, creating numerous large cracks in the ground as if it were being torn apart. The debris around was also affected by the earthquake, starting to collapse entirely. The group had to struggle hard to avoid being affected by the recent attack. While everyone worried about safety, the frog creature's wound had fully healed. Hun, concerned, advised Du-jin to go out first, but of course, Ju-jin couldn't leave. He devised a plan to defeat this boss, but everyone needed to work together to kill it. With normal skills, they surely couldn't pierce its skin. They needed a strategy. Ju-jin began to assign tasks to each person. Jae and Jim were to freeze the boss's neck, and then Jae-hun was to use black flames to burn it immediately. Everyone realized that Ju-jin was applying scientific knowledge, using rapid temperature changes to weaken the creature's skin. Sung-hung Jae, curious, asked how he knew this information, only through monster training skills. As Du-jin was focusing on the plan, he only briefly answered, "I have that ability." Ju-jin returned to his plan. The third attacker would be Hun-ae, but she hesitated because they had never cooperated before, fearing that if it didn't work, it would make the creature go mad again. Han, feeling they need some practice before acting. But Du-jin remains firm. If what I said works, why repeat the attack when needed? So we need to establish a connection to understand each other's intentions. Without harmony, we can't succeed. I'll ensure everyone synchronizes. Du-jin shares they'll use their newly acquired skill, learned yesterday, the ability to manipulate. Han is surprised. Du-jin suggests they might have met some condition to acquire it. This skill allows Du-jin to control and synchronize actions, even with strangers. Han proposes to test immediately by revealing their mission: to destroy the boss's skin after Du-jin ignites it to prevent further harm. Ju-jin will then summon Piz for her to ride. The excitement in Han's voice is palpable, akin to a child receiving candy from their mother. This spiritual connection skill affects the psyche significantly. Ju-jin explains that a lower-ranked ranker like him will be most negatively affected when connected with a higher-ranked one. However, if influenced by keywords, the negative impact lessens. Du-jin offers something to Han, symbolizing affection, but Han misinterprets, causing an awkward moment. Han, though annoyed, accepts gracefully, reminiscent of a mentor. This triggers memories of a mentor in Han, affecting him similarly. Only one person left, the most pressure-inducing, Jupiter's guildmaster, Sung-hun. Du-jin tries to influence him to no avail. Even his keywords have no effect. Before displaying the skill, Du-jin announces his intent to use it on Sung-hun and urges him to accept. Halfway through, Sung-hun declines, causing Du-jin discomfort. Han rushes to comfort him, sensing his fatigue. Du-jin admits exhaustion from controlling 4S rankers and a high-level beast. They must act quickly before Du-jin collapses. Sung-han, tasked with initiating the battle, stands atop a rock, firing an arrow imbued with soul force, but it fails upon hitting the boss, akin to a mere twig. After Sung-han's opening, it's time to execute the plan. Full power regime. Utilizing the absolute blizzard, the second skill, unleashing the storm directly at the boss's neck, freezing not only the boss, but also the surrounding area instantly. Behind, Jae-hun is ready for the second strike, the Supreme Inferno, igniting a large area with scorching flames, burning the boss's skin at thousands of degrees. The heat is intense. Even Du-jin, with his flame-resistant cloak, feels the difficulty breathing despite being at a distance. Han, riding Piss, is prepared to engage. It's time to charge. This is the perfect moment to engage. They only await orders from Ju-jin. Despite the immense pressure, Du-jin is determined, calculating the perfect timing. Just before the boss's skin fully regenerates, powered by P's legs, M-hun, and the remaining flames from Du-hun, and the timing for Sung-hun Jae's finishing blow. The secondary effect of the connection skill weighs heavily on Ju-jin, causing nosebleeds and weakening legs. Sung-hun Jae supports Ju-jin to move. We need to relocate soon. I know when to act. Focus on Mun-hun, and let Sung-hun Jae alleviate some of the burden. At this point, exhausted, Ju-jin leans on Sung-hun Jae for support, realizing the skill only works when touching him. Sung-hun Jae supports Ju-jin's body with one hand, summoning a precise time chain while Piss and Han await orders. Everything aligns perfectly. Ju-jin raises his hand, signaling P to charge at the boss's neck at the fastest speed, as initially planned. As the dungeon erupts, most monsters escape, causing severe damage to the world. However, most are low-level creatures. As time passes, the dungeon's difficulty increases. Stronger monsters appear, and S-rank hunters begin to act independently. Soon, they'll have to cooperate, and that's when the system control skill comes into play, allowing them to connect and operate smoothly together. If controlled by an equal or superior rank, resistance may occur, but against weaker opponents, it won't be an issue. This skill will facilitate cooperation. even for F-rank hunters, making their first joint operation smooth again in the battle against the colossal giant cockroach. At this perfect moment, as the command to attack was issued, Jujin was already exhilarated, riding on Piss's back, shouting loudly, "Let's go! Piss! One human, one beast!" They charged straight towards the weak point of the giant toad. Jujin concentrated his strongest skills and force into his spear, then thrust with all his might. A thunderous collision echoed, reverberating through the shockwave, scattering dust and rocks around the frog's wound, gradually revealing its vulnerability. Jujin continued to exert force, driving his spear deeper into its body. Everyone outside rejoiced as the plan was 3/4 complete. Standing atop Boss's back, where the black flame rose, though weakened, was still formidable. Despite Peace's support, Jujin couldn't avoid injuries. Her body was significantly burned by the flames. However, this pain only fueled her excitement. Jujin laughed heartily, feeling ecstatic. "Ah, this feeling! It's incredible!" His spear penetrated deeply, tearing through the tough skin, releasing a stream of green fluid like a tightly compressed water column. The suffering toad roared in agony. Jujin had successfully completed his task perfectly. High above, Sung Hong Jim rode on Kwam Kok's shoulders, while the task of finishing it off was assigned to him. Jujin raised his left hand, wearing a reminder ring. "With this ring, Then he unleashed his full force, activating the veteran's pressure coercion, sharing his proficient activation of skills, doubling Sung Hong Jim's strength. Sung Hong Jim began to display his skills from his hands, each golden lightning strand intertwining into an SS-grade chain weapon, infused with the power of thunder, accumulating energy. Sung Hong Jim swung his hand forward, his skill now akin to a thunderstorm, striking relentlessly. Its power was unstoppable. Anything under it had to pay the price. After its execution, even Sung Hong Jim was astonished by the sheer dominance of his power. The electric current, like a heavenly punishment, struck down on the boss's neck, leaving it unable to resist, standing still, only roaring in pain. Even Jujin, despite having a magical protective bracelet, felt overwhelmed by this terrifying power. Sung Hong Jim's eyes widened in disbelief at the overwhelming strength he had just unleashed. He cracked a smile, both sinister and satisfied. The thunder from his skill continued to strike incessantly. The boss now stood still. Its cries ceased, its back torn apart and irreparable. Its internal organs suffered immense damage. Its eyes turned white, lifeless. The giant figure collapsed, causing the ground to shake once again. "Ah, we did it!" There was joy, but everything wasn't entirely over. The boss's large body began to crumble and explode, sending chunks of rocks flying dangerously close, putting them in peril. At this point, all they could rely on was Sung Han's defensive power. Sung Han's growth conditions had reached a level where his speed, proficiency, and skill level had increased exponentially. He exerted his strength, creating an earth shield, a colossal wall that emerged from the ground, completely stopping the earthquake and thereby beautifully resolving the danger. Jujin had already been brought to a safe height by Sung Hong Jim, avoiding the collapsing area. Only when he saw that everything was safe did he finally relax his body and mind. However, that was also when he collapsed under the immense pressure of connecting with 5 van-level magic cores. He fell into a coma. Jujin managed to leave a message before losing consciousness. "I'm done for. I need to rest for a bit. So, no fighting, okay?" With that, Jujin completely lost consciousness. This dungeon raid had been successful, albeit with unforeseen dangers. Nevertheless, it provided the S-rank hunters with their first experience of teamwork. Though the battle had ended, the emotions lingered on. It was indeed a glorious victory. Excitement soared high, and worries vanished as the formidable enemy was defeated. They had truly accomplished the impossible, defeating an SS-rank monster that had never been seen before. Jim and Jujin, always at odds with each other, shared a victorious high-five for the first time. After that celebratory gesture, everything returned to normal. However, Sung Han was now running around anxiously, hastily searching. Though supported by Sung Hong Jim, he was now completely unconscious. As for Sung Hong Jim himself, he couldn't forget the recent sensation, the feeling of his power at a different level. It made him ecstatic to have found a way to achieve that. Meanwhile, within the system, the girl with rabbit ears noticed a mysterious figure targeting Jujin. They were equally surprised and unable to control themselves as space suddenly twisted. The SS rank monster was supposed to appear years later, yet it emerged unexpectedly. Then the system lost its image. A group of individuals is still striving to restore the connection to the image of the worried bunny girl, unsure if the wrongdoers have discovered anything yet. One person in the group calms down Tran Bin, making sure it's not done. The targeted location lies within Jin's world, where those individuals are. Someone has used teleportation skills within that world to search for him. Their identities remain unknown, but to use those skills, the user must at least be a ranker of SSS or S level. The system has also been restored on the screen, displaying the defeated boss image. The system is surprised by how quickly the boss was defeated. Suddenly, they feel tension in the dungeon where Jujin lies unconscious. At this moment, Hong Jae's intentions seem almost transparent. He desires that power, likely wanting to dominate Rin for himself. Not only is Jujin handsome, wealthy, and intelligent, but he's also very sensitive. Since knowing Jujin, he has likely harbored doubts about his true abilities. This incident further confirms his suspicions. If Jujin only has animal nurturing skills, then it's just a matter of waiting for the contract results. However, Jujin is certainly hiding something much bigger. He acts as if he knows what's about to happen in the dungeon, and his control skill appears precisely at the right time. Moreover, the skill-sharing ability could double their attack power, a strength I've tested. Can I go back before experiencing this power? Why is he human, though? If he were an item, I'd be able to control them more easily. Hong Jae's intentions become increasingly evident. He wants to dominate Jujin, and his desire to control that unique power is apparent. His actions surely anger Du Han, who cannot overlook them. Du Han feels uncomfortable, cursing the villainous character. Jim also shows extreme discomfort. He's saying nonsense. He seems tired. He suggests moving to Sung Han's side, where Piss is already poised for combat if needed. Du Han angrily retorts, demanding that they face him head-on. Even though he has 4 teammates and an S-level beast, Sung Han's gaze remains cold, showing no signs of fear. In Hong Jae's mind, a dark thought arises. Should he kill him? His double damage skill is still active. If he kills them all and blames the SS-level monsters, he could easily take over Han A. Frustrated, he points his weapon towards Sung Han, intending to take Jujin away. The control power Jujin possesses has truly captivated him, making him want to monopolize this special power for himself. His actions inevitably provoke Du Han, who responds immediately. The tension rises further. At this point, Du Han is not wearing a fire-resistant coat, so both sides have equal opportunities. Just as they are about to clash, Jim's ice band strikes, halting them. We need to get out of here quickly. Sung Han has helped Jujin, throwing him his coat and reminding him to act his age, not to treat younger ones harshly. As for Du Han, he quickly takes his companion away. This incident only intensifies the tension between them. Du Han's tone is filled with discomfort. From now on, don't even think about getting close to me again. However, Sung Han remains calm, almost indifferent. Well, that'll be difficult because I quite like you. This response makes Du Han itch and turn back to glare at him. Without Duan here, they would likely fight endlessly. Although his actions are irritating, there's a positive aspect to them. He still cares about Duan, ensuring his safety. Jin also doesn't seem as weak as he appears. Even while sleeping, he grinds his teeth and scolds his junior companions. I said no more arguing. The dungeon has been cleared. Let's leave quickly. The dungeon raid ended, and days later, people discuss the news of the SS-level monster appearing in the dungeon. Participants' identities are kept secret due to fears of being disturbed by other hunters and the media. However, Kim Sung-han's promotion to S-level has made headlines worldwide regarding the participants of the dungeon raid. Du Jin thought that the system deliberately gave this item for some purpose. If next time in the dungeon, he would ask about its function. The recent story distracted Du Jin, making him forget about Du Han's matters, but not for long. As soon as the story ended, he immediately frowned, looking puzzled like a pig undergoing castration. In Dungeon Level S, there were only 2 people named A and Du Hu dear. How dare that bastard do such a thing? Everything then settled down. Du Jin still had to stay in bed to fully recover. Sung Han always stayed outside, monitoring and protecting him. Worried when he couldn't sleep, he feared it might be a sign of memory loss. But in reality, Doo-jin wasn't sleeping because he was planning to test some skills on Song-han. BT was concerned, diverting the topic by turning on the TV, which was reporting that Kim Song-han would be promoted to deputy head of the association this month. This surprised Doo-jin a bit. Song-han explained that since JJIM was still young and in school, he was appointed. This made Doo-jin very happy, cheering for him. He wanted to celebrate, but Song-han said it wasn't necessary since many people had already congratulated him, including the association and Hin Corporation, who even sent flowers. Hearing that, Doo-jin realized that Hin Corporation CEO, Park Min-je, paid a lot of attention to Song-han. Song-han also told Doo-jin that he used to belong to Hin Corporation Association, which was under the Han-in Group. Park Min-je, who was his former colleague, had recommended him many things. After Song-han woke up at level A, he received an invitation from the company, and many people advised him to marry the chairman's daughter. However, after Park Min-je woke up to level S, he met the chairman's daughter instead of Song-han, and they got engaged. Park Min-je then became the head of the association, which was quite a cold story. Song-han said that since then, there had been some tension between them. Song-han's story felt like a romantic drama, so Doo-jin eagerly asked, with hopeful eyes, if he was afraid that his position as the chairman's fiancé would be taken by someone else. Song-han said that in the congratulatory letter, Park Min-je expressed that he should stay with him forever. In the letter, there were some difficult-to-understand words that hinted at Park Min-je's intentions. Doo-jin tried hard not to burst into laughter, realizing Park Min-je's intentions. Song-han was content with the present, thinking that Park Min-je asking him to stay meant he didn't see the association's hierarchy as a threat. He didn't like being in the spotlight and didn't want to make Han-in Corporation stronger than other associations. Song-han continued his story in a relaxed mood, saying some people said he missed his chance, but he was satisfied with the present. He didn't want to be the head of the association. He felt more suitable for a supportive role rather than leading others. He assured Doo-jin that he would help his association head to the fullest. Doo-jin also realized that Song-han cared a lot about others in the dungeon. He always took good care of everyone and was excellent at teamwork. The future of AB looked bright. Doo-jin smiled, feeling glad to have him by his side. Suddenly, while they were having fun, an ominous feeling arose, as if a ghost appeared. If he didn't have fear-resistant skills, he would have been scared several times. This would be heartbreaking if it breaks. Doo-jin woke up, so he went to visit Song-han for the first time. He was a bit worried because this wormy-looking guy seemed quite strange. Doo-jin observed him for a bit, then spoke up, asking how his teleportation skills were doing now. The status window announced that the species fusion wasn't complete yet, and he needed a similar item with the basic element of each specific species. The explanation was quite confusing, leaving Doo-jin unsure of its meaning. He remembered that Junrin had mentioned that his basic element was water wheel. So isn't this item similar to the water wheel the exact reward for him? Could it be that the system deliberately gave this item for Jun to use? He took out the Demon King's water wheel and handed it to Junrin. Holding the water wheel, Junrin observed it and then slowly said, "The Demon King's water wheel, huh? It really is. It's too old, even older than me." Doo-jin was quite surprised that Junrin knew about it. He muttered to himself, "The Demon King is something really scary, isn't it? With big horns, a giant body, and very powerful. Then I will become the Demon King." Doo-jin thought Junrin was joking, but he actually activated the water wheel immediately, and a stream of dark energy appeared. Song-han hurriedly set up protective barriers, but soon after, he was engulfed by the purple air current, restraining his movements. Doo-jin, feeling terrified, screamed loudly, "What are you doing?" Jun's body had already begun to transform, with large horns sprouting atop his head and a pair of demon wings behind his back. Jun's once friendly face now wore a terrifying demonic grin. "I will become the Demon King," he said with a menacing voice. "My form has almost completely changed." The demon status window displayed an SS rank for Jun. Doo-jin still couldn't believe his eyes. Jun had truly transformed into a Demon King, reaching SS rank. However, Jin still felt a hint of worry, unsure if Jun would retain his sanity after the transformation. Jun's current demeanor was indeed intimidating, with his booming voice continuously proclaiming his Demon King status. Meanwhile, Dong Han, despite being at S rank, couldn't resist Jun's power. Instead, he found it amusing, laughing at the situation. Ha ha ha! You're scared, aren't you? Du Jin, on the other hand, was worried about the reckless Jun. Suddenly, Du Jin realized that Sung Han, although at S rank, was being controlled. He couldn't resist the control, but why wasn't someone as weak as Jujin affected? The earpiece Jujin was wearing only provided a B rank shield, yet the power emanating from Jun was enough to destroy an entire city. However, it couldn't touch Du Jin or the small area around him. Du Jin couldn't determine what was protecting him, realizing that only Chippy was left by his side. Du Jin suspected that this unconscious chicken might have some special power. Checking the status window, he saw that Jun was still affected by the transformation, despite becoming a Demon King. His tendency to intimidate people persisted. Du Jin still suspected that this unconscious chicken might have some special power. Checking the status window, he saw that Jun was still affected by the transformation, despite becoming a Demon King. His tendency to intimidate people persisted. Du Jin's thoughts raced. I figured out how to deal with this. When you were still a goblin, both Meon Yu and Kohei were terrified of you. Hearing this, Jun glanced at Sung Han. You weren't afraid of me, were you? He said mockingly. But others might be. Du Jin quickly glanced at Sung Han, giving him a signal not to show fear. Sung Han joined in the act, displaying excellent acting skills. That's right, Sung Han exclaimed. Goblins are much scarier. Just earlier I was startled when I saw you in danger. Du Jin quickly followed suit, pretending not to be scared. Who's scared? I've lived for 100 years, but my mind is still like that of a child. I only excel in acting and a bit of manipulation. Du Jin's words seemed to calm Jun down, who looked at his Demon King image and muttered, It's not really scary at all. To further influence Jun and Sung Han, who were acting in collaboration, Du Jin played along, laughing and acting like a child who had found a new toy. Ha ha ha! Then I won't turn into a Demon King anymore, Jun decided, just as the dark aura disappeared. Sung Han managed to escape, thinking everything would return to normal, but a new phenomenon occurred. This time, Run Run's body emitted a pure blue light, and his demonic features gradually faded away. This time, I won't become a Demon King. I will become the King of Goblins, Run Run declared as he chose a demonic mask he had worn for hundreds of years. With a crack, the mask broke, revealing a handsome face with long white hair. Run Run, the Goblin King, officially appeared on the scene, adding another charming figure to the underworld. Looking at Run Run now was like gazing into a charming lake, thrilled and excited. The Goblin King has appeared. Du Jin rejoiced because Run Run had evolved, while Sung Han was relieved that everything was back to normal. Run Run explained, I still have the power of the Demon King within me, but now my strength has increased, so everything is stable now. I have decided to become the Goblin King. Run Run shared that he also had acquired new skills. Immediately after, Run Run transformed into Rin, leaving Du Jin wide-eyed. However, this transformation only changed his appearance to mimic humans. It couldn't copy their powers and skills. Du Jin, uninterested in such trivial abilities, instead focused on the gate behind him, asking, By the way, what's that over there? Oh, that's a teleportation gate, Run Run replied. Yes, exactly. How did you know? This is the Goblin Gate. Every 10 days, I can go anywhere through it. Actually, with this gate, it feels like I can connect to anywhere I want to go. So excited, Dune jumps up and down, crying tears of joy as now he can go anywhere he wants with this amazing teleportation ability. Investigating the dungeon will be as easy as turning his hand. Hi, then money will just flow into his pocket. Time to plan retirement. Dune smiles sinisterly. Now let's investigate the dungeon together. Sounds good, but suddenly hesitant. He refuses. Sorry, I'm busy now. Now that I'm a king, I need to go recruit my subordinates. I have to go around scouting the abandoned buildings. Come again. Surprised, he asks again. Recruit subordinates. Can you create goblins now? Forget it, he says, shivering, as he steps through the gate, leaving Jun behind. We need to speed up the research. If we spend too much time collecting subordinates, it'll be a waste. Why not investigate and recruit subordinates at the same time? Let's go to China and Japan. There are many people there to recruit. They nod and agree to investigate the dungeon eagerly, stepping through the gate. So when I gather enough subordinates, I'll come back. It's a bit regretful, but Dune still has to wave goodbye. With determination and a slight jolt, he mutters, "Damn it, how many are there?" He wonders when he'll finally return. Feeling a twinge of regret for letting him go like this, the scene shifts to the AB Guild building. At this time, Sindung is receiving a call from the president of the Hunter Association. After hearing the call, Sindung appears extremely worried. It seems like he received some notification from the president, possibly related to Dujin and Hun, who are currently inside the dungeon. And curious, asks what's wrong. Is there something going on, Uncle Sim? Sindung explains that the association is sending a representative, contrary to the usual calm attitude of Ann and Sim. Worried, Sindung sweats nervously. It doesn't seem good at all. The president of Jupiter and Breaker. Although dangerous, this time the person being sent is a completely new danger, the head of the Awakened Food Management Department. The next day at Jim Hospital, when escorting, he frowned as soon as he entered the room. The room was desolate and messy, just after one short night's sleep. Duan said he was fine, but the dark circles under his eyes betrayed him. He couldn't sleep because he had to constantly check the skills board to see if his younger brother inside the dungeon was still alive or being hunted by redim wolves. He quickly found an excuse to scold. "Why are you here today instead of going to school, Jim?" Lying as a teacher ordered, but Dujin already knew what had happened for Rain to be here at this time. It's not strange for Rain to act like this. Fake awakeners always have the ability to easily break the law, especially high-ranked hunters like Do. Hunters who are famous for breaking the law are even more likely to break rules. They are not bound by societal norms or physical limitations abroad. Large guilds have more powerful hunters than governments. Some guilds even surpass national governments in power. The reason this country can still operate smoothly is thanks to Chuan Chu's existence. Dujin reminded Jim to return to the guild hall. The guild said someone from the association would come to pick him up and escort him to the recently renovated training facilities. The only rank S belongs to the civil servants, who never give up their jobs even after awakening, continue to work for the Hunter Association. Despite invitations from major guilds, a former police officer who once arrested a high-ranking hunter violating the law. "You're the department head now," and Hun reminded him. "You always mention someone. Someone is here." The head of the food management department arrived and immediately made a strong impression with his massive physique. Standing in front of him, Jujin and Jim seemed like little people facing a giant. Watching the way he got into the Kia car, the car looked pitiful. Just starting the engine when a black car from the side was speeding towards him at an incredible speed, as if it had lost its brakes. The result was a traffic accident. Song's red car was hit and destroyed, but the person inside didn't know what happened. Dujin suddenly felt scared. What the hell is going on? Don't say we just met and already have to spend money on a funeral. But nothing happened. Even though the car was smashed, I remained unaffected. Dudun muttered curses under his breath towards whoever had the audacity to ram into this young man from atop the BMW. Its owner pushed the door open and stepped out. None other than the handsome and intimidating bad boy. Song Hong-jae appeared in a sophisticated manner. Song Hong-jae laughed amusedly. "Oh, excuse me, my apologies. Every time I see you cramming that hefty body into a car, I can't help but press the gas pedal, destructing property, plotting to assassinate a state official. What a refined amusement. Even if the car is wrecked, and even taunted like this, I remain calm." Jim's eyes narrowed as he saw Song Hong-jae, itching to curse or even punch this bad boy. Duan, however, worriedly intervened, urging everyone to disperse quickly from the hospital premises. Duan feared that with Song Hong-jae's provocative behavior, there might be a violent confrontation. But Song Hong-jae, aside from being an awakening fake rank, was also the owner of special investigation rights against hunters. In other words, he was a thorn in the side of the larger society. The blatant provocation like this was nothing new. Just send the medical bill to the society. Or would you like to take this car as well? Song Hong-jae sneered, dangling the car keys in front of Songan. His demeanor was now deadly serious. This fan may have been expecting a brawl, but nothing happened, and yet he remains calm. If I receive anything of value beyond a certain amount, it will be considered a bribe. Please wait a moment while I call the insurance company. So there was no skirmish at all. Even Yuan was surprised. What was that? No fight. How strange. Ray's Jim was also taken aback. His eyes widened in disbelief. If it were Sister Huane or our leader, this hospital would surely have become a pile of ruins by now. Look, he's still cleaning up the debris over there. Oh my God, what a model official. Yuan looked at Tigan with longing and desire. Oh, completely different, a model police officer. His calm demeanor, it's not his first time encountering such situations, especially because of this handsome bad boy. Jujin glanced once, and Songham-jae knew immediately. He turned to look at him, then smiled friendly, making Yuan blush. Are you okay? I've heard your story, Songham-jae amiably inquired. Songham-jae even brought a bag of nutritious sweets for Chojin. Jim quickly stepped forward, blocking it and he secondly accepting. Oh no, I can't take it. Criticizing people for their mouths, but constantly grabbing food. Indeed, everyone is equal. Yuan didn't want tension, so he awkwardly smiled and asked, why did you come here today? Oh, I'm here to pick up the dragon hatchling, Dong's thorny beast. She must have finished her training at the base. Would you like to come with me? We could visit and take a few laps, I said, speaking up. I'm the one responsible for taking them to the training base. Sung Hung looked at the wreckage behind, sneering disappointingly. Are you planning to take him with that pile of debris? Rough production is also a problem. You're the one who wrecked someone else's car, and now you're mocking. I didn't expect you not to care about someone holding such important skills like N Guy. A public official should protect the weak, right? I'm surprised this guy who was so arrogant is now bowing and apologizing. Jujin felt Song Hong-jae's reaction might be a bit too much, making both sides awkward. You said you would call Abbas to pick up the rejected one. Song Hong-jae pretended to be disappointed, sighing heavily. Too sad, I've done this much and still got rejected. I thought we were closer. I treat you with all my heart, you know. Do you know? His gentle attitude made Yuan feel justified. After all, he had given him many valuable things, earrings, and even brought sweets himself. Jim, on the other hand, always cheered from the outside. Don't give in to temptation, uncle. But it's too late. Jujin agreed to let him go. Jim paid more attention to Tigan. Although he didn't move a muscle, his expression was not comfortable. She noticed that he was focusing all his attention on Ji, not knowing if he had any other intentions. Then the whole group arrived at the animal care center, which was designed extremely meticulously. It was a large space with full equipment as well as greenery covering the roof, almost like a small forest. It was a perfect space for nurturing animals. Jujin immediately sensed its grandeur. However, there was one thing that made him slightly uncomfortable, introducing this place to Jujin. Every time someone said a few words, Jujin eagerly interrupted, not giving them a chance to finish, and started speaking himself. As soon as he saw Jujin's excitement, Dom was as happy as a mother returning from the market. He embraced a crib, laughing brightly, and hurried inside. In the crib was a newborn thorn-winged dragon sleeping. Dom was very excited about it, saying all sorts of things about this little dragon. Jujin used his observation skills and noted that the dragon currently had a level D index. Later, when it grows and develops, it could reach level A or S. Jujin took out the Master Stone, which immediately made the thorn-winged dragon friendly towards Jujin. It flew up onto his head and rubbed against him, showing affection. While everyone was focused on the dragon, they didn't notice a large shadow looming over Jujin's head. The griffin, looking quite angry, was seemingly upset. Perhaps because Jujin was holding a dragon before anyone could react. It landed on Jujin's shoulder. When it saw its owner again, it became cheerful and amiable. Jujin then introduced it as the new member of the family. While outwardly friendly, the griffin's display of muscles seemed to be trying to assert dominance, much like Peace had done before. Immediately, Jujin grabbed the dragon, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. Jujin quickly reassured them, saying that it was just a traditional way of greeting new members of the animal family. Now he would distract them while Jujin helped him catch them. Jujin took out some toys that made noise, then started shaking and dancing with them, looking very professional. Clearly, this was a routine performance to deal with these mischievous animals. While everyone was busy catching the animals, Songtan stood aside, showing a strange expression. He tightly held Dujin's hand, muttering something indicating that something was wrong here. After much effort, they finally managed to capture the troublesome creature. Both holding hands, they rejoiced. Dong entrusted all his trust to Dujin to nurture and train the animals. Dong seemed very fond of his pets, making Dujin very happy. He wished his younger brother could also treat him as well. With everything almost settled, Dujin suggested the others should leave so he could get to work. Jim didn't want to leave, so he took the opportunity to follow Dujin's lead and urged the other two to leave. But in reality, Dujin wanted everyone to leave so that he could handle the matter with Som Hongjae. However, this bold-faced guy wouldn't listen, and Jim even threatened to leave if they did. He stared at Somton, making Dujin feel uncomfortable. Dujin knew from the beginning that this guy had been observing him closely, but he remained calm, seemingly unaware. Dujin suspected that this guy had something to do with Chun, as he only appeared when he wasn't around. Perhaps he was investigating something. Dujin used the excuse that Ti was a public servant and wouldn't cause any trouble to cleverly dismiss Jin. Next, Dujin turned to Som Hongjae, mentioning how much he had contributed and suggested he should leave as well, making it sound like it was for his own benefit. Reluctantly, Hongjae agreed to leave, with a hint of suspicion. Dujin hoped he didn't have any ill intentions. Finally, peace was restored at the center. Now it was only Dujin and Tan. Dujin invited him for coffee and began to speak. It seemed he had a lot to deal with regarding the S-level individuals. It would likely be more difficult, especially since it was his job, and T would expect him to handle it properly. This time, there were fewer dungeon explosions than before. The hardest part was dealing with the former hunters, who were uncomfortable facing the explosions. When two S-level hunters were in the same area, it was impossible to manage. Even with his special skills, he was just a pressurized person. That's all. Tan understood. So, Dujin guessed he was going to talk about his younger brother and asked in advance, mentally preparing himself not to be shocked. But when Tan mentioned that Du-han had once blown away his arm, Dujin was startled, dropping all his belongings. Though the arm could be restored with wound healing medicine, it still made Dujin feel breathless dealing with his younger brother. Tan stood up and said he had been worried when he heard about the dungeon explosions with people like that. It's impossible to manage S-level individuals, and even with special skills, he's just a pressurized person. You are an easy target for them, being so engrossed in your coffee blending that you didn't notice when Tao positioned himself right next to you. Four eyes met as Tao spoke directly, stating the reason for his presence today. He was serious. I'm here today to assess, he said. So, answer me truthfully, and don't hide anything. Have you suffered any physical or mental harm from them? Nothing happened there, but I thought using the pressure of Class S would intimidate Duan into speaking. He thought, but he didn't realize it was ineffective. Duan smiled back and replied, no worries. It was quite a hassle to prevent them from fighting, but it didn't cause any mental harm. As he finished speaking, Songwan unexpectedly acted. He forcefully pushed Duan against the cabinet, his large hands tightening around Duan's neck. His eyes were cold, filled with energy, as he spoke coldly. I know I've been watching since the hospital, but the issue here is that Jun at this moment is bewildered. He's not here to talk about Du-H. What is he saying? Why is he suddenly choking me? What is his purpose? Is he really serious? Is he planning to kill me? Maybe Som Hongjae knew something would happen, so he deliberately escorted Ren. This handsome guy probably didn't want anyone to harm the item he wanted to possess. If something happened to Duan this time, there would certainly be no less than one person to settle the score with. But Tigan and Tu were truly serious. B seized Duan's neck and lifted him up. A strong squeeze would send him to meet his ancestors instantly, though in an extremely dire situation. Jun remained remarkably calm, wondering why he was being strangled. Should he resist? Could he? Why is he trying to kill me? What reason could there possibly be? But this serious expression, he was really serious. His eyes were cold. Even now, before he could continue, a noise from behind caught their attention. A bag of toys fell as Songdong returned after fetching something for his pet. The scene in front startled her, but Song Tan remained calm, showing no concern for her actions. Without saying a word, Song Dong immediately pulled out a weapon and aimed it straight at him. But Tan simply raised his hand to stop the attack. There was no other way. He had to let go. Though injured, he still worried about Song Dong. She was only Class A, no match for his Class S strength. Though her actual power was weaker, Song Dong was truly tenacious. Her attack was lightning fast, the staff in her hand swiftly reaching Song Tigan's face. The impact was strong, seeming to have landed a decisive blow, but Tan managed to firmly grasp her staff. The power difference was truly too great. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't overcome the overwhelming gap. It seemed like this tense situation would never end, but suddenly, Song Ti released his grip. Dropping the weapon, he bowed earnestly. "I'm sorry." He took out a vial of healing potion and handed it to Duan to treat the wound on his neck, seemingly unaware or innocent. Duan, without a hint of concern, reached out to take it. But Song Dong, beside him, was startled. Worried, she pushed away the vial and exclaimed loudly, "How ridiculous! He just choked you. And now, he immediately hands you a healing potion. What's his game?" She turned to scold Rin. "You should be careful too. Who knows what's in that vial?" Adding to that, Song Dong was right. You should be careful of Song's inexplicable actions. He's been acting strange continuously, leaving both Song Dong and Jun still puzzled about his intentions. But Tun spoke up. "I've been observing him since the hospital. He's always been with high-level hunters and monsters as if nothing were wrong. So, can I understand that he is by Park Ryan's side because the two of them have a very close relationship, but it's different with high-level monsters and the leader of Jupiter?" Ju Jin objected to that. "So what? Is it bad that I have a good relationship with them?" Song Tun replied calmly, "That's not the issue. I've seen countless hunters, and you're the only low-level hunter who can be comfortable around both monsters and high-level hunters. Normally, just a dangerous-looking dog would make everyone feel scared, especially if the dog is unleashed and approaching them. What do you think if a normal person faced a monster at a much higher level? They would feel pressured and afraid. You must have seen the strength of the Jupiter leader inside the dungeon, right? Yet you don't seem intimidated at all, even when I choked you." Talking about it, Dujit raised his hand to his neck. He thought he wasn't afraid because he had a resistance to fear, but at this moment, he was startled to realize it was not right when he intended to intimidate him. Then, when he was about to be choked, the notification window for activating the fear resistance appeared. He wondered if that skill had been activated when he sensed a certain level of fear, but it hadn't activated, not even when he was being threatened or when he turned into a demon king at Esa's level. Perhaps his feelings had been clouded because he had become too accustomed to facing them frequently. Being fearless and unguarded, Tigan believed, was not courage. It meant that the body's danger warning system was not functioning. This was very dangerous because he wouldn't know when something became dangerous for himself without realizing it. What Tigan just said was entirely true. He didn't even remember when he almost stopped feeling fear towards danger or threats anymore. Regardless of whether the skill was activated, it felt like pressure, yet he had to face life-threatening situations too many times. The fear-resistance skill always provided him with calmness to consider everything. Perhaps it had deeply penetrated his subconscious since when T said that he was doing this just to check. He was only trying to protect Jujin, but his recent actions endangered Jujin. Therefore, Song Dong couldn't accept that reason. She wanted to file a lawsuit against T, but hesitated because of Jujin's conciliatory attitude. However, T was embarrassed by Jujin's gentle demeanor. It seemed he had gone too far. He had nothing more to say. He took out his contact phone book and wrote down his number, then left, saying, "Just call me anytime you need help, but I hope you won't encounter a situation that requires it." That night, in the dormitory room, Dujin had to rush to treat the wound on his neck. If anyone found out about this, there would certainly be trouble and a big fight after T left. He had also spent a lot of saliva just to calm Sung Dong down and keep this matter secret. Luckily, it was resolved quietly rather than causing further trouble. If the whole gang got involved, it would be a big mess. Jujin also knew that in a few years, this department head would die in a raid on the prison pit. After his death, the Jupiter gang would also lead Korea. Many people speculated that Sun Hoon-jae was involved, and the Abyss gang grew stronger to the point where people began to suspect Du-hun. Jin trusted his younger brother absolutely. He believed his younger brother wouldn't do such things. And if he did, there must be a legitimate reason. However, the truth behind Sung Tiv's death was completely unknown. He was a person who dealt with gangs, so there were many rumors circulating after his death. It seemed that Sung Hoon Jae's presence today, holding Song T's contact phone number, still raised many suspicions for Jin, but he still felt that this guy was worried about him rather than threatening him. However, recalling the scene of being choked made him feel uncomfortable. He didn't know if his recent lack of fear meant that he had become desensitized. He was about to move to the training center, so Meon Yu was helping him pack. Meon Yu showed him an item for storing belongings like a warehouse. A rope. He had just made it and gave Meon Yu a space key card, so he could go to the room anytime. He always asked Meon Yu to make him a psychologically reinforcing item whenever he needed it. Meon Yu guessed that Jin was involved in something troublesome. Before he could ask, the wall behind him suddenly collapsed, and the person rushing in was Gim. Somehow, he broke in without using the door. Jim stormed in with a very annoyed mood, making everything chaotic. Indeed, Jin was extremely worried. Not only that, she felt utterly useless for not being able to protect him. I promised to protect you, but I couldn't do anything when you were kidnapped. And today is the same. Jim suddenly burst into tears, gripping Jin's hand tightly, affirming that the guild leader was not here. Whatever happens, I'll protect you, I promise. Jin warmly chuckled, gently patting her head, saying thank you. Thinking back, it was true that he had been desensitized a lot. They all cared about him so much, but he also paid more attention to himself. However, Jin didn't know that just when he decided to pay attention to himself, danger would strike again. Jin was seriously injured while protecting Jin. What happened that someone so powerful could harm her to this extent? But after the trouble incident with Songyun, everything ended smoothly. The matter was kept secret to avoid further trouble. After being transferred to a new residence, the animals were full of energy, while their owner seemed drained, sitting listlessly due to lack of sleep, apparently affected by the thorn-winged dragon. This species was active at night, making the owner restless during the day. Griffon's restless nature constantly disrupted. Only the little chicken showed concern for its owner. When Jin hugged the chick, the griffin showed jealousy, but this time it met its match in Jim, irritated by its actions, so he took decisive action. It turns out it also wanted to give flowers to Jin like the chick, but those flowers were too big. Jim felt a bit jealous of these animals who received Jin's care and attention like a father. Jim wanted to help Jin have a day off, but she said today was the grand opening day. Now Jin had her own building, which would surely attract many people to send their animals. Surely there would be even hunters from all over the world. Jin wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to achieve her goal of impacting 5 people and magical creatures. And the first guest was her brother, Jay's younger twin, Diovan Tressis. It was an agreement between Jin and Jay in exchange for taking care of her animals. Jin had introduced herself to her brother, Yuan, thinking that with Lao Chi Tat's antagonistic skills, the keyword effect would double, surely easily influencing him. However, from what she heard, Jin could also imagine that Yuan's brother must be equally dangerous. To avoid unfortunate events, Jin was careful to keep Jim by her side to protect and activate the Lao Chi Tat's antagonistic effect, indicating that the person had arrived, completely different from what Du had thought. Yuan probably expected her brother to be tough and aggressive, but instead, he was a cute and charming young man with shiny blonde hair and a handsome face, his bright brown eyes shining like an earthly angel. Furthermore, Noah introduced himself as polite and calm, completely opposite to his sister's rough and aggressive nature. Thank you for the invitation. I apologize for my sister's rude behavior. I don't know the details, but I'm sure she acted very aggressively. Indeed, my brother understood well. My sister and I are twins, but we are nothing alike. Noah explained that after receiving the title, their appearance changed. It turned out to be unexpected cosmetic surgery. Both Yuan and Noah were members of a guild in France. He was still young, only 19 years old, similar to Du Han, who had built his own guild since he was very young. Noah's guild was a small one specializing in support skills, as he only had healing and support skills, making it difficult to expand reputation. Despite being young, he had to take care of everything because his sister was not helpful at all. Only when necessary, she contacted him. It was really a resilient boy. Listening to this, Yuan sympathized. I understand. Their relationship is like that. The younger brother likes to help the older sister. Looking at the younger brother in front of me, a skilled hunter, made me feel moved. Noah was handsome, polite, and useful. This time I hit the jackpot. Yuan thought happily. Once influenced, he will consider me as Jay, so he will listen to me. If we become close, Yuan will have a new friend. Ahaha, I wonder if I can influence Jay too. Thinking so, Yuan immediately offered to help him find a place to rest. Not only that, but she also wanted to take him to enjoy Korean cuisine. Noah said he was here for work, so he wouldn't stay long. He was very happy to be warmly cared for by both of them. Taking the opportunity, Yuan made a move, suggesting help for him to rest. Noah was surprised by the sudden declaration of love. With the doubled antagonistic effect, Noah was indeed affected. Yuan was overjoyed to have caught such a good catch on the opening day, but strangely, after being affected, Noah sat quietly, not saying anything. Jin and Jim were busy discussing, and seeing Yuan say that love words so easily. Yuan explained that it was just for work, and expressing feelings was very normal in the West. Suddenly, Noah showed an unusual expression, contrary to his initial friendliness. Now, he seemed melancholic, looking as if he was trying to contain himself from bursting out. Noah gripped the stone table so hard that it broke. Recognizing the danger, Jim reacted quickly. He grabbed Jin by the collar and pulled him out of harm's way as Noah suddenly unleashed her skills, shattering the table with the force of her strike, sending Jin flying away. It seemed like Jin had been injured, as he lay still, while Noah stood there with an extremely dangerous expression. It appeared that he was losing control. Jin called out loudly, but Noah remained motionless, not responding. Then, she turned her fierce gaze towards Jin. Without saying a word, Noah rushed towards Jin in a frenzy, wanting to kill him instantly. At this moment, Jin still couldn't comprehend what was happening. Clearly, she had successfully influenced him. Why was this dangerous situation occurring? What had happened to him? Jim was unconscious. Facing the power of Grade S, how could he resist or escape? Fortunately, Jim woke up just in time and used his ice power to temporarily freeze Noah's legs, halting her attack. Enraged, Jim summoned his counterattack, as he couldn't let anyone harm his uncle. The power struggle was intense, with Noah almost losing her sanity, only focused on relentlessly attacking Jim. Inadvertently, Jim was scratched by her claws, causing a minor wound. Yuan was extremely worried because Jim's current experience and strength were no match for Noah's, and with Jin here, she couldn't unleash her full power to fight back. Suddenly, Rhyme stumbled in, his face pale. Dazed and nearly exhausted, he collapsed, poisoned by Noah's scratch on his left arm. It seemed like this time he was done for. Perhaps Jim had lost his resistance. Noah continued her frenzied assault with her claws, while Yuan shouted desperately, "Stop, please stop." Luckily, it worked. Noah hesitated for a second, then quickly retreated, clutching her head in pain. Something had affected her mind, causing her to lose her rationality. Yuan couldn't understand what had happened, but she needed to take advantage of this moment while she still had some control. She immediately activated her gauntlet skill, attempting to connect with Noah's mind, struggling to hold her in place until someone could intervene. Hopefully, by sharing minds, she could easily dodge Noah's attacks. Noah became increasingly frenzied, but with the shared mind, Jin anticipated her attacks safely. However, with the speed of Grade S, it was still too much for a Grade E to avoid deadly attacks, though she managed to evade the life-threatening ones but still got scratched by Noah's claws. Without the poison-resistant skill, she might have been doomed long ago. Though the situation was dire, Yuan remained calm, closing her eyes to focus on Noah's senses, enabling her to dodge more effectively. Through spiritual empathy, Jin read Noah's thoughts, realizing they were filled with urges to kill him. He had to kill her now. She was weaker. Her eyes now resembled those of a bloodthirsty beast, recognizing that gaze when she mistook him for someone else. Someone she hated, someone she wanted to kill instantly. Her own sister. Jin was consumed by Noah's thoughts, unaware that she was now standing right in front of him with her sharp claws. This time, there was no resistance, no speed enough to dodge a Grade S attack. Surely, a Grady's body couldn't withstand it when death was imminent. Then a golden shield suddenly manifested, blocking Noah's onslaught. Thank goodness, Sung Han arrived just in time, his defensive power thwarting Noah's attacks. Ju-jin felt as if he had been pulled from the clutches of death. Shortly after, another powerful figure arrived, effortlessly pinning Noah beneath his foot. Another grade S, bad boy Sung Han. Like Noah, she couldn't resist against his overwhelming strength. The leader of the Jupiter Society, Sung Hong-jae, casually with his hands in his pockets, looked down at Noah with a superior air. On the other side, Ju-jin hurriedly ran to Jim, the toxin having penetrated quite deeply. Worried for Yuan, who was trying to persuade her uncle not to come any closer, stating that the antidote wouldn't work. Yuan took her hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry, little one, I have poison resistance." Once again, Yuan demonstrated another of her abilities to Sung Hong-jae, who chuckled with amusement. "Poison resistance? Heh, it must be at least grade S," he commented. "You indeed have many talents," he added, seeming more and more interested in acquiring Ju-jin for himself. The threat to Ju-jin's life caused by Noah's actions couldn't be overlooked, considering the chaos she could cause. Thinking about how mischievous she had become since arriving in Korea, he decided to deal with her right then and there. Sung Hong-jae's gaze was cold and serious, warning that the consequences of touching his favorite would be severe. Seeing Sung Hong-jae's seriousness, Ju-jin quickly intervened. "I appreciate your help, but please don't harm my guest." Hong-jae sneered. "I don't think you should say that with that expression." He stepped on the ground beneath Noah's feet as Hong-jae spoke seriously. "Are you really protecting your client despite the current situation? You're indeed out of options, Han-jin." Before Noah could respond, Hong-jae continued, accepting Noah's request under Ju-jin's protection. "All right, speak. I want to know what happened." Ju-jin immediately called GS. "I'll check on that right away." Noah flinched at the sound of her sister's voice on the phone, shrinking back in fear as if a frightened child being abused. Worrying Ju-jin. "JS knows her younger brother attacked you," Jay calmly relayed the information. Noah's reactions were increasingly terrifying, while Ju-jin could sense through their mental connection the deep-seated fear in Noah. "Yes, she only did it because he was scared," Jay added. Another surprising revelation for Ju-jin was Noah's stats. Despite his usual level being only at level A, Noah somehow reached the S tier, which was normally deemed impossible. While Dong Han could attain the S tier because his stats ranged from A to S, Noah's case was entirely different. Noah has somehow bypassed the limits, breaking through to the S tier after only 3 years since the dungeons were opened. Ju-jin wondered what Noah had done to achieve such perfection, and why Noah reacted violently after assessing that her perceived opponent, their sister, was in a vulnerable position. What did JS do to haunt him like this? Ju-jin pondered. Looking at the two siblings, Ju-jin speculated that Ju-jin was also being manipulated by her younger brother, igniting his emotions once again. He rushed to attack, pushing Ju-jin aside for Piss to support Noah. Facing Jay, Noah now seemed nothing more than a toy, also at S tier like Jay, but with a significant difference in class that made it easy for Jay to control him. Jay observed something amiss in Noah, but Ju-jin was now serious. "I still need an answer for what you've done in your capacity as the captain," Ju-jin demanded. "Is this the arm that injured Park Jim?" Ju-jin asked, ready to dismember Noah's arm. However, to Ju-jin's surprise, Noah somehow managed to attack from behind, transforming into a dragon. Ju-jin was alarmed to see his younger brother poisoned, but Jay remained calm. "Poison? No problem. Just chop it off before it spreads," Jay stated, decisively cutting away the poisoned area. Ju-jin knew it wasn't over and hastily called Song Tan for assistance. Noah, still in agony, held his head, groaning in pain. His body continued to transform, sprouting wings and replacing his beautiful brown eyes with the cold, reptilian gaze of a dragon. His body had almost entirely transformed into that of a dragon, completing his metamorphosis. Ju-jin couldn't believe what had happened. It was his first time witnessing such an incredible sight, his brother transforming into a dragon. Now everything moving before him was an enemy needing to be slaughtered with his wide wings as he flew up high, then dove straight towards the biggest threat, John, who smirked confidently. "Now he's a monster. You can kill him, Jun said casually, activating lamb willow leaves to create countless flying leaves to shield Noah from Jay's view. However, Noah accidentally crashed into a falling roof in his attempt to fly upwards, causing it to collapse. In an instant, Du Hyan stood right beside them with both hands gripping his sword, ready to strike. He was completely passive this time, likely to be struck down by Jujin's sword. But Du Hyan's blow only disabled one of Noah's wings. Noah groaned in pain from the poisoned wound, blood spurting out, but Du Hyan anticipated it this time, using his dark flame to simply vaporize it, even though Noah had transformed into a high-class dragon. The disparity was evident, and Noah's defeat was predicted beforehand. It was just a matter of how he would die. Dylan coldly swung his sword. This is for my brother. Pay with your life. Facing imminent death, Noah seemed to regain some semblance of consciousness and a fierce desire to live, making him stand up against all odds. I'm also an S tier, he muttered, and a glimmer of light flickered, causing Duan to pause for a moment. Activating his healing hand to mend Noah's wound quickly, he roared angrily underfoot as a magic circle appeared, fully restoring his body, revitalizing his fighting spirit. Noah once again took the offensive, charging forward. Jun Noah doesn't want to lose like this. He had worked hard to surpass his own limits to become an S-class business magnate, but facing a powerful S-class like Jin still feels like an insurmountable gap. Faced with failure, his mind is filled with his sister's words. You're just a weakling. Those terrifying images still haunt him, emerging whenever he faces his toughest challenges. Like now, Jin remains cold and indifferent, approaching Noah in the form of a dragon, while Jujin, though appearing dormant, is still proactive in speaking up to prevent any further confrontation. He's even activated his skill to lure Jin away. If you don't stop, I'll show Noah your entire judgment. It wouldn't be fair to him if he knew what you're about to do, he warns. Am I covering up for him too much? He's the one attacking first, and Noah is just lying there in the dragon's body. Tears continue to flow from Noah's eyes as his dragon form gradually fades back into human form. Jujin, concerned, approaches to inquire and explain, reassuring him that their close and misunderstanding is unnecessary. Noah, in his torn clothing, sits up in a state of shock, prompting Piss to quickly cover him up. Noticing his distraught state, Noah's mood is despondent, feeling as if he's in a deep pit of despair. Why? Why me? Why am I like this? He laments. You saved me, even though you barely knew me, he admits, his self-doubt gnawing at him as he contemplates escaping his fate of weakness. Even if I become an S-class and my sister acknowledges me when I become stronger, it still won't change anything. Noah's voice chokes up. I just keep destroying everything, both then and now. Whenever I think of my sister, all I feel is fear. I can't think of anything else. I'm sorry. It's all because I'm too weak. Rin furrows his brows in rebuttal. What are you saying? Who said it's your fault? It's not because you're weak. The problem lies with Jin. But the one causing property damage here is still him. Jujin asks his younger brother to fetch something for Noah to wear. Maybe a scarf would do, he suggests, trying to encourage him. I don't know much about you two, but I can tell Jin is treating you unfairly. Anyone can see that it's abuse. So of course you're afraid. How could you not feel scared when he keeps bullying you? Besides, he's terrifying himself. That's why nobody dares to intervene. The way he treats you is unacceptable. Noah still doesn't see it that way. It's because I'm weak. If I were just a bit stronger, things might be better, he says. Jujin responds with a statement that seems to strike a chord with Noah, helping him find some clarity in life. Strength isn't the issue. Even if you're weak, you don't deserve to be treated like this. He helps Noah put on the scarf, reassuring him further. You're not weak. You've always tried your best. You even created a guild and earned titles. You've done well. You're strong enough. Besides, just now, you fought to protect me, right? A weakling wouldn't do that. Noah closes his eyes, tears of relief streaming down his face, feeling the warmth and care from Jujin. With words like that, you could move mountains, Noah says with a trembling voice, fully sensing Jujin's concern and warmth. Your shoes are so big that little brother could run to the sky, he adds, wiping away Noah's tears. I've never had anyone say such things to me before, Noah murmurs, feeling touched by Jujin's unprecedented kindness. Why can everyone feel so bad after seeing their relationship? Jujin's reminder makes him realize how difficult it must have been, but from now on, he'll try to stay away from Jen. I'll be here until I'm no longer afraid. My sister won't. Jujin immediately agrees to accompany him, disregarding his little brother's protest. After everything settles down, the department head comes and takes Noah away. Not only that, he quickly resolves other issues. Du-hun is still angry at him for defending Jujin, but fortunately, everything is settled. Later, Noah decides to become a security guard at the animal center to repay what he's done. Jim no longer cares about being hurt by him. He just sees it as an interesting match. The girl is still eager to have another fight with Noah next time to reclaim her honor. These S-class people are all fierce. A bully like Jin is causing headaches for everyone. Noah's transition to security work at the center gradually helps him adapt to his new life. At this point, Jerem starts paying attention to his uncle and wonders why Noah attacked him on their first meeting and why his sister is equally crazy. He finds it odd that Jujin, who seems like a weak rabbit, is completely fearless. It makes her suspect that her uncle might be controlled by some kind of skill. Jujin uses pity as an excuse, feeling sorry for Noah, believing he's young and needs help. However, Jim still can't shake off his worries, knowing how terrifying S-class power can be. Nearly everyone, regardless of their lower status or common people, feels fearful when standing with them. Just like Jim's experience in school, he had to work hard to conceal his abilities. Otherwise, his friends at school would surely always be in a state of fear. However, Jujin is different. No level of status makes him afraid. Jim sees him as a constant worrier, always concerned about other creatures. There are so many strange things about Jujin that Jim can't explain, which makes him sigh with frustration. Jujin explains that there's nothing strange at all. Because he and John are of the same age, he doesn't consider him a stranger. Jujin's statement piques Jim's curiosity about the relationship between him and his younger brother. Asking about it is also strange, like asking about the relationship between an uncle and the head of the association. Jujin casually responds that it's just like he raised him. Indeed, he has been raising his brother since preschool. His brother even gave him a carnation on Parents' Day. Jim wonders about this since, at that time, Jujin still had a family, albeit not good at caring for each other. Jujin reveals that his parents were very good, always together, even in death. They passed away together on a trip, leaving behind two dependent siblings to fend for themselves from a very young age. Even though Jim finds this strange, wondering why, with a complete family, Jujin had to care for his younger brother from such a young age. For Jujin, his parents were always the best. Recalling his childhood, Jujin is watching TV and drawing a picture of his happy family, still innocent and oblivious to the words he heard from his parents about his younger brother. Jujin was curious about his younger brother, going into his room alone, disregarding their parents' words. In his eyes, his younger brother was obedient and adorable. They grew up together, and despite Du-hyen's lack of emotional response, he always stayed close to Jujin, receiving love from his older brother, never leaving his side. Their parents seemed indifferent, only caring about Jujin's whereabouts, ignoring Du-hyen. Jujin always questioned his parents, asking about Du-hyen's whereabouts, always staying by his younger brother's side. Their parents found it strange that Jujin wasn't affected by Du-hyen. He was good to his younger brother, while their parents remained indifferent. Though their mother tried her best, she couldn't overcome the psychological trauma left by Du-hun, leaving them with an unexplainable fear, unable to see him as their child. Du-hun seemed like a terrifying specter to them, but Jujin was entirely different, devoting all his love and care to his younger brother. They were always together, even on Christmas, which was also Du-hyen's birthday, the day their parents passed away, a memory Jun could never forget. Sometimes, Du-hun wondered to himself if he hadn't held onto that hand, hadn't kept that warmth to himself, perhaps his older brother could have lived a normal, happy life. He knew that, but he couldn't let go whenever he saw his brother laugh happily. Elsewhere, in the headquarters of the Jupiter Association, Hong-jae was on a phone call with someone named Evelyn, discussing Noah's antics. Hong-jae coldly responded, comparing Noah to a trained dog that eventually ran away, which was why Evelyn would return sooner than expected. She was curious about why Noah did it, but Hong-jae only knew that it might be related to Hanjin. Surprised, Evelyn responded that he was quite the monster trainer. Hong Jae replied, saying he didn't expect to tame him because he also carried half of a monster within him. Listening to Hong Jae, Evelyn, still mysterious, was in London, preparing to return to Korea. Hong Jae said that Evelyn seemed unsurprised, to which he eagerly replied that he liked it even more when things didn't go as expected, wanting to complain to the new owner of the runaway dog. On his desk was a picture of Jujin and Noah, indicating his increasing interest in Jujin with each passing day, seemingly planning something to get hold of Jujin within his grasp. A few days later, So Dong was happily bringing the toys he had prepared for the spiky dragon girl. She truly had a different personality and loved the dragon to an extreme. Her motto was, "I'd rather have a dragon than buy 10,000 dong of supplements." She was skipping happily when suddenly she froze in shock, her eyes shooting upwards to the rooftop of the building in front of her. A figure was leaping from the top floor. A suicide attempt. It wasn't the moon. It was little dragon Noah trying to perfect her transformation as she leaped from the building. After circling in the air a few times, Noah transformed into a majestic golden dragon, a sight that left So Dong speechless and trembling. His mouth stammered, his eyes sparkling. There was another dragon, a dragon person. And just like that, the love at first sight happened. She was captivated by the beauty of this dragon. As a result, the hunter Kane wandering around turned into Hanju Jin's sister-in-law. In the following days, besides his security job at the No Animal Training Center, Jin regularly transformed into a dragon to familiarize himself with the sensation of flying. Thanks to Jujin's chicken luring skills, connecting him with Grease Blue, which helped him quickly learn the art of flying. Within a few days of learning and with Jujin's chicken luring skills, Noah was able to gracefully fly. Jin, while using this skill on both of them, didn't have wings to fly, but he could feel his body soaring as if flying through the air, feeling the cool breeze and the freedom of gliding through the sky, an exquisite sense of comfort and relaxation. It was also quite nauseating when this ball of fur kept spinning around. Jin, feeling dizzy, sat down. Noah, worried, hurried back to see how Jin was doing. Noah was training hard to get used to his dragon form. Every time he transformed into a dragon, he lost a set of clothes, and when he returned to human form, he wore nothing. Jin seemed quite indifferent, as if he was used to seeing that every day. However, there were still some difficulties, but having Noah here was like striking gold. Instead of looking at his title, it was his skills that mattered most. He had a healing skill. Most healers had very low physical attack points, but Noah was different. He was an S rank, so there was no need to worry about him getting hurt. He also had an S rank attack skill called Unyielding Spirit. When Noah's body was injured by the opponent somewhere, the opponent would feel the pain at that exact spot multiplied several times. It was fortunate that last time they fought, Jin hit the wing. If it were another spot, the battle might not have been so easy. Another important skill of Noah's in this trial was activating skills and setting strength indexes, and then pushing them into Jin's body. The borrowed index skill allowed Noah to share his strength with others. After activating the skill and lending the index to Jin, his strength indeed increased significantly. He tested it with a blow that immediately shattered the floor. There was hardly a place left untouched. It was surprising how strong it was beyond Jin's expectations. The borrowed index skill was even more useful than using items to increase indexes. Moreover, its effect lasted up to 30 minutes. If Jin used the Amplify attack skill along with the heavenly enemy effect of the bamboo slap, the effectiveness would be 4 times greater. Jin could be as strong as an S rank. If Noah could activate the poison in his body and allow Jin ride in dragon form, the monsters would almost certainly not dare to approach. Going in and out of high-level dungeons would definitely be easy. Jin was pleased and patted Noah on the shoulder, giving him a compliment that he was the best. Little wet behind the ears, dragon Noah was touched with just a simple compliment. However, the kids behind felt uncomfortable when someone kept clinging to Jin. Life here seemed to make Noah feel comfortable. He also regularly trained with Blue. Blue had grown up quite a bit by now, but with his lively nature, he couldn't resist teasing Peace. And every time, Peace had to show who the real boss was around here. If anyone dared to tease the boss, the consequence was being beaten mercilessly. If Jin didn't intervene, it would probably end up eating gruel instead of meat for a long time. Peace's affection for Jin was immense. It seemed not to like its father being busy with work and forgetting to rest. Every time, Jujin would hug it and smile happily, saying it's okay, it's just work, nothing else can be done. The string of productive and beautiful days continued as usual. One handsome and wealthy boy visited with a bouquet of flowers in hand and a bright smile on his face, but of course all he received was a cold reception, though still with a somewhat cheerful greeting due to social etiquette. Jujin asked him what brought him here today with such vigor. Jae replied, I'm somewhat hurt by your chilly reception, you know. As an investor, I just want to get rid of that debt dodger. Noah, upon hearing his name mentioned, immediately reacted uncomfortably. You're quite cold, he said, his unfriendly gaze fixed on Jae. You should have discussed this before running away. You and Jujin seem close, he added sarcastically. Did he hire you as a pet? Hong's arrogance infuriated Noah. I avoid conflicts, Jujin intervened. Stop it, Noah. Look straight into his eyes. Hong defended him. I'll take responsibility for him. I invited him here. Rin was hesitant to speak, but Jujin intervened. I invited him. I'm doing this for my own reasons. Jujin's hero image deeply impressed Noah. This was his light in life. Jujin turned to Sung Jae. I don't know if there's an issue between you two, but I want Noah to stay. Let's discuss the debt and what the investor needs. Jujin's straightforwardness always made Sung Jae ponder. He invested in Noah for a secret purpose. Noah's unique ability to transform into a monster was what he needed. He wanted to turn Noah into a killing machine to serve his own agenda. Sung Jae planned to use Noah to assassinate the powerful figures supporting Hansen and Breaker, weakening and eventually taking over those factions. Ultimately, his goal was to possess Jujin and eliminate any obstacles in his path back to the training center. While discussing the terms for Noah to stay, Jujin was unaware that Noah's protection was inadvertently thwarting Sung Jae's insane plan. As for investing in Noah, Jujin expressed that he had invested a considerable amount of effort and money into him. It was related to finding Noah a title, even if it meant killing Daewon and Sisis for it. Not only that, but it would help Noah establish a faction to escape his past. Jujin had invested a lot into him, and now Noah was here overnight, which displeased Sung Jae. Sung Jae stated that Noah just dissolved his faction because he decided to stay here. While Sung Jae pretended the faction wasn't related to him, every word he uttered revealed otherwise. Noah didn't want any debts or the stigma of being a debt dodger. I'm still a Class S hunter. I can owe, and I can repay. If you need, I could even join Dungeon Rush, he stated. But that wasn't what Sung Jae was after. He was here to collect a debt. Jupiter wasn't lacking in hunters, and Noah wasn't appealing to him anymore. With no faction and his transformation ability no longer a secret, Noah was still useful to Hand Jujin, right? Seeing through Sung Jae's intentions, Jujin cut to the chase. What do you want? Let's sign a trading contract. I don't need ordinary hunters anymore. Sung Jae seemed satisfied, having forced Jujin to agree. He raised 3 fingers. I want you to help me 3 times whenever I need it. It wasn't specified what kind of help. Jujin didn't want to be put in a situation where he had to do something against his conscience. He took out a contract for further discussion, but Sung insisted it wasn't necessary. What if I need you to come and disrupt me? Sung remained indifferent. Then I'd be heartbroken. I trusted you, Jujin replied, unable to gauge Sung's intentions. Sung casually transferred a Class S hunter with just words, yet his confidence was unwavering, showing no concern for any potential drawbacks to himself. Jujin glanced at Jae, feeling slightly uncomfortable. He wasn't affected by this discomfort, but he couldn't do anything about it either. He couldn't guess what Jae was thinking or planning, but he couldn't refuse either. Jujin had to reluctantly agree and put away the contract, but he still set a condition as a precaution. I will reject any requests beyond my capabilities, and that may harm others. Jae cheerfully accepted, reaching out for a handshake as agreed. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming anyone, he reassured. Suddenly, he inquired about the sharing skill from before, asking if it doubled the destructive power, and if he could use it only when there was an item to nullify damage. Jujin was quite surprised, but Jae grinned as if he had anticipated it. If you could create such an item again, please let me know. At this point, Jujin had already discerned the intentions of this bad boy. What he wanted was Jujin's skill. Jujin chuckled to himself. Ha ha! Wake up, you fool! I'll never help you. It's as if getting that item is so easy. But little did I expect what Hung Jae said to be true. Right when I met Meon Yu, he gave Jujin 3 gems named Splotched Jade, also a one-time use item that functions like a broken bracelet. Meon Yu seemed quite carefree. Perhaps it was because of overwork that Jujin was extremely worried. Meon Yu said that when he's done, he'll show Jujin what it seems. He seems to be crafting something powerful. Though it was exciting to be put into the forge for the first time, Meon Yu didn't like to let anyone else but Jujin in. Today, Jujin brought Han here, as he had a job. He received a red egg after successfully raiding a grade S dungeon. This egg is a very high level, SSS, in the future. Jujin also knew about such egg-like items. However, they are extremely rare and no one knows their effects. They don't react to any environmental impact, not even breaking. So Jujin brought Han here hoping that Meon Yu and the fire elemental spirit can find out how to use it. Jujin is a fire user, so he's sensitive to fire. Han saw the strange fire across, and as he approached, it flared up, seemingly threatening him. Han spoke. There's a timid fire here. Hitmoira's fire was drawn towards the egg, and a reaction occurred. The egg began to crack, and the crack widened from within. Intense heat emanated, and the eggshells shattered. Inside was a fiery red creature resembling a lizard. While everyone was still amazed, something happened. That fiery lizard jumped straight into Jujin's eye, strangely causing no harm. Then it crawled out as if it was its hobby. Jujin used his observation skill, currently at an intense level, and got no additional information. It woke up thanks to Hitmoira's power. Perhaps it's also a fire spirit. Jujin speculated that in the past, such egg-like items never hatched because elemental spirits didn't exist. It's another change due to the time reversal effect. It's indeed a fire spirit, not only fire-resistant but also feeds on fire. Jujin believes it hatched from an SSS grade item, so it can grow and become powerful, like Hitmoira. It's indeed a versatile elemental spirit. Jujin only said that and fell silent. Meon Yu had to try his best to encourage it, handing it the splotched jade gem that Jujin thought of. Hong Jae's words had come true, but of course, Jujin would reveal this later because he didn't want to cooperate with him. But that's just what Jujin thought. Sometimes things happen by fate. Eventually, on a fine day, I accidentally met Hong Jae on an outing. Oh well, a few days later, things began with the attention to the minor changes. Today, Hana had a visit to the pet center, but in fact, she came to see Blue. She even asked for the troublemaker bird. Hana reminded Jujin of the promise to let her ride Blue. She's truly innocent and carefree. She's stubborn, but loves hugs and cuddles. Suddenly, Jujin asked her if she had just become a grade S dungeon hunter. He wanted to know what she got. Asked or not, Jujin already knew. It's an item called Tear of the White Whale, a one-time use item that can combine with ice equipment. Hana's element is wind, so in the future, she'll have ice. She already got Jim, so he wants to buy it for her. But unexpectedly, it wasn't the whale's tear. Hana said it's an item that functions as a second life. This puzzled Jujin, and he bombarded her with questions. Although the items from the dungeon didn't change, it left Jujin bewildered, pondering what caused the change. Seeing Jujin standing still and staring at him, Hana teased a bit. Why are you lost in thought, big brother? Perhaps you've fallen for me already, Jujin exclaimed. What's this nonsense? And quickly brushed it off. As eerie as this encounter with Hana was, Jujin already knew that there would be many changes in the future. Even her hairstyle is different now. Both Noah and Jim have changed a lot as well, changing in a positive direction. However, life now is very good, and I have my own responsibilities. In the following days, Jujin continued to monitor news about items collected in dungeons worldwide, and these items all resembled what would happen in the future. Jujin thought that Hana's case could only be explained as an exception, but it still lingered in his mind inexplicably, making him unable to be at ease. With no other choice, he had to invite Ju Hyan to the dungeon. He wanted to inquire about news regarding the chicks and a few other matters. He was worried because things were becoming increasingly different from the future he knew, like with the chicks, for example. Skills didn't affect them, and they didn't develop like Peace or Blue. Sometimes, they even acted a bit strange. On that particular night, he was awakened by the sound of the TV, thinking Meon Yu couldn't sleep. However, sitting on the sofa was the chick. It's strange how the TV turns on by itself, but it excites me to see the baby chick using tools. When I try to provoke it, it refuses and turns away. It just sits there, completely absorbed in watching TV. Then suddenly it becomes foolish and runs straight to the mana stone. I can't understand what's happening to it. Could it be that even chickens have multiple personalities? I'm a bit worried that I can't fully nurture the chick because it's only at the pressure stage and can't equip gear. The story is interrupted when Peace sees the fire spirit with its mischievous nature. Normally it would attack immediately, but this time it doesn't. Maybe it's afraid of repercussions, so it doesn't dare to act recklessly. I wonder if it's okay. This fire spirit has special abilities. It can dive into mana like swimming underwater, so it's safe for now. At this moment, I realize my brother has changed a lot. He now knows how to get angry and laugh. Things are changing for the better between us. Not only that, we're going into the dungeon together, something Jujin never dared to dream of in his past life. Indeed, other changes don't matter much. At least, Hun is still okay. The time we spent separated in that world is a memory I never want to recall. But now it's become something that never happened, and that's alright. I don't expect anything more from this world. I love it. The dungeon we're entering is a cold, icy place with snow covering everything. I'm surprised to see snow here. It's supposed to be a deserted dungeon. What's even stranger is that there are no monsters around. Jujin suspects this has something to do with the system, while Hun seems to be concerned about something else. Suddenly, after a moment of thought, Hun immediately urges Jujin to leave this dungeon. Jujin wants to wait for the system to come and meet them. Hun questions if the system is really trustworthy. He's sure it's not a trap. Perhaps someone is trying to kill him, thus creating this situation. Jujin thinks it's far-fetched because hardly anyone can change the dungeon so drastically. But he notices Hun's extreme worry. He's never seen his little brother so concerned. Before, Jujin would have asked what he's hiding, why a regular hunter can't intervene in the dungeon, who his brother is wary of. But now, he hesitates. He asks again, but Hun can't answer. He says he can't reveal it because he has signed a contract. Suddenly, a shadow is tearing through the air towards Hun. He quickly raises his hand to block it, but it's an arrow piercing through his hand. Jujin worries. That arrow could penetrate even an S-rank's hand, something not even high-level monsters could do. From beneath the ice, a toy soldier emerges, armed with a bow. It's not a monster, so who's controlling it? This makes Jujin even more terrified as he observes the toy's status. Its level is S, owned by the contract signer, and its position is number 6, implying there are still others yet to appear, at least 5, with numbers from 1 to 5, or possibly more. Just as he thought, they are soon surrounded by a toy soldier army, all at level S. With only Hun to protect him, Jujin's chances of escape are slim to none. All he can do is curse silently. What's happening? The damn system. The two brothers are in a perilous situation, surrounded by an army of toy soldiers, each at level S. It's even more dangerous now that they're facing multiple enemies at once. If there's no one to respond, they'll surely perish here. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes, making all the toy soldiers freeze, bewildered by the brothers' astonished gaze. Jujin also takes out his gemstone disguise. If they're attacked, the damage will be nullified. With that mysterious voice, everything returns to normal, followed by a sudden appearance of a mysterious box, sucking all the toy soldiers inside. When the toy soldiers returned to the box, they reverted to their original small form. Inside the box, there was a strange glowing ball transmitting from below. The voice emanating from it was quite terrifying. "You must be really scared, huh?" The cute little ball chuckled. Then the volleyball floated slowly in front of all three of them. Jujin still didn't understand what was happening here. It took him a moment to realize how the ball addressed him was similar to how the system did. "So, you're the system, right?" Jujin asked. The volleyball blinked. "Call me the newcomer." "Yes, I'm the newcomer here," it replied. Jujin, furious, grabbed the volleyball and cursed. "You just let them." "Wait, there's a hole in my hand." The system then explained that part of the reason the toys attacked was because of Dai. Jujin, irritated, asked, "What did my brother do?" When Jujin looked up, he saw both Jun and Piss were trapped by a dimensional barrier inside. Jujin was extremely worried, asking incessantly, but couldn't hear anything from within. It seemed like the barrier completely blocked out all sound. The sphere indicated that it was because of what it did, and it needed to speak privately with Jujin. The system stated that this dungeon was specifically for Jujin's benefit. To reassure his little brother, Jujin raised his hand, show the sign of the spirits. Everything is fine now, the sphere said. The new information indicated that the toys attacked Jun because he was involved with things even the system wasn't allowed to mention. Jujin worried about Han's whereabouts, continuously pressing for answers, but the system kept refusing, claiming it couldn't disclose that information. The sphere assured that those individuals wouldn't harm Jujin and Jun directly because using direct force was against the rules. Jujin still couldn't relax and kept asking. The system seemed about to say something when suddenly the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. The system warned, "They are very dangerous. Don't inquire anymore." This made Jujin even more anxious. He wondered if those pursuing them weren't just ordinary adversaries but also fought against the system itself. Would they be able to resist them? More importantly, were they related to Du Haiyan? The sphere reassured that N was safe. Everything would be fine as long as they were together. The safety of the little one was paramount. As their time of contact was about to end, it asked Jujin if there were any more questions. Though it was difficult to think in the current situation, Jujin didn't want to miss the opportunity to inquire about a few things. He asked about a baby chick, a peculiar status window like it was malfunctioning, and it was indeed odd. However, after the system checked, it couldn't see it. It asked if he was sure it was within the control range, but Jujin affirmed it was affected by the system's keyword mentioned earlier. Jujin thought of showing it, thinking it might help. Surprisingly, it intended to delete it. Furious, Jujin threw the damn sphere away, expressing his frustration to the system, which only added to his headache as there were still many unclear things. Jujin worried if he could trust it. Not only had this sphere attacked Jun, but now it also wanted to erase the baby chick. It reminded Jujin of a scary story he heard when he was young about a god with a purpose but indifferent granting wishes wrongly. Not only that, but this damn system also deceived him with the Stone of Wishes. It seemed like unclear explanations about the stone's capabilities, along with Jujin's wish to return to the past, weren't coincidental. The more Jujin thought, the more scared he felt. He continued with another unanswered question, regarding an S-rank dungeon reward that he knew had been altered. Jujin wanted to know if it was changed randomly or for some other reason. The system explained that if it was a one-time use item, it had been replaced because it was used already. Jujin wondered theoretically if it hadn't been used since he returned to the past, but that was just his speculation. In reality, it was different. Returning to the past didn't mean events wouldn't happen. At this point, Jujin felt scared. He sensed he was about to learn something he never wanted to happen again. The system began to explain further. It was like overwriting data. 5 years after Jujin returned to the past, it didn't disappear. It was just overwritten by new data. However, most things remained the same because Jujin was the time traveler who knew what would happen beforehand. But for those in the present, current information would overwrite future information. They weren't aware they had been synchronized with the future. However, there were a few sensitive individuals who might feel the familiarity, like the spatial distortion. Essentially, everyone had their future predetermined. For one-time use items or deceased individuals, those things were removed before the reversal. When returning to the point where those things were removed, that information would also be erased from this world. You couldn't synchronize the dead with the living. In other words, the future had decided that at that point, those things would be erased. Jun shivered, asking if events that could happen in the future would be eliminated and erased. Yes, they will completely vanish from the response system, like a bolt of lightning, making Jujin fear the diminishing intensity of what he just heard and knew to be so cruel. So what about my younger brother? My younger brother died that day. He was only 25 years old, enduring everything alone for 8 long years and sacrificing himself to protect me. I will truly have to experience that pain again. Why did he collapse again in that wretched dungeon pit that I left him in? How could he be eliminated from this world? Jujin's mind is in turmoil. He no longer hears what the system says. Jujin slowly advances towards Du Haiyan quietly. "Let me out," Jujin muttered. Then he snapped angrily, his eyes filled with resentment, looking at the system. "Why did you do this? Why did you separate us, brothers, without saying a word? Let my sister out immediately instead of leaving her alone in a place like that. Meanwhile, time is running out, and the system is also erasing the world connection within. Unable to hear the conversation, he didn't know what happened. He hurried back to his older brother, slightly worried, asking if everything was all right. Are you okay, brother? Yuan is still standing there silently, not saying anything. It's already over. Before leaving, the system reminded, if you want to return here, knock on the door 3 times. Jujin grasped Han's shoulder, his voice choked with tears. You seem to have caught a cold, and you also seem a bit strange to me. With an S rank like you, is this weather worth worrying about? He gently strokes Han's cheek, then pulls his younger brother closer, embracing him tightly. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Rin's voice trembled in his head, filled with self-disappointment. He asked himself questions. What if, Han, you shouldn't have come back to the past so soon? At that time, I should have begged for you to come back to life with the wish stone. You sacrificed yourself to save me. You're too young. Your future is no longer bright because of this older brother. What if you were still trapped somewhere? What happens after returning from the journey into the dungeon pit? Jujin collapsed, stepping into the empty house, lying on the ground with a terribly miserable mood, the image of Han's death constantly haunting him. Why? I have a younger brother who tried so hard to protect me, a useless older brother, throughout those 8 long years. What did he get in the end? In the end, he perished alone. I thought everything that happened in my previous life was meaningless. Piss also knew that his father was in a very bad mood. He slowly approached and leaned against Jujin's cheek to comfort him. Although his mood was not good, Juin thought that Jujin could not collapse at this time. He wanted to change the fate of that dark night. He wanted to bring Jun back from the present death. He needed to investigate those suspicious figures related to Jun. The power of those figures could make the system developers cautious. Although Jujin tried to ask, Ju Haiyan still avoided answering thanks to his keen emotional skills. Finally, Jujin also had a small part of Han's memory. He took out his phone and called the only person who could know about the mysterious figures. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. He never called me first. Jujin asked straightforwardly, do you know any sect similar to Confucianism? No, you are calling the wrong person, was the response. Jujin didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, do you know any sect similar to Confucianism? No, you are calling the wrong person, was the response. If I answer this question, and then pull you in, the master will be very angry. That's what Hong Jae means. He thought that Ju Haiyan would not accept this, but Jujin didn't care about what Hong Jae said. At this moment, his only purpose was to bring the troublemaker to light. Jujin said coldly, if you don't answer my question, the angry one will be me. Which one is more beneficial in the face of Jujin's seriousness? Hong Jae had to yield. I can't say everything, but I can show you. Get ready with your armlet and enhance your combat skills. If you're ready, we'll have to go to a high-level dungeon tomorrow to start the hunt. Jujin appeared normal. He also let Ju Haiyan know that he would go to the class at dungeon with Sam Hun. He wanted to go with him, but Jujin stopped him and explained that this time it was like going on a picnic because Jujin wanted to explore the remnants left inside. In fact, Jujin stopped him because Hong Jae had instructed to refuse. If Hun wanted to follow him, he would have to be a bait, not too strong, or else he wouldn't bite. Jujin still didn't understand the bait. He said it made sense, but to achieve his goal, he couldn't be too worried. Jujin said Noah would go with him if he turned into a dragon. If he rode Noah, the monsters probably wouldn't come close. Furthermore, there are also items to mitigate damage and support from the system. Hun is still worried that it might be a trap, but Jujin said that he would enter the dungeon of the Sodom Guild, so they wouldn't dare to do that. Mentioning Sodom, Jun had some thoughts. This is the guild with the only S-class hunter he hasn't met yet. The guild leader is Jun Ko, and he never goes to meet other S-class hunters. Indeed, this guy is not easy to approach. The first time they met, he had a somewhat uncooperative attitude. Jujin enthusiastically extended his hand for a handshake, but he was afraid of accidentally hurting Jujin and didn't want to make him uncomfortable. We're just letting you borrow the dungeon. Whether you go in or not, I don't care, he said to Jujin's younger brother, even refusing to interfere. Don't let him jump forever. Seeing his indecisive attitude, Jujin realized that this guy doesn't like Abbas Suong. Hong Jae frankly said that they hate Abbas, which is more accurate. That's also why Song Hong-je chose to borrow their dungeon, as they might exploit this opportunity to attack, maybe even with reinforcements. Sung Hong-ji's goal is to lure out that support team. Ju-jin turned pale when he realized he could become prey, so vigilance is needed. Despite Ju-jin's concerns, Hong-jae remained calm as if nothing was wrong. Not only that, he also gave Ju-jin a basket of provisions for outdoor use. Ju-jin felt a bit anxious, unsure whether to enter the dungeon or go on a date. It was terrifying. However, Sung Hong-jae's confident demeanor also reassured Ju-jin. He felt safe, believing that he would be protected even if someone attacked. Meanwhile, outside the Hunters Guild, there was a protest by the people. They were outraged because the government was encouraging high-ranking hunters to migrate elsewhere. In their capital, there were now only 2 S-class hunters left, and they felt they didn't have enough manpower to ensure their safety. The Mexican Hunters Association, MAA, was also present. They were complaining about being banned from entering or leaving the country. A security officer was dealing with her complaints, but he didn't have the authority to lift the travel ban on her. He intended to report it to higher authorities, but before he could do anything, he was killed by a shot from the protesters outside. Armed protesters, equipped to the teeth, had arrived. They wanted to punish the Hunters Guild, believing that dungeon explosions were God's will and should not be resisted. Their aggressive actions left the security personnel extremely distressed. However, those terrorists were unlucky. Today, there was someone here whom they shouldn't have messed with. Their actions were interfering with MHA's work. She wanted to quell this unrest to obtain travel permits. She ripped off her blood-stained traditional Mexican coat, excitedly rushing outside. Meanwhile, outside, the battle between the terrorists and security personnel was tense. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed, causing everyone to step back. JS appeared with a powerful leap that shattered even the concrete beneath her feet. Her hands clenched, ready to dispatch any opposition to meet their ancestors' spirits. A surge of energy swirled in her eyes as she spoke coldly, "Step aside or face the consequences." With no discrimination between friend or foe, JS activated her farewell skill, transforming into a bloodthirsty beast with terrifying speed. Swinging her pair of swords, she charged into the midst of the terrorists, her strikes slicing through them like lightning until their bodies lay in scattered pieces. Standing amidst the carnage, she looked up to the sky, relishing in the satisfaction of fear that she instilled in the terrorists. Her smile was that of a satisfied demon. Just when it seemed like everything had been swiftly dealt with, a strange voice sounded. "I'll give you another chance." The voice emanated from a communicator of one of the opposition. It mentioned the contract, unhesitatingly threatening to crush the communicator to silence the persuasive words. "Why are you here again? Didn't I warn you not to come close to me and my brother? Why didn't the matter end there? What strange ability does that mysterious person have that can manipulate the bodies of dead people?" Just killed, he slowly stood up and surrounded her. With those words, "I will give you another chance. Contract. Those seemingly meaningless words kept echoing. It made the professor uncomfortable. Miss Tin cut her off. "Cut all these zombies to pieces so they don't have to hear that jumping sound." That voice spoke again, the firstborn of the cursed poison dragon, Dionysus. These words were spoken. Suddenly, Jay fell to his knees as if he had a force. Invisibly pressing down on her, he ordered Jay to kill Song Hong-jae and bring Hanjin back to them. Jay is not a person who can subdue her. She was angry and shouted loudly, "How dare you order me?" Jay's words to the pair of weapons in his hand immediately turned all those zombies into protein fragments. V just finished dealing with the corpses and his voice also disappeared. Jess was a bit hesitant because of the headache that was coming. "Hey, it's difficult to get an immigration order removed." A figure behind him said he could help her. This person is the president of the McChoy Guild. He said he was ready to fly. He also personally said that he was told by that talking corpse that he appeared here for whatever purpose. He was also manipulated by that mysterious person to return to Eugene Hyam J and Noah are now with them. In the dungeon of the Sodom Guild, there is a dungeon with beautiful scenery. Besides the river and mountains, there is also a magnificent castle. If this is not a dangerous dungeon, then it is truly a resort paradise thanks to Noah's poison. But destroying all the monsters here is quite easy. Noah continues to fly in the sky to observe and watch. Jujin says that there is something he wants to talk about privately with Jae. However, Noah is still worried about leaving Jujin there alone with him. Jae didn't know if these two young men were going to the dungeon or on a picnic. While Noah was working, the two of them stood admiring the scenery and talking. Not only that, they were joking with each other, but Jujin also didn't expect that one day he would have to go alone. With Jae like this, he still wondered if Jae's plan would succeed, but he just said to calm down and wait. Everything will come soon. Hong is actually using Jujin as bait because of the guild. Savam has a private defense with June currently. President Abbas's precious brother is here, which is the best opportunity for them. Jujin also did not know what defense had happened between them and Jun, so he asked Jae, recounting the incident that time Jun destroyed the entire family when he had just awakened. Jun Kong so underestimated and insulted Jun at the party, and in the end he had to pay the price that time. Even though he didn't die, he was still beaten by Jun and had to be hospitalized for a long time. Jujin also thought that was the consequence for disrespecting the president and the ending. Jae added that every time they met each other since then, Jun all showed an attitude like they wanted to kill Jung-so right away, so basically Savam was humiliated because of that reason they couldn't develop further, and you know it's a hidden dog fuck is very hard to endure. Jae takes out his watch. It seems like the time predicted for their appearance is about to come. The more I know about Jae, the more I see that he is profound and unpredictable. Because of that feud, Jae used him as bait, but Jujin still wondered if this was okay when he said he would explain about the sect. It felt like Jae had a deeper connection to them than anyone else. Jun, until now, there is no guarantee that Jae will not cooperate with them. Jae seems to be able to guess what Jujin is thinking. He said something that startled Jujin. They also wanted to eliminate me. This statement let Jujin know that he did not cooperate with them. However, Jae said that he had a contract with them. Jae said that at first he cooperated with them, mainly to collect information then leave, but they realized and completely changed their attitude. That was also the time when he and Jian reconciled from the future, so Jujin also knew that a few years later Jae has really left them. Even if this time Jujin has gone back in time, they are still strangers to this world and remember that information, and that is why they turned their backs on Jae. This guy is very confident in himself and always has plans in advance. Even though he knew he was also a thorn in those people's eyes, he still confidently walked into the dungeon with Jujin. Jae turned to tease him. Are you kidding me for thinking I'm on their side? But before you finished speaking, Noah announced that someone had arrived. Those people were the Sodom hunters that they met outside the dungeon hall. Not only the leaders of the MKC Alliance, but also all of us, are extremely fierce. There are even two S-class leaders from two alliances participating this time. But in the eyes of the arrogant Jae, these two S-classes are just like two high-grade organic rubber mattresses, while the lead gang next to them is just decoration, being underestimated. The two S-class youths appear very resentful. Jae stands tall, looking down arrogantly, issuing a challenge. I was excited to see who it was, but it turns out to be just MKC. I muttered disappointedly. I'm a little disappointed that you all think so lowly of me, Jae sneered. Jun Kong, don't speak nonsense, without reason, he said, mocking. This time he came prepared. He took out a crystal ball, seemingly confident in its power. The magical circle emitted from the crystal ball covered a large area, and along with its influence, Jae's golden light shackles vanished. The ball sealed Jae's lightning skills, but there was no change in Jae's demeanor. He said he would free himself a bit. The people of Saddam and MKC were delighted that they had sealed Jae's lightning skills, thinking they had the upper hand. Jujin also had some concerns and asked Jae if he needed to amplify his skills, but Jae shook his head, refusing. I can handle it myself, he said, but suggested that Jujin use his sensory sharing skill, just like at the dungeon hall before. I'll show you something amazing, he said calmly before jumping down in front of the crowd from Sodam and MKC. Even though Jae's lightning skills were sealed, the tremendous pressure he emitted still made others tremble. When he approached Jun Kai, he reassured his troops not to fear and just stick to their training. Nothing bad would happen. At this point, they regained their composure and organized their first plan, to set up a defensive shield. Everyone else activated their skills. Too many people were activating their skills, and S-Class's power would surely increase terrifyingly. Jujin was truly worried about the battle below. The BFF was activating its continuous attack, increasing its attack power by 15%, cross-planting power by 30%, attack power by an additional 45%, agility by an extra 55%, and stamina by another 45%. There were too many enhancements, making the power of an S-Class now overwhelming. Just a light step caused the ground under his feet to shatter. The MKC leader moved lightly, becoming a blur in an instant, then appeared in front of Jay, launching a powerful strike. However, Jay simply stepped back to avoid the blow, his confidence undiminished. "It's been 10 years since our last fight, hasn't it?" he replied arrogantly. "I remember you looked pathetic back then. Isn't that right?" Enraged, the MKC leader attacked Jay wildly, unleashing every technique, but Jay easily evaded. Every move, every skill was like a storm, creating a strong wind, making Jujin and No outside feel suffocated. Jun Kong stood outside, jubilant, thinking he could defeat Jay. If he could land just one hit, the ongoing battle between Jay and the MKC leader was still fierce. The Sodam and MKC crowd were still excited to see Jay overwhelmed. However, despite the intense and powerful attacks, Jay remained untouched. No worried for Jay, but Jujin reassured her, saying he was just playing with the MKC leader. Jujin was using his sensory sharing skill, so he knew what Jay was doing. It amazed him. Through Jay's eyes, Jujin felt like he was in the battle himself. He could sense everything, predicting every move and action clearly. Jay simply moved aside lightly to avoid attacks. Despite the relentless and powerful attacks, the MKC leader couldn't lay a scratch on Jay. Meanwhile, Jujin outside was still astonished by Jay's dominant ability. Jujin knew that with Sung Hong Jay's skill, the MKC leader had no chance of winning. With the skill named Battlefield Insight, Hong Jay could foresee every action and attack of his opponent. It was not surprising that he remained calm and dominant, launching numerous attacks without being countered. A skill so powerful in reading the opponent's actions left the MKC leader helpless. There was no way the MKC leader could cope with such a formidable skill, especially for a close combat specialist like him. It was definitely impossible. Perhaps it was this skill that earned Sung Hong Jet the title of the world's strongest hunter. Suddenly, Jujin had a wicked thought. What if he could acquire that skill? What if he could have a coordinated army at his disposal? Thanks to the ability to foresee the battlefield situation with that skill, along with the S-Class and all the mounts, there wouldn't be a dungeon hall that couldn't be swept clean. He wanted it. Jin truly desired to monopolize this skill, the longing evident in his eyes and face. He was willing to obtain it from him at all costs, regardless of who possessed it. Why should such a skill fall into the hands of a despicable person like him? Returning to the solo battle, Jet, still circling his opponent like a cat toying with a mouse, Jun Kong swung. Boiling with the desire to launch long-range attacks, couldn't assist as they were in close combat. The chief of the MKC, after being taunted for a while, began to lose his composure. His anger was now directed towards Sung Hong Jay. Whether he could touch Sung Hong Jay or not was another matter. The time for play was over. Sung Hong Jay now officially moved his hand, controlling his chain to plunge deeply into the ground. Jun Kung swung, armed and ready to charge, found the ground beneath Sung Hong Jay cracking, then rapidly extending towards the opposing crowd. It was a scene that left Jun Kung swung horrified as chains, under Sung Hong Jay's control, emerged from the ground, piercing through the opposing crowd and subduing them all. The leave force had completely surrendered. The strength of the MKC chief also faltered. He immediately fell into panic and fear as Sung Hong Jay began to counterattack. Sung Hong Jay's voice was cold. The time for play is over. With his left hand tightly clenched, he moved towards the chief of MKC, whose face and eyes now clearly showed extreme fear. Devoid of muscle power, all the chief could do was raise his hand in an attempt to block Sung Hong Jay's punch. Even as the blow landed, he still couldn't believe that they were of the same level. But why was there such a vast difference in strength? It didn't require much. Just one blow had left the MKC chief lying helpless on the ground. Sung Hong Jay turned to look at the remaining crowd, causing each one to pale. Jun Ki Ung Suong remained steadfast. This wretched business isn't over yet. Could this guy still be scheming something behind? Suddenly, not only Sun Hum Jed but Ju Jin and Noah also sensed someone appearing behind Ju Jin. But by the time they realized it, it was too late. Jae suddenly appeared, shooting a blow at his younger brother, then grabbing Ju Jin by the collar and dragging him under the power of Ji's. Ju Jin was no different from a helpless fish lying on the ground, but there seemed to be something strange about Ji's. Her demeanor and attitude seemed abnormal, as if her mind were not in the right state. This unexpected event was beyond Sun Hum Jae's usual ferocity. Perhaps she had sided with the other party. Jae shouted, "We need to kill the leader of Jupiter and betray Jin." He felt strange about why Jace called his name directly. Upon closer observation, Jace's eyes seemed lifeless. Ju Jin kept asking why Jace did what she did, why she joined forces with the weaklings below. Jae coldly replied, "You need to come with me." As someone with blood ties to the cursed dragon, Ju Jin still tried to negotiate. But Jae's actions were entirely different from usual. He believed that she must have been mentally manipulated by Noah. Taking advantage of Jace's inattention, Jae attacked to rescue Ju Jin, forcing Jace to release him. But instead of fleeing, Ju Jin rushed to embrace Jace. This inexplicable action bewildered everyone. Ju Jin activated his supreme acting skill, his eyes shimmering with tears. "Calm down, Jiz. We're good friends. Don't do this." She seemed to have no memory of their warm friendship and memories. "Look up at the blue sky. It won't make your heart race." What prompted this cold and emotionless action from Jace beyond imagination made both enemy and ally feel something was off. But Jace paid no attention. She pushed Noah aside and reached out to grab him. Jin tightly embraced Jace in her arms, then pleaded to the ancestral spirits for any kind of protection, any kind of skill, or double effects to please neutralize the controlling skill on her right away. The main character, Jae, gently reached out to touch her cheek, happily expressing gratitude for breaking free from mental control. "Thank you, sweetheart. Thanks to you, I'm back to my senses," she said with joy. Jin was also delighted to have dispelled the difficult fate. With a smile, she lifted Jin up like a prince overjoyed to see his princess. On the other hand, Jun Kai became furious when he saw Jiz not obeying orders. Though Jiz no longer followed commands, another incident occurred as our attention was drawn into this humorous situation. Avoiding one dilemma only led to another, encountering Jiz's inherent tendency for mischief. "Did you know, sweetheart, when I was 5 years old, my dream was to become an evil dragon like in the fairy tales I read and kidnap the princess." Jin had truly become the evil dragon, and Jace had become the princess in that fairy tale. This chatty girl wanted to seize the opportunity to turn everything into a story just like she read. "Please save me, my prince," Jace said, grabbing Jin and running straight to the magnificent castle. What had been a tense battlefield suddenly turned into a Super Mario game to rescue the princess. "If you want to regain the princess, climb to the top of this tower," Jace growled. Both friend and foe were unable to keep up with this tale unfolding inside the dungeon. What would happen to the kidnapped Princess Hanjin? Well, you'll have to play Mario to find out more about that fairy tale. The fairy tale recounts that since ancient times, the evil dragon always heralded the climax of an adventurous story, accompanied by the appearance of dungeons inhabited by real evil dragons. That's why Jace truly wanted to recreate those fairy tales, those adventurous journeys. When she turned into a dragon, it was a fairy tale about an evil dragon and a princess trapped inside a castle within the tower. Jin was feeling despondent, wondering why things had taken such a swift turn. Just moments ago, it had become such a dire tale. Jo, on the other hand, was ecstatic, vividly reliving the story, transforming back into human form, which startled Jin. "How did you become human so quickly?" she asked. "Put some clothes on and let's go." "Unlike you, I prefer to remain fully clothed even in human form," Jace replied. It turns out all it took was the skill of cursing. Jace explained that unlike Noah, who transformed clumsily every time, she could transform smoothly without any issues by just using the curse skill. Jace continued her story. Because she kept refusing, they used Noah to threaten her. But she still managed to defeat them, leaving them scattered and silent for quite a while. However, they had recently reappeared. They even called her the firstborn of the Vedum dragon Diovanes and ordered her, Jis didn't understand why, but ever since hearing those words, she began to obey their commands. Jin speculated that perhaps it had something to do with her title, some mysterious entity managing to control the Venom dragon. Jis felt Jin's explanation made sense because she sensed a familiar feeling akin to a high-ranking Venom dragon from them, similar to what she felt from Jin. This allowed Jin to explain why Jis could break free from mental control. If it was a curse from a Venom dragon to control Jis, then the double-strengthening skill resistance effect had neutralized that curse. Though it was merely fortunate, it indeed had an effect. While deeply engrossed in thought, Jui failed to notice Jis' peculiar behavior. Jis once again pushed Jin onto the bed with the intention of stealing her innocence. Jis delightedly observed Jujin's worried and pale face. "Why don't we continue from where we left off last time?" "No, it's fine. You don't have to transform into a dragon. Just stand next to the tower or do something like a real dragon," Jujin suggested, her expressions only further exciting Jis. "Oh, so you prefer my dragon form, huh? That's quite a strong taste you got there," Jis teased. "Don't flatter yourself. Anyone could have saved me," Jujin retorted, following Princess Rin's call. "The valiant prince has arrived to rescue you, my princess," Sung Hung said as he appeared. The princess giggled teasingly. "Fashionably late, aren't we? My virtue has already been stolen by another prince." Jay sighed, slightly bored, while Jujin breathed a sigh of relief for still retaining her innocence, observing Sung Hung's attempts to provoke. "Oh, I thought it was a fairy tale, but it turned out to be an 18-plus story. Well, let's follow the princess's will. She'll save herself from the wicked Jay." With a glance full of challenge, they pushed Jujin aside. Wine glass in hand, weapons drawn. This time they're really fighting. Jay is excited, rushing in with gusto, ready for a grand brawl. How will this story end? It's a race to win the princess between the prince and the evil dragon. They clash in an instant, and the beautiful castle is reduced to rubble. Luckily, Noah is there. Otherwise, Princess Jujin would probably have perished. The two powerhouses fighting each other are too terrifying, destroying everything in their path. Noah and Jujin can only stand and watch, unable to intervene. Jujin is now enlightened. Is the existence of the poison dragon really a coincidence? Meeting so many poison dragons for the first time might be coincidental, but it's related to the sect and Dioventrosis, which shouldn't exist, suddenly appearing in the dungeon before he returns to the past. Perhaps it's all arranged. Ren immediately asks Noah for details about the dungeon he entered to obtain the title of Diovenchis. Jujin is increasingly skeptical. Everything seems predetermined. Outside, Jiz and Sung Hong Jae's playful fight is reaching its peak. Jiz is indeed powerful, but has taken considerable damage from Sung Hong Jae. Yet she feels exhilarated by the fight, enjoying the close combat. Jiz's poison is not ordinary. It has a wide-ranging influence. Sung Hong Jae, although strong, is also affected. The antidote has little effect on this advanced poison. It's only useful for close combat attacks, not for Jiz's deadly poison. She is indeed dangerous. If Jiz can coordinate with other Class S, Sung Hong Jae will be at a disadvantage. Sung Hong Jae realizes someone is planning to kill him. Lost in thought, he is startled by a shadow above. Luckily, it's just Noah and Jujin. Jujin jumps down directly beside Hong Jae, shouting, "Quick, save me!" As if hearing the princess's plea for help. Sung Hong Jae rushes to catch her. He's also surprised by Jujin's leap, but is relieved when she touches him, immediately neutralizing the poison. Jujin is the unexpected savior, curing the poison and freeing Jace from dependence on this mediocre hunter. Unaware he has thwarted the mysterious figure's plan and prevented a pointless fight, Jujin is serious as she asks Sung Hong Jae about the dungeon Noah entered and the title he obtained. Is it provided by that sect? Sung Hong Jae hesitates to answer. Jujin continues, revealing her thoughts. That sect is trying to recruit Jace under their influence. When he refused, they took his girlfriend and used the dungeon, along with the title of Poison Dragon, to manipulate them. They planned everything to get this dungeon's information into his hands. It seems Jujin's speculation is on the right track. If they're using Sung Hong Jae as a pawn, they're meticulous. Noah told Jujin about the dungeon he initially entered, a normal one with a boss resembling a tiger. But unexpectedly, Devsisis appeared, killed the previous boss, and took its place. Somehow, they infused Poison Dragon into a normal dungeon with an existing boss, turning it into a level D dungeon. It's similar to the one Ju-jin encountered in the future. Lao Chai-tat unexpectedly appeared then, just as Jun did to rescue him. It seems everything was foreseen. Ju-jin feels they're on the right track. She grabs Sung Hong-ji's collar urgently. Please, tell me everything about those villains. Do they want to know about the dungeon where my brother died? Is it their doing? MU wants to change that grim future. Noah stands on the cliff's edge, observing. Ju-jin doesn't fully understand the urgency as Jun suddenly jumps down from above. Lost in thought, a hand wraps around his neck. As the beloved elder sister, she came to visit her younger brother after many days of not seeing him. Instead of being happy, he was afraid that she would punish him for the crime of daring to argue with Noah's words. Noah was worried about Ju-jin and requested her sister to let her go to him, but Jade intervened, stating that they were having an important conversation, and no one was allowed to approach. Ju-jin was still in a hurry, continuously asking Sung Hong-jae about those mysterious people. If Sung Hong-jae couldn't speak due to a contract, could he at least dispel it? Sung Hong-jae further learned about Ju-jin's curse-resistant ability. He speculated that it was at least SSF level or higher, maybe even above L. Ju-jin realized she had underestimated this man once again. He was too sharp, but she was determined to find those hidden figures, even if she had to reveal her own skills. Sung Hong-jae laughed, saying that being above L wasn't enough. He summoned a contract he had recently signed, which appeared vaguely. The contract emitted an incredibly powerful aura, unimaginably potent, blood red in color, exuding immense authority. Sung Hong-jae revealed that this contract was also a deception, so if Ju-jin's skills were only at a deceptive level, he wouldn't be able to decipher the mystery of how someone at that level could create such a powerful contract. If the contract were to be broken, Sung Hong-jae's hands and eyes would have to bear the punishment. The two sisters were also quite surprised by such a dreadful contract. They couldn't understand how he could agree to it. Ju-jin was worried. Indeed, at the moment, he couldn't decipher this contract. Could Jun have signed a contract like this? Ju-jin still wanted to take the risk. He told Sung Hong, "My skills will double in effectiveness against the curse of the Venom Dragon." While impressed by what Ju-jin said, there was no guarantee. Sung Hong didn't want to become a pawn. Ju-jin was still determined. "I will use myself to take responsibility for this. I will do everything I can to compensate you if something goes wrong. So tell me, are you planning to live your whole life under their control?" Ju-jin couldn't wait anymore. He reached for the contract, but Sung Hong-jae used force to stop him. He held Ju-jin's throat, controlling him. Noah was worried, afraid, but Ju-jin prevented him from intervening. At this moment, he seemed truly serious. There was a menacing aura about him that could crush any weakling. He squeezed Ju-jin's neck tightly and threatened, "I really like you, but it's not enough for me to give up a part of my body." The pressure was truly terrifying. Activating his fear-resistance skill, Ju-jin remained calm again. He let go of Sung Hong-jae's hand and then grabbed his collar, retorting, "Just one hand and one eye. It's not your whole life. You understand that, don't you?" Du-duan understood that Sung Hong was extremely curious about him. How could he dare to take such a risk? He understood Sung Hong's value, maybe even more than Sung Hong himself. He was betting big this time. "I'm really looking forward to it. Sung Hong-jae, please take the risk." Ju-jin smiled faintly. "I said I signed it because I don't want to live a life devoid of understanding like you, Sung Hong-jae. There are many things I'm still hiding from you." So there were still many interesting things waiting for him. This gambling seemed effective. Looking at Sung Hong-jae's expression, he seemed shaken. Ju-jin was full of anticipation. "So, what are you thinking? Use me. Tell me, who killed my little brother?" Sung Hong-jae grinned. He withdrew his hand from Ju-jin's neck. He had been convinced. "I hope you're not lying. It's been a while since I gambled, so I'm a little worried." Indeed, this gamble was significant. If there were mistakes, the price to pay wouldn't be small. Sung Hong handed the contract to Ren, but before Ju-jin could destroy it, Sung Hong-jae cautioned him, "Don't forget, even if you succeed in destroying this, I've already risked my hand and eye for you. I'm looking forward to seeing how you repay this debt to me." Though risky, with someone like him, it was certain. If he didn't have high odds, He wouldn't put his life in someone else's hands. And another thing was certain, he realized there would be more benefits to be gained by holding Han Ju-jin in his hands. This gamble was no different from a contract binding Ju-jin. Though uncomfortable, for his little brother, he had no better choice. If he didn't take the risk, he couldn't bring the mysteries to light. If successful, he could also decipher this level of contract. If his little brother also had such a contract, there would be nothing to worry about. This contract's destruction was more tense than any previous battles. Suddenly, Sung Hong-jae asked a question. What would you do if there were parents who wanted this world to end, and if they had a little one who wanted to see that wish come true? Ju-jin didn't understand why Sung Hong-jae suddenly asked that. It was a rather vague question. Sung Hong-jae explained that it was their purpose, and also how he explained about them. Hong-jae began to reveal what he knew about those mysterious figures. They couldn't directly influence this world. That's why they sought out strong individuals and made contracts. They used dungeons and items like bait. That's how they built their subordinates' team and expanded their influence throughout the world. Everything they were doing was aimed at bringing about the world's destruction. Ju-jin couldn't believe what he was hearing and quickly asked why people would agree to such contracts that only led them to death. Sung Hong-jae laughed in response, saying that this world was gradually coming to an end. Everything would come to an end. If too many dungeons appeared and the monsters became too strong, Ju-jin felt a chill as everything Sung Hong-jae just revealed to him resembled what the system had said. Sung Hong-jae added that when they signed the contract, they promised to take those who helped them out of this dying world if they aided them. The more secrets are revealed, the stronger the contract reacts. It's implementing the commitment inscribed within it. Sung Hong-jae trusts Yuan, so he continues to speak out. They will help those people leave this world. It's like a lifeboat. They simply demand that we obey what they say in exchange for salvation. Gathering subordinates to push the world towards destruction and eliminate the key that can disrupt that process is the purpose of what's known as the filial retribution. At this moment, the contract has emitted an extremely fierce aura, but Hong-jae remains calm, waiting for him to trust Yuan. Even if he can't dispel the curse, there's nothing to fear from the shattered contract. The curse of devastation is being activated due to the violation of the contract. The counter-curse effect of Yuan is also activated, doubling the effect. When facing the master of the cursed dragons through this curse resolution, Yuan learns the name of the one who created these contracts. The Dragon Lord of Curses, Sung Hong, is pleased because he's still completely innocent. This bet has succeeded. Sung Hong-jae looks at Yuan's expression now dominated by fury and sneers. You truly exist, the master of these wretched dragons, who killed my brother. Just wait. After these efforts, Yuan has finally discovered the name behind everything, the Dragon Lord of Curses, the leader of the cursed dragons. The contract is no more. Now, Sung Hong-jae can comfortably disclose. Yuan asks him if those people have captured Yuan as their subordinates. Sung Hong-jae replies, I won't consider him their subordinate. Their relationship ended long ago. Even before that, Sung Hong-jae even wonders why Yuan hasn't been more involved in this matter until now. He has affirmed that it's all because of Yuan. A person pressured like Yuan couldn't leave this world. The ordinary resistance of a pressure person wouldn't be enough to resist the shock of leaving this world. That's why they only approach those pressured people. Han Hu probably severed ties with them after knowing this. Sung Hong-jae's words explain Yuan's long-standing questions. Until now, Yuan has always wondered why his younger brother chose that path. Yuan tightens his grip on his hand. He thinks about everything his brother has done, all for Yuan's sake. His brother didn't want them to pay attention to him. So, he deliberately kept his distance at first. He didn't want to pressure Yuan, but then he didn't think Yuan would understand. It's not because he was young and immature. Yuan knew that he couldn't follow him. He also knew that even after cutting off communication, he could still be in danger, not to mention the contract. Du Haiyan truly had to bear it alone. John grits his teeth with bitterness. He knows that because of him, his younger brother couldn't walk his own path, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, a monstrous arm emerges from under the ground, grabbing Yuan's leg without warning. Yuan couldn't react in time to use the anti-injury gem. 5 sharp claws deeply pierce his flesh, then a blast along with a purple light occurs. Everything happens too fast for anyone to react. All 3 stand frozen in shock after the explosion. Emerging from the pool of blood under the ground, a monster gradually emerges. Perhaps it was brought here by a space-connecting gate. This monstrous creature, with an extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty appearance, resembles a lizard. Its hand still firmly grips Jun's leg without letting go. Jun is slightly panicked. The appearance of this monstrous creature is due to the destruction of the contract. It glances at Jun with a murderous look, emitting pressure that even Jun has to acknowledge. Realizing that the lizard intends to harm Jun first, it attacks at an extremely fast speed. Jun leaps, swiftly landing atop the lizard. With both hands, she tightly grips her powerful weapon and strikes down. Jun is fast, but it's nothing to the creature. It merely shakes its body lightly and Jun disappears from sight, then reappears behind her. It uses its tail to strike straight at Jun's ribs. A powerful blow sent her flying tens of meters away, demonstrating the incredible speed and strength of this monstrous creature. Noah was about to rush forward, but Ju-jin quickly intervened. He had observed it. Ju-jin knew that even an innate S-class individual couldn't defeat it. This creature was an SS-class dragon from the second great tier, belonging to the cursed lineage of creatures. Even Sung Hum-jae had to admit, albeit begrudgingly, the nuisance this posed. They clashed and collided often, but they had never felt such overwhelming power before. Sung Hum-jae seemed to notice something as he glanced at where Ju-jin lay sprawled on the ground. He was laughing. Ju-jin was truly laughing. This curse was also brought about by the master of the rolling lizard, whom it was following. Ju-jin didn't feel fear, but rather an incomparable excitement. He couldn't wait to see how he would attempt to defeat it. Ju-jin immediately activated his skill to summon allies present at the scene. Sung Hum-jae knew Ju-jin intended to use his penetrating insight to help the group gain an advantage, but he knew it wouldn't be enough. Just moments ago, Sung Hum-jae had tried and failed to keep up with its speed. Ju-jin knew that too, so he gambled once more. Ju-jin tightly grasped the creature's leg, intending to use his skill on it as well, faster than his penetrating insight. If he could let all three of them know where it would look and what it would do, along with all its senses. But it wasn't easy. Even though this creature was SS class, Ju-jin's skill was instantly rejected, countered by its overwhelming power. Ju-jin's nose began to bleed, but he didn't give up. No matter how many times he was rejected, no matter how many times he endured the backlash, Ju-jin never let go. His relentless efforts paid off in the end. It couldn't resist his doubled-up skill effect. Once the skill was established, the group immediately surrounded the lizard, organizing an attack. Now they could fully anticipate its actions, whether to dodge, defend, or attack, making the combat more favorable. Sung Hum-jae was still the proactive one, closing in for close combat. In the blink of an eye, both sides launched dozens of techniques. However, the difference in class was still significant, and injuries were inevitable. Despite the slim chance of winning, they had to prevent it. After a while of fighting, they gained the upper hand. The lizard roared, raising its hand with sharp claws aimed straight at Sung Hum-jae's head. But when its hand was just centimeters away from Sung Hum-jae, it stopped. Sung Hum-jae smirked. "Ha ha, I didn't charge in to win. You're just a distraction for it to focus on. Then I'll have my chance." Sung Hum-jae's chain action had wrapped around it, sealing its movements. Next, Sung Hum-jae summoned a golden lightning bolt from above, striking directly on the lizard's head. Although it only caused some pain, it infuriated the creature. It roared in anger and turned to attack Sung Hum-jae just as he expected. As it did, she appeared from behind, aiming her arm straight down for a full-force blow. One of the lizard's arms was separated from its body. The purpose of this ambush was to rescue Ju-jin. He could now be considered safe, though the rescue was a bit excessive, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. With Ju-jin safe, the real battle began now. The dragon was furious. Not only was it hurt, but it also lost its prey. This time, it took the initiative to attack first, and Sung Hum-jae stood up to block its advance. She thought dealing with only one arm would be easier, but she soon paid for that carelessness. Something swept through her side, leaving a deep wound. It was the damn lizard's arm, which seemed to have grown back since it was chopped off. Suddenly, it crouched down, and Sung Hum-jae couldn't anticipate its next move. Then its neck suddenly swelled, and it opened its mouth wide, full of jagged teeth, preparing to spew something toxic. Sung Hong Jae had resistance to poison, but with its superior level, it would be difficult to withstand. Her body was already being corroded by its poison. In this situation, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At that moment, Noah behind activated her healing hand skill. You are raising your voice to remind me to dodge fatal blows. I will support you, but I haven't forgiven you yet. The situation is urgent, so I'm helping for now. Keep it occupied until Yin is safe. It's been so long since we fought side by side, with Noah providing backup. J's recovery is reassuring, making Shi dive back into combat with the lizard. Meanwhile, Jujin, holding Jujin like a pig, places him down, both figuring out how to deal with Jin's wounds as the lizard's claws deeply pierce his leg, causing continuous bleeding. Without treatment, he'll go into shock from blood loss. We have no choice but to pull it out and use the healing potion, but the claws are deeply embedded. Without painkillers, it will be excruciating, but there's no other way. Jujin is mentally prepared. Help me pull it out just once. It hurts. If I pass out, remember to wake me up by slapping me. Sung Hyung-jet starts acting after a 3-second countdown. He grips the claw tightly, forcefully pulling, causing extreme pain. Jujin's bitten lips bleed, agonizing groans echoing, making Sung Hyung-jae, too, feel breathless. Finally, the claws are extracted, leaving Jujin panting heavily, quickly pouring the potion onto the wound. Sung Hyung-jae notices Jujin's exhaustion. He suggests taking him somewhere safe to hide. Jujin is slightly annoyed, resting while expressing the need to fight the miserable opponent. He takes out 2 gemstones to neutralize damage, each lasting 10 minutes, one already used, leaving about 17 minutes. Jujin believes Sung Hong can handle the lizard within this time frame. Jujin's actions increasingly intrigue Sung Hyung-jae, indicating his recent awakening. Despite being inexperienced, Sung Hong possesses skills akin to a seasoned fighter. It seems he has been through numerous life and death battles, hiding something. He becomes increasingly curious. Accepting this gamble earlier, Jujin once again wants to apply his double damage skill. On the other side of the fierce battle, Noah's support allows JS to fight evenly with the SS-class lizard. Jujin requests to borrow some mana from Noah, relieved that he's safe. With preparations complete, Jujin reminds Sung Hong, besides displaying his skills, to act as a shield, thanks to the damage-nullifying gems. Instead of embracing tightly, Sung Hyung-jae is told to relax. As long as he touches somewhere, the skill will work normally. Suddenly, Sung Hyung-jae asks a puzzling question about dance and teamwork, implying jumping. Jujin replies casually, stating his life isn't that leisurely. Sung Hyung-jae suggests learning now, sensing his imminent attack. Immediately, he dodges, leaping back as a golden light flashes on Sung Hyung-jae's chain, accompanied by a powerful thunderbolt. Once again, the lizard is struck, its attack power doubled due to Jujin's manipulation. Though hit by a tremendous attack, it's not enough to bring it down. It only drives it into a frenzy. It snarls, aiming at Jujin, while Sung Hyung-jae rushes to protect him, and Jujin worries, yet Sung Hyung-jae is amused. He grabs Jujin's hand, reminding him to relax and observe the excitement in his eyes, stirring up Jujin's intuition. What the hell is going on? Even as the monster approaches, Sung Hyung-jae has already pulled him away, smoothly evading its strike, leaving the lizard bewildered about their intentions. Jujin begins to control him, dancing. Indeed, their teamwork is efficient. Every graceful step they take evades the attacks of the monster. Each footstep, each wave of the arm, then a graceful turn, they move as if performing a perfect dance routine. Sung Hyung-jae takes out a needle while controlling Jujin's dance, evading and seizing the opportunity to plunge the needle deep into the creature's body. Sung Hyung explains that using lightning directly would be energy-consuming, as the electricity would dissipate. Instead, he uses the needles as lightning rods to focus the energy. Jae also realizes Sung Hyung-jae's plan and immediately jumps in to assist, drawing her sword and aiming straight at the lizard's back, piercing it while it's distracted by Sung Hyung-jae. Unaware, it's impaled by Jae's sword. Feeling the excruciating pain, it retaliates against Jae before jumping back, ready for another assault. The east strikes the west once again successfully when the monster turns back. Sung Hyung-jae levitates above, channeling his power. He grabs Jujin's hand and extends it forward, resembling a dancing couple. He gestures forward as if commanding the lightning to strike down, flawlessly executing the attack. The lightning strike directly onto him unleashed a terrifying power that caused a seismic explosion, shattering the ground into fragments. Jujin was propelled downwards to a safe distance to observe the lizard god. After the devastating blow, its body emitted dense, suffocating smoke. Standing still, motionless, it was truly dead. But wait, the beast wasn't dead yet. Its body still exhibited faint movements. The earth lizard struggled for a while, emitting heavy grunts. Though not killed, it suffered severe injuries, attempting to stand upright with a loud roar. The force behind its roar made Jujin, standing behind, also feel the strain. But then, it became motionless again, gradually collapsing to one side. This time, it was truly dead. Approaching cautiously, Jay checked to confirm if it was really dead. While distracted, the lizard suddenly sprang up, swinging its arms to attack Jay. Fortunately, weakened, the surprise attack failed. Jay felt a slight sense of fear and retreated, but the lizard remained standing after enduring each blow. Jay speculated that its survival instincts prevented it from lying down. However, Jay thought differently. This wasn't its own will. It was compelled to obey orders from its master, bound by a pact. Out of necessity, it received a directive to kill. Its resilience surpassed expectations. If it wasn't dead yet, Jay concluded, it would face further blows. The lizard's vitality proved remarkably resilient. It still hadn't died. If it hadn't died, Jay reckoned, it would continue its onslaught relentlessly. Jay struggled to approach. This was the target it aimed for when appearing here. Before its final breath, it seemed to mutter something, but no one heard, or if they did, they couldn't understand its language. Waiting for the monster to lie still, Jay took the initiative. Advancing toward it, Jay attempted to use its training ability to uncover clues about the monster's master. As the skill activated, Jay noticed purple water bubbles emanating from the monster's body. Enveloping Jay suddenly, the space around Jay turned pitch black, feeling as if transported to another dimension. When light gradually returned, Jay found no one around. Uncertain of what had happened, beneath the ground lay countless dragon skeletons, all cursed. How did Jay end up here? A mysterious voice echoed, stating it was their consciousness, or rather, their consciousnesses intertwined. The voice expressed joy at Jay's arrival. It turned out, after Jay used its power on the lizard's corpse, Jay was dragged into the consciousness space. Looking up, Jay felt a slight dread seeing a terrifying and grotesque poisonous dragon. Its eyes cold yet filled with anger, it scolded Jay for repeatedly ruining its plans. It mentioned the dragon slain by Jay's group earlier, revealing Jay's identity as the one who brought it here. This being was aware of Jay's true intentions. Despite Jay's fears, it approached without hesitation, asking if the poisonous dragon was its master. Accusations of sending assassins to the dungeon abyss to kill its younger brother were met with silence. Narrowing its eyes, the poisonous dragon extended its hand towards Jay. From beneath the pile of bones, a colossal figure emerged, a poisonous dragon crushing Jay to the ground. The poisonous dragon flew closer, stating that Jay's brother's death was unexpected. It should have been Jay who died. These words hit Jay like lightning. Indeed, its brother's death was meant to be Jay's fate. The purpose of the dungeon was to kill Jay, as long as Jay was alive. Han Juhyan wouldn't participate in the plan to end the world. Han Juhyan chose death so that Jay could live. If not for Jay, Han Juhyan might have escaped this crumbling world safely. Jay could accept its pact and become stronger. Even if Jay refused, it could still choose freely without being hindered by a weak older brother. Jay was the obstacle to Han Juhyan's path. Ideally, it shouldn't have died like this. It changed Han Juhyan's life, yet Jay still survived. Every word uttered by the poisonous Dragon King felt like a deep cut, reopening Jujin's wounds. At this moment, Jujin was crumbling, blaming himself for his brother's sacrifice. It was because of him that his younger brother couldn't choose a life of freedom. It was because of him that his brother had to give up his life. Jujin was the obstacle in his brother's path, the one who had robbed Ju-hun's life. Jujin clenched his fists tightly. "You're right, I shouldn't be alive," he admitted, reaching for the poisonous Dragon King's leg. "That's why I'm seeking revenge. You, the wretched master of that lizard, are responsible for my brother's death." Jujin's eyes were filled with anger and resentment as he stared at the poisonous Dragon King. However, the dragon remained calm, laughing mockingly. "What can a pawn like you do?" he scoffed. "Your plans have been thwarted by a mere pawn twice already. We've made your lizard salad, and the rest have just been seasoned on the skewer to bring the corpse here for you to see." The sarcastic remarks of Jujin made him furious. He ordered the dragon controlling Jujin to press down heavily. Then he forcefully flung him aside, its claws tearing through his body, causing blood to gush out. But the pain didn't subdue him. Jujin continued to curse vehemently, highly eloquent. "At least I can blame my profession. But perhaps you're just too foolish for your position." Jujin's loudmouthness, because he knew this one wasn't intending to kill him. If he wanted to, he would have long ago. He's still struggling to find something from you. Jujin adds fuel to the fire to provoke him. "You speak of your younger brother and JS both refusing him. Why don't you change that sinister name Yuan Long, huh? King of Fools seems more fitting for you." Jujin's provocation caused him to become somewhat angry. He controls the tailbone of a dragon. Lifting you high, grabbing Jujin's hair, he asks fiercely, "Is it true that you prevented her? How could you resist my orders? By what means could you possibly defeat Lao Chi-tat? Those feeble brats have helped you, huh?" Jujin felt strange when he heard the nickname, feeble brats. They were the ones who created this system. You call them feeble because they want to stop the apocalypse, huh? Dragon King wonders if you know about them. What have you received from them? A minion like you. Why would they care? The more Jujin insists, the more he confirms that this one knows nothing about his title or skills. What he possesses is what he wants to exploit. He won't kill you until he finds it. Why not bet once more? Jujin sneers. "You're even more knave than I thought." He challenges you by pointing his rotting finger towards Guyanlong, asking how I would respond. You must have a problem. Jujin counts the hours to find an opportunity to escape. Although he hasn't killed you, tormenting you isn't an issue. He orders another Guyanlong to take your arm, which wasn't part of the plan. Jujin collapses, holding the severed arm, screaming in pain. "Ah, I've become cruel," says Guyanlong, satisfied with the desperate cries. "Ah!" Jujin collapses, holding the severed arm, screaming in agony with each moment. Guyanlong looks coldly. "Why scream so loud? Look at your hand, it's already missing." Jujin calmly looks back, realizing his missing arm has been restored since when. Then another dragon's head rushes in, tapping onto his other shoulder. Jujin once again feels the excruciating pain. Yes, he's inside the mind of Guyanlong, not in reality. Here, he can torment him endlessly, using his superior strength to weaken Jujin's spirit. "If you don't speak, I'll keep tearing you apart into 100 pieces for you to endure eternal suffering until you can't bear it anymore. Each scar on your body will be a curse of Guyanlong." Jujin just thought of the gemstone disguise. Guyanlong immediately voiced his thoughts. "Don't think anymore. You can't use items here because it's not real." Will Jujin have to endure endless pain from Guyanlong? Guyanlong wonders. Immunity gems also belong to them, but with only that, you still can't defeat Lao Chi-tat. "I'm truly curious about what means you've used. I advise you to answer wisely." Still, with a determined gaze, Jujin loudly curses. Not particularly clever. The key isn't to answer. Guyanlong chuckles lightly. He orders other Guyanlongs to immediately tear into him, deeply tearing through every piece of flesh, the agonizing screams of Jujin echoing incessantly. But in his mind at this moment, he only thinks of John. How could his younger brother become entangled with someone like this? Outside of reality, Jujin's body remains motionless, 3 people surrounding it, full of worry, not knowing what has happened. Sun Hongjae wonders what Jujin has done to provoke this. He's heard about the incident in the dungeon before, and how they defeated the gigantic SS-level toad. JS seems more indifferent, as she wants to monopolize Jujin. Though she's had few interactions with him, she's noticed his immeasurable potential. Sun Hongjae also expressed an attitude as if to achieve him, she had to step over my body first. The struggle for a boyfriend became increasingly tense as more and more people paid attention to Jujin Sunhung. Watching Jin lying quietly with a little thought, he hesitated to speak what he felt inexplicable. It seemed like Jin was always like this, vague statements making it difficult for both siblings to understand Sun Hongjae's intention. What Sun Hong felt from Jujin was that he seemed even older than this, specifically maybe about 5 years older. Sung Hong-jae was indeed a person with sharp intuition. He could perceive things that others couldn't, delving back into the consciousness world of the cursed Long Vuong Jujin, who was still being tortured. Not only that, with his own abilities, he was gradually digging up the memories that he had buried, memories of past miserable lives, memories of past sorrows and sufferings worse than anything he had ever endured, memories he never wanted to recall ever again. Now they were being dredged up after the digging through Jujin's memory for a while. Finally, he found the first clue, the wish stone. He smiled with satisfaction. I understand now. So you're using the wish stone to reverse time. I guess you've also obtained resistance to the curse when you're getting slapped, huh? At this point, Jujin's mind was also tired after enduring a series of continuous tortures to delve deep into his memories. He was still subjected to the Long Vuong's continuous torture because he had resistance to the curse, so injecting venom was also difficult for him. Nevertheless, Jujin's memories were still slowly becoming clearer, albeit taking time. But it's only a matter of time before he sees through all the memories. And when that happens, he'll have an answer. That's also when you'll have to die. Jujin groaned in pain, lying on the ground, self-blaming. Man, what are you doing? Why aren't you resisting? In front of you is the wretch who killed your younger brother. Han Jujin scolded himself. Why are you so weak? That's why Jun didn't tell you anything. The damned memories are vividly displayed in your head. The day you got money from Stum's boss, he said the harshest words to you. He wanted you to stay away from Dun because in his eyes, you were just an unworthy older brother to rely on. Long Vuong continued to search for clues in Jujin's memories. He kept advising him that it would be much easier to speak out. He would achieve his goal, and Jujin wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Jujin clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, but he didn't give up. His will didn't allow him to. He said to himself, "Yes, I've tried to change. I'm not useless anymore. I'm not an unworthy older brother to rely on anymore. I want to become a true older brother that I couldn't be in my past life." Jujin's determined gaze stared at the cursed Long Vuong without wavering. Seems like you have a penchant for asking questions you already know the answers to, huh? The wrong answer, purpose, and Jujin continued to be tortured mercilessly. He just taunted the cursed Long Vuong to prolong the time to think of an escape. It took a lot of time, but the cursed Long Vuong still couldn't pry any useful information. Jujin continued to provoke. Ha ha, how stupid. Why don't you block my skills like how you blocked using that item? Provoking him made him continue to torture him with the curse. He confidently told Jujin that skills were part of perception, and he thought a ranked hunter like Beast's skills were just child's play in theory. Anything could happen because we're in the subconscious. He mocked the humans, saying they weren't creative enough. If they hadn't flown before, how could they know how to use their wings? An ordinary human couldn't run as fast as the wind. Look at you, the right hunter. What can you do besides crawling under the ground? I'm sure you having resistance to the curse is a surprise. But before he could finish, Jujin sneered. It seems like everything is a surprise to you, huh? You're just too stupid to anticipate being stabbed in the back, then say it's unexpected. Even the Emperor Tensu said it's unexpected. Jujin's attitude made him unable to stand it anymore. And of course, Jujin continued to be tortured mercilessly, no matter how he was tortured. He couldn't shut Jujin's mouth. Your despicable name. If you had not intervened after the gate closed, then your younger brother wouldn't have followed you inside. You deliberately sent Hanhian to his doom. Suddenly, Jujin stopped speaking further upon seeing the sinister grin of the venomous dragon lord. Afterward, he chuckled eerily, showing interest as he noticed something was amiss. He revealed to you a secret. Your foolish brother Hanhian had actually borrowed my power to enter the sealed dungeon to save you, his good brother. This truth shook Jujin to his core. The venomous dragon lord's satisfied laughter at what he revealed changed Jujin's demeanor. Feeling like he had caught on to something, Jujin urged him to speak more about your younger brother. The venomous dragon lord disclosed the truth about that dark day, letting Jujin know that while Jun was raiding another dungeon, he appeared, but Jun didn't let him into your sight. What are you doing here? Jun responded. I thought I made it clear that I wasn't interested in your proposal. Ha ha. He laughed coldly, replying, Don't be so dismissive. I'm here to give you important news. You'll regret not listening. Jun's uneasy feeling turned out to be true. As the venomous dragon lord spoke, it seemed there was a disturbance in the dungeon that his brother had entered, Indeed, as he said, the dungeon Jun entered emitted a terrifying aura of darkness. Everyone outside was extremely worried upon seeing it. It was the first time they witnessed such a stark difference in power between the hunters and the dungeon, and they feared there would be horrific casualties among the high-ranking hunters if they faced danger. They could use the escape stone, but for low-ranking hunters, that wasn't an option. Upon learning that Han Ji-hun was there, they had to resort to using the escape stone from the dungeon he was raiding and hurried back. They received a notification. A monster appeared, at least at an S rank level, too high for the D rank hunters. For them, death was only a matter of time. Han Ji-hun couldn't intervene because the gate had closed. Frustrated and desperate, he swung his sword at the dungeon gate, hoping to create a crack, but his efforts were futile. Someone in the crowd spoke up. "You can't do it. It won't open until everyone inside is dead. If so, then we'll have to wait until my brother dies to retrieve his body. Why can't you accept that?" He swung his sword more furiously, feeling utterly powerless. He only waited until the venomous dragon lord immediately offered a proposition. "I'll let you in." He opened a spatial gate beside him, allowing Han Ji-hun to see his brother being pushed to the brink. Without hesitation, he rushed in, but it wasn't that easy. The venomous dragon lord closed the gate and demanded that he sign a contract. "I will let you into that dungeon conditionally. You must become my subordinate." And of course, Han Ji-hun didn't hesitate to agree. Now Jun is in despair as the venomous dragon lord uses his consciousness to show him the whole truth most authentically. He continues to talk about his plan. Han Ji-hun thought it was just a faulty dungeon, but everything was within his plan, including the scapegoating. He made everything difficult enough for your brother not to save you, but not so difficult that his life was threatened. Just a death in that situation, and it would be on you. Han Ji-hun is a D-rank hunter. He would want more power, making him easier to manipulate. But what he didn't expect was his own death, sacrificing himself to save his older brother, even further humiliating himself. In the end, he fell into my hands, just a useless corpse. Every word of the venomous dragon lord was like thousands of knives piercing into Jun's pain. It was all a trap because he, your brother, knew he would be manipulated. But he only paid attention to his words to save me and asked you, "What does it mean to be a corpse?" My younger brother disappeared from the world. He chuckled softly. "I can intervene in the remains based on the contract. It's much simpler to take his body after he's dead, or rather, to sever ties with this world completely." Jujin's voice trembled fiercely as he addressed you. "You have her body. I thought I had lost her forever. Even when it hurt, I knew my little brother had died and would never return. So I resolved to move on. But I found her. She's still waiting for me to bring her back into this world. Back to me." Jujin's expression turned cold as he addressed the malevolent entity. "You boastful dragon emperor, saying we have Han's body. How so?" Fundamentally, someone has taken his body, but now, tears fall from Jujin's eyes. "My little brother, my Juan, even in death, she can't return." And Jujin's thoughts were interrupted when the Dragon Emperor spoke up again, satisfied with the progress of his nefarious plan. "If you answer my questions, I can tell you more." Jujin's response changed in tone. He no longer displays any hint of anxiety, fear, or hesitation. "Shut up. I don't want to hear you speak of that." The Dragon Emperor felt a sense of unease as a golden light emitted from Jujin's body. Dozens of lightning streams shot straight towards the lizard gods, restraining him, instantly dispersing them. The Dragon Emperor realized that what Jujin was using was Sung Hung Jae's skill. "Perhaps you've learned it." Jujin's voice was deep and menacing. "You said skills count in this realm of consciousness, right? I'm not that creative, but if it's a skill I've experienced before, then it's entirely possible. This isn't the first time I've experienced this." Jujin's tired yet determined gaze locked onto the Dragon Emperor. He wielded the lightning streams again, striking down more dragon-like creatures that had turned into dust. Jujin suffered both physically and mentally, but he returned all the pain and suffering to the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor continued to watch from above with a disdainful gaze. "Foolish, it's just a human skill." He waved his hand, and dozens more Dragon Emperors rushed to attack Rin. Another surprise emerged as a pair of wings sprouted from behind Jujin. Noah's wings. Jujin quickly dodged the attacks, avoiding them with lightning speed. The Dragon Emperors crashed into each other, dying after tireless training sessions connected by Jujin's ability to attract chickens. Jujin fully felt the movement of Noah's wings and applied it today to save himself. Jujin looked incredibly cool at this moment, resembling a dragon slayer. His previous anger had made his mind foggy and uncontrollable, but now he had a goal. He needed to defeat him to escape this realm of consciousness. Jujin continuously called thunder and lightning from above, striking down any entity intending to attack him, activating his skill, pressuring old enemies, doubling the attack power against the Dragon Emperors. The terrifying power Jujin possessed made the Dragon Emperor breathless. He couldn't understand how Jujin could have such terrifying power. He was too preoccupied and didn't notice his feet being sealed by Jujin's use of Jib's skill. Restraining the movement of the Dragon Emperor, Jujin turned his left arm into the Dragon Emperor's arm, then dashed straight towards him, engaging in a fierce struggle like boxing. Despite being in a dominant position, Jujin was hit first. The Dragon Emperor once again arrogantly underestimated his opponent. With that imposing body, do you think you can do anything? But as he finished speaking, he froze because from Jujin's body, Han's black flame seal appeared. The terrifying power was absorbed into Jujin's body, the skill of his younger brother that he had left behind. The black flame seal ignited, burning away the darkness and the blood. Jujin pulled out the spear from the black flame. It was the same spear he had used to kill Lao Chi-Tat before. The Dragon Emperor, furious at being recently tortured by him, was now completely threatened by him. Jujin held the black flame spear and aimed it directly at the Dragon Emperor, charging without any hesitation. You're nothing but a mere shadow, repaying the last favor, doubling the power once again. Jujin wielded the blade high, aiming straight at the head of the venomous Dragon Lord. The cursed Dragon King descended, colliding with tremendous force, illuminating the consciousness filled with darkness. The venomous Dragon Lord bore a long gash on his face, unable to believe he was once again subjected to an onslaught he deemed insignificant beneath the societal hierarchy, now causing him injury. Jin stepped on him. The venomous Dragon Lord lying beneath Jin's feet still in shock. How could you? The venomous Dragon Lord exclaimed. Jujin, from above, using your enraged gaze, aimed the black fire blade at the face of the venomous Dragon Lord. Thank you for teaching me. Now it's my turn to delve into your memories, he said, hungrily, and I'll hunt that wretched soul down, no matter the cost. I will bring her back, just wait for me. As Jin dug through the chaotic pile of memories of the venomous Dragon Lord, memories were scrambled, mixed, memories planted over decades. But amidst the chaos, the first images he found were of the Dragon Lord's life. The first memory he saw was a scene of sudden death and destruction under flames soaring high. He and another man were being pursued by another group of their kind, claiming his tribe was a menace. They used poison and curses to kill them. We must cleanse our kind, they said, escape the persecution, and live in hiding. The oppression towards their species simmered a resentment within him, growing stronger day by day, fueled by a vengeful and resentful spirit until he awakened, using his own power and superior strength to destroy all who sought to annihilate his tribe. Everyone born under his hand was tainted. He instilled fear in everyone at the mere mention of his name. In Jin's current trance, amidst Jin's words, the venomous Dragon Lord did not want to see these useless memories awaken. My friend, you should show me some useful memories, he said. He never expected that one day he would be so thoroughly defeated by someone he considered insignificant, being trampled upon by Jin. Jin taunted him. Finding the memory you want is quite difficult, isn't it? The mention of his name from Jin's mouth infuriated him. Once again, he waved his hand, summoning a swarm of venomous dragons to attack Jin. Jin simply stepped back, sighing deeply. Is there a trick that you haven't used? You have no power other than releasing those puny lizards to bite. You're truly a pitiful master, Jin continued, unleashing a series of ice-cold blade attacks, immediately freezing his minions. Once he dealt with Jin's minions, Jin again used his dark fire seal, turning to the venomous Dragon Lord. Look at your minions, all defeated. Now you will be defeated by the hands of a hunter, as said. Jin said, bringing the blade down from above, leaving the venomous Dragon Lord unable to avoid being stepped on. Jin arrogantly said, you only need a little pressure like me. Jin grabbed the horn of the venomous Dragon Lord with his hand, pressing his face close, looking at him with intimidating eyes, threatening with an overwhelming aura. If you don't want your memories to be mixed up countless times, open up where you've taken my younger brother. Frustrated by his nonsensical words, Jin transformed his hand into a dragon claw, tired of hearing the nonsense from him. If he doesn't voluntarily surrender, then I'll make you find him, Jin said, smashing down once again. Jin was once again drawn into another realm of memories, another world, where giant whales were swimming in the sky. Jin wondered if this was another prison. Below was a large city being heavily destroyed by monsters. The weak people fled for their lives, having no way to resist. However, there were still people with superior abilities standing up against the monsters to protect the people and their world. Jin realized the abilities they used were similar to his system. They were guardians, but these were memories of those who struggled to protect a world against monsters and the system. However, they ultimately failed, and all humans were destroyed. The world was destroyed. Many worlds had met such a fate. Why couldn't any world resist destruction? Numerous questions kept appearing in his mind. The destroyed worlds then turned into streams of white light, being devoured by something, presumably this giant tree. Ah, these destroyed worlds were absorbed by it. Jin wondered what this tree was. He was reminded of the memories of Yuan. Suddenly, a bird with pure white feathers flew by, drawing Jin's attention. What kind of bird was it? A feather fell from it. Within it, there was an image of John lying still with a peaceful face, as if asleep. Jin called out, but there was no response. Just then, those memories ended. He was pulled back into the consciousness space, unable to reach his younger brother. Jin hugged his knees, his gaze fixed on the sinister figure. What was that white bird just now? He asked, trembling. Jin screamed in madness, punching the sinister figure's face. Quickly, show me that bird again. It took my little brother, he demanded. The sinister figure chuckled. So, you've seen the star-counting bird and the snow's essence. Then I must kill you, he said confidently, the air of someone who had already delved deep into the abyss, making Jin suddenly feel anxious. Space behind him suddenly cracked and shattered into fragments, surprising him. The sinister figure laughed triumphantly. This is my subconscious, hence, this body isn't my real one. Before Jin could comprehend, the sinister figure beneath him began to fade away. Turning around, Jin saw the space behind him crumbling, revealing a gigantic malevolent eye, sending shivers down his spine as he sensed the immense power of the creature that had just appeared. A giant, malevolent dragon emerged, embodying the true form of the sinister figure. Despite his terror, Jin tried to resist, but its overwhelming power left him feeling helpless. Its colossal foot descending from above was enough to create immense pressure. After that heavy stomp, Jin found himself paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Just as despair settled, an intervention from the system emitted a voice. System fraud detected. System orb activated, nullifying all attacks from the sinister Long Emperor. The sinister Long Emperor's expression turned to one of disbelief, unable to comprehend how Jin had escaped. You, Mermaid Queen, how did you break free? He exclaimed. Then he realized. Mother, the system is called the Mermaid Queen Twin System. The Mermaid Queen, with her deep, penetrating gaze, confronted the sinister Long Emperor. Even though Thai Tik appeared, the sinister Long Emperor remained unwavering in his determination. He reached out with his giant dragon hand once more, but this time, it wasn't as easy. Thai Tik used her trident to block the deadly blow, causing the sinister Long Emperor to recoil in fear. It seemed as though he was suffering immense pain. Jin, bewildered by the turn of events, learned from the system that an outsider had infiltrated their world, posing a threat. The sinister Long Emperor's power was waning due to the limitations imposed by Thai Tik's realm. Black, viscous masses were continuously drawn out of his body, weakening him. The system explained that it could only do so much, leaving Jin to rely on his own strength. Jin, empowered by his inner consciousness, managed to defeat some of the smaller sinister long creatures with mere flicks of his hand. With newfound confidence, he knew he could bring agony upon the sinister Long Emperor himself. Filled with exhilaration, Jin exclaimed to the system, I'm glad I can do something. Who else but me would wish for his suffering? To see him in agony, pressed by a mere mortal he once sneered at. He roared, defying the arrogant entity. After the system's maintenance, it successfully fixed the limitations on the sinister Long Emperor's constraints. However, while his terrorizing dominance had diminished, he remained a formidable force to be reckoned with. For Zhu Jin to overcome him remained an exceedingly challenging issue. The sinister Long Emperor glared at Zhu Jin with eyes full of hatred for humanity. "Even if we are weakened, we are still stronger than you," Zhu Jin replied confidently, showing no fear whatsoever. "Very well, let's fight then. Two sides, like two ferocious beasts," he added, charging straight at each other. The terrifying forces collided, creating a shockwave that shook the consciousness. Zhu Jin remained agile with Noah's wings, evading the sinister Long Emperor's hand while attempting counterattacks. Despite the sinister Long Emperor's superior strength, he relied on physical attacks and his venomous mouth technique, taunting and belittling humanity. "Do you think you can defeat me just with those skills?" he mocked. "What do you intend to do with that feeble body of yours? You're just a pathetic pawn in my eyes," he continued, escalating his attacks furiously, angered by the audacity of a weak entity challenging such a mighty being. The power gap between them was indeed. Zhu Jin was gradually falling into a disadvantaged position, repeatedly taking hits from the Dragon Curse Long Cane without being able to inflict any damage on him. In fact, Zhu Jin was being swallowed whole by a Dragon Curse Long, with the Dragon Curse Long Cane thinking it could kill Zhu Jin. However, seeing the body of that Dragon Curse Long swelling up, it was certain that it was about to burst from its mouth, smoke billowing up. Its belly was freezing and cracking open with a sound, the dragon's body crumbling. Zhu Jin shattered into pieces. Zhu Jin emerged unscathed, breaking free from the encasing with both hands. Two skills, one ice, one fire. Zhu Jin, at this moment, looked as cool as a war god, looking at the Dragon Curse Long King and asked mockingly, "Is it just a skill? As for you, I guess you rely too much on your lizard clan, even when you have a real body." Zhu Jin spun, creating a whirlwind of ice and fire heading straight for the Dragon Curse Long King, determined to live through this ordeal. The Dragon Curse Long King opened its huge mouth to counterattack, spewing out its toxic breath, aiming to kill Zhu Jin. But the toxic breath meant nothing to him. It was just a distraction. His real purpose was to use his large hands to grab Zhu Jin, who was caught off guard and found himself in the Dragon Curse Long King's grasp. The Dragon Curse Long King squeezed tightly, the sound of bones breaking, mingling with Zhu Jin's agonizing screams as his blood flowed, drenching the Dragon Curse Long King's arm. The Dragon Curse Long King laughed arrogantly. "You endure well, but without that skill. What are you? A weakling. Why don't you accept your defeat? You'll burn to ashes under my hands." His repulsive mouth widened, eager to taste Zhu Jin's blood, but he didn't know that this action was digging his own grave. Zhu Jin, trapped in the palm of the Dragon Curse Long King, still managed to speak. "Why don't you accept defeat yourself? Haven't you learned anything?" In an instant, Zhu Jin's blood turned into black flames, raining down on the Dragon Curse Long King's face. The flames erupted fiercely, engulfing and burning the Dragon Curse Long King, who screamed in agony, unable to regenerate. Zhu Jin seized the opportunity, continuously waving his bloody hands towards him, the flames burning more intensely. The Dragon Curse Long King couldn't open his eyes, gnashing his teeth in frustration. His body trembled, releasing a horde of smaller dragon curses, rushing towards Zhu Jin, biting and tearing humanity apart. "I'll show you what it means to live worse than death." In a moment, Zhu Jin was completely covered and torn apart by the swarm of dragon curses. The Dragon Curse Long King laughed loudly, satisfied. "Even if you were to resurrect, the pain of being torn apart will haunt you forever." He suddenly fell silent as he witnessed what was happening before him, beyond his imagination. With a loud explosion, the entire swarm of Lizard Clan, still tearing Zhu Jin apart, disintegrated. Zhu Jin, like a war god, a dragon slayer returning from the realm of death, his hands covered in black flames, swept through, annihilating in all directions, smashing the dragon curses like they were nothing. The Dragon Curse Long King's voice trembled with fear. You're not depleted yet. How can you still stand here and fight me until now?" Zhu Jin, always in a vulnerable position, had been hit hundreds of times, with his body torn to pieces. But in those determined eyes, the flames of willpower still burned, never showing a sign of giving up. Jujin shouted loudly, drowning out the disdainful words of the dragon curse Long King. You, who always look down on others like me, who always control others and want to harm my younger brother, you will never understand the willpower and strength of family bonds. Jujin poured all he had into the black flame blade, swiftly aiming straight at the chest of the dragon curse Long King, plunging down with ultimate force. In this single strike, a terrifying power erupted, a collision creating a blinding golden light that filled the space, accompanied by the agonizing roar of the dragon curse Long King. Jujin, fueled by determination and hatred for the villain who had stolen his younger brother, relentlessly struck down, continuously, countless times, oblivious to the passing time. He wouldn't stop until exhaustion or until the dragon curse Long King perished, even if it meant his own death. But he couldn't die. He had to live to bring his younger brother back. The thunderous sounds of the battle echoed repeatedly until one figure lay down, and there stood the dragon curse Long King, motionless. His chest had been ripped open, and his vital organs were grievously wounded. His body bore the scorch marks of the lightning strike amidst the torrential rain, cleansing away the world's impurities under the cursed downpour. Long Vuong uttered his final words. So it was indeed you. You hold the key to preventing the world's demise. Long Vuong crumpled like a fallen giant tree. Jujin was not faring any better. The triumph had left him depleted. Only now could he release the tension in his body, appearing devoid of strength, struggling to remain upright. Long Vuong lay lifeless, a mere husk upon his chest. Suddenly, his body emitted an eerie light, transforming into a dark purple artifact. Jujin approached cautiously, inquiring, "Are you familiar with the star-counting bird?" "It took my brother," came Jujin's brief yet tender reply, speaking of his beloved sibling. The star-counting bird, also known as the snowbird, had a fondness for the form of snowflakes, often fluttering around, whispering melodies and tales beyond human perception. Thai Tik probed further, questioning its peculiar behavior. Jujin responded slowly, filled with sorrow, "Yes, that's what I witnessed in Jama's memories. Thus, I must locate that bird to retrieve my brother." Thai Tik, puzzled, inquired about its method. Jujin elucidated that it was the genesis of their world, the nucleus of the universe, creating numerous worlds while consuming others. Despite their attempts to hinder it, they were ensnared, with some misguided souls aiding its insatiable hunger for worlds. Nonetheless, the snowbird remained impartial, guided by prescience. They vowed to locate it, while Jujin's duty was to assemble 50 level S individuals. Jujin harbored doubts, questioning the efficacy of preventing the world's demise. Thai Tik interjected, hinting at a temporary reprieve through monster extermination, providing fleeting relief. However, Jujin dismissed it as a mere delay. Thai Tik acknowledged the constraints but stressed the significance of their mission. Jujin remained discontented, doubting his role as the supposed savior from destruction. The system remained impervious to Dayama's words, suggesting continued assistance. Thai Tik added that the missile would seek successors beyond the cursed dragons, underlining the importance of readiness and unity, hence the call for 50 level S individuals. And especially, you must focus on those innate level S individuals by all means, not letting them sign contracts with those foolish loyalists. You must also act discreetly and absolutely avoid mentioning them. The more you mention them, the stronger they become. Jujin still didn't fully trust the system after what he had seen in Dayama's memories. He always questioned whether 50 level S individuals were truly enough before the system vanished. It kept reminding him of something else. Oh, my dear, he must remember this. even if he found his deceased brother. At this point, Jujin exited the realm of consciousness and returned to reality. Everyone rejoiced to see him awaken from a long stupor. Amidst the commotion, Jujin, with the events swirling in his mind, cursed bitterly, remembering what the system had said before leaving the realm of consciousness. It informed Jujin that even if he found his brother, he couldn't bring him back because his brother was an entity severed from this world. Just like Dayama, he had to forsake a part of himself to enter this world. But Du Haiyan wasn't as strong as him. He would gradually lose parts of himself until completely fading away. Those words shattered Jujin's hope once again, leaving another deep wound. Jujin tormented himself, wondering why. He just wanted to bring his deceased brother back. Wasn't that a simple wish? Yet, he couldn't fulfill it. Ruda stood up and informed that he had finished sweeping the dungeon abyss. Jujin raised his hand to find his body completely normal, but the magical stone of the SS grade land deity and Dayama were still in his pocket. Moreover, Jujin still remembered the memories he had delved into in Dayama's mind. Once again, Jujin ignited hope within himself, determined to find a way to bring his brother back, no matter what it took. Ruda worriedly noticed Jujin looking pale, but he kept insisting he was fine. Suddenly, a strong hand clamped Rin's mouth shut and poured a potion down his throat. "If you don't like drinking it yourself, I'll have to force you," said Noah as the refreshing taste of orange enveloped Jujin's senses, making him feel ecstatic and numb all over, bringing a smile to his face. The potion was actually Fanta, an original orange flavor, so delicious that Jujin licked his lips in delight. Sung Hong Jae explained why he did that. "Sometimes, care isn't visible in places you can see with your eyes. I won't let you get hurt, whether spiritually or physically." Wiping his mouth with his hand, Jujin replied to the one who was concerned about him. "Oh, it's just because I owe you." Sung Hong Jae. Sweetly smiling, Sung Hong Jae responded, "No, it's not that. It's just because you're a complete enigma that fate bestowed upon me. Come on, wrap up, your feet must be really cold." Reluctantly, Jujin grabbed the cloth and wrapped it around himself, while standing on the rocky outcrop. Only then did he notice something happening below. "Seems like there's some mischief going on down there," he muttered to himself. The people from Soham acted like pigs being dragged away, and Jujin thought they had all been killed by Sung Hong Jae. Turns out, he had just subdued them, keeping them as souvenirs. Sung Hong Jae was now gleefully toying with them. He described the two S-rank individuals as high-grade rubber bands, perfect gifts for this dungeon raid. While the task of finding the manipulator behind his brother's misfortunes seemed completed, dealing with the two S-ranks pursuing him proved challenging. If not handled discreetly, it might lead to conflicts between the factions. Jujin, despite sweating, maintained his composure. "Just wait, I'll get my revenge. At least I have to retaliate against the despicable one who forced you. Even if it costs me everything, I'll drag you along as my cushion. I'll kidnap you and gouge out your nails if necessary." Before he could finish his threat, Sung Hong Jae delivered a swift blow to the face of the insolent one, sending him sprawling, a fitting punishment for his arrogance. Taking a deep breath, Jujin realized there were many loose ends to tie up this time. As he stepped out of the dungeon, he felt the oppressive heat of summer, though not this summer. Looking around, he couldn't understand why they were at a familiar setting. Sung Hong Jae emerged from the dungeon, still smiling. "Ah, it seems we've been discovered missing by the master. But there's no need to worry, right? Look, Jun and Piss are waiting." Indeed, the mess around was due to their search for his brother. Jun's fiery gaze fixed on Jujin as he spoke. "You're finally out." Sitting there so calmly while everything was on fire. His serious tone made the others uncomfortable. Sensing something was amiss, Jujin stood there, eyes downcast, as Jun questioned him. "So, where are you injured?" The concern in his voice puzzled his older brother. "What's with these ragged clothes wrapped around your legs? Isn't that Jupiter's chairman's robe?" Jujin sweated profusely, wondering how he knew it was Sung Hong Jae's robe. The tension in the air was thicker than a fight with Dayama. Jujin struggled to explain, but Du-han intervened, commanding his fire spirit to burn the debt cloth immediately. Thankfully, the fire spirit acted swiftly, shielding them from further embarrassment. Just as they thought they had diffused the tension, from within the dungeon emerged the Sodom group, looking refreshed. Another group emerged, making Du-han inwardly groan. Even his older brother didn't know how to explain this situation. Du-han asked Song Hong-jae for an explanation, and he cheerfully recounted a tale reminiscent of Mario rescuing Princess Peach. I rescued the princess from the dragon who kidnapped her. We danced together. Unfortunately, I didn't get to kiss the princess. Du-han frowned, glaring at Song Hong-jae. What nonsense are you talking about? Which princess was that? As tensions rose, JS added fuel to the fire. Ah, I'm the dragon. I brought the princess to the tower. We were having fun. Then the guitar string broke. JS showed JS a figure-8 lute given to him by someone, indicating that princess had been captured. He was on a mission, the first crime being an illegal contract deal, the second being unauthorized entry into South Korea. With his nature, JS would never stand still to be caught. Observing the impending confrontation, Du-han knew a fight was inevitable. Just as they had resolved the tension inside the dungeon, they found themselves in an even more intense situation outside. JS, grabbing Jujin's collar provocatively, taunted, "Did you come out just to pick a fight? Do you want to see this world in chaos, like in the dungeon?" On the side of Duan and Song Hong-jae, things weren't any better. Even my younger brother, currently in a frenzy, was ready to brawl at the slightest provocation. You know, all it takes is a little nudge, and they'll start fighting right away. Yet he still insists on tagging along with me. Why does he have to suffer? Only poor Jujin stands in the middle, unsure how to handle this chaotic scene. In situations like this, sometimes we don't even need monsters. The dads themselves destroy the world. Noah is worried sick, requesting mobilization of personnel for civilian evacuation around here. Jujin sighs warily, once again having to intervene calmly. Let's head home, Duan, I say, but my brother remains tense and bluntly refuses. You go ahead. I still have some matters to discuss with Chief Jupiter. Suddenly, Ju-han startles as he sees Jin's expression, the super cosmic acting skills activated. Ju-jin adopts a pitiful expression, pulling his brother's sleeve gently. Your voice, you sound scared. Don't worry, I won't let you go alone. You're the victim here. You're exhausted. You were captured by a dragon and had to fight it again. Let me take you home, I care about you the most, he says with a smirk. And of course, my younger brother couldn't resist agreeing, seeing our older brother's adorable demeanor. Before leaving, Jun doesn't forget to turn to Song Hong-jae with a challenge. Just leave it there. This matter isn't over between us. Jin turns to remind Song Hong-jae. You follow along too. Song Hong-jae remains tense, grumbling about what's the point of following. Ju-jin turns to explain the reason, warning that she'll be permanently banned from this country if she misbehaves. If I get injured because of your troublemaking, the training center won't be able to function anymore. Do you want me to raise those creatures? Just do as they say and then come back. Trust me to take care of your beloved pets, Jay says, pondering for a moment before finally complying. All right, that's why I did it, Jujin reassures. Song Hong-jae is surprised by Jay's cooperation, unexpected that a little pressure could solve the tension related to this celestial strike. Jin's image in Song's eyes becomes increasingly handsome as he gains a different perspective on this coercive guy. Noah is also increasingly impressed with Jin. Returning to the Abyss Congress building, Jujin immediately begins to work on defusing the contract for his younger brother. The only thing Jujin exchanged when signing the contract was new eyes. Upon hearing this, Jujin reprimands his brother a few times for being impulsive. You were ready to sign a contract with him, and now you're surprised. What did you do there? Dylan startles, unable to believe it. What did you do in there? Dylan worries, constantly asking if he was injured by that wretch Song Hong-jae, who couldn't even protect him. Quick, tell me if you're injured somewhere else, too. Dylan shows genuine fear, self-blaming. Damn it, you tried to hide this from me. Jujin looks at his younger brother with a heart full of thoughts, realizing that he was worried about him like this during that time. Why couldn't you tell me anything? You endured it alone and even tried to prevent me from going to the dungeon because of him. It's been 3 years, plus another 5, and only you've endured it. Jujin strokes Jun's head, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry, nothing happened. The system has taken care of everything. Jun is still worried and asks Jujin again as he lies down on the couch. Tell me, they also showed you how to save the world, didn't they? If we can clear the dungeons in the next few years, we'll be safe for the next 100 years. It's not easy, but if we hold out for the next 5 years, everything will be fine. And in 100 years, you and I will still be youthful. So relax, Jujin adds. The system says it will help us even more. We have beasts to ride and the manufacturing skills of Meon Yu, and soon, we'll have your research results. And then let's just rest and recuperate for a while, shall we? Do you want to do something? Should we go somewhere? Do Hyun's gentle gaze met Jun's, who responded in kind. I don't know. Do you have anywhere in mind? Rin hesitated for a moment, considering. There is a place I'd like to go, but I can't say it out loud. He thought, his mind wandering into the vague unknown. Suddenly, he was jolted by Do Hyun's voice calling out. Hey, Jun! Life's uncertainties left little time for Jun to go anywhere yet, so he didn't think much of it for now. Jun looked at his brother with a gentle smile. Anywhere is fine as long as I'm with you, he said, feeling content that his previous dreams of life were becoming a reality. In truth, Jun still wore a calm demeanor, but inside, he was conflicted. He had lied. At this rate, the world would inevitably face destruction. He had witnessed the world's devastation in Diama's memories, and it was truly terrifying. Even with 50 S-class hunters, it seemed impossible to resist. Jun sensed that the system had lied to him for some reason, though they were helping him. Yet that reason alone couldn't fully earn his trust. Fortunately, his abilities might surpass even those of S-class hunters, and he had gathered significant information from Diama's memories. Seeing that the conversation was becoming heavy, Do Hyun changed the subject, suggesting they give it a name. That night, inside the training center, Jun prepared strands of rope adorned with runes, seemingly preparing for a ritual or spell. This could be the magic he had found in Diama's memories, knowledge that could help him find his younger brother and protect him in dangerous situations. Jun hesitated, holding the tip of the blade over his chest. The closer I stab to my heart, the greater the effect, he murmured, taking a deep breath to calm himself. With determination, he pressed the blade into his chest, causing blood to drip onto the rune circle below. Instantly, magic was activated. The demonic stone reacted, gradually seeping into the gash on his chest. Jun felt discomfort and pain, but he gritted his teeth, pushing through the ordeal. Finally, the moment of agony passed, activating the ability to absorb the cursed magic of the Black Dragon's thorns and control it. Next, it would be Vicious's SS-level demonic stone. Jun placed it on the magical stone and guided the mana around, absorbing the power of the two superhuman monsters. After enduring immense pain and suffering, Jun succeeded. He retrieved a vial of elixir to replenish and treat himself. Meanwhile, Choi CW had infiltrated the prison and informed Jun that Choi had suddenly disappeared. Before his punishment could be carried out, they didn't know any organization was involved. But Choi revealed that the guild leader's disappearance seemed to satisfy their superiors, who wanted to shift the blame. Jun felt uncomfortable and angry, but they all decided to pretend as if nothing had happened to maintain balance between the guilds, which was more important than enforcing justice. However, Jun couldn't help but feel ashamed of the guild's actions and curse them. They weren't helping. They were just playing political games. The real obstacle was always the guild. Once chaos erupted due to the emergence of fake dungeons, the staff responsible would be pushed aside for the benefit of those who didn't meet the standards. The leader of the guild is someone who has never awakened and has never set foot in a dungeon. He holds everything he does is just spewing nonsense while pocketing money and vying for power. Although Tyan is dissatisfied with the superiors, he still accepts such work. He once again apologized to Jun, who didn't blame him at all because he was just a subordinate following orders from above. However, what Jun couldn't understand about this guy was why he only followed orders when he was so strong. He also knew that the decisions of the superiors were all mistakes. Unlike other S-class hunters who either become leaders or work independently, this guy chose to become a pillar of a corrupt organization. Jin blurted out, then wanted to explore. If you were the guild chairman, it would be better. But Somtu's response was somewhat hesitant as he asked back, "What do you mean?" Jun replied half-jokingly, "Well, if you were the guild chairman, you wouldn't have to obey those mistakes anymore. Because you're also an S-class hunter, so you can use that power. Jun suddenly stopped when he noticed Song's serious attitude and realized that Song was staring at him intently. Jujin hurriedly waved. But all the other Class S hunters hold high positions. Yet Song Tai, with his quiet demeanor, claims that such power should not fall into my hands. He didn't say anything more and swiftly changed the subject to compensating for the incident from the previous day. Jujin felt this guy was really strange. He just wanted to hold a normal position, dedicated and loyal, without seeking power. That made Jujin suspicious. Perhaps this guy had made a pact with the ignorant group because he was also a Class S hunter, but couldn't allow the Hunter Association to continue hindering the hunters. If so, the world would fall into chaos. Maybe he was aiming for that. Jujin asked the department head if he had any connections with the sect, but before he could finish, there was an urgent announcement from the detention center. A fire had broken out, and Jun Kong-soo and others were held there. Jin rushed in to report, requesting Jeremy to stay and protect Jujin, fearing that escaped prisoners might seek revenge and harm him. Jim scratched his head, seemingly hesitant. Is this okay? Don't worry, I've been fined a lot before, but never caused an accident. My motto is to tear through the wind, leaving the hounds behind, said Jujin as he got into the car and revved the engine, speeding off. Meanwhile, at the special detention center, the high-level awakened beings were awakening. This was where high-level hunters committed serious crimes. They often committed offenses such as killing non-awakened beings or plotting to harm society. The methods here were ruthless to prevent these powerful hunters from escaping. The walls were extremely thick, layered with materials taken from the dungeon, and the security system was dense and rigorously guarded. A building with the highest security measures was used to detain these awakened beings, or at least it used to be. Now, a loud explosion followed by fire engulfed the place. The supposedly solid walls to prevent the awakened beings from escaping had been breached, leaving a large hole. Jun Kong-soo lay flattened on the ground, terrified, as Duan, who always wanted to beat him to a pulp, stood before him. This time, he even intended to assassinate Jujin, a crime that couldn't be forgiven. Duan casually said, "Oh dear, the detention center has been destroyed. Are you deliberately trying to escape? Then I guess I have no choice but to capture you again." Jun Kong-soo, terrified, stuttered, "Mother of, this is a trap, an openly reasonable excuse to beat me up. I'm trembling like a leaf, and you're planning an assassination. This crime can't be forgiven. I'll destroy this prison myself," Duan calmly remarked. "Seems like you've even managed to break free from the specially sealed handcuffs. You're destroying everything, including the seal on my inventory. Is it your belief in destruction?" Before he finished speaking, there was a sweet sound, and the special handcuffs were shattered. Duan laughed cunningly. "Looks like you even destroyed the sealed handcuffs. You're really determined." Jun Kong-soo, with a pale face, said, "This is completely unfair. You're making up excuses to beat me up, and now you want to kill me. Why are you doing this to me? I'm already imprisoned here. Haven't I suffered enough? Why can't you just leave me alone?" Duan coldly replied, "Look into my eyes and tell me what you did and what you intended to do with my brother Stinger. You should regret not leaving your life in the dungeon that day." After speaking, the tip of the sword, carrying the black fire seal, plunged straight into the terrified face with an extreme look of fear. A loud explosion resounded, shaking the entire detention center violently as if it was about to collapse. The dramatic clash occurred, weapons colliding, creating ear-splitting explosions that reverberated continuously. Jun Kong-soo, despite being an awakened being of Class S, did not give in to death, but fought back to seek his own survival. Both being Class S, the disparity in power was clearly visible. Jun Kong-soo was pushed to the point of suffocation, his anger boiling over as he shouted, "You damn dog, you've really come here to kill me, haven't you? Well, I'll play with you to the end. Let's see who dies this time." He took the initiative to attack, exerting all his strength to find a way to survive, showing no restraint in his power. Indeed, he looked very powerful, and his skills were also very imposing. Jun Kong-soo swung his sword, condensing his energy into the form of a dragon. The dragon's wrath surrounded Du-hun, ready to strike, but Du-hun simply raised his sword lightly, countering with ease. From within Du-hun's eyes, flames flickered, and fiery spirits emerged, flying straight towards Jun Kong-soo. Du-hun remained indifferent, saying, "No matter what you do, you're no match for me." The fire spirit conjured a raging flame, burning thousands of degrees hot, engulfing Jun Kung-so in agonizing pain as he fell to his knees, clutching his face. I slowly approached, stepping closer to press my foot against Jun Kung-so's chest. Coldly, I uttered, "Now I think it's time for you to die." Jun Kung-so, helpless, gazed at me with eyes filled with despair, realizing that death was imminent. With a cold and indifferent tone, I continued, "There's no reason for me to spare you." Jun Kung-so, still struggling, pleaded, "Don't do this. There's no reason for you to kill me." Jun Kung-so looked at me coldly, then offered a feeble excuse. "You hit me on the head and demanded that I address you as sir. Is that reason enough?" Fear flashed in Jun Kung-so's eyes as he contemplated. This guy's gone crazy. What twisted logic is this? Without hesitation, I aimed my sword straight at Jun Kung-so's throat, the impending death looming closer. Jun Kung-so yelled out, "What are you doing?" But it was too late. The blade couldn't be stopped. Strangely, as the sword struck Jun Kung-so's neck, a sudden surge of white bone emerged, swiftly obscuring the view. At the same time, Jujin and Gang, who were riding on a large mass of feces, rushed towards the area with traffic lights turning red. Upon reaching the scene, Jim lent a hand to lift all three of us and the vehicle into the air. From above, we could clearly see the raging fire and thick black smoke enveloping the sky, indicating a far more dire situation than anticipated. People hurriedly avoided the dangerous area. Dong was tasked with blocking the road, and she did so efficiently, preventing civilians from approaching by destroying the entire road. It seemed like everyone in this high-profile hunting party enjoyed causing chaos. Inside the demolished prison, criminals fled en masse, but their escape was cut short when Tao descended from above, activating his thunderbolt skill. His body suddenly increased in weight 1,000-fold, crashing down amidst the prisoners, causing an explosion that sent them flying while they were still on the sewing machine. Meanwhile, a giant net swiftly descended, capturing all the escaped prisoners with ease. Jujin observed Jun, who was still confronting Jun Ko, realizing he hadn't been killed yet. Both of them descended, but Jujin sternly warned them both not to advance any further. Jun Ko's current state was peculiar. His body emitted strange white smoke. Despite how many times Jujin struck him, he kept getting up. Jun Ko resembled a zombie, his voice eerie as he spoke. "It's a pity. It's too late to exploit him now. Anyway, he's not that strong. Why did we make a pact with him? Look at him now." Observing the scene and hearing those eerie words, Jujin realized he was dealing with a fool. How unexpected to encounter them so soon. The eerie voice continued emanating from Jun Ko's body. "I'm here just to greet you. I'm Duan's successor, a fool. What urgent matter brings him here to introduce himself?" Then, with a slight change in appearance, Jun Kung-so's body emitted a strange green light, transforming into something entirely different, much to everyone's surprise. What Jim saw was a cute pink stuffed bunny, very enchanting, but what Jujin saw was a safe and cozy environment, something that every individual desired the most. Jujin was now standing still, his face still in disbelief, because in front of him now was the image of Jun from 5 years ago. The very same appearance he had on the day he died, the unfortunate fool. Using psychological warfare through full-body illusions, Rin was shaken. He had to remain calm. He knew this was just a psychological attack. He tried not to be deceived, but then Rin turned into a cute little Santa Claus in front of Dong's cute figure, complete with reindeer antlers. Seeing Dong's irresistibly cute appearance, Jujin couldn't help but succumb. How could he resist such adorableness? Jujin seemed to lose his mind, wanting to hug her immediately. Unable to use psychological attacks, Rin had to reveal his true form. Once again, a swirl of white smoke appeared, curling in the air like a small vortex. Emerging from the midst of the swirling smoke was a woman with white hair, her eyes full of melancholy, her fingers resembling fish fins. Perhaps she was related to the Sea Queen. Phaetek, introducing herself as High Triad, the heiress of Diama, she was the mistress of the shapeshifter species. Unlike the aggressive nature of Diama, she appeared exceedingly friendly. She approached Duan without hesitation, stating that they all were desired by her, especially Duhan, for his exceptional physique and desirable soul form. She wondered how June could escape her contract, pulling Yuan into forming a pact with her. Yuan immediately stood up, blocking her path. "Stop standing here and blabbering," he said. "Why do you all have to cause trouble for my little brother? Don't you know what happened to those who came before you?" His hostility towards the ignorant Hai didn't escape Hai's intrigued gaze. "Oh, he just croaked, didn't he? I haven't heard a peep about him yet," she casually remarked, looking at Yuan with interest. "Ah, he's just a rookie, isn't he? I haven't heard anything about him yet. I'm just here because there's someone I'm still in contact with," she said, referring to Jun Ko. Unfortunately for her, he had been killed before her arrival. Sensing Hai's suspicious intentions, Jun immediately pulled Yuan closer, ready to defend, but Hai asked, "It seems he forgot his skills. How could you learn his skills?" Her enigmatic words left Yuan puzzled. As Hai probed about Diama's death and who could have done it, Jun remained silent, realizing that this knave Hai didn't know about his return to the past. Meeting an ignorant like this wasn't part of his plan. He wasn't prepared for this situation, and it was dangerous. If not handled properly, it could drag others into trouble. When Hai announced her intention to return today without a fight, Jun thought everything was resolved easily. But before leaving, she left behind a parting gift, the creation of a prison dungeon, a gate that was about to explode. After bidding farewell with a smile and a declaration of victory, she vanished. As she left, the sounds of the exploding dungeon gate echoed, and seawater rushed out like a flood. Jun quickly flew high to avoid it, worriedly grabbing Jun and fleeing. However, no matter how fast they were, they couldn't match the speed of the water. A towering wave appeared before them, seemingly targeted at Jun. The wave crashed down, engulfing them both in the sea within seconds. Meanwhile, the entire prison woke up, shocked and terrified as they were submerged in seawater. Jiren rushed to Jim, who had ice attributes and waterproof earrings, enabling him to function underwater. Jim comfortably searched for them, spotting Yuan and Jun being pulled into the dungeon gate. He tried to rescue them, but was too late. When Jiren grabbed his cloak, it was already too late. All three were dragged inside the dungeon. Inside, Tian and Sum were oblivious to what had happened. They could only stand there, staring blankly at the ferocious floodwaters. Survivors were being rescued, but the danger wasn't over. Dong suggested going into the dungeon to solve the problem, but Tu stopped him out of fear of releasing a monster. Their responsibility was to stay here and ensure safety, but they needed additional support. So Dong quickly made a call, summoning the perfect candidate to confront the aquatic dungeon monster, an electric-type Pokemon, and everyone knew who that would be. After the chaotic water subsided, all three managed to stabilize. Jun, weakened, seemed to have passed out from drinking too much water, while the two troublemakers continued bickering, each claiming superiority. Jujin, though unconscious, had to rise to deal with this mess. Despite being inside the dungeon for quite some time, they hadn't spotted any sudden appearance of a monster. Being unexpectedly pulled into a dungeon, whose strength they didn't know, made Jujin somewhat worried, especially since Jiren had been dragged into this mess. Furthermore, Jujin sensed that Hai Chet seemed even stronger than Diama. They didn't know if they could withstand it. Hai Chet mentioned that she created this dungeon to test them, but they didn't know her intentions. While they discussed, millions of water bubbles kept rising from below the surface. Jim remained vigilant, unsure if this beautiful sight would bring any harm. The girl took the initiative to use her weapon to burst those bubbles, but what Jim received left her astonished. Those bubbles carried their memories. Each burst brought back those memories. Jim, like a playful child, kept bursting the bubbles. Jujin, not paying attention, let one touch him, and it exploded, bringing back memories of them as children, playing in the snow on Jujin's birthday. While Jujin was being drawn into the sweet memory of her childhood, Jim and Jen were still searching for other memories, too engrossed in the beautiful memories that Jim didn't notice there would be painful ones too. Memories that the girl wanted to bury deep, memories of that dark day she felt so vividly, the day Jim's parents passed away when she was very young. It was the day her bleak life began when her guardian turned out to be her uncle's executioner. Jujin had started to come to terms with those sad memories, the damned memories from years ago, the day of December 25th, which was Du Hun's birthday. Instead of being with her little brother to enjoy the joy, he locked himself in his room, watching his brother through the TV screen. Do notice she was once again playing psychological warfare. He was trying to calm down to get out of this situation when suddenly he saw something from inside the bars looking out. Ju-jin saw a familiar figure and hurried outside. It was June. He had also come that day, but stayed away, not daring to show himself due to the distance. Ju-jin blamed herself for not knowing if he had come that day and reconciled with June. If only he hadn't decided to venture into that dungeon, that Jun wouldn't have had to die. All he could do was stop at "what if." The image of Han shattered, reminding him of the system's words. Even if he found his brother, he couldn't bring him back. This harsh reality besieged his mind, causing Ju-jin to collapse once again in despair. Don't do this. I don't want this. I want to redo everything. So I reversed time. This isn't what I wanted. Please let me try again. If I could really go back, I would. Ju-jin's nightmare was interrupted by Jim's call. Uncle, wake up, wake up. Jim appeared, pulling him out of the desperate nightmare, urging him to wake up quickly. We're inside that dungeon. It turned out that while Ju-jin was immersed in a trance, Jim and Jun were still resisting the effects of the dungeon. The girl was struggling to prevent those damned memory bubbles while shedding tears, indicating that she too had to witness terrible memories worth forgetting. Jim deflated at those memories. What can you do about those? They've already happened. If you can't do anything here because of those memories, then you'll only add more terrible memories. What could be worse? You have your family now. You're different now. You have the strength to protect your loved ones. I don't want to lose anyone else due to my uselessness. Wiping away tears, Jim was now a strong and determined girl. As Bettas was lamenting, Dune was throwing stones at the conference. What else could it be? I'm the family of my brother. Ju-jin chuckled lightly, satisfied with herself. I thought Jerry was just a girl needing help. Since when did she grow up? Look at her, she's very reliable. Thank you. Then you have to rely on the two of us. Just as they were having a good time, Pikachu, the electric-type Pokemon, unexpectedly popped out, joining in the fun. Ah, it must be the three of us, Ju-jin exclaimed as if encountering a ghost. Oh, here's another memory. Hey Jerry, hurry up and freeze him. Juhan informed that he had received information from Dom that they were in danger and needed help. With a flick of his finger, Song Hong-jae summoned Thunderbolt, indeed a formidable power of a different type, instantly shattering the water bubbles around, turning them into droplets. Ju-jin wasn't particularly thrilled with Song Hong-jae's appearance, but rather sarcastically remarked, "Here he goes again, playing tour guide. I'd rate half a star for that." Song Hong-jae retorted, "I also brought dry clothes and towels." Grinding her teeth, Ju-jin added, "Then give another half a star to make it whole." Seeing the two adults behaving like children amused Jim and Jian, who touched the bubbles, making Song Hong-jae see his childhood memories. What kind of dungeon is this? While all four were engrossed in conversation, the water bubbles reappeared thickly. Jim believed freezing them all would suffice, but Ju-jin disagreed, pointing out that mana was limited, and these water bubbles seemed endless. Song Hong-jae shared Jim's opinion, having prepared many mana vials in advance. Jim turned to tease Juhan. "Hey, Chief, you're a fire type, but you just sit in the corner sucking your thumb." Though Juhan was irritated, he had to endure. Ju-jin felt quite comfortable and relieved. Anyway, they were working together temporarily, facing the issue at hand. Ju-jin quickly made a plan and assigned tasks to Song Hong-jae and Jim. Acting with eager anticipation, Jim used his staff to freeze the water surface, creating an ice path. His mood was as cheerful as Princess Elsa's when she was free to do what she liked. "Let's go, let's clear them all," he said joyously as he advanced, sweeping away the water bubbles under the influence of his freezing skill, turning them into ice pellets falling like rain. Song Hong-jae couldn't bear to be overshadowed by a little girl with bubbles down below. He decided to deal with it by popping all the bubbles above. With a wave of his hand, he summoned hundreds of lightning bolts, striking down with a series of crisp explosions. It was unclear how many bubbles had been shattered in just a flick of the wrist. Even Jim had to admire Jin's skill with fire, reluctantly staying back to create a barrier to protect Ju-jin from the bubbles affected by Jin's abilities. Sung Hong-jae transformed back into tiny pellets, falling like hail. In this moment of respite, Doon finally noticed and asked, "Why are you here? You should be resting at home." Ju-jin, irritated, waved his hands and feet. It's not because of you that I'm here. How dare this kid destroy the detention center? Do you know how fast I had to run here? You shouldn't provoke Kansu any further. Dune calmly replied, do you have any other options? He was trying to escape. It turned out that despite his innocent appearance, he was just as cunning as anyone else. Without waiting for Jujin's inquiry, June changed the subject. You used the fire spirit to warn Jujin. Jujin, do you have a name for the fire spirit yet? But Du-hun indicated that all his proposals had been rejected without discussion. Before they could finish, Jim's loud call interrupted them. They were standing in front of a towering ice wall, which they believed to be the end point of the dungeon. Sung Hong-jae explained that the dungeon was divided into many different areas, but looking over there, they could see everything that happened here, including the ice mountain created by Jim. In other words, it was no different from a mirror. However, it only reflected objects, not people. Jujin noticed another strange ice sphere floating inside. He guessed that it reflected their information. Jujin asked Jerem to try to detonate it, which he did easily, but things seemed to take a turn for the worse after the sphere shattered. The reflected images immediately disappeared, and the air twisted visibly. It seemed that the boss of the dungeon was about to appear. A gradually emerging figure, a gigantic SS-level toad named Bava, whom they had cooperated to defeat before, caused some unease among the group. Now they didn't have enough people to execute a combo to defeat it like last time. However, the situation didn't end there. From within Bava's mouth, something seemed to be emerging. The venomous dragon curse, a terrifying monster with immense power. Ju-hun and Sung Hong-jae both recognized it as the creature they had made a pact with. Sung Hong-jae suggested retreating. It seemed to be turning into our strongest enemy in our memory. Du-jin turned pale, because the strongest entity I've ever encountered is Toy-tik, a superhuman entity with immeasurable strength. He remembered that the venomous dragon lord was unleashing something from within. It was indeed Toy-tik, the one who had weakened. Yet in this crucial moment, they remembered the strongest enemy they had ever faced. This phenomenon was surely a bit ominous. Sung Hong-jae sneered, I wonder whose memory it comes from. Toy-tik, indeed, is the last resort, but in this critical moment, it remembers the strongest opponent I've ever encountered. This fin was surely sparingly used. Du-jin stood aside, sweating profusely, his mouth as if holding a grain of rice. Jim recognized the fishman, with a similar earring to his own, a super-powerful entity, a fabricated passage emerging from a fake state, so unreasonable that it attacked Jujin's group at once. With just a light wave of his hand, Jujin created a tidal wave dozens of meters high, crashing down on the fleeing group. But that wasn't the end of it, as the wave continued to pursue them relentlessly, writhing like a water dragon waiting to devour its prey. Don quickly ordered the fire spirit to intervene. Although it was just a minor spirit, its fire was extraordinary. A large flame erupted, halting the approaching wave. When met with the fire spirit's flames, all the water vaporized rapidly. Even Jujin was surprised by the power of this tiny spirit. Dune took the opportunity to give it a name, Spicy Crunchy Snack. This time, it didn't object, probably because he hadn't given it any silly names. The fire spirit extinguished its flames, and the water rushed in to engulf the group. Jim had to use the power of ice to create an ice wall to block the aggressive wave. However, Germ's ice barrier kept breaking if used continuously, and eventually, even Germ's mana was running low. Compared to Toy-tik, Jim's efforts seemed futile as Toy-tik relentlessly wielded her staff, conjuring wave after wave of tsunami attacks, leaving Jim struggling to defend himself. It seemed inevitable that death was looming close. Indeed, humans often spoke the truth when facing death. Thank you, Jujin, for taking care of me, Jim expressed sincerely. I don't hate you, even though you, Captain Jupiter, are handsome. Farewell. Let's meet in another world, hopefully without dungeons. Just as Jim finished denying, the ice barriers shattered into pieces. However, they were saved by a pink-hued protective boundary that emerged, halting the rushing water, providing them with a quick, established protective barrier, creating a safe space for the group. No one knew where this boundary came from. The system remained silent. Hello, my dear, the system finally spoke. Are you all right? We had to open a gateway to bring you here immediately upon noticing their interference. Jujin quickly embraced the system's virtual presence for assistance. The system explained that the dungeon was created as a gift by an inheritor for him. Jujin was surprised by these unfamiliar entities, but seeing Du Hyan's lack of reaction assured him of safety. Both the system and Thai-Tik revealed that the creator of the dungeon didn't intend to kill him, but an unintentional mishap led to the appearance of a copy of her, complicating matters. Thai-Tik admitted that the clone's power was still inferior to hers, but against Jim's current strength, it remained unbeatable. Jujin realized that the dungeon, intended as a challenge, posed a real danger. Desperate, he sought their help, but they were prohibited from interfering. However, Jujin anticipated this and devised a plan. He wouldn't demand they fight, but if it were a reward, why not treat it as such after defeating the lizard's master? Though they assisted him, he was the one who ultimately defeated the villain. He received nothing but a few magic stones, prompting the system to reluctantly speak up, proposing an idea that handled the situation. It suggested giving Jerem a skill, the Deep Sea Queen's aqua manipulation, implying that it would augment her powers. Jujin agreed, wanting to support Jerem in gaining the strength to protect herself. However, he still harbored doubts about the system's intentions, wanting to regain control if it deceived him. He believed in trusting oneself when unable to trust anyone else. Jujin wanted those influenced by him to develop maximally, possibly even saving the world. Thai-Tik felt the proposal was excessive, so she requested an equivalent exchange. Jujin, seemingly oblivious, introduced Jerem to Thai-Tik as the owner of the earrings. Jim was genuinely excited, feeling like he was meeting an idol. Finally, Thai-Tik submerged, agreeing to enhance Jerem's abilities. Suddenly, a water sphere appeared, containing a beautiful deep-sea blue gem, the legendary water element gem, usable only once. Jerem was surprised to receive such a powerful item as a gift. Jujin thanked Thai-Tik, but she clarified that it was part of their negotiation, intended to make her less reluctant about him. Still puzzled by Thai-Tik's reluctance, Jujin had a sinister thought. What did she mean by reluctance? He wondered. Just a bit of reluctance. So, there might be more I can dig out from her remaining reluctance. Intriguing. Then, turning back to the matter at hand, Jujin continued pleading for additional assistance for Jerem. Taking his staff, he examined it before fitting the gem and testing it. It fit perfectly. As the gem was installed, a powerful stream of water shot out from the staff, propelling the girl high into the air like an intercontinental ballistic missile. The force was strong enough to break through the system's protective barrier, leaving the girl unable to control the torrent of water shooting out like a rocket, causing Jim to soar through the sky, accompanied by cries for help. With wide eyes, Jujin shouted from below, "Focus! Feel the flow of mana! Learn from the skills of the Mermaid Queen, and adjust with your own skills, Jerem." Jujin continuously guided her on how to use and control the power, but receiving such a large source of power all at once was not easy. Indeed, it was not easy at all. Watching Jerem soar through the air, even the onlookers below were sweating profusely, with some even being sprayed with water. Despite knowing how difficult it was due to the high level of skill required, Jujin didn't want to miss this opportunity. He had to figure out how to help the girl learn to use it. Suddenly, an idea struck Jujin as he observed Thai-Tik's Shopee version and Jerem. Fundamentally, both were using the same type of power. If Jerem could see how Thai-Tik used her skills, she could totally learn to activate Jin's sensory link with Jim and the Shopee version of Thai-Tik. However, there was a barrier because Jin's level was too low. When linking senses with Thai-Tik's Shopee, he was almost submerged in water and nearly choked on vomit, making Jim extremely worried. Jin realized that the level of Thai-Tik's Shopee was too high to use the chicken lure skill. However, he immediately came up with another solution, relying on Sunhumjae's skills. He teased that when Jin used his skills on someone, they seemed to faint. He refused, jokingly saying, "Why would I do that? Didn't we agree we're friends? Friends help each other, right?" Sunhumjae remained cold and indifferent, stating that he had never made friends with anyone in his life. Jin laughed and replied, "Why does life have to be so difficult now?" Jin wanted to share Sun Hung's insight skill with Jerem to transfer the movement and sensory of the Shopee Mermaid Queen to Jerem. This way, Jerem could see the movements and Thai-Tik Shopee's skill usage just as Jin calculated everything to go smoothly. Jim could now fully observe her movements like a slow-motion movie. Little by little, he could sense her movements and how Jin's skills were used. Jin was quite worried when Thai-Tik Shopee attacked Jerem, but surprisingly, Jerem was unharmed. She indeed had an extraordinary talent. Now Jim could control the power of the flowing water effortlessly. His movements were smooth, like playing musical instruments. It seemed like using weapons to create melodies and using a violin to play a piano. This allowed Jim to control Sung Hung's new skills efficiently. There was no difference or difficulty anymore. She could clearly feel every drop of water in the world. They all followed her movements. Jim now was no different from a sea god. Everything here had to yield under her footsteps. She was the water queen. Jim gracefully moved on the water's surface, controlling the water in the universe. She wanted to control them however she liked. Jim swung her staff high, and the water around was sucked into it, forming a giant water sphere. Jim forcefully thrust her staff forward, causing the giant water sphere to crash down on Thai-Tik Shopee. Large waves surrounded Thai-Tik, preventing her from launching a strong counterattack. It also caused the space inside the chamber to crack, with water splashing into the sky, creating a heavy rain. Only Jim remained. Thai-Tik was completely defeated, happily returning to seek praise from Jin, only to find him unconscious. He seemed even more exhausted and mentally drained. Jin was once again seemingly overwhelmed by the water, barely conscious, drifting into a vague world outside. Jin could feel himself slowly sinking, even more pressured than before. Jim's loud call woke Jin from his stupor. In a daze, she was extremely worried about Jin. This wasn't the first time he had fainted like this. The system said it was the price to pay for using the chicken lure skill. Jim angrily shouted, "What did you say? You already knew this when you gave me the skill, didn't you?" Jim's sudden pressure made Jin shiver. The fear-resistant skill didn't work because it was facing a divine-level skill. Jim was clearly just a small girl, but the pressure Jerem brought made Jin feel like facing a great flood. It took a while for Jin to calm down, but he was still a bit jittery. Jin explained that he did it just so Jim could understand how this skill worked, despite the reason being quite embarrassing. However, he still got punched as usual. Jin turned to seek help from his brother, but this time Jun agreed with Jerem's perspective, so Jin turned to the handsome guy, but even the handsome Pikachu turned him down. The gate is open. Jin hurriedly ran towards the scene of the gate of the dungeon. "Let's get out of here. We can leave now and then deal with this later." A sudden wave hit Jin, throwing him towards Jim. "Are you trying to dodge my questions?" Jim calmly sat down, took a sip of water, and had a bite of cake before speaking. Jerem was furious, grabbing Jin by the collar. "You interrogate calmly with trust, huh? You're still shaking like a leaf. How dare you use this skill knowing its consequences?" Meanwhile, two teenagers stood outside, watching the drama unfold. Jim was truly angry because he was worried about Jujin. The little girl felt extremely shocked and frightened when she saw Jujin exhausted and passing out. She feared that if Jujin continued to exert himself like this, he might end up losing his life one day. She was very scared because she had already lost all of her family members, and now Jujin was her only family, her only loved one. Seeing Jujin facing danger was unbearable for her. Jujin also understood this feeling because he had lost his dearest loved one as well. Therefore, Jujin risked his life to make Jim stronger, to make him able to protect himself. Holding Jim's hand gently, he apologized for making the kid worry, reminding Jim that his skills were still active. He suggested Jim to practice a little. Jim replied that there was no other way but to carry him back as everyone was busy causing chaos, not paying attention. Hai, who had been observing from afar since when, was slightly surprised to meet the Mermaid Queen here. She knew that the balance had shifted towards the fake loss segment. This was useful information for their plan to return to the outside of the dungeon cave. The water pond had become the gate, and the central detention center had almost completely disappeared after the recent incident. It was fortunate that due to this sudden trouble, they didn't need to explain why Jun was here. Jujin also revealed to Song Hong Jae and Jim about the orb and the water gauge being the system managers. He reminded Jim to remember what had happened, especially that skill. However, Jerem thought about those sarcastic remarks, thinking they were all about to die. Remembering what he had said to Jin made Jim feel embarrassed. Sung Hong-jae, suddenly furious, demanded a fight, not knowing what the issue was anymore. He became enraged, wanting to fight, disregarding the others. Jae showed concern and handed a handkerchief to Jujin, reminding him that they needed to deal with the leader of MKCC. Before leaving, the system had informed Jujin about the one who had signed the contract with Jama would continue the contract with the successor, so they needed to handle it urgently, with as few signatories as possible. Hai's death would further limit them. They needed contracts to intervene in the world, so the more contracts they had, the more freedom they would have. Sung Hong-jae quickly understood Jujin's intention. He knew what Jujin wanted, stating that finding the MKC leader wasn't simple, and even if found, it would be challenging for him to do anything outside the dungeon cave. Sung Hong-jae asserted that the MKC leader must be reinforcing the defense due to Jujin's bold move. Jujin's sharp reaction caught Sung Hong-jae's attention. Jujin quickly provided a reason to cover up his intention, stating that it wasn't a problem as he wasn't hurt. There were many things to do, like finding him and dealing with the contract. Despite Jujin's concern, Sung Hong-jae remained indifferent, opposing, saying he was a bit worried, needed to recover debts, and Jujin needed to try harder. It would be detrimental to him if he overexerted himself and got injured. As both brothers were fighting fiercely, Jujin stopped them, diverting their attention. They all turned to Jujin, bombarding him with questions, then dragged him away to avoid contact with Sung Hong-jae. Jujin felt that Sung Hong-jae was hiding too many things. He wondered what his plan was. It couldn't be just because he was concerned about himself. He knew the world was ending, so why was he so relaxed? He was the most suspicious person in the dungeon, as the system had said it was fortunate that the contract between Dialma and Iron Chain was terminated. The iron chain mentioned by the system was Sung Hong-jae because he used a weapon as a chain. He was called Iron Chain. The system expressed slight concern about the absence of the missing link here. Fortunately, there was Jujin to reveal some missing information. Koyet was a member of the system. She had helped Sung Hong end the contract with Dialma. This was new information that startled Jujin. This handsome guy had many hidden secrets, but the system didn't know the details of Sung Hong's contract termination. As for Koyet, she was currently asleep, so they couldn't ask her. All they knew was that Sung Hong-jae was involved in Jujin's return to the past, so he didn't remember. This disclosure from the system startled Jujin, realizing that this handsome Pikachu guy was related to both the fake lost segment and the group of stupid Hugh. He wondered what he had done before returning to the past. After the commotion in the dungeon, due to once again using the skill to lure chickens until fainting, Jujin was forced to rest by his younger brother and his aunt Jerem. He couldn't do anything all day, just lying there playing, enjoying it until their work was done. He was only allowed to work when he was in their sight. Piss spent the whole day by Jujin's side, partly to protect him and partly to keep him from feeling lonely, but with so much to do, there was hardly any time for rest. Jujin remained absorbed in his tablet, jotting down notes. What he was studying was the origin and end of the universe, a hybrid entity. Genesis both created the world and sought to devour it, embodied by Tuyet. There was also the bird occupying the body of a dew, known as Snow Silent, the pseudonym for the caretaker of the system, resisting Genesis, entities akin to their creators, wanting to prevent the apocalypse. But ironically, the ignorant masses unwittingly aided Genesis in quickly bringing about the world's destruction. Even the awakened ones involved in this affair were a concern for Jujin. Among them, Sung Hong-jae's demeanor suggested he held many secrets. Piss treated carefully around Sung Hong-jae, believing he shared their intentions, but a light kick turned the tablet into a pile of scrap metal in an instant. Like Jim and Jun, it wanted Jujin to rest, even massaging him from afar. What a dutiful child it was, wasn't it? Despite having no lover, Jujin found solace in his cat and dog, imagining Sung Hong-jae's involvement with both the caretakers and the ignorant masses. This was before returning to the past, making direct inquiries impossible. However, his contract with the ignorant masses had been terminated. Perhaps Sung Hong-jae would align with the caretakers to protect the world. He was too enigmatic, his intentions and depths of thought unfathomable. But maybe he'd side with the caretakers. More investigation was needed. As Jujin pondered, a robotic vacuum interrupted, stuck after sucking Meon Yu's hair. How did it manage to get so tangled that it resorted to napping on the floor? Jujin looked up. His curiosity piqued as Meon Yu presented a newly crafted sword. Beautiful in design, Meon Yu explained it was merely its normal form, capable of transformation. Not only indestructible, it could change shape at will, now coiling around Jujin's arm as a bracelet, a stunning piece of jewelry with a blue substance emanating from within, its true form according to Meon Yu. It was named Yuan, a legendary class companion and sword born from Mothach's essence, crafted by the agreements of Han Jujin, surprising him with the first love being accompanied by a weapon. Meon Yu didn't expect to create a legendary class item. It could nullify damage like Mothach's gem, but with the ability to be recharged by using Mothach. More importantly, its effect lasted an hour, rendering Jujin virtually invincible during that time. Additionally, it was a growth-type equipment, potentially acquiring more skills upon leveling up. However, only the Covenant holder could use it. Currently, Jujin was the Covenant holder. This revelation thrilled Jujin, elated to possess such a unique item. Meon Yu suggested making one for itself and others, but it deemed it impossible due to the essence of Tenlet Lue hit him, possessing the flame of Sak Lot. Sak Lot was the name of the owner of the Gold Forge. After their passing, Mothach was left behind, which Meon Yu used to create the sword. The gem fragments given to Jujin earlier were remnants from forging the sword. Meon Yu explained its creation was serendipitous, unlikely to replicate. That bird appeared while Meon Yu was asleep during sword crafting, flying intimately like a friend. Hip Mo described it as resembling Sak Lot when she was young, suggesting its previous owner was an exceptional woman. This sword symbolizes Meon Yu's potential, unlocked with the help of Han Jujin, unleashing its greatest masterpiece. Its name, Yun Hai, means gratitude, reflecting Meon Yu's appreciation for Jujin. Meon Yu explained it was created while praying for Jujin's safety. Jujin asked why Meon Yu didn't use it themselves and instead gave it to them. Meon Yu chuckled softly. I don't need the dungeon or anything that happens. I just need to hide in the forge. But you always dive into danger. I don't have the strength to protect you by fighting alongside you like other hunters, but I can help you in this way. So I especially did it for you. Instead of asking why I didn't keep it, you should say something else. As a friend receiving sincere care from Meon Yu, smiling warmly, thank you very much. You are the best. You are the greatest. Jujin received a great item with it. You can protect yourself so those around you can join in the fight. Oh, but there's a bit of trouble when transforming. Suddenly the chick looks at Hai and cries. It cries because it doesn't know how to fly since it ate too much and its wings are small and its body is like a ball of cotton. It flies with faith. Meon Yu takes out an item and attaches it to the chick's leg. This item helps the chick float in the air. At least it's almost like flying. Looking at the chick's expression, it's very satisfied. Finally, Meon Yu and Jujin also chose a simple form. A bracelet, teleporting to the Hunters Guild. They are having an important meeting there. 2 level S hunters committed crimes, 1 died, and 1 escaped. At the same time, they lost 2 level S hunters. This is a major blow to the nation's resources, causing management and safety issues in the dungeon. Moreover, the disappearance of the detention center has caused public panic. Chairman Jin proposed a solution. They only need to find other level S hunters, not necessarily foreign ones. He wants to create a training center and awaken potentials. He ambitiously aims to create many level S hunters and make South Korea the country with the most level S hunters. This adventurer perhaps wants to consolidate power and return to the guild. The next day, Do is training. Along with Jujin, they are testing the sword that Jujin just acquired. It seems this equipment has made Jujin much stronger as he can withstand Jun's sword, but just barely. He still gets thrown back several meters. But thanks to its damage nullification effect, he's unharmed except for a few torn clothes. That's enough because Jujin could still be taken away, and those people could torture him in various ways and simply take the ring, making Jujin a helpless puppet. But it's still a great defensive item. The fire spirit is also attracted to the bracelet that came out of Meon Yu's eyes. It doesn't hesitate to use its teeth to chew the bracelet, frightening Yun Hai, who has to manifest. The fire spirit finally has a name it likes, Juran. Unlike the intimacy of 2 brothers, 1 bird and 1 lizard, it's more surprising that Jiren can speak. It loudly scolds the naughty fire lizard. Jujin also wants Jurin to be able to speak like that, but when it opens its mouth, it only spits out fire. Jujin mentions the equipment management team of the guild, saying they're all excited and ready for it. Jujin also smiles with satisfaction. That's right, everyone is attracted to it. Who wouldn't accept when its Meon Yu guidance is needed? Last night, when Jujin and Meon Yu were cooking together in the kitchen, Meon Yu shared what he thought after a while of making equipment. Meon Yu realized that the system description couldn't fully express everyone's abilities. For example, at Meon Yu's level, he probably couldn't create something like Yuan, but it was still made. This means that someone can do more than what's written in the system description. Similarly with skills. For example, even if the description can use basic fire, it means you can cook faster, avoid cold, or light up somewhere. According to Meon Yu, Jujin also realized that it had a similar principle when he took on Dayama's explosive skill. But that might be because Jujin was explained about the system and Dayama's memories. But Meon Yu was different. He learned on his own. It demonstrates that Meon Yu is extremely intelligent. He wants to share this knowledge with the Forge team in the guild management, whose skills can definitely produce higher quality equipment than their abilities. Jujin is very excited about this plan. If successful, it could establish an equipment crafting shop, and that would mean a significant improvement in gear quality, leading to increased survival rates and strength for hunters. This would be a technological revolution. Meon Yu, a hunter without combat abilities, has ushered in a new era for hunters by crafting equipment. We need to seek out more people with special skills like him. Let's not forget such rare talents. A few days later, a hot announcement was broadcasted on television. The Fake Awakening Center will be opened next month. The Hunters Guild is calling out to ordinary people. They urge them to quickly register. They promise that everyone can awaken safely under the guild's management. They use very enticing reasons to invite, showing how life-changing the awakening could be. Jujin was shocked by this news because it came out earlier than he knew. The next day, Jujin went directly with Sibdong, the department head, to the Awakening Center, a place where ordinary people were awakened safely without facing danger. It had opened much earlier than Jujin expected. The association president led Jujin to a room where they used a psychological device called Virtual Maze. It allowed the person needing awakening to see a very realistic illusion. When activated, the person felt as though they were transported somewhere else. Just then, a security guard appeared, loudly announcing that the device was malfunctioning and ending the trial abruptly. Before he could finish speaking, he was turned into a snack by a monster, and scenes of the guard being torn apart haunted Jujin. The head of the association laughed at the experiment, seemingly amused. It wouldn't harm the mind as long as it didn't last more than 30 minutes. Jujin realized it wasn't what he was told. The guy, upon returning to reality, seemed soulless. Yet, they wanted to test the machine's capacity by awakening 1,000 people the next day. Observing, Jujin saw the pressure the guy just faced, surely collapsing. The Awakening Center only cared about hunters with fighting abilities. They awaken people by pushing them into the same dangerous situation, without considering individual potentials, resulting in most waking up with combat skills to survive. It was a forced awakening, disregarding individual strengths, akin to throwing a singer or an intellectual into a boxing ring, burying their talents. Jujin knew the harm of such a system from his own experience. Jujin recalled memories before returning to the past. A week after the Awakening Center opened, his team was under attack in the dungeon, 2 of them killed by monsters. Despite their efforts, Jujin was now a newbie, terrified, unable to move or listen to commands, fearing he couldn't hear his teammates' calls for help. The new Awakening Center opened just a month ago. Chaos ensued, people lining up day and night, hoping to become an elite awakened. In just 2 days, the center had 3,000 registrations, surpassing 10,000 in the first month. Among them, only a small fraction received skills above E rank. Thousands of new hunters emerged, but the consequences were unimaginable. Jujin presented his viewpoint, knowing the repercussions of forced awakenings, leaving us ill-equipped and vulnerable, especially low-ranked hunters. He wondered what would happen if someone entered the dungeon without any gear. When questioned, the association president simply laughed it off, saying they could demand gear and safety instructions. Jujin objected, knowing the reality of gear shortages. The president calmly replied that the association wasn't responsible for individuals not following rules. Jujin raised his voice, slightly angry, emphasizing the need for clarity and responsibility. We should postpone the opening day of the awakening room until we have enough equipment, or at least limit the number of people awakened. Despite Jujin's insistence, the president showed no change in attitude. Instead, he taunted, "Are you afraid of unemployment, Hunter Hanjin? More hunters need more benefits for the world. You probably don't realize it because you've already awakened. It's necessary for us to become stronger." Jujin was furious but powerless, wishing he could punch the old man. After the exchange, the president left, leaving Jujin seething. Simdung approached, whispering, "There's a political motive behind his actions. If the number of awakenings is restricted, his supporters will decrease." Simdung added his own thought. Many hunters know the effectiveness of the virtual maze. Once the media catches wind of it, they won't lie about the maximum number of awakenings allowed. Alternatively, there might be others who acquire these techniques and establish their own virtual awakening centers. In reality, this issue is difficult to prevent because they can operate clandestinely without detection. Therefore, we need to anticipate the future challenges. The difficulty of the dungeon is increasing day by day, so we also need to increase the number of elite hunters to combat it. We can't do much about the increasing number of low-ranked hunters emerging through the awakening centers. Initially, there might be some chaos, but eventually, things will settle down. Jujin sighed deeply, expressing his uncertainty. Only the strong guilds will have the power to penetrate the dungeon. Jujin felt discouraged because he understood better than anyone else what would happen, as he was the victim who had experienced that feeling of despair. The fate of low-level hunters would inevitably lead to death. Jujin recalled that day, the day he stood in front of the statistics board for low-level hunters. Every day was a battle for survival for them, almost counting down each day as half of the low-level hunters, especially the pressured ones, either disappeared or flawed. The remaining half either died or were left disabled, with scenes of mourning and tragedy occurring continuously day after day. There were countless low-level hunters who perished inside the dungeons. Blaming words echoed everywhere, but Jujin was a special case because his skill was a blessing in disguise. He always survived, but that's what made him scorned, beaten, discriminated against, and resented. Why? Why are you always the only one left alive? If people aren't dead, they're disabled. So why are you the only one still okay? These were the biting remarks he had to hear every day. He suddenly became the target of others' anger, as they believed he had secretly received help from a higher power to survive. A series of terrible articles with vicious words attacked him and his younger brother, making them hated figures. Not only that, but rapid developments without the need for Abyss's assistance also targeted him. This was when people around him began to call Jujin by derogatory nicknames, and this was when he was hurt by others, and his hands were stained with blood. It was horrifying days, akin to living in hell. Jujin's train of thought was interrupted when Sim called him. Startled awake from the terrible memories, Jujin couldn't hide his anxiety and fear of what he had been through. Although life now was different, those terrible memories couldn't be let go. Sim calmly asked why Jujin seemed worried, reassuring him that even if things didn't go as planned, he wouldn't be harmed. Jujin's mood remained unstable, and he was about to say something when the chairman returned, prompting him to hold back for now. This time, he brought someone with him, saying that this was the advertising team of the association responsible for promoting the Awakening Center. The appearance of this man made Jujin tense up, his eyes gradually becoming bewildered. That despicable name. He couldn't forget him. Jun remembered that terrible memory, the day he was assaulted by his henchmen just to get high-level items without hesitation. They expected Jun to not spare good items if he begged, and the man behind that was none other than this scoundrel. He introduced himself as Lai Dongquan from the propaganda team of the Hunter Association. Jujin tried to remain calm. After all, he and this man were not acquainted. Dongquan eagerly invited Jujin to participate in their awakening program, explaining his plan and stating that Jujin was the most suitable candidate they were looking for. Perhaps low-level hunters and those who hadn't awakened yet didn't truly understand his intentions. For whatever reason, he wanted to find low-level hunters who hadn't awakened yet. He continued, saying that Jujin, despite being a pressured hunter, had garnered attention from the media and his clients were very interested in this. The chairman added that by participating just once, Jin could increase the number of followers, creating an opportunity to promote the center. Upon awakening to find the two men from the association extending an invitation, Jin felt somewhat pressured, so Sim-dong intervened. But suddenly, Jin agreed, his demeanor shifting 180 degrees from contemplative to oddly cheerful. Ha ha, no problem. Appearing on a TV show isn't a big deal. The unexpected U-turn left Sim-dong holding his head in worry, muttering, what just happened? What should I tell the chairman? Jin accepted with his own agenda in mind. He was certain he would disrupt this darned plan. Joining hands with Lai Dongquan, Dai thought he and others were demons specialized in kidnapping and threatening pressure hunters, but now it seemed the association was even more rotten than he had imagined. Even after the meeting at the Hunter Association, Jin couldn't forget that guy. You remember the time we first entered the dungeon with them? Rin was excited and felt lucky to join this team. They're quite famous for having low-ranked hunters who are not their members, with 2 C rankers and 5 D rankers. Their team formation is quite good, and they also have a good image, but little did anyone know about the sinister deeds they always carry out in the darkness. Yes, the dark deeds of these villains involve hunting low-ranked hunters and those not awakened yet, manipulating them for their own gain. And you're also a victim of these villains, led by Lai Dong. The scene shifts to today's TV studio where Jin and Piss are going on air as part of the Hunters Association promotion plan. NC enthusiastically introduces, ladies and gentlemen, the father of the monster hunter Han Jin and the cute son of a fire mage, Peace. Look at the face of this dad. He doesn't like that nickname. Father of the monster. Do you, Peace? Today, Peace and Jin will participate in a challenge, which is basketball. And the ball is none other than Peace himself. Everyone is excited, but there are still many thoughts lingering. They say it's about opening up, but I wonder if I really need to do this for revenge. I've already achieved that. That day, I killed all those villains. What X-Dong said is true. I shouldn't get involved with people like them again. And even when the Awakening Center opens, it has nothing to do with me anymore. The important thing now is to watch these two kids play. After some initial hesitation, Piss throws the ball. Looking at the tense expression, it's probably going to miss. But not this time. The innate ability of Peace, the power to fly, fiercely flaps his tiny wings. Surprisingly, he's actually flying, to the amazement of everyone at the studio. Cheers and applause fill the air as Peace successfully passes through the basketball hoop. He did it. He's truly defied gravity. Both Peace and Piss have satisfied expressions as they successfully complete this incredible throw. Suddenly, a fan sitting next to Jin stands up and shouts, "You're the best. You did it, Peace. Let's clap and celebrate." Jin, startled, tries to stop them. "Hey, don't approach him, it's too late." With a loud thud, Peace receives a high five from Piss a bit too vigorously. Everyone rushes to call for help. Luckily, the handsome guy is okay, just a bit sore. Jin also stays calm. He has to hug Piss and apologize. This Peace kid is too much. Where did he get the nerve to hit an idol, especially the most handsome face needed to make money? This guy is really friendly. He doesn't blame anyone but himself. He apologizes for getting in the way. What he says next surprises Jin even more. A scar from Peace is like a gift. If I weren't famous, I'd surely keep it as a memento. He continues, "That's my dream, to join the world's guilds and be their stepping stone." Jin senses that this idol guy is good-hearted but a bit eccentric. He uses his skills to observe him further. This guy, if awakened, could reach B rank. Not only that, he has up to 3 A rank skills, all related to his appearance. Jin knows he can't achieve these levels or skills if awakened in the association. Should he use keywords or not? He's about to but stops abruptly because there are a bunch of people staring. Not only that, saying "I love you" on TV would be digging his own grave. This guy is really attractive with that mesmerizing beauty, making everyone admire him. Rin also realizes that he doesn't need to awaken or have those skills to be attractive. With a face like that, he can do whatever he wants. But why can't I remember him from before? If he's famous, I must have seen him somewhere. While the two were engrossed in conversation, a voice asks how Han's wound is, and Lai Dong appears. "I'm really sorry. I'm the one who invited you to Han." Han smiles back. "I'm fine. Thank you for helping me meet Peace. Jujin was quite surprised to see them seeming so familiar, but Hajun explained that they had only met for the first time today. Yuan said they had a plan to support Hajun as best as they could. Jujin knew well enough that these were just empty words. Hajun would only become a money-making tool for Yuan. He would easily manipulate him with illusions of becoming a hunter. Perhaps he would become a victim of Yuan's game, led by this guy. That might be why PK Hajun couldn't become famous in his previous life. Jujin turned to Hajun and mentioned wanting to give him a plush doll resembling Peace. Of course, Hajun was extremely delighted. Jujin befriending Hajun has a purpose. He wants to leverage this opportunity to approach the Gon gang. He plans to eliminate them before they cause harm to thousands of low-level hunters and unsuspecting people outside. Unfortunately, when Jujin found the pit plush toy, it was already destroyed due to Jerem's mischief. Nevertheless, Jujin decided to take a photo and send it to Hajun. He wants to exploit this chance to initiate a conversation and inquire about whether the advertising team of the association had contacted him. Hajun responded, thanking Jujin for helping him wake up and even sending a stuffed doll. Jujin, unaware of this, asked Hajun about it. Hajun replied that Lai Dongquan had visited him because Jujin had asked Dongquan, who said he would provide him with an experience of a dungeon in development before its opening. Jujin hurriedly messaged back, claiming he had never said anything like that before and hadn't heard of such a dungeon. Hajun responded with a puzzled question mark. Jujin hastily asked where Hajun was, to which Hajun replied that he had to turn off his phone. Jujin continued to inquire via messages but received no response, so he called but the line was truly disconnected. He couldn't reach Hajun. Jujin, worried sick, cursed those scoundrels for using his name to deceive Hajun. At this moment, he was with the group of people related to the designated location. It was Hajun who had turned off his phone, citing the need to save battery. He handed his phone to someone in the group, saying Jujin wanted to prevent him from realizing his dream of becoming a famous hunter, leading him astray. They reassured him that Dongquan, the association's person, wouldn't put him in danger and encouraged him to step in and return as an awakened hunter, fulfilling his aspirations. They cheered him on, naive to the fact that the first sight of the dungeon overwhelmed him. This trust boosted Hajun's confidence, but he didn't know that behind that dungeon door lay hell for him. At Jujin's home, he was restless, unable to contact Hajun or call the police, fearing it would cause chaos due to his fame and association with the Hunters Association. Jujin racked his brain for feasible solutions, needing to locate the dungeon. Hajun had entered before the door closed. Suddenly, Jujin remembered a phone number. He hoped it matched with the future. It was the number of a detective agency. Without hesitation, Jujin dialed. Luckily, someone picked up. This guy, named Hammond, was an information broker specialized in locating people. Jujin expressed his need to find someone to track down Han. Remembering Hammond's number was a stroke of luck for Jujin. Hammond quickly activated his skill, CH, connecting it to Jujin's request. This skill allowed him to calculate the target's location using the phone numbers of individuals associated with the target. Hammond would soon become a prominent information provider among hunters. Previously, Jujin had some trouble with this guy, causing him headaches. Hammond's pen skill lit up and automatically pointed to a spot on the map. That was where Han was. I'll send his location once I receive payment, Hammond said. It cost a considerable sum, leaving Jujin somewhat regretful. But the urgency of the situation forced him to grit his teeth and transfer the money. After sending the payment, Jujin said, "Your skills are as sharp as ever. I'll see you soon." Hammond's name being mentioned startled him. "Who are you and how do you know my name?" he exclaimed, but before Jujin could say anything else, he abruptly shut down the device. He had already pinpointed Jun's location just as the dungeon door was about to close. Hesitantly, he quickly made some preparations and hurriedly set off to avoid his younger brother and a group of nuisances lurking around. Jujin activated his stealth skill, allowing him to conceal his movements perfectly even when the enemies were actively searching. This was a skill he acquired during his solo sweep of the dungeon. Meanwhile, the Gozen Guild was still focused on exterminating monsters. Han, trembling with fear, closed his eyes tightly and crouched behind him, completely terrified. He embraced Han out of fear, then abruptly shifted to embrace another member of Gozen. Irritated, He gave him a push and loudly scolded, "Keep quiet and stay put." Instead of injuring the monsters further, do you want to attract attention just because you're famous? The lifestyle official appeared friendly as he approached Han, patting his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, my friend. Don't act like that. He's just scared. He hasn't fully awakened yet." His concern made Han feel somewhat uneasy. "You should learn from him here before that," he stuttered. Dong, the cunning official, laughed deviously, patting Han's head. "You're too naive. How can you survive in society like this? There will be others who deceive you." Han felt a bit uneasy hearing this. Just then, a member of the group spoke up as the timer returned to 0. "I think it's time," Leung said, chuckling. "So, shall we begin?" Han, still oblivious, hadn't realized anything was wrong with this group. Before he could grasp anything, Leung grabbed him by the collar. "Time's up," he said, delivering a ruthless slap without mercy. To others, that slap might seem like a small punishment, but for Han, it was like being thrown miles away, completely vulnerable to their schemes. They proceeded to drag him into the dungeon as the gate closed behind them, leaving Han to look like a leaf blown by the wind. Leung laughed heartily, enjoying the scene. "Ha ha ha! Look at him flying. Now you can run anywhere you want." Do you want Han to experience both pain and fear? Why do you do this? What did I do wrong? Han looked like a delicious prey, and Leung's words were like a predator's call. Han's vacant eyes responded to whatever he said. "You have such a beautiful face. Do you want to become a fake awakened? You should be grateful for what you were born into. Dreams should only be dreams. Your path should only lead to fame. You should be thankful for the advice I'm giving you. Agree to all the TV shows and advertisements, or whatever you're suggested. 90% of your profit will have to be given to us. Are you okay with that?" Han unconsciously nodded in agreement, completely under his control. Just when everything seemed settled, Han suddenly burst into tears. "But I still want to become a hunter. I don't know how." Han's plea only resulted in more blows without hesitation. His team stood behind, not knowing how Han could escape the mind control. But seeing Han being beaten so severely, Leung had to intervene, restraining his team from hitting him in the face. But Leung, frustrated by his failed skill, ruthlessly hit Han like a torn blanket, using violence to break his spirit even further. Poor Han, weak and helpless, was being tortured by these villains, unable to resist. Just as they were about to continue their dirty deeds, a loud voice interrupted them, accusing them of discrimination. "You guys are showing favoritism, aren't you?" Jujin emerged from hiding, startling these villains, who were now worried. A hunter of Class C, Jujin confidently confronted them. Despite facing a group of fake people, he remained calm. He passed through them effortlessly, as if escaping no one. Approaching Han, Jujin gently supported him in his weakened state. "Are you the one who brought him here to save me?" Han asked anxiously. Jujin calmly replied, "No, I didn't bring anyone with me." Han cried, worried. "You came alone?" Jujin simply replied, "Yes, I thought you wouldn't want many witnesses to this scene." Just as the group realized that Jujin was alone, one of them, Gozen, immediately attempted a sneak attack. However, it didn't faze Jujin at all. Meanwhile, Gozen's baton was bent out of shape. Gozen, puzzled, exclaimed, "What's wrong with it?" Lidong, surprised, couldn't believe it. "I've checked his information, but he's more alert than I thought." Lidong suspected that Jujin had brought defensive items. They drew their weapons, aiming at Jujin, intending to attack. But Jujin remained calm as ever, unfazed by the crowd. "Well, I came here to see if you guys are still the same as before, and it seems you are. We've known each other before, remember? Though you don't trust me, all of you don't understand," Jujin said. Puzzled faces greeted his words, but they knew that if they couldn't make Jujin disappear, they would surely pay a heavy price. Jujin continued, "I thought forgetting about you all would be fine, but no, you guys keep destroying others' lives." Jujin reached to remove his defensive earring, switching it to protect Hejun. Jujin's confidence also made this group hesitant to act. "You keep committing crimes, even smuggling others' information through the despicable Jangan. We can't ignore whatever you intend to do." One member of the group took advantage of Jin's distraction and sneakily approached from behind, pouncing on Jujin's shoulders, laughing gleefully. "So, we'll get double the money now." This idiot doesn't know that Jujin came here alone, surely well prepared. His actions were no different from suicide. Jujin's arms wrapped around the attacker's neck, laughing. I bet you have valuable equipment, but you're just a thug. Do you think you can elevate your rank to Class C with equipment alone? The siblings cleaned up its belongings while waiting for it to return like a flock of birds scavenging carcasses. But the joy hadn't ended. While Tae-gang was already paying the price, suddenly a fire erupted from Jujin, destroying one member of the group immediately. The eyes of the others widened in panic. They withdrew from Jujin, scrambling away from the raging fire cautiously. He had concealed a weapon at the Jupiter Consortium headquarters. Sung Hum was having a conversation with Evelyn, an S-class hunter he had invited from Edquark. They were discussing the loss of two S-class hunters in Korea. Evelyn believed it wasn't urgent unless it affected dealing with situations in the dungeons. Did they need more awakened S-class hunters accredited in Korea? Sung Hum informed Evelyn that Noah and JS had also been in Korea for a while. And now Evelyn was here with the Jupiter Consortium, a fiery and beautiful S-class hunter, much admired. Sung Hum continued, stating it was just part of their mission. Everyone was trying to expand their influence. Evelyn responded, implying such things wouldn't change even if the world did. Sung Hum hinted at dealing with societal parasites before it was too late, mentioning he had set up a secret trap for that purpose. Evan asked about the trap. Sung Hum clarified that Jujin was just an oppressor rank, wondering if he could handle it. Sung Hum was impressed by his skills, but didn't let Evelyn finish. Sung Hum interjected, suggesting she could expect that and find it interesting. Kang, so Dawn was also surprised by recent events in the dungeon a few days ago. Evelyn raised her hand to touch her full, red lips, expressing doubt about whether he was truly an oppressor. She wondered if he was going to the dungeon with him. She suggested he should feel scared being around him. Sung Hum chuckled, finding it interesting. He believed he was very different. Instead of calling him stubborn, Sung Hum implied there was more to him. Back in the dungeon with Jujin, he was alone fighting against the Mafia, an oppressor against an entire team of C-class oppressors. However, the advantage was entirely different. Jujin was single-handedly defeating each opponent within the Gozen Guild. With two swords in hand, Jujin was like a war god. He easily broke through the encirclement of the mob. His sword strikes made many of them regret. They never thought their heavily armed group would fall to a single oppressor. Although an oppressor had limitations in terms of strength and speed compared to a larger enemy, it was still challenging to attack and defend simultaneously. Jujin had been ambushed several times, but he had prepared everything carefully. Every time an attack came from behind, Jujin's defensive shield would block it. While defending, he managed to launch a surprise attack. He kicked one guy directly in the face while he was staggering. Following through, he swung his sword swiftly, severing the left foot of the attacker. The mob couldn't retaliate as one of their teammates was seriously injured. One member of the group, angry at the sight, attempted a surprise attack from behind, moving so fast that Jujin couldn't react in time. When he realized, the guy's hand was already close to his face, grabbing his head. Jujin was pressed forcefully to the ground, covered in rocks. The attacker laughed triumphantly. He guessed even Jujin's defensive items couldn't stop this kind of attack. While pressing him down, he threatened, "I'll squeeze you till you can't breathe anymore." Before he could finish his sentence, a large shadow swiftly approached from above. A massive figure with monstrous claws came crashing down. Luckily, his reaction was swift enough. Otherwise, he would have been crushed like a tomato under Piss's attack. Jujin yelled to Piss, "You need to save your strength to clear the dungeon. I'll deal with these scoundrels." Back to Sung Hum. He continued talking about Jujin, his words filled with fascination when mentioning him. "He is really strange. What I've gathered about him is so peculiar. He has no criminal record. Surely he has had a normal life, but sometimes I can sense in his eyes. It seems he has killed more than a few people. He is truly vigilant. He observes very keenly. Just a few encounters, and he could see through Jujin's secret." Inside the dungeon, Jujin has also finished his business. The wretches have been subdued by his blade. Jujin mutters to himself. This time, he didn't need to resort to gratitude for having lived another life in the past. Indeed, he had to struggle a lot. Yes, it's different from the difficult past when he was just a bottom feeder of society, like prey for others to trample upon. Now, he has better stats thanks to his equipment. Not only that, but he also has skills to disable damage. Besides, Piss has also helped a lot. He also has 5 years of facing life and death. But with this scoundrel, under normal circumstances, I would have called the police. But no, with the intervention of the guild, surely the police wouldn't do anything. But if I let him live and investigate the guild's connections, I need to eliminate any evidence that could be detrimental to me. I don't need to defend or understand this clearly. Finally, I failed to forget all the resentment I accumulated since then. Although I didn't want to Jujin to avoid trouble and to let these scoundrels continue to harm people. Along with that is the resentment he had to endure from them in his past life. None of these villains are allowed to exist in this world. Even Jujin embraces peace, apologizing for letting him see these terrible things. The dungeon will be reset after clearing the corpses, so there will be no evidence left. Shortly after, Ha-jun wakes up. By this time, Jujin's father and son have also finished cleaning the dungeon and are taking him out. He hastily asks the others where Jujin is. Jujin had to respond with a lie, saying that they had been captured by the Hunters Guild and demanded secrecy because it was an important secret. The young father riding on Pit's back looks no different from a happy child. I'm riding on Pit. It's the best thing. I'll keep this secret. I'll keep it forever in my mind. It turns out that he didn't faint. He saw everything. Jujin saved him. Alone, Jujin fought the despicable scoundrels. How did everything Jujin did protect him? He truly appreciates Jujin. In his eyes, Jujin is now his hero, the finest hunter, a dark hero hiding his true power. Ha ha, don't worry, I'll keep this secret. Can I call you my big brother? Don't go home after this rescue inside the dungeon. Jujin is still immersed in his own thoughts. He opens his skill board and stares at that skill, finally remembering the scene when he was once bullied in his past life and he took action against one of them. That was the only time Jujin used his influence with the intention to kill and take their skills to fight against them, whether he wanted to or not. The truth is still the truth. Thanks to this skill, he has survived many times spectacularly. I had planned to live a life and forget about him because I thought I would never be involved with him again. Jujin picks up his phone, dials a number, and stays silent, waiting until there's a response from the other end, which makes Jujin brighten up again. They are still alive, the people who reached out to help me and the ones who died. That voice, something I thought I would never hear again. The other end keeps asking, but Jujin remains silent, not answering. It takes a moment before he apologizes. I dialed the wrong number. Have a good day. He puts the phone down, and Jujin sinks back into his own thoughts. We don't know each other anymore, but at that moment, we were both living in hardship, where we had to face danger when infiltrating the dungeon. How happy we were, and how sorrowful I was to witness their deaths. If the center of awakening is opened, people will wake up again and become hunters, and they will have to face the invasion of the dungeon in that chaos. I remember vividly those eyes, Jin's eyes that radiated determination. If I couldn't forget, then I couldn't ignore. The next morning at the ABS headquarters, Jin arrived early to meet with my younger brother. Simdong was also present. Jin wanted to discuss the Awakening Center with both Simdong and me. Simdong thought Jin still had concerns about the place, so he intended to cut Jin off and get straight to the point. If you need a high-priority awakening, Simdong said, I can find them for you faster. There's a way to awaken people suited to their abilities rather than forcing them to fight and face danger. Jin seemed like he was about to reveal a secret, so Simdong interrupted him. I possess secret skills. Transfer them to the association. Cooperate with me to slow down the progress of the Awakening Center. This time, Jin would publicly reveal the skills capable of detecting the level of artificial awakening in both Simdong and me, promising skills for both budding potential and skilled individuals. Today's events would mark the beginning of a significant change. The Hunters Guild had decayed at the mall where hundreds of thousands passed through daily. Jin and his entourage came here to enjoy themselves. The task force would search for individuals with high-level awakening potential using their unique skills. But truly awakened individuals were rare, maybe one in hundreds of millions. Most of the time, only levels E and F were spotted, and even level D was scarce. Jin, aside from being slightly bored, was disappointed that there wasn't much action. What was even more frustrating was the bunch of kids here. not knowing if they came to work or to have fun. Even Jim forgot his role as a guard and was now just a kid eyeing the tempting ice cream. Sim Dong, on the other hand, was fixated on the dragon-shaped bottle. Mrs. A was deliberately thick-faced, mainly here to see how deeply rooted our skills were. Haha. I'm here to see your skills. You've had them since kindergarten, promising to be able to see the potential indicators of someone's awakening and the most suitable skills for them. But you've never talked about this to anyone except Ju-hun. But why is Mrs. Hana here? Backtracking to early morning, Jin had directly met with Sim Dong and Du-hun to reveal that he had the skill to detect the potential of unawakened individuals. As Sim Dong finished listening, his body trembled, stuttering with no restrictions. So, can you search for special skills like yours, Meon Yu? Jin beamed proudly in front of Sim Dong, shining like the sun, enlightening Sim Dong. Sim Dong ecstatically exclaimed, "Your skill is endless blessing. You could truly discover Jim's and ZMU skills." Jin puffed his chest, smirking arrogantly. "Hey, that's just a coincidence. I'm proposing to use this skill for cooperation with the association." Jin was too absorbed in talking and didn't notice his brother was about to explode. "You said you'd rest. What are you planning now?" Jin's declaration surely had a premeditated plan, not letting his brother overshadow him. Jin spoke with authority, dropping the strain, and said, "Listen up. We'll first divide those who will go to the Awakening Center. Those who come to me will have to wait longer, but in return, they'll know their optimal skills. For those with special status, we'll help them awaken by adjusting the environment accordingly." After some eavesdropping, Sim Dong vaguely understood. We'll reduce the number of people going to the Awakening Center while prioritizing the diversity of skills. But you'll have to work quite a bit for that. Sim Dong's words were a warning, and at the same time, Du-hun's thumb rope tightened around his wrist. If he failed to explain this time, he would surely be pushed into the cold palace, barred from working. Jin panicked and hastily tried to justify himself. "Wait, don't do that. I'm just overseeing. The rest of the work will be delegated to others. Each person will only take 10 seconds, working only 1 hour a day, right, little brother?" With a sneer, Du-hun replied, "You're lying. You should have done that from the beginning." From the start, Jin sat high up, observing the passing crowd and marking the levels of those he observed. As he observed, he pondered. More than half of the people he observed were above level E. In the previous life, only 1 out of those who came to the Awakening Center was certified as a hunter. That meant many talents had been buried. If he were to advertise like this, he was just beginning to think about it, but Jin couldn't resist his bottomless greed. The number of people coming to the Awakening Center will surely decrease, he mused. But that was just what he thought. The truth depended on many factors. A few hours earlier, at the Awakening Center of the Hunters Association, president of the association, fresh as a daisy, handed you the authorization paper. "What do you think? We've chosen you as our representative. Each guest will be screened by you before doing anything." Jin expressed surprise at this proposal. He didn't want to cooperate, so he found an excuse to decline. "That's not what I agreed to. I can't handle checking so many people. I don't have the capability. I'm just a rank E," Jin said, not letting Yin continue. The president then put his hand on Jin's shoulder, then enthusiastically exclaimed, "Don't say that. You can do it. A young person like you should work for the benefit of society. When I was your age, I often worked until sunrise. It's nice to receive attention from the president." Jin smiled brightly in response. "I'll withdraw. I didn't expect everything to turn out like this. It's a bit too much." Jin expressed his frustration, while Hana laughed cheerfully. "Ha ha, the association is truly intriguing like that. So, what do you plan to do next? Are you going to give up everything?" Of course not. Jin couldn't just let go. He was still thinking, searching for another way. Han had understood the association well and reminded that they wouldn't easily let go. Jim asked what Hana meant, but Hana didn't answer, only asking how many people Jin had recruited. Jin slowly replied, 7 level B hunters, and 1 level A, and 1 level B with combat skills. I've sent them to the Awake Society, and they have successfully awakened." Hana continued seriously. "See? That's a mid to high level lineup formed in just a few days. Your skills are formidable. It doesn't even require much money, unlike nurturing monsters. If you use it effectively, it's only a matter of time before you become one of the top 5 guilds. I can assure you the association is going crazy trying to control you. They can't do it alone. We're here, the sisterhood, united. Don't worry, we'll protect you. Without high-level hunters' protection, you'll become a pawn of malicious organizations. The sisterhood seemed enthusiastic. Hana continued, if they can't approach you directly, they'll go after your loved ones. They've already started with your younger brother. Jujin was surprised. Is there a problem with my brother? Noah, understanding the situation, tried to stop Hana from speaking further. Don't say any more. He needs rest. But Hana was straightforward. She didn't need to hide. She was also surprised that Jujin didn't know about the family issue. You really don't know. You don't follow news on the internet. Jujin scratched his head in response. Well, I don't like commenting on news from other sources. Hana took out her phone and handed it to him. Don't be old-fashioned. Take a look. Jujin was startled when he read the headline of the online article. Level a dungeon near Seven Guild HQ engulfed in flames amidst power struggle. Most hunters could evade the problems they cause unless there's harm to civilians. A dangerous image from a high-level hunter would only cause fear and concern among the people. But in recent days, the association hadn't hidden anything from Jujin's brother, Jim, showing concern. If he didn't cooperate, they would blame him. Noah also understood this issue well. He had been involved before. This was the power of the media. They almost had him. They would make Jujin deal with the issues caused by his brother. The existence of high-level hunters was already dangerous. That's why the association was agitating to make Du-hun act. If he fell into the trap, they said, it would be enough to stir up the media. Instead of Jujin, surrounded and protected by S-rank hunters, not appearing in public, the association would use his brother to force him. Hana made her prediction. I'm sure you won't let yourself be controlled like that, but the president of the association is ruthless. It's only a matter of time before one of them acts. The conversation paused when Hana's phone received a warning message about a high-level hunter losing control in the restricted area. The warning seemed entirely accurate. Jujin's face was full of concern as he pointed to the TV. Above is an image of the headquarters of the Hunter Association engulfed in flames, with the new scroll clearly stating that the president of the Abyss Association is destroying the Hunter Association. The Awakening Center is ablaze, reminding Tao Thao that he warned you, right? But Jujin still remains somewhat calm, isn't it? No, it's not because Jujin is doing it. It's the look in your eyes. Trust in his younger brother. Of course, my younger brother wouldn't destroy something so trivial. Saying so firmly, but in reality, Jujin is worried sick. I need to go there right now. Can you take me there? Prompted by Jujin's urgent request, Noah immediately transforms into a dragon. Jujin hastily jumps onto Noah's back, and both of them shoot off at the fastest speed, completely trusting Jujin's ability to handle the situation, so they don't interfere in this private matter. Riding on Noah's back, they head to the association. Jujin is truly angry. I used my skills to help them, but they dare to use my younger brother to pressure me. Fine, I'll show them what happens if they try that. Don't ask why the sea is salty when you hear my younger brother is in trouble, because I'm having trouble at the Hunter Association's Awakening Center. Jujin and Noah immediately rush to it. At the fastest speed, Noah is a bit worried and asks, "Are you sure it will be okay?" Jujin looks troubled. "Whatever happens, it's my responsibility." On the way, Jujin's mind is tormented by thoughts of everything his younger brother did to attract attention, all out of concern for him. If his younger brother's position is compromised because of it, it's no different from his past life. I'll definitely not let him suffer any further. Near the crumbling dungeon hall, close to the Awakening Center, 3 people are talking, apparently receiving orders from the Hunter Association to destroy this place and then spread the news on TV, blaming Du-hun, who is busy discussing sabotage methods. From above comes Jujin's voice echoing, "Just destroy a tiny part. I guess it's just exaggerated in the news due to their camera angle." Jujin and Noah land, startling the 3. "How did you get in here?" they ask. "We blocked the entrance." But Jujin interrupts, "Are you ordered by the association to do this?" Immediately, cries of pain erupt. Without saying much to these people, Jujin instructs Noah to immobilize them, and the association's henchmen are taken away. Jujin takes out his phone intending to take some good pictures as evidence, but a series of footsteps approach as reporters arrive. They've been here since when? The sudden appearance of the reporters surprises Ju-jin. All the journalists clamor to ask the same question. Are you here to persuade your younger brother, Ju-jin? Quite surprised, Ju-jin hurriedly explains, no, it's not my younger brother. It's these people who cause all this. But the journalists don't listen to any explanation from him. They believe that those blinded individuals are attacking. The reporters keep asking if it's true. Hunter Han-hun is on the run. I heard. He's the one who made the specially designed awakening prison disappear before dozens of witnesses. Continuously bombarded with sensitive questions, Han Ju-jin finds himself in a dilemma. He doesn't know how to unravel this. Ju-jin barely manages to say that the special prison disappeared because a dungeon hall appeared right there. The journalists keep bombarding him with questions, making it impossible for him to speak. Is it true that your younger brother burned down the Hunter Association's dungeon hall, President Sudam? Is he arrested for the crime? Normal people are now very worried about the crimes committed by S-class hunters. Can ABS contain President Sudam, or not? If an ordinary person is injured, instead of relying on the association, is there a way for them to protect themselves and seek help from medical personnel? No looks at Ju-jin, throat tight before the babbling journalists, appearing worried, but Ju-jin knows this is a trap set for him to step into. These reporters are not here to interview or investigate the scene. They already have conclusions and are ready to make things difficult for the two of them. Surely, the puppeteer behind this is the president of the Hunter Association. While Ju-jin is entangled in trouble, Jae-hun is no better off. He is also being hindered and is having a conversation with Tan Ju-hun without any courtesy. Straightforwardly, he tells them that they intentionally created a fake incident to keep me here. I really didn't know that the Hunter Association is now so rotten. Do you also agree with this action, my diligent colleague? The sharp-eyed young man replied curtly, I'm here just to make a personal request. Please don't create any more excuses for the association to take further punitive actions. I asked him what he meant, and he slowly responded, I know you're deliberately doing everything to give them a reason to target you. I know there's a faction within the Hunters Association aiming at Hunter Hanjin. Your plan isn't to overthrow everything as soon as they start, is it? I'll prevent what you fear from happening. I'll also request a repair report about the destruction of the association's building. So please cooperate with me so that the association won't target you anymore. Du-hyun slammed his hand on the table, a cold gleam in his eyes. After I questioned him, he said, Are you intending to cover up the rotten parts of the association? Are you planning to conceal that decay so it never leaks out? It seems this conversation is meaningless. I stood up to leave. All right, I don't care if you want to act like a lapdog of the association or not. I just want to eliminate anything that could threaten my brother. But why did you kill Jung-soo? Du-hyun didn't respond to that question directly, instead saying he could deal with it ruthlessly. If he disappears in the dungeon, I wouldn't have to do anything, he added. But I insisted, pulling back my hand. There were too many complications in this conversation. But this time, Du-hyun didn't give in. Flames flickered in his eyes, full of hostility. I thought this was supposed to be a personal favor. Could it be that the association requested him to prolong the time? Du-hyun laughed coldly. Fine, if you want, I can burn everything down here. Turn the fake rumors into reality. You're threatening me, aren't you? But I asked Du-hyun seriously. He didn't hesitate to reply. I'm still holding back. At this moment inside my head, there were thoughts. This feeling was like facing something non-human, especially Han Ju-hun, who was different from other ranked hunters. How could I successfully trap these wild beasts? They couldn't even be coerced. That's why the association's control was necessary. But if that coercive thread had snapped now, what should I do? At that moment, news images of Jun's appearance at the dilapidated building flashed. Jun ignored the tense argument with Sung-tu and quickly took out his tablet. While keeping an anxious look, he said, I think he's resting. Why are you here? Han Ju-hun's mood changed instantly. I'm still trying to hold myself back, he said. At this point, I couldn't help but think, not only about Jun, his younger brother, but also, when Han-jin got involved, everyone's attitudes changed. Jae calmly accepted his arrest order. Even Sung-hun was very concerned about him. Park Jim was the same, but that girl could be considered a monster he nurtured. But even Manhwa was very close to him. I guess that it was a good thing when everything wasn't a big deal. That's probably why the association wanted Hanjin, at least to communicate with him verbally. Back in the dilapidated building, Hanjin's eyes were dull and lifeless. Seeing the fake signatures, he noticed Jujin's strange attitude and asked. Jujin's attitude suddenly became sullen. I was wrong. If I knew they were like that, I wouldn't have chosen the easy way out from the beginning. The fake signatures didn't care about the opponent's attitude. Still, they asked Jujin relentlessly. Jujin rubbed his face, annoyed. Yes, I'm feeling very scared. It seems like the building has completely collapsed. I'm sorry, of course, this isn't what my younger brother did. It's a recently undiscovered dungeon. I guess people haven't seen it yet, right? It's a giant dragon, you bastards. If you want to write an article saying that the ABS president is causing chaos, at least do it like this. At the same time Jujin spoke, a large dark shadow appeared in the sky, quickly descending with large feet landing, causing the ground to tremble. The fake signatures panicked and fled in disorder. Jujin squinted at the fake signatures who were about to run away, then snorted, hiding behind the screen, writing fake news to stir up trouble. This time you've played big. He called for JS in dragon form to scare them away. JS didn't forget to tease Jujin. I'm here, sweetheart. I've helped my sweetheart as requested. So now, sweetheart has to take care of our baby. It was a scene beyond imagination. A dramatic turn after this event. Surely, whatever the public was focusing on would be resolved. I was also stunned by the news exploding about the dungeon collapse. The sudden appearance of a giant black dragon in the fairy tale story, Sleeping Beauty. This was a show staged by Jujin. JS was soaking wet and smashing through the crowd of reporters who had been eagerly interviewing him just moments ago, now running like ducks. Jujin watched the journalists scatter, some in a frenzy of excitement, shouting happily. Have you all seen the news about Chairman Abbas losing control? It's all a hoax, Noah exclaimed, looking up. Look at her, sweating bullets, he said to Jujin. Are you sure this is okay? Jujin chuckled lightly. It's fine, I've checked. There's no one in that building. JS exclaimed loudly, filled with amusement. Ha ha, just as the princess desires. JS wreaked havoc freely, while Jujin reveled in the enjoyment. Jujin relished in the satisfaction. Oh my, I should have done this from the beginning. This is the simplest way to prevent the Awakening Center from opening. Just destroy the entire facility, JS said, laughing heartily. As per the princess's wish, JS was causing destruction unchecked, while Jujin was enjoying himself immensely. Jujin was blissfully immersed in satisfaction. This should never have happened, as I spoke to them politely, but everything was destroyed by the selfishness of the association, JS said, his face turning pale. I don't understand why you're here, he said to Jujin. I thought you were resting today. Yes, I saw you on the news, so I came here. We were so busy talking to each other that we didn't notice Som T staring at us. He must have known that this commotion was caused by Jujin, but there was no evidence against them. They happily chatted without paying attention to their surroundings. Noah came over and shielded him from Som T's gaze. It's just for us two, Noah said, looking at Jujin with a pleading look. Jujin finally glanced over, greeted them, and then walked away with Noah and Juhan without saying a word. Som T watched them leave without saying anything, unable to intervene or stop them. Jujin calmly walked away, but Som T couldn't shake off the thoughts in his head. He had thought they were the ones controlling him, exerting a weak pressure like a child playing with their pet, but it seemed he had been mistaken. It appeared that this pressure had tamed those monsters, making them obedient to him. On the way back, the two brothers had a conversation. Du-Hu informed Jujin that he had just had a private conversation with the manager, but his attitude was uncooperative. Jujin was not surprised at Du-Hu's behavior, knowing Som T's personality well, so he responded without any surprise. Jujin was more concerned about something else. He turned to Juhan and asked, Have you heard about the recent activities of the council? They've been bothering you, right? Can you do anything about them? Juhan interrupted, but Jujin stopped him. You don't need to do that. He doesn't have to do that, he said firmly. Even if I don't want to, I'll still do it, Jujin replied. So tell me, what's going on? Reluctantly, Du-han revealed that there was a group within the council trying to negotiate with an external country using Jun's image and sharing. This revelation shocked Ju-jin. He hadn't expected the rotten council to dare to use his image to benefit another country. He grimaced, wondering if they were planning to sell him like a commodity. What the hell? I thought they were trying to use me, Ju-jin said. It seems like they're trying to use you for their own benefit. It looks like there's internal division within the council, Du-han continued. That's true, some people want to do that. Like Manhwa, he said, but we can handle them. But if they're trying to sell you to another country, that's a different story. Ju-jin hesitated for a moment, but the council, you can't let everyone hate me because you're okay with it. But Jun doesn't care about that. Right now, the main thing is to make those lurking in the shadows bite the bait. Ju-jin takes out his phone to make a call. You pick up the phone calmly and say, "Hello, manager, done with that. I confess, just now I instructed Noah to defeat the hunters at the association. Your sudden action surprised your brother. He's stunned. What are you planning? Du-jin." You smile faintly and conclude, "Let's end this. Don't let it drag on. The association has deceived us for so long. Now is the time to retaliate." After the commotion at the center yesterday morning, Jun's spirits are high. He's cheerful, playing around with the kids. It turns out he arranged a meeting with many reporters. He wants to publicly share this through the media. During the interview, there's a sweet voice calling, "Hey, have you eaten?" The young chairman of the association, who usually appears cold and imposing, is gone. In his place is an image of an adorable, obedient younger brother. You blend into Jun's acting. Jun also quickly stands up to greet his brother, eyes full of anticipation. The three of you, in front of the reporters, happily joke around, looking like innocent, joyful children. Indeed, as expected of a superb actor like Meon Yu, and your brother portray a completely opposite, adorable image from before. Truly, the plan is a success. Each reporter has a different view now. Chairman of the association, ABS, is so happy to see you here. Amazing. You're so different from what the news portrays. The chairman chuckles, embarrassed. I'm just trying to be trustworthy in the eyes of the media. You reply. The reporters are amazed. Oh, such unexpected charm. Is this the true personality of the new 20-year-old chairman? Seeing the intimacy between the two brothers, the reporters are deeply moved. It's indeed a perfect plan. The main act has arrived. The villain in the melodrama of the two brothers' affectionate scene has appeared as planned. However, he's stuttering as he hands over his industry card, apologizing for hindering the hunters. Jun has been arrested for involvement in harming 3 senior hunters of the association. All eyes are on Song-T. He doesn't give the other side a chance to explain, immediately handcuffing Ju-jin. Jun protests loudly, "No, this can't be happening. Why are you accusing him? It's me who's harming the senior hunters. How can you accuse my weak and delicate brother? It's all because of me. I'm just a fragile pawn." The incident unfolds too quickly. The reporters are still confused. What's going on? Why is Hunter Hanjin being arrested live on TV? What happened? Song-T bows, pretending to be worried, but in reality, he's laughing at the success of the media manipulation plan. The negative publicity has successfully shifted to the association. This time, they can't wash away the stain, even if they jump into the Yellow River. Ju-jin's interview is broadcast live on social media, attracting an unprecedented number of viewers. Jun's sudden charm captivates the audience. A series of positive comments keep pouring in. "Oh my God, this is the true personality of the 20-year-old chairman. I've never seen him so adorable before." Those who used to think the two brothers were in trouble now have a completely different perspective. A slew of thrilling live-stream titles featuring the rarely seen charming smile of the ABS chairman caught during the interview with the world's only monster trainer's father flooded in. The comments kept pouring in, increasingly positive. In a moment, the two brothers became idols of the youth. Song-T's appearance and Ju-jin's arrest only added more drama to the story. Ju-jin's fearful expression caught the attention of the sky god. "Oh heavens, what's happening? Have I harmed a high-profile hunter?" Ju-jin was dragged away without a word of explanation. His younger brother, seeing his beloved older brother suddenly taken away, rushed to intervene. "Stop! How could my brother do such a thing?" he exclaimed. "Don't worry, I'll handle this," said Du-han, his worried face only adding to his charm. They were indeed the perfect lead actors. Jujin sobbed uncontrollably. "Don't worry, I'm the captain. You can't be involved," he reassured. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon," he pretended, making the drama even more intense as Meon Yu and Noah hurried over, their expressions filled with concern. "Please, stop. Don't be so heavy-handed with Jujin. Our pressure on him is just minimal. Why do you have to put him in chains? He's fragile and delicate. He doesn't deserve to end up in prison. It's so suffocating there. He's a top-notch actor and director in the universe. Under his guidance, everyone becomes a deserving award-winning actor." His sparkling eyes brim with gratitude for everyone's concern. Not only that, his children have now arrived. Their bright eyes look at Jujin as if asking, "Daddy, where are you going? Who is that person?" Jujin quickly turns away, hiding his handcuffs, crying softly. "I can't let the children see me being arrested," he says. Peace, his older brother, understands the situation and steps forward to intervene. "Come here," he says, comforting Blue. "Don't worry, Dad will be fine. Uncle Tho needs his help. When he returns, he'll buy us lots of food. You promise to be good, right?" Blue nods, wiping his tears. "Dad, please come back soon. We'll wait for you," he says. However, Song Ti remains cold and indifferent, escorting Jujin away, leaving behind tears of pity and their collapse. These people, not only humans but even animals, are all great actors. Surely, Jujin will be honored to receive the Best Director award at the upcoming Gear event. The tragic story of Jujin's farewell has been widely circulated in the media, leaving everyone in tears. The image of his exemplary older brother, Hanjin, being arrested on live television sparked a strong backlash. Numerous comments defended Jujin and criticized the ruthless association continuously brought up. How could coercion harm class A actors? Those people are crazy. Coercion is no different from ordinary people. Why treat him like this? Oh God, it's heartbreaking. Such behavior is shameful for the country, even on live television, just for that rotten organization. It's just a protest. If this continues, even those who haven't awakened yet will be treated unfairly. The media completely lost control after that event. An underground rule emerged. BB, an acronym describing people as the first letter B for beauty, representing beauty, the second B for bis, monsters, and the third B added later, symbolizing babies, representing innocence. Jim cried silently on television. Oh God, he was arrested while still in the dungeon. Why does the media twist her story? She cried as soon as she came out of the dungeon. Never mind the media's confusion. Jujin is now living comfortably inside, eating and drinking well. Oh God, let me out of here. I might get fat. The contrast between Jujin's relaxed attitude and Song Ti's discomfort is striking. He mentions the rising fame of ABS president, contrasting with the continuous complaints about Jujin's behavior. The news is good, but it makes my face twitch. I disagree with things going this far. Jujin is calm. How can you say that? You agreed to join us to get rid of the rotten elements of the association. But it turns out, not only family members but even someone as upright as Song Ti is also an actor under Hanjin's direction. He secretly proposed to Song Ti that he himself would become bait to lure out the hidden kidnappers within the association. Jujin calculated that if he left the safe zone, those who wanted him for sure would miss this opportunity. The Hunters Detention Center is also part of the association. This is the best place to lure out those people in the dark. But Song Ti is also worried. This straightforward person may ruin the plan. He speaks up, the name of the ABS president, who has been rising in fame lately. On the contrary, the association has been constantly complaining that Jujin not only eats well but also responds well. It's good news, but it's annoying. I don't agree with things going this far. Jujin doesn't care. He takes a sip of orange juice, then speaks in a cold tone. It's just karma. I don't need to go this far. If it weren't for the association starting it first, I wouldn't have known. But with people following the party's ideology, I can't let the association tarnish its reputation. His response causes a commotion. I can stop this plan and send you back to enjoy the sun, he says. Why are you so impatient? They pressured the awakening centers without any preparation, and even manipulated the media. Last time, they covered up Choi Su's case. You've seen the dirty things they do. Why are you still on their side? Rin knows this personality caused Som T to be harmed to death. In the future, you'll keep saying that the reason I, as a government employee, should prioritize the people first. But hearing this, I can't help but laugh faintly. Oh, the people, huh? If the association collapses as you wish, then those in power will roam around causing chaos without anyone controlling them. And who will bear the consequences of those monsters? It's the people. So, you're adamant about how the world should be, but it's up to you. However, if you think I'm in cahoots with those in power, then you're mistaken. You're the one who misunderstands the issue here. We never wanted the association to collapse. What we want is for it to return to normal. Initially, the association wasn't like this. It became rotten since the villains took over. So, we need to remove these rotten blocks. And then, we can let worthy individuals lead the association in the right direction. At this point, Ju-jin chuckled mischievously, then stared intently at Song-tan. Of course, the position of chairman is perfect for someone like you. Ju-jin continued. You misunderstand, Jin. The position of chairman is reserved for someone like you. It's perfect, Song-tan retorted. But Ju-jin didn't seem intimidated. You're quick to act differently, he said. Think about it. Isn't it a waste of your abilities to kneel before others? Even someone like me, an oppressor, wouldn't do that. What you should do is lead. But you seem uncomfortable, constantly questioning me. Just because I'm in power, why do you want me to take that position? Song-tan replied. For world peace, perhaps? Though it sounds somewhat sarcastic, it made Song-tan furious. You're just spouting nonsense again, he said, not letting Song-tan finish. Ju-jin's serious gaze made him pause. My tone is serious, Ju-jin said. If the association only cares about personal gain, it won't be able to prevent the abyss and, beyond that, the end of the world. We need the right person to lead the association through the world's changes. But you refuse to use your own power. You even deny having it. Are you human or just clueless? Ju-jin's relentless questioning seemed to push Song-tan to accept his power and capabilities. What I want is simple. My younger brother, Han-hun, should have a normal life, being a student, making friends, dating, getting drunk at home after a night of fun with friends. But because he's a level S, he can't. I want what you want, Jin. The abyss, the hunters, a peaceful life, just like before. But you know what? We can't turn back time. Ju-jin paused, looking serious. We can't turn back time, he repeated. You're just an exception. 1 in 7 billion, Song-tan. Just act like you don't have power, like how you squeeze into that small car, take the subway, and accept that rotten association. You already have immense power in your hands. So, change. That evening, someone from the detention center came to inform Song-tan that he would be transferred to a new facility. Ju-jin knew these were the kidnappers from the association. But instead of triggering the alarm, Ju-jin quietly left, leaving Song-tan to perceive the news alone. When Song-tan rushed back, the room was empty, except for a control device on the table. Ju-jin deliberately did this, apologizing silently to his boss. I'll let myself be kidnapped without giving the association a chance to bargain, Ju-jin thought. This time, he was determined to see it through. He was determined to expose and drag the rotten core of the association into the light. He was an outstanding actor on the surface, but behind that facade was a multi-level manipulator, just like those in the Three Kingdoms era.